A blinding, incredibly bright light pursued the young girl. Opening her mouth in a silent scream, she could only watch as the glow slowly but surely consumed her. A weak, barely perceptible pulse and a quiet beep coming from the cardiograph. Hospital walls, a drip. The girl lay unconscious in a bed. Life in her weak body was maintained by an oxygen mask. A dark-haired guy leaned over her, stroked her pale and cold-to-the-touch face, and straightened her thick bangs. His sister always liked to go against her brother, and now she doesn't even react to his bullying. So uninteresting. The stranger barely audibly whispered bitter words. Only now, when his sister definitely could not hear him, he found the courage to admit that she was not the only one in the family whose abilities had awakened. He himself woke up, and now he didn't come just like that. Or rather, not only to visit his unconscious sister. His ability is theft. The guy can steal the abilities of others, and now a soft blue pearl was shimmering above the girl's head. D-rank ability. Steal complete. Mental blast. Sends out a mental blast to attack enemies. Weak, but it's a sister's ability and has a special meaning. The pearl levitated above the guy's palm. He was surprised by the acquisition, because if it was stronger, then Trisha would not have instantly turned into an ice statue from an unintentional attack. The boy wondered if it was really unintentional, since the distance to Trisha was so far. Shouts were heard from the corridor. Female and male voices vied with each other, shouting, calling someone a murderer, objecting to them, saying that the other person had saved more people, calling for calm, because it was impossible to control everything at once. It just so happened that Miss Sinclair was in that store. It was the brother and sister's mother and father, the lawyer of the man who almost killed their daughter, now defending him, saying that they didn't want it, because heroes are not gods, and they are already trying their best. Sometimes they can accidentally hurt others while fighting a monster. The woman sadly covered her face with her hands. Her husband threw the documents from the lawyer on the floor and shouted that he would not sign these papers. Let him take his stinking money and get lost. A bead of sweat trickled down the lawyer's temple as he vividly imagined the consequences that awaited his client. The next moment, the door to the hospital room slammed and the guy's hand reached for the tablet with documents. His father tried to reason with his son. Did he really want to exchange Trisha's life for money? But he put his hand on the man's shoulder and squeezed it lightly, replying that his sister was in a vegetative state and their family needed money to provide her with everything she needed. Although conflicting feelings were battling within the father, he did not answer. The words suddenly got stuck in his throat. While the parents hugged each other and tried to console each other, their son demanded additional conditions from the lawyer. The man, his spirit soaring, leaned forward with interest. The guy wanted the hero who harmed his sister to apologize in person, face to face. And what's more, the Berkshire Company should also make an official apology. The lawyer's plump body shook with disappointment, and he asked if it was possible to apologize on his behalf. But the guy firmly answered, "The hero needs to come here in person." The lawyer began to apologize profusely. The A-rank hero's schedule was overloaded. David Evans Jr. would like to apologize in person, but he was too busy fighting and could not come here in person. And besides, they were willing to pay $100,000 more as compensation. His interlocutor grinned upon hearing the proposal. Quickly scribbling on the papers with his pen, he handed over the tablet without looking at the lawyer, who ingratiatingly accepted the documents. The windows of the multi-story hospital illuminated the empty street. The lawyer, in high spirits, called his client to say that he had settled everything, only he had to add another $100,000 as compensation. On the other end of the line, a smiling guy, sipping a soda, praised the man, promising that his secretary would send the money later. The lawyer hung up and chuckled. Yes, heroes like to relax. If only he could awaken his ability too. The brunette returned to his sister's bed, and, as if she could hear him, asked her not to blame him for signing the contract, especially under such circumstances, but that his sister should not worry. He would find out the whole truth. Because he did not believe that all this was unintentional. Clutching his coat in his hands, the boy promised that he would change this world, because some awakened ones are not worthy of being called heroes. The guy's name was Adam Sinclair. He worked as a trainee reporter, and his sister Trisha, according to eyewitnesses and the savior himself, was unintentionally harmed by an A-rank hero. To implement his plan, Adam moved away from his parents to another area. In Albercut, the boy will be able to carry out his plans without disturbing his grief-stricken parents. Adam rented a room in a small dormitory, and now, entering the common room, he met two girls. The woman sitting on the sofa immediately introduced herself and her friend, a pretty blonde. Another neighbor was not yet home. The girls' names were Mary Perry and Karen Walt. The latter, a little older, asked his name. The guy introduced himself with a bored look. Mary smiled sweetly and suggested celebrating the new housemate's move-in, as that didn't happen often. Karen said she would be at the library because she had just started university, so they could have fun without her. Adam turned around with his suitcase and went into the room, answering on the go that there was no need for that. He had only recently arrived here, was tired, and wanted to rest. The girls followed him with puzzled looks. The guy, without unpacking his suitcase or taking off his outerwear, fell onto the bed, arms outstretched. Then he took out his mobile phone and went to a video hosting site, turned on a video where the heroes were fighting monsters. Quite a few people had already watched it. He noticed that there were many videos explaining the abilities when a black portal filmed by someone in the sky appeared on the phone screen, with bright lightning around it. Adam didn't remember when it happened, but dark portals suddenly began to appear all over the world, through which monsters arrived on the planet. For example, huge saber-toothed wolves with burning eyes, as if they had been enlarged several times by a sin. The planet could only stop the invasion of these monsters thanks to those with abilities. Those who were lucky were called heroes and celebrated with gusto at every victory, like celebrities on red carpets, where in the cases of heroes there were destroyed roads. To prevent hunters from abusing their abilities, a law of ability was passed, which stated that only hunters who had passed the test and received a hero certificate could use their abilities. Taking a closer look, the brunette realized that he was watching the video in which Trisha was wounded by the hero. Adam exhaled heavily and locked the screen of his mobile phone. He didn't find anything suspicious now. It would be better to study the video again tomorrow. Accidentally glancing at the screen and seeing the time, the guy came to his senses. It was already 2:30 in the morning, and he still needed to brush his teeth and wash his face because there was a lot of work planned for tomorrow. The brunette quietly slipped out of the room, throwing a towel around his neck and carrying a cup of toothpaste and a toothbrush in his hands. Suddenly, he heard a noise ahead and raised his head sharply. A dark-haired girl walked out of her room, clinging to the wall and barely moving her feet. The guy immediately guessed that this was the last neighbor. The stranger did not notice anything around her, and was clearly not herself, apparently even drunk, judging by her blush. Adam greeted everyone according to the rules of etiquette. The girl tried to answer him but immediately covered her mouth with her hand, trying to stop the urge to vomit, then very quickly asked permission to use the restroom first. The guy didn't even think of objecting to her. Before she could close the door, she fell to her knees in front of the toilet and spilled the entire contents of her stomach into it. After a few minutes, she felt much better. The neighbor turned away and put her elbow on the rim to sit more comfortably and probably fall asleep in this position. Adam immediately reached out to her, asking if everything was okay. Then he hesitated, stopped, thinking about something. A man should not get too close to a girl in such a state. He knocked on the door of another neighbor, Mary Perry. She opened the door yawning and, with her eyes closed, asked why little Adam wasn't sleeping when it was so late. He apologized for disturbing her and explained the situation, offering to help the drunk girl since he, a man, was not very comfortable offering his help. Mary, yawning widely once more, waved her hand. After all, this was not the first time. It was better to leave her there, especially since it was already very late, and she had to get up for work tomorrow morning. A moment later, the door slammed in the brunette's face. It seemed that only he could help the girl. Returning to the bathroom, he found her sitting in the same position. He apologized, but rather to himself, since his neighbor was clearly fast asleep. Adam picked her up in his arms and immediately felt that the brain overload ability had been discovered. What a revelation! This girl is the owner of an F-rank ability. Brain overload puts the brain into a state of overload for a short period of time, greatly increasing the brain's processing ability. The owner does not seem to know that she has this ability, although there is a good potential for development. The guy carefully laid his neighbor on the sofa, covered her with his coat, and thought that this strange girl could think that she was very smart, and if she studied well, she would become the best. However, Adam decided to steal the ability. In the future, he will definitely pay for it somehow. Having successfully completed what he had started, the brunette smiled at his thoughts. I wonder what effect this would have on him. Sinclair had 2 pearls levitating in his palms, the mental abilities of brain overload and mental attack. The system asked if he wanted to combine them. The boy said loudly, "Unite!" and the pearls flew up, leaving colored trails in the air. Then they collided with each other, merging into one. The unification of abilities was complete. A red pearl fell onto the brunette's palm. Now Adam had the ability of D+ rank, Superbrain, could automatically send mental attacks, received a significant increase in the ability to calculate and deduce. However, this ability also needs to be used wisely. The guy thought he could find some clues in the video of the incident in which Trisha was injured. The next morning, he was awakened by a knock on the door. Yawning widely, Adam opened the door. Finally, fully awakened, he was stunned when he saw his guest. The beautiful neighbor, whom he had carefully put to bed yesterday, now stood before him, introduced herself, held out her coat, and thanked him for his help. The guy was speechless for a second, admiring Lily Romero. Introducing himself in response, he noticed to himself that the neighbor looked very innocent. He realized that he had taken away her ability, even though Lily didn't know about it. But he still asked if the girl felt discomfort. She smiled sweetly, replying that everything was fine and there was no need to worry about her. Having accepted the coat, the guy returned the smile. That's good. The front door suddenly opened and a plump guy, Adam's friend, walked into the corridor, greeting him loudly. Lily and Adam turned their heads sharply in his direction. The unexpected guest opened his mouth at the sight of the charming girl. He pointed his finger at his friend and, without any embarrassment, shouted that he had been meeting with someone behind his back. The brunette immediately tried to justify himself, telling him not to talk nonsense because she was his neighbor, with whom he lived. Opening and closing his mouth like a fish, the boy thought that he had acted rashly when he rented the entire apartment. He immediately smoothed his hair, coughed into his fist, and collected his thoughts. George Ripley, that was his name, was a friend and colleague of Adam's. He extended his hand to the stunned girl and introduced himself. She politely introduced herself in response and shook the outstretched hand, understanding what would follow. As expected, George, without letting go of the girl's hand, immediately offered the girl a photo shoot, because with the help of his ability to take pictures and videos with his bare hands, he would be able to take a couple of beautiful photos. Lily did not know how to free herself from such annoying attention. Fortunately, Adam came to her aid and pulled away his friend, who was impressed by the woman's beauty, citing the fact that Ripley had come for him to take him to the editorial office and they were on the way. But the guy did not give up and tried to return to the conversation with the beauty, but he did not succeed. The Louisville Publishing Company was in full swing. Adam didn't waste any time and turned on the required video on the screen of his work monitor. There, a hero in a special fancy costume was circling around a huge wolf. Using his ability, he released long magical ropes from his palms, and they pinned the monster to the ground, digging straight into his body. The superbrain's deduction was activated. The guy peered closely at the screen. He was analyzing what he saw, reading every movement and blow. Suddenly, he tensed up and his gaze caught on something. Adam noticed a strange movement of the hero. He put his hand to his mouth, and the guy thought it was familiar. He didn't have time to fully understand what he saw, when suddenly George distracted him, nudging him with his elbow, sitting down in the chair next to him, and cheerfully asked why Adam wasn't interested in flirting with girls, especially with such a beautiful girl like Lily. The guy laughed and assured that if his friend didn't start, he would do it himself. Adam didn't appreciate the joke and replied that he and Lily were just neighbors. No need to go overboard. Jolly George said that from roommates to bedmates is very easy, and he can teach a friend if he doesn't know how. Suddenly, a crackling sound and screams were clearly heard outside the window, signaling the appearance of a monster. Ripley instantly stuck to the glass. Not far from the editorial building, a portal opened in the sky, and from there, moving a multitude of pink tentacles, he appeared. The one-eyed killer. Like a huge jellyfish, the monster walked through the city with the help of its appendages, destroying everything in its path. People ran away, desperately trying to save themselves. The one-eyed assassin descended, his hideous body pulsating. At the same time, an announcement was heard from the loudspeakers. A monster has appeared, a B-rank disaster. Go to the nearest shelter, the heroes are already on their way. And indeed, jumping over the boulders of the destroyed asphalt, one of the heroes appeared on the horizon. An athletic, large man in a red suit that covered his entire body slowly moved towards the monster. It was the hot and sour noodles superhero, calling on citizens not to be afraid. He would not allow anything to happen to the city of Louisville. The crowd suddenly stopped when they heard a familiar voice. It was the B-rank hero, the Superman of hot and sour noodles. He had come to save them. Compared to the one-eyed killer, Superman looked tiny. George read the information about the monster using his ability, creating a tiny virtual screen right in his hands. One-eyed killers have not only defensive power, but also a psychopathic close combat ability. 18 spiders will have a very hard time dealing with him, and the superhero noodles may even lose. The guy looked back and didn't see his friend, and the thought flashed through his mind that Adam was running very fast. He pointed the camera and aimed his eye, chuckling. Ordinary people are so weak, it's time to make some money with his ability. A fire butterfly flew over the hot and sour noodles Superman. A a C-rank hero, a long-haired, red-haired girl in a tight jumpsuit that favorably emphasized her figure. The butterfly's wings were made of fire itself. She asked if the elder needed help. He looked back and said that the girl had arrived on time. Let her attack the monster while he was holding it back. Fire. Butterfly's eyes flashed and she nodded. Right now, a heroic live subscription broadcast was being broadcast throughout the city, hosted by director Gregory and Nicholas Roserf. The director commented on what was happening in a well-trained voice, as if he were watching a football match rather than a bloody battle. The superhero of hot and sour noodles, a close combat hero, was very selfish and narcissistic when he first appeared. His partner excitedly asked why Gregory was giving such a response. He replied that in order to activate his ability, the hero needs to eat a bowl of hot and sour noodles. So he usually appears after the other heroes have already exhausted the monster and then kills it. Nicholas Roserf laughed, saying that as expected of a director, he always divulges information that other people don't know. The man coughed into his fist and suggested that they stop chatting and watch the live broadcast of the battle. It seems that everything did not go so smoothly. The hero jumped and, as planned, flew straight onto the monster's body. He gritted his teeth, slamming his elbow as hard as he could straight into the one-eyed killer. They were immediately surrounded by a multitude of golden butterflies. Fire Butterfly flew closer and shouted to the elder to step aside. Generating a flame in her hand, she pointed her hand straight at the monster. A second later, a powerful stream of fire fell upon the alien. He was pinned to the ground. His tentacles began to shudder in pain. Commentators were arguing, looking at the screen, whether the monster's life was coming to an end or not. Nicholas looked at the director in surprise, who doubted the victory, and asked why. The man replied that monsters are also smart, and he did not see a single sign of anxiety in this monster. The superheroes stood nearby, watching as the one-eyed killer went up in flames. There was a crackling sound and the flames split into parts. From there, the killer crawled out, whole and unharmed, having changed the color and shape of his body. The hot and sour noodles. Hero cursed, the alien had evolved, and now his body had a fire-resistant shield. Butterfly tearfully asked him to hold on a little longer because some time would pass before the others arrived. The man lowered his head, remembering the conversation that was important to him. The boss, sitting at the table, lectured the superhero. He had already reached the peak of his career as a professional hero. If he wanted to break through and become one of the most famous stars of the company, then he could no longer lose, because in case of failure, his fame would decrease and resources would go to younger heroes. The hero of hot and sour noodles firmly decided that he would not lose his place in the company under any circumstances. Adam stood very close to the thick of things and looked at the heroes with alarm. It didn't escape the attentive eye that the hot and sour noodles superhero had quickly swallowed some blue glowing pill without anyone noticing. Adam's eyes widened. He had already seen such a pill once. At that moment, the tentacle grabbed the fire butterfly in its grip. She, calling out to her elder, tried to get out of his grip. The townspeople could see with their own eyes how the heroine, wrapped in a huge tentacle, was weakening, and some commented on what was happening. The one-eyed killer threw the butterfly, tightly bound in his paws, upwards, and she screamed shrilly, with her last strength, that she didn't want to die. Suddenly, one of the monster's tentacles was torn in half. The huge eye looked around the space around itself in bewilderment. The alien became confused and let go of his prey. The butterfly was immediately picked up by the superhero of hot and sour noodles, who landed heavily on the asphalt. Nicholas Roserf slammed his fist on the table in joy in the studio. He exclaimed admiringly into the microphone that this superhero can only stay in fighting shape for 15 minutes, but this time he held on and became even stronger than before. The guy stood up from his seat and raised his fist in triumph. The hero hasn't aged yet. Gregory straightened his tie, apparently embarrassed by his judgments. The man muttered that it was quite unexpected. Before he could finish speaking, his colleague was glued to the screen, screaming that the one-eyed killer was attacking the hero of hot and sour noodles. Right now, the alien and the hero were standing opposite each other. The one-eyed monster was the first to rush towards his opponent, but his tentacles collided with a bright blue glow, the superpower of the hero hot and sour noodles. The man flew forward, electrified, his whole body glowing with power, and mockingly asked if this was really all the monster could do. Something was brewing. Superman decided to finish off the one-eyed killer with his main weapon. The monster's eye grew twice as big as it had seen what it was about to experience. The hot and sour punch in action. Having hit his target directly, the hero immediately flew away in the opposite direction. He landed on the asphalt and didn't even turn around. He knew that behind his back the alien was being torn to pieces by a superpower. Suddenly, the man bent over, blood spurting from his mouth. The hot and sour noodle Superman collapsed to the ground, his head hanging low. The monster had long since died, cut in two, and his partner immediately ran up to the elder one. But the winner turned around sharply. Thick veins appeared on his face. His eyes glowed with a bright light. Fire Butterfly was horrified and screamed loudly. She grabbed the elder's shoulder, asking what had happened to him. But the man did not answer. He clenched his teeth. He understood that he had to control this. Seconds later, the hot and sour noodles hero regained his composure, smiling widely as he awkwardly scratched the back of his head, telling Butterfly that it was okay. He had just used too much of his powers. She calmed down. But the man had really scared her. Both heroes seemed to be walking along the red carpet, while a happy crowd shouted gratitude after them and declared their love with all their might. Adam, who had been watching the battle from his hiding place, was about to go out when it was all over. He thought that he had completely forgotten about the blue pill, and he still needed to prepare the news. At that moment, out of the corner of his eye, he saw some movement right next to the body of the fallen alien. The guy turned and looked carefully in that direction. It turned out that a tiny clone of the one-eyed killer remained in the dead man's womb. Adam belatedly realized that he was moving towards him in great leaps. His physical and elemental defenses are so high that maybe a mental attack will be his weak point. The clone, jumping closer and closer to the brunette, threatened revenge on the hero of sour and spicy noodles, and when it found a master, it would absorb his energy. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Adam, and he chose him as his master. The guy didn't seem to be worried at all. He was just surprised that the clone had sent himself here. The brunette grinned. Well, if the prey itself falls into his hands, then it's worth getting his ability. Sinclair extended his hands, activating his power of thievery. The little monster stopped, feeling the force from outside, and the next moment he fell down dead, head down. The flow of energy did not escape Fire Butterfly's attention. She immediately realized that someone was using their ability. Adam grabbed the dead one-eyed killer by the body and squeezed it in his palm. It was good that he was just a weak clone, but even his weakness, mental attacks. A mental attack from a D+ rank guy could not kill the monster instantly. The guy began to extract the ability, and soon the blue pearl was already floating into his hand. The ability that had so easily left the alien's body levitated above the palm. Rank B ability, Fireproof Shield, gives immunity to fire attacks below rank B, significantly increases physical defense, a very useful tank ability. Adam noticed with delight how his entire body was illuminated by a bright glow. Could this really mean that the ability acted on him like an invisible shell covering the surface of the body? He held the orange and blue pearls in his palms, and thought that no matter how strong an ability was, it would always have a weak point. This popular phrase in the ability world did not seem to work on him. Meanwhile, Fire Butterfly flew low over the houses, looking for a source of energy. Adam heard her scream and quickly hid around the corner. It was not yet time for the heroes to find out about him. The girl sat down on the asphalt in disappointment, right next to the guy. She felt a sharp surge of psychic energy here and clearly saw someone. A man in a mechanical rooster mask came out of the shadows towards her, his entire body covered by a long cloak with a golden brooch. He asked if the heroine was looking for him. Fire Butterfly turned around and in turn asked if he was the one who had just used his ability. Sinclair stepped into the light, his metal suit stepping through the puddles. His mask was reflected in the water, shining in the sun. They stood quite far from each other. The girl carefully asked if the stranger was a hero, because she had not seen him before. Tossing aside the one-eyed killer clone like a ball, Adam said he was just a passerby who helped her clean up. The butterfly stared in surprise at the dead alien at her feet. Could this really be a clone of the one-eyed killer? The girl looked at the stranger and thought, how amazing it was that he was able to finish off such a strong and dangerous monster in an instant. But he's not a hero, and he shouldn't use his powers without permission. Adam was about to pass by and politely asked permission, but the heroine put her hand in front of him, calling for him to stop. She pressed her chest right into the guy's cloak and screamed that he had illegally used his ability, which meant he would have to follow her to the Hero Association for inspection. Singler, to her surprise, clicked his tongue impatiently. A low voice, muffled by the mask, asked Butterfly if she really thought she could stop him. The heroine immediately flew into the air, spreading flames around. The stranger's actions contradict the law of abilities, and by law, she has the right to take action against him. Fire butterflies surrounded Adam. He asked if this is really how heroes should treat ordinary people. Suddenly, the boy grabbed the wing of one of the butterflies with his fingers, and the next moment, the stunned heroine watched as the stranger squeezed his palm with force. Only smoke remained from the defeated butterfly. The guy turned his head to the girl. Was it really his turn to attack now? It worked. And a second later, the fire butterfly was already high in the sky. As she flew away, she shouted an apology that it was not her fault and there was no need to kill her. Adam's memory flashed back to the moment when the hot and sour noodles superhero swallowed the blue pill, as well as the hero's gesture on the glacier. Were those two really doing the same thing? The guy took off his mask and firmly told himself that he would definitely find out the whole truth. The nighttime tranquility of Louisville was broken by the sounds of the SkyTrain. Adam sat on the bench, thinking that he needed to stop collecting abilities for now. We need to focus on developing brain reboot. He closed his eyes, completely absorbed in his thoughts about searching for information about the blue pill. The guy heard a male voice very close. Opening his eyes, Adam instinctively moved his hand over the seat next to him, where his backpack lay. It was empty. The guy shuddered, and for several seconds couldn't understand where he had gone. He jumped up trying to find the thief. Because there was a rooster costume in the backpack, the things were definitely stolen by that guy in the jacket passing by. Sinclair looked through the entire carriage. The thief couldn't have disappeared since they hadn't reached the station yet. Could he be someone with the ability of invisibility? And then what about his smell? Adam activated Brain Reboot, Sense Enhancement, and immediately realized that the backpack smell was coming from the guy nearby. But the aura and clothing of the calmly standing stranger were completely different. So it's not invisibility, it could be some other ability to change appearance. However, the guy was not upset at all, because this ability came into his hands on its own and would be very useful. Sinclair followed the boy with bright hair relentlessly through the night streets, keeping a safe distance. He was whistling something under his breath. Today is harvest day. Suddenly he looked up at the sky and thought he felt a strange nervousness. The thief turned around sharply and saw the very passenger from whom he had stolen the backpack. How could he expose him and even start persecuting him? Without thinking twice, the stranger jumped up and ran forward as fast as he could. He was clearly unlucky today. The nearest place to hide was a public toilet. The brunette slammed the door open, asking loudly if the thief was going to use the middle-class tricks of hiding in the toilet when he was too weak. There were no stalls in the men's room, and the stranger was not there either. The guy looked at the pink sign in surprise. Could it be that the kidnapper had entered the women's restroom? Adam knocked on the door of the booth, from where a rustling sound was heard, and called for them to come out. From there came a squeal. They called him a pervert. Adam kicked the door open. That means he likes to do everything the hard way. From the depths of the cabin, at first glance, a female silhouette appeared. Toilet paper and a whole set of cosmetics instantly flew at the guy, all accompanied by cries for help. The brunette bewilderedly removed the layers of paper from himself. He admired the ability that the thief had acquired. He was even able to change his voice. Sitting, hunched over on the toilet lid, the same guy was looking at him, but already in women's clothing, very revealing. A top, a short skirt, and stockings with heels. The guy asked for forgiveness. This was his first experience of transformation. Adam said with disappointment that the ability could not change the body and appearance. The thief almost cried how unlucky he was. With a guilty look, he handed the backpack to its owner. He even tried to smile to smooth over the conflict. The first thing Sinclair did was open his backpack and make sure his things were still there. Looming over the stranger, he sternly asked if he had looked inside, but the guy stuttered and replied that he hadn't even opened it. Adjusting his glasses on the bridge of his nose, the brunette advised him to find a normal job in the future and be a good person. Sitting on the toilet, with his hands clasped in a prayerful gesture, the thief assured that he would never steal again and thanked them for sparing him this time. The answer was Adam's low, threatening voice and disappointment. No one was going to spare him. The booth lit up with a bright blue light, blinding the thief. Leaving the toilet and throwing the red pearl into his palms, the brunette remembered that he had promised himself not to collect abilities anymore. But now, he could not resist such a temptation. F-rank ability. Change clothes. Anywhere, you can change clothes with one-hand movement. There is also a storage space included. Sinclair did not hesitate and immediately put his acquisition to use. He left the building in a new expensive suit, changed his hairstyle and took off his glasses. Looking at himself, he smiled. What a convenient and useful ability. There were 2 police officers standing at the exit. They received a message from a citizen that someone was screaming in the women's toilets. Adam pointed his finger towards the toilet and replied that he heard screams and even saw a pervert in disguise there. Looking after the half-naked thief, who was being led away by the police, the guy thought that some people with abilities do not deserve them. He must definitely correct this. A week passed, and echoes of music from the club could be heard in the silence of the night. Adam arrived there in a taxi. He got out of the car, slammed the door. George, who was standing nearby, called him to the meeting, greeting his friend. The brunette asked what he wanted, since he even had to call him here. Cheerful as ever, Ripley put one arm around his shoulder and mysteriously asked him to guess who he had just seen in the nightclub. Adam muttered something, and his friend replied with a sly smile that his girlfriend Lily worked there as a service staff. The brunette narrowed his eyes and asked her not to call his neighbor his girlfriend anymore. As he approached the door, George's enthusiasm was not abating, and he, in turn, asked him to stop pretending and that his friend would understand everything when he saw the performance with his own eyes. Loud music and darkness, punctuated by bright flashes, blinded Sinclair as they both entered the club, Ripley calling him to the nearest table. In a large human-sized cage, in a revealing rabbit costume, she danced. Lily Romero. Each dance move was accompanied by an unmistakable friction of the rabbit's tail against the pole. The girl was the first to notice those who entered and was stunned. She slowed down for a moment, panicking. What is her neighbor doing here? Adam sat with his hands on his knees. George carefreely sipped his cocktail and consoled his friend. There was no need to be sad. There were still many beauties on Earth, and today he was on George's territory, so let him sit and relax. Each table was surrounded by sofas, forming a square for more people. So the guy raised his hand and loudly called someone to come to him. 3 busty workers looked at them, waving their hands enticingly, and George introduced them to Adam one by one. Then he pointed to Sinclair himself and introduced him to the girls. They immediately surrounded the handsome guy, showering him with compliments. George remained somewhere to the side. Meanwhile, at the table next to them, someone loudly slammed a bottle of alcohol on the table. The young guy sat slouched, hugging the most beautiful workers. He complained that his brother had taken him away McLaren, and that's why he lost to that brat Fred. To his right sat a couple, a local girl and a red-haired man named Michael Bowers, the young man's bodyguard. He replied that he had simply lost the race and there was no need to blame the car for it. His interlocutor was obviously very drunk and was now laughing loudly. Zachary Wade threw his arms over the girl's shoulders and said that the man had only become his bodyguard because he had been unable to break through to his father's side, just as Lily approached to discreetly pour more alcohol into the glass. Zachary narrowed his eyes and looked at the man slyly, asking if it was because he couldn't keep his mouth shut. He smiled widely and replied that, as a C-rank hero, why would his master be bothered by such things? The mocking expression instantly disappeared from the guy's face, and he hissed in displeasure. Zachary jumped up and, in a sudden surge of rage, slapped Lily, cursing why such a staff was even here. The girl lost her footing and fell, hitting the sofa, a strange palm imprinted on her cheek. Wade hysterically asked why he was being served such disgusting alcohol. The flushed young face twisted. How dare they force him to drink such a swill? The next moment, the guy, hanging over the dancer, poured the contents of the bottle over her head. Adam, seeing this, tried to jump up, but George began to hold him back, because his friend did not have the strength to compete with these people. The young gentleman was the second son of a mechanical hero of the A rank from the Berkshire Company, and his bodyguard was a hero of the C rank, Flaming Fist. Sinclair angrily threw his friend's hand away and muttered that he knew about everything, and was now just going to the restroom. Poor Lily was quietly sobbing. Unable to get up, sticky alcohol was running down her hair, and her face was still burning from the recent blow. Zachary sat back down, hugging the girls close, his gaze falling on the table where several new bottles stood. And they know how to apologize. He added to the manager that the guilty girl had to be finished off completely, and the bar manager, knowing who this boy was, unquestioningly carried out any requests, loudly encouraging the man. Those present watched as he forcibly poured strong alcohol into Lily. The scoundrel was punished instantly. The hero in the rooster mask kicked him away from the girl. Romero was on all fours, wheezing and coughing up bitter liquid and gasping for air. Adam approached the young master and his henchmen, saying that he knew about the presence of the mechanical hero's son here. Zachary continued to carelessly pour alcohol into himself, mockingly muttering that the stranger was definitely on his way to die today. Bodyguards covered him. The red-haired Flaming Fist stepped forward, interested in the guy. The rooster sat down on the sofa, crossed his legs, then crossed his arms over his chest. He offered a deal to Brother Zachary. Hearing the stranger's words, he became interested and blinked dazedly. The bodyguard worriedly told the young gentleman that it was already quite late and that he needed to leave. For this, the man received a glass bottle on the head. Zachary, without hesitation, poured dirt on him, shouting that he would not go anywhere because he was offered a deal. He swallowed the humiliating insult, clenching his teeth. To answer the little scoundrel would mean losing his job. Wade stood up and walked unsteadily toward Sinclair, asking what the deal was. Flaming Fist still touched the master on the shoulder, suggesting that he sit down and rest. Throwing a threatening glance in Adam's direction, he assured him that he would talk to this actor himself. While stirring the whiskey in his glass in a circular motion, the guy's chuckle could be heard through the mask. Did they really want to attack him when he himself was against violence? However, for the fact that the bodyguard prevented him from talking about important matters with his master, punishment follows, and the rooster was ready to teach the fist a lesson. He slowly rose from his seat. The man, showing off, called him to come closer. The bodyguard tightened the bandages on his hands, saying that it was still unknown who would teach whom a lesson. At this time, bright flashes of flame were gathering around him. A moment later, the fire smoothly flowed into his fists, and the hero pompously said that the stranger was very unlucky, otherwise he would not have provoked him. Adam immediately realized that the bodyguard's ability was a C-rank fire element attack. The bar patrons, mingling with the staff, watched the unfolding scene from afar. Most supported Rooster, saying that he was very brave to dare to challenge the student of an A-rank hero. Lily was taken under the wing of a colleague, offering help. She, still trembling, thanked him. While the crowd argued about what the men were fighting about and whether the Rooster could defeat the Flameboxer, the latter wasted no time in running at his opponent, waving his flaming fists. But seeing that he didn't even move, a fear flashed through the man's mind. Why wasn't the guy trying to dodge? Was this really a trap? Adam skillfully shrugged off the attack as the fire passed right past his face and mockingly asked if there was more coming. The bodyguard bared his teeth. Since the day he became a hero, no enemy or beast could withstand his attack. The next second he raised his fist, and the flames spread much further than the last time, completely covering the rooster. The crowd recoiled in horror. The hero would definitely burn someone. Sinclair, meanwhile, was completely drowned in fire. Only his outline was visible. But the next moment, a gloved hand emerged from the flames. Following her, the owner himself came out, and the fire, like a pet, obediently spread out to the sides. Flame Fist covered his face with his hand as his own power nearly burned him. He stared at his enemy in bewilderment. He was safe and sound. Adam extended his hand and activated his mental attack ability. The bodyguard's eyes turned white, his mouth opened in a silent scream, and he himself turned white. Taking advantage of the fact that the hero was in a trance, Rooster swung and hit him with the edge of his palm just below the back of the head. The boxer immediately fell to the floor, unconscious. Zachary, who had instantly sobered up, jumped up from his seat. What a strong man. The flame boxer was defeated with just one blow. Sinclair dropped to one knee, drawing the ability from his fallen foe. C-rank ability, Flame Strike, can form flames on the hands, perfect for a chef. The rooster stood up and walked slowly towards Wade. He, frightened, crawled onto the sofa with his feet, shaking his head in search of protection. Smiling ingratiatingly, he decided to talk to the stranger, asked what deal he wanted to talk about, and that he would pay him right now if he needed money. Adam silently grabbed him by the neck and lifted him off the ground. Zachary, writhing as hard as he could, began to threaten his father. When Rooster said that he knew who his father was, the boy, trying to take the stranger's hand away from his throat, threatened that if he was killed, his father would show no mercy. The guy abruptly lowered the young gentleman to the ground and approached his ear, whispering that he was not going to kill him but wanted to share something. Looking into Zachary's eyes, the mask asked him in a wheedling tone if he wanted to have the ability. Zachary froze, not believing his ears. Could it be? The rooster let go of his palm and it became easier to breathe. Unable to stay on his feet, the guy fell and began to rub his bruised neck. That bastard thinks he's a god and can just give him this ability? Adam threw a piece of paper on the ground and, as he left, said that if the young master wanted to receive the ability, he should come alone to this address in 7 days. Sinclair, having changed his clothes with the help of his ability, went outside, and George, who was in the club, immediately called him and shouted into the phone where he had gone. The guy replied that it was too noisy in the bar. He had to go outside to catch his breath. Ripley's delighted cry came from the receiver. Adam missed an incredible show. His friend promised to show him everything that happened, and also invited the brunette to eat shashliks. Sinclair's gaze stopped on one of the city's high-rises, casting a bright light on the empty streets. The guy thought that the first part of the plan was completed. Now it remains to wait for Zachary to bite the hook. It is also worth starting to check the heroes from the inside, in the Berkshire Company, so he can quickly find out the truth. Meanwhile, in the Berkshire Heroes' office, there was an argument between part of the team. 3 heroes, led by the leader, sat at a large table in the shape of the letter P. All 4 of them stared at the large screen in front of them. In it, a man in a rooster mask skillfully dealt with a C-rank hero, Flaming Fist. The mechanical hero sitting at the head, A gray-haired man in a red and gold suit, possessing an atypical heterochromia, folded his hands in front of him and asked the others to voice their thoughts on what had happened. The ice adventurer hero, a young man with blue hair and a blue suit, spoke first, saying that the masked man used his hand like a knife to kill Flameboxer in 1 second. Most likely he was higher than B rank. The hero, the lazy swordsman, a man with a high ponytail and a long scar running through his left eye, countered the adventurer. What killed Michael Borse was not a hand. Michael lost the moment the masked man made a hand movement. The third hero, Ethan Barton, with an unusual appearance, black eyes, his head crowned with blue horns, offered to look at the assessment of the Flameboxer's injuries from the identification department. He saw what was written first. His pitch-black eyes widened in disbelief. The other heroes were stunned at once when they looked at the papers. The Flameboxer's ability had disappeared. It looks like they're facing a huge problem. The mechanical hero exhaled heavily, staring intently at the screen. The lazy swordsman asked a question that no one knew the answer to for sure. Where did this guy come from? Who could erase other people's abilities? Ethan replied that in his experience, only a C-rank hero had such an ability. The mechanical hero looked around the company and asked Barton if he was sure of his judgment. The glacial adventurer even jumped up from his seat and exclaimed that it was impossible. Old Transporter, who already had 1 foot in the grave, could not appear right now. Ethan had to admit that this was not an issue that Berkshire could handle on their own. They would have to inform the Hero Association about it. The lazy swordsman countered that a person with special abilities like him, no matter what company he ended up in, would be used as a killing machine, so no one would report him. The mechanical hero tiredly massaged his temple and suggested not to report it first. Let it be a secret of their company, then asked everyone to disperse to think. The next morning, in a huge mansion, the estate of Zachary Wade, the young master lay in bed, clutching the paper thrown by the masked man, wondering if he could obtain at least one ability. Reading the address again, he muttered in despair that the guy had offered a deal, which meant he needed something. Zachary clutched the piece of paper tightly and grinned. In any case, a couple more days and he would have the ability. The rest was unimportant. Adam invited George to the Louisville Museum, and when his friend asked him what they were doing there, Sinclair replied that he wanted to learn more about monsters so that he could escape more easily when he met them. And he wondered if it was possible to extract the ability of a C-rank monster. Ripley nudged his friend with his elbow, pointing at the girls who had passed by. His comrade had probably come here not to learn about monsters, but to meet girls. Everyone knew that only beauties came here. But Adam ignored his friend's attack and pointed his finger to the side. This is what he came here for. The electric Tyrannosaurus, a C-rank monster that was 7 meters tall and 12 meters long, appeared in the early stages, spitting out electricity and causing many disasters, causing the entire city to be paralyzed. It caused the deaths of 8 A-rank heroes, 13 B-rank heroes, and 27 C-rank heroes. Staring at the monster of incredible size, Adam said that he planned to write an article about the monster invasion. The mechanical mouth of the Tyrannosaurus remained open, in the same form as at the moment when people finally managed to defeat it at the cost of incredible efforts and many victims. George's mouth dropped open in amazement. This monster was so powerful. Sinclair came closer and, as if under hypnosis, extended his hand. If he could extract this terrible ability, then a local security guard immediately ran up to him, waving a bat threateningly. The guy held out his work badge, saying he was a journalist and wanted to write an article about monsters. The guard examined the card and warned that in the museum you can look with your eyes but not touch with your hands. At that moment, George winked at his friend. The lively guy decided to talk to the man, leading him further into the hall. Asking where he could find cute girls here, the guard immediately asked about his sanity. Finally, Adam was able to return to his plan and again reached out his hand to the monster, activating the extraction of abilities. Familiar impulses passed through his body, but the brunette was surprised to notice that the ability was difficult to extract. Finally, he succeeded, and a soft purple pearl was already levitating in his palm. But something out of the ordinary was happening. He extracted the E-rank ability, Electricity, can create an electric ball, can also be used to charge a phone. Staring at the pearl in his hands, Sinclair asked himself in confusion, did he only extract an E-rank ability from an S-rank monster? Could it be that such a powerful monster's ability has weakened due to its long-ago death? Perhaps the last time Adam was able to extract a higher-level ability from a monster was because it was still alive? The guy, passing by the exhibits, thought with disappointment that it seemed he would not get anything like that from the museum. But still, he needed to continue searching. By the time he returned to his room, the sun had set and the sky had turned pastel colors. The brunette laid out the loot on the table. Having walked around the entire museum, Adam received only 3 low-ranking abilities. 3 pearls, 2 red, 1 purple, blinked and sparkled, each emitting its own ability. The first is a rank F ability called Cloning, which can be used to create a clone that lasts for a minute and can also be used to turn on the light. The second is the E rank ability Electricity. It can create an electric ball. It can also be used to charge a phone. The third one is the F rank ability, Human Control. It can make any person take an interest in you, but you're not going to use the ability to do anything unethical, right? The guy, propping his chin up with his hand, thought with disappointment that the power of these abilities was so weak that it scared him away. But if abilities can be combined, can they also be destroyed? Adam raised the Golden Pearl, a C-rank fire ability, to eye level, thinking about how he could use it for the task at hand. He cried out in a loud voice, "Destroy!" The pearl caught fire in his hand, trembling slightly, but nothing happened. The brunette decided not to give up and try again. This time something worked. The pearl began to crack. The ability was destroyed. Now, on the table in front of Sinclair lay several dark, barely shining cubes of different sizes. Level 1. Dark Magic. Basic substance, perfect and indestructible square. The brunette brought one of them closer to his eyes. Could it be that the abilities were created from these cubes and he could really destroy the ability? He began to think. The ability can be broken down into its most basic components. Cubes of dark energy. In one hand he held a cube, in the other, a red pearl. Then, accordingly, and for sure, he will be able to use these cubes of dark energy to enhance his abilities. Guided by his own thoughts, Sinclair combined the 2 objects. The ability really improved. E-rank ability, Human Control, provides the ability to mentally get closer to the target. The ability to deceive people, now you can start doing scams. The brunette couldn't believe his own luck. If the ability has really improved, he will be able to create an S-rank ability himself. His thoughts were interrupted by screams coming from the hallway. His neighbor Lily Romero was screaming, asking someone to leave and not touch her. At first, Adam thought that Zachary Wade had come to the girl to plant last night. But, strangely enough, the unexpected guests turned out to be her parents. Her mother stood to the side. Her father was cursing loudly, sitting on the sofa and smoking a pipe, while his daughter was sobbing inconsolably nearby. He took a drag and blew out thick smoke, saying that he was not intentionally trying to deceive his daughter. Sinclair walked out just then, quietly closing the door behind him. The man shouted again, if they hadn't done this, the girl wouldn't have sent the money. The mother spoke up. Lily's brother needs money to buy a house and a car and also to get a wife. All this costs $1 million. Where will the parents get it from? The girl immediately stopped sobbing and clenched her fist. Could it be that her parents had deceived her by saying that her father was sick and that she urgently needed to send money? A new stream of tears gushed from her eyes. The girl asked if they knew how desperate she was when she learned of her father's illness. Covering her face with her hand, Lily bitterly whispered that she worked 4 shifts from morning to night just to earn money quickly. The father exhaled smoke and said indifferently that at first the family thought that his daughter would send as much as she could, and he would have a way to find the rest later, since Lily's family lineage could not end with them. The girl asked defiantly if this was just a way to bring her home and sell her to a man she didn't even know. The mother took her inconsolable daughter by the hand, saying that even if this man did not receive a higher education, he was still honest and kind. He would not treat her badly. Lily pulled her hand away with force, screaming, did her parents think for even a second about where the $50,000 she sent a week ago came from? Swallowing angry tears, she admitted that she worked as a bartender and a waitress and became an escort for this reason. The shocked parents looked at their daughter in silence, as if they had been struck by lightning. Father jumped up from the sofa, pointing his finger at Lily. What a shame. She ruined the family's reputation. He swung at his daughter, throwing mud at her and threatening to beat her, but she turned her head away, defiantly answering that the clients had beaten her harder than her own father ever had. At that moment, Adam jumped up and managed to intercept the man's hand, saying that he could discuss everything with his own daughter. The man turned around in disbelief. How dare someone interrupt him? He spat at his feet, telling the stranger that he had no right to interfere while he was punishing his daughter. Sinclair astutely noted that the man did not seem to regret what had happened at all. Remorse could only be seen in the mother's eyes. The guy decided to take extreme measures to help her and see if she could help Lily. And so he activated the C-rank ability, Human Control. The woman, as if someone had possessed her, swung her arm and slapped her husband. He couldn't stay on his feet and fell to the ground. Now his wife was scolding him, saying that his daughter had become an escort. Did he really have a heart of stone? She rushed to Lily with hugs. Both were crying. The woman asked for forgiveness for offending her daughter because she was her dearest child. The man, without getting up from his knees, sighed. Then her brother will earn everything himself. Adam remembered his unfortunate sister, whose life was kept alive by medical devices. Everything is fine, as long as people understand it in time. Who in this world would not feel sorry for their own family? The next morning, the guy went with Lily to see her parents off to the train station. The girl waved at them through the window, urging them to be careful, and promised to come for the new year. Her mother waved back at her, urging her not to do any more stupid things. The brunette was holding a glass of drink in his hands. His neighbor thanked him for the company and said that they could go back already. Sinclair handed the girl a glass, expressing the hope that her brother would realize everything, and that it would be much more useful than any amount of money his sister would send. Lily winked playfully, asking the boy to come closer so she could tell him something. He blushed, but complied with the request. The next second, Romero planted a grateful kiss on the man's lips. Stepping back, the girl whispered thanks to her neighbor once again. Night fell on the city. Adam, dressed in a rooster costume, stopped at a tall building, a center for processing monster corpses where there was increased security. It was there that a huge number of monster corpses were stored. This should have made it easier for the guy to access new abilities. A large truck drove past, turning toward the building, and a thought occurred to Sinclair. It seemed there was only a special way to get inside. He didn't wait for the truck to stop, but slid his boots across the floor, arching his back. Attached to the bottom of the car along the entire perimeter were structures that looked like beams, and Adam grabbed one of them tightly with both hands. A heavy sigh came from under the mask, but the brunette realized that he was not alone in such an unusual place. Right in front of his face was a girl's face. The stranger gestured for him to be silent. The brunette obediently didn't utter a word, surprised by the company. Was this man also trying to get into the center? At the very beginning, due to the darkness, he still doubted who was in front of him. But the feeling of close contact with a woman's breast dispelled all doubts. The guy stuttered as he said hello and remarked that they were lucky. The stranger grimaced and hissed at him. What the hell of a coincidence. She was so unlucky that he was here. Now she would have to act according to the rules of the field and rely on her abilities. The girl's name was Regina Craig. She was a representative of the Lettsville Chamber of Commerce. She introduced herself and asked Adam who he was. Regina looked into the dark glasses of the mask, saying that they would soon reach the unloading zone. But for now, she could not get off the truck in this position. Suddenly, Sinclair grabbed her tightly around the waist, urging her to hold on to him, and pushed herself to the side, flying out from under the truck. They ended up lying on the asphalt. The guy took the full brunt of the blow, still clutching his new acquaintance in his arms. Realizing that she was not going to move, he carefully asked how long she would continue to hug him like this. Regina was blown away from the guy by the wind. Stepping to the side, she replied that if the situation did not require it, who would want to hug him at all? Finally, they reached the monster corpse processing room. Adam walked carefully behind the girl. She noticed this and asked why the guy was acting like he had never seen anything like this. Maybe he was completely new to this business? Sinclair bowed his head, acknowledging the girl's seniority, which pleased her, so Craig couldn't help but let him follow her. They entered a large room, in which on a large metal bench lay a defeated monster, a werewolf, with a powerful body covered in fur. Regina said that her boss needed the white hairs on the werewolf's chest, and that they would have to be carefully cut off, which she did. Then she took out an unusually shaped bag from somewhere. The girl boastfully told Adam that this was her ability. Storage bag, in which you can store many things. The guy thought that this was a shameful name for a cosmic ability. Regina turned and called Sinclair to follow her into the next processing room. But the brunette was already busy extracting the ability from the werewolf. He managed to obtain the ability of the D rank, metal transformation. Can change the appearance of any metal, the dream of any car service owner. Immediately, deafening sounds were heard. Adam jumped up on the spot. The girl jumped up too. Could it be that the alarm went off and they were discovered? An employee in a white suit appeared in the doorway, cursing. He cried out, sobbing that the monster was not dead. The couple stood frozen, watching the action unfold before them. Enormous tentacles squeezed through the door, wrapped themselves around the man, and dragged him away, and he could only cry out for help. It seemed that the danger for Regina and Adam had passed. The guy did not move from his place, and the girl leaned on his shoulder, asking him to hold her. Otherwise, her legs would weaken from what she saw. But the happiness did not last long. The girl felt someone's sticky touch on her shoulder. Before she could even scream, one of the tentacles was already dragging her somewhere. The guy stretched out his hand, trying to reach the unfortunate woman. He immediately summoned the ability Force Fire, The fast tentacle was dragging the girl away. Adam couldn't keep up with her, and the fireball he created seemed to be unable to either. Jumping over another obstacle, the guy noticed something. All the metal posts here. Exactly. A blue pearl had already begun to levitate in the palm of his hand. The D rank ability, Metal Transformation. Several metal objects transformed into tentacles and reached out towards Regina. With their sharp ends, they cut off the end of the tentacle that held the girl from the monster. She fell to the floor, hitting her whole body painfully. Sinclair ran to her, asking on the go if everything was okay. The girl sat on her knees and complained that the tentacles had hooks that scratched her. Because of this, her t-shirt was torn, almost exposing one breast. There was a crash, and the couple turned around to see that the monster had come to life again. An incredibly large skull with fangs, in which many tentacles were swarming. Dozens of them held down the center's employees, who writhed and screamed in pain and fear. Regina stared at him in disbelief, her mouth open. The skull turned slightly and noticed them. He immediately released several tentacles towards the boy and the girl. Adam summoned Metal Transformation again. The skull soared up to the high ceiling, pointing its tentacles at the people. The guy began to attack the alien with a huge metal shield, connecting several racks together. Regina looked up in horror as the shield beneath the monster's armor thinned and screamed at her partner to come up with another way. She panicked and covered her head with her hands, screaming hysterically that she would die and be eaten. Adam was thinking hard about what to do because this couldn't go on for long, and he remembered that he had seen several canisters of gasoline. He tried to comfort Regina, telling her not to be afraid because he had an idea. The guy pushed the shield in front of him and summoned metal tentacles using his ability. The canisters of gasoline seen earlier followed them. All of this soared upward, straight towards the alien's skull. Adam commanded the small pearl that accompanied the tentacle canisters to explode. There was a deafening explosion. Thanks to the gasoline, fire spread in different directions. The brunette grabbed the girl by the hand and pulled her along with him, calling on the others to run. They seemed to have broken away from the raging flames. But suddenly an unknown man blocked their way, holding some kind of weapon behind his back. Looking sternly at the couple, he asked if they were the thieves who had revived the monster to attack the center. Adam stood silently, but Regina put her hands on her hips and began to attack the man, asking who he was and why he was talking nonsense as soon as he appeared. He angrily called the girl a disrespectful child, and that in the prime of his life she still drank milk. Regina was not convinced and became even more angry, hissing that he was being disrespectful, being an elderly man. But then Adam recognized the old man and loudly exclaimed his name. Thomas Conley, the hero who defeated King Kong the Berserker 10 years ago. The man chuckled. The guy was more respectful and continued that he would deal with him when he was done with the monster. The guy was surprised that an A-rank hero was doing in the corpse processing center. Thomas reached for his weapon and used Polar Star Attack, Style 1, Greedy Wolf Attack. A ghostly blue wolf rushed forward, cutting the tentacles lengthwise and crosswise. The pair looked at what the hero was doing in admiration. Adam noticed that, as expected from the legendary inherited power called Polar Star Attack, each of them were advanced techniques that even those with S-rank abilities would have to take a few steps back. A roar of a monster came from the skull. Conley jumped up to get closer to the alien's head. Torn pieces of tentacles flew into pieces across the hall. The hero summoned the ability, Attack of the Polar Star, Style 2, Hunger of the Heavens. Pushing aside, he saw how the skull had lost its tentacles, only the severed appendages moving angrily. Finally, the man released Water of Heaven, sending his katana and streams of water flying towards the alien. The space shook, and a few seconds later Sinclair was already watching the monster being torn to pieces. Thomas dropped to one knee, bloody shreds scattering across the room behind him. All that was left of the alien. The hero pointed the katana at Adam, saying that now it was time to deal with the guy. He immediately noticed the tense eyes filled with determination and murderous intent. Sinclair tried to convince the older hero that they were not the ones who brought the beast back to life. The man, without changing his position, replied that this was nonsense because the couple looked too suspicious. Regina whispered worriedly to Adam. Was he confident that he could defeat this old man? The guy replied that he couldn't. But did she want to? The girl shook her head and said she wanted to lend him a gun. She shoved the armor, made from the materials of a B-rank monster, into the guy's hands and ran away, shouting as she went that the armor would help and that she would root for him. Adam, having examined the object, chuckled. What madness! Regina reminded him of Trisha. Thomas suddenly, without warning, fell upon the boy, raising his katana over him. Luckily, Sinclair managed to react at the last moment. He put his hand forward, and the armor given to him by Regina repelled the attack, causing the older hero to look surprised. The brunette himself was amazed by such powerful protection. Thomas did not give up and used his weapon effectively, advancing more and more on the guy. He exhaled heavily and activated the brain reboot ability. The ability made it possible to slow down the hero's movements in Adam's eyes. The mask stared at Conley. The boy thought that after activating brain reboot, the attack seemed slower, but it was still not enough to defeat him. Screaming furiously, the old hero began to rush towards the guy with redoubled force. Even in slow motion, he realized that he didn't have time to dodge. I had to use extreme measures. The ability, human control. The old man realized that everything was not going according to plan when he could not control his movements in the air. He hissed in disbelief, asking the boy if he had stopped his movements. Both opponents grouped together and dropped to the ground. Adam calmly said that he would be in danger if he didn't do it. Thomas, who would not have been defeated, once again ran at the ready with his sword. Are these tricks really all that petty thieves are capable of? Adam used metal transformation again, and the small object in his hand grew into a whole staff. The two heroes clashed with weapons at the same time. Sinclair's eyes, safely hidden behind his mask, studied the old man. Each of his attacks was powerful. It was possible to use human control to stop him for a short time, and to prevent Adam from being cut into two parts. The staff members watching the fight were all vying with each other to come up with theories about the origins of the man in the rooster mask. If he could fight Thomas Conley, could he be the A-rank hero of the 6th zone, the god of weapons? The brunette heard and wondered who the god of weapons was anyway. Finally, Thomas stopped and pulled the weapon back, deep in thought. Judging by the guy's attacks, he was most likely not a thief. The man hid the katana behind his back and ordered everyone present to leave the corpse processing area because he wanted to talk to Rooster. The workers blinked in surprise and asked again if they all needed to leave. The hero's eyes flashed dangerously. Is someone not going to listen to the order of the manager of this center? Regina, along with the others, ran to the exit, shouting to Adam that she would wait for him outside. The men were left alone. The guy asked what the older hero wanted from him. He answered that he knew that the brunette was not the god of weapons, because the skills were incomparable with the skills of a god. Only the metal ability slightly resembled him. But someone like Adam has several abilities, which means he can be considered a strong person who would never come to the center just to steal some fur. Thomas narrowed his eyes and seriously asked the brunette if he had come here in search of the world's secret. Sinclair, without expressing surprise, wondered, what kind of world secret is this? What is he even talking about? I need to find out more from him. So the guy decided to cheat and said that he came here in search of a world secret. The man suddenly burst out laughing, exclaiming that telling such a young, ambitious, strong person like the guy would be very good. Pointing his hand to the side, the hero admitted that the real purpose of creating this center was to open a one-way tunnel into the world of monsters. This tunnel was called the White Hole. It's a good thing the rooster mask skillfully hid Adam's emotions. He was shocked by what he heard. 15 years ago, the Louisville White Hole was successfully discovered. The Hero Association sent a small team of high-ranking heroes on a special mission to infiltrate the monster world, and Thomas himself was on that team. During this mission, many S-rank heroes died. Only he and 2 others were able to return because they risked their lives. The man said that, in fact, each monster corpse processing center is built on the weakest points of the earth. As long as they continue to burn the monsters' bodies at these weak points, they will be able to open a white hole leading to the monster world. Adam nodded towards the corpse of the tentacle monster and asked, what about him? Why did the alien come back to life? Conley revealed that this is something they don't tell the outside world. It's actually a mutation of the monster that was rubbing against the white hole. People on this planet are like animals trapped by beasts. Only when they all gather the strongest qualities of humanity will they have a chance to win. The elderly hero turned around and said goodbye to Adam, saying that he could go, no matter what organization he belonged to. He must remember that he was part of humanity. It turns out that the men's conversation was heard by the powers that be. A beautiful red-haired woman stood next to the chair where the old man was sitting. She said with displeasure that this old man, Thomas Conley, kept doing stupid things. How could he even tell such things to the outside world? The man calmly replied that even if he had not told about it, sooner or later other organizations would have found out about it, and it was impossible to keep a world secret only between narrow circles. The woman asked if the headquarters video conference was here. It involves more than 25 people who have already met the necessary conditions for consideration of a Category S case. The couple turned from the window to the screens, looking closely at the people on them. Here's what the Louisville Heroes Association is reporting. And looking at each other, they began the conference. The main question on the agenda was, Should the truth be told to the associations of the owners of heroes that exceed A rank? Adam came to the hospital again to visit his sister, who was in a coma, something he often did. He sat next to her and talked, not knowing whether she could hear him or not. Addressing her by name, he said that today he had been told a harsh truth. Earlier, Sinclair, after talking with the hero, left the corpse processing area into another room, where he was met by a buzzing crowd, people asking each other what was happening inside. Did this guy really defeat Thomas? Why was he the only one who came out? The guy first approached Regina. The girl asked if everything was okay. He knew he couldn't let other people know about his abilities. The guy replied that he was fine and asked her to come closer and look him in the eyes. The girl, perplexed, complied with the request. As expected, Adam used his human control ability on her. Regina's consciousness became clouded and her vision doubled. The man in the rooster mask ordered her to forget that he had used the powers of fire and metal. He also gave her the armor and made her believe that it was he who brought the girl protection and that he owed her 10,000. Then Adam snapped his fingers. Regina started, as if waking up from a dream. She quickly said that she was glad that everything was okay with the boss, that it was already curfew at her house, so she would go first, and rushed off. Recalling these events, sitting in the hospital room, Adam smiled, looking at his sister. This Craig is so similar to her. She is sweet and loves money. Stroking Trisha's cold cheek, he said that after his revenge he would find a way to wake her up. Full of determination, the guy returned home after dark. He sat down at the table, ready to experiment with his abilities, holding a piece of metal in his hand. The ability Metal Transformation has been activated. A ring of stellar absorption appeared on Adam's finger. Then he shook the ability medicine in his hand. The brunette can't let people know his true ability and must use these two things to trick Zachary Wade. New appearance. Snake. The appearance has changed with the help of a white mask with blue stripes on it. Adam tried on the mask. The new outfit will be called Snake. His abilities will differ from those of his other self, Casper Bart, and the guy will also be able to use fire attacks when necessary. With Casper becoming a part of this, an organization will emerge consisting of his many forms called the Judges. Adam's main goal is to judge those heroes who have fallen, and the organization's expenses will be decided by young Mr. Zachary Wade. Late at night, Sinclair arrived at the agreed meeting place with the guy. He was fast asleep right on the floor. The brunette kicked him with his foot, causing him to wake up. At first, he did not understand who was standing above him and began to threaten, but a second later he recognized the man in the mask and began to apologize. Adam thanked the young gentleman for his visit and noted his trust in him. Zachary grabbed the masked man's legs, screaming that boss Casper Bart could have anything he wanted if he gave him the ability. He listed all the blessings he could bestow on this man. Sinclair kicked the annoying darling away, saying he wasn't interested. Looming menacingly over the guy, Adam said ingratiatingly that getting the ability was easy. You just had to look him in the eyes. He then used the human control ability, causing Zachary's consciousness to immediately split into two, plunging him into an unconscious state. First, Adam asked to tell him about the blue pill. There was no answer. The guy just sat in front of him, swaying slightly, and did not react in any way. Sinclair cursed under his breath. What was going on? Did it really not work? He then asked Zachary to slap himself. When this request was not fulfilled, Adam began to wonder if it was possible that the boy already had an ability higher than rank C that made human control ineffective on him. The brunette used a mental attack. Wade fell to the ground with his eyes closed. Sinclair remembered that last time he didn't attack him at the bar, but it didn't seem like he had any ability. Anyway, why not give it a try? Having used the ability extraction, the brunette was incredibly surprised. Zachary actually already has the ability. A bright green pearl burst out of the guy's body and flew to his palm. A rank ability is Rebirth. Only once, after death, you can be reborn and go back a day. The ability can only be used after death, and it's very stupid. As the pearl hung in the air, casting an emerald light, Adam still couldn't believe that the young master had an A-rank ability. He directed the ability at himself, deciding that he would be kind to Zachary in this case, because this ability would allow him to turn the tide of events. And now he will put the pearl he received at the corpse processing center into the guy. Adam woke Wade up, who sat up abruptly, screaming for his ability, and when he had even fallen asleep. The brunette replied that it was because he was tired, then took out a metal ring and asked to look at it. He then explained, surprising the boy, that this was a star absorption ring made by the organization and could be used to steal ability factors from others. Adam then handed him the ability medicine, telling him that the organization uses special methods and turns these ability factors into a medicine that can give ordinary people abilities. Zachary almost dropped the bottle from his hands. It was so special. Could he really be deceived? Adam replied that he could drink it and find out whether it was true or not. The gears in the guy's head were spinning at double speed. At first he thought it was poison, but if Casper had wanted to kill him, he wouldn't have waited until today. Who cares? He'd do it. Zachary took the plunge and drank the liquid in one gulp. The empty bottle fell out of his hand and broke with a ringing sound. His eyes became bloodshot and he growled loudly. The guy fell to his knees in front of Adam, clutching his head. The man in the mask chuckled. Soon he would learn the power of abilities. Wade instantly transformed. Screaming that his entire body was on fire, he had become a real werewolf. It actually has nothing to do with the medicine. It was Sinclair who was controlling the pearl from a distance. The transformation did not stop there. Instead of human ears, animal ears appeared. Long and sharp claws grew on the paws. Now a huge muscular wolf with burning eyes stood before Adam. The brunette asked what the werewolf thought about the ability to transform. He looked at the animal palms in surprise, asking if this was an ability and whether he had become stronger or weaker than his brother, who could turn into a dragon. Sinclair replied that his brother had an A-rank ability, while Zachary only had an E-rank, and he roared upon hearing the 3-rank difference. The brunette coughed and urged the werewolf not to worry, because he had just joined the organization, and later they would be able to give him an F-rank medicine. The werewolf made a funny face. Adam wondered why the guy turned into a werewolf, but he became stupid and cute, like a husky. Brunette also said that considering the fact that the organization would have to work with a werewolf, he changed it to E-rank for Zachary. He thought, does this mean that there are other abilities in the organization? Does this mean that one day he will become stronger than his father? The boy barked, hugging his savior by the torso, and begged Adam to change the ability to A-rank for him, but he waved it off in disgust. The werewolf continued, shedding a tear, that he would call the boss his godfather. Because he had never met a person who would be so kind to him, Adam still tried to scare the beast away, answering that he did not have such an opportunity, because the organization had its own rules, and a high rank could only be obtained with sufficient achievements. Zachary obediently sat on his hind legs, asking about the organization. Sinclair answered, calling for attention. The name of the organization is Judges. It was created by one powerful man. Under the boss are 12 Zodiac leaders, and Casper's own pseudonym is the Rooster of the 12 Zodiacs. The werewolf asked how powerful the boss was, since his godfather was only a leader. Adam replied that there was no need to try to guess. The boss is not someone who often shows his face. He is very mysterious. Zachary immediately asked how quickly he could earn his achievements. The brunette replied that it happens by completing tasks, and the first one has already appeared. Pointing his finger at the werewolf, Bert said that he would use his identity as the young master of the Berkshire Company to search for information about the blue pill. The werewolf asked what it was, and was told that it seemed to be a pill that could increase someone's strength. Casper himself came to Louisville to learn about the powers behind this thing. Zachary's eyes lit up. She could actually increase someone's strength. What a wonderful thing. For this he received a slap on the back of the head. Adam sternly replied that there was no need to harbor evil ideas, because there was a hero who used her and accidentally harmed an innocent person. At that moment, the werewolf returned to human form again, scratching the back of his head. Zachary asked who exactly harmed the man. Sinclair said, his company's A-rank hero, the Glacier Adventurer. Wade screamed in shock, amazed at what he heard. Bruce rashed, always acting cool, but in reality he's just a drug addict. Casper said that when the young master found useful information, they would meet here again, and then he would give Zachary a D-rank ability, and he nodded his head. As he was leaving, Sinclair decided to teach the young gentleman a lesson and said that he forgot to warn him about something. The effect of the medicine lasts only a week. The guy's time is limited, which means the task must be completed within a week. Zachary fell to his knees again, screaming in despair. In the morning, fresh and cheerful, Adam walked along the sidewalk sipping soda from a glass. Adam walked past the bulletin board booth, sipping his soda from a straw, but turned back. Something caught his eye. On a large piece of paper was a cartoon drawing of himself, wearing a rooster mask, and he was being sought by none other than Regina Craig. The text of the ad read, "Looking for Uncle Casper Bart, dressed in a black cloak with a white mask on his face. If you have any leads, please call Regina Craig." The soda from his mouth violently migrated to the glass of the booth. The guy spat it out in surprise. The mail seller cursed. Sinclair backed away, still apologizing profusely. Adam tore off the leaf and looked at it as he walked, thinking about how many more surprises this girl held within herself. Suddenly, he noticed a familiar silhouette in the distance. Turning the corner, accompanied by several men in combat uniform. Recognizing the stranger as Regina Craig, Adam was surprised. Could something really have happened to her? He ran closer and carefully looked out from his hiding place. Regina found herself trapped in a concrete square, but still stood belligerently, hands on her hips, asking who her pursuers were. In front of her stood a girl in a bright uniform and two men who looked like ninjas. The tall stranger with a pierced nose bared his teeth and demanded that the girl listen to them and give the young master's blade back. Craig exclaimed that she had no idea what they were talking about and that she didn't have any blade. The girl was again attacked from all sides, shouting at her to stop the performance because, taking advantage of the young gentleman's naivety, she had exchanged the blade for fake jewelry, so he had better give up the weapon if he wanted to live. Adam immediately realized that it was a legendary S-rank weapon called Iringa, but he didn't know if Regina actually had it now. The girl fell silent and thought for a moment. So this blade is actually something good. Regina immediately used her ability, and a storage bag appeared in her hands, in which she could store many things. Trying to distract her pursuers, she whistled something under her breath, sing-songly replying that she had never heard of anything like that. They were clearly mistaken. Adam narrowed his eyes and grimaced. What a pathetic argument. Anyone could draw the right conclusion as soon as they heard her, that this greedy girl got the blade, but did not want to give it back. The dark-haired girl in uniform abruptly interrupted Regina, saying that there was no need for empty chatter. They needed to start acting. The tall man rushed forward without further ado, using military-style triple knives. His companion, folding his hands in a special gesture, shouted, "Shadow-style doppelganger!" Sinclair was amazed that these two were both hereditary type abilities, and they were both above C rank. Regina took out a large battle fan from her magic bag and struck a pose. She was not one to be easily intimidated. The weapon in her hands is a B-rank bell sung. She swung her fan sharply and lowered it down. Everything around her was stirred by the sudden flame that appeared, and the girl called on the attackers to get away. The men were literally blown aside by a deafening stream of wind mixed with fire. Regina waved her fan, which raised a current of air and carried her upward. She triumphantly exclaimed that there was no rule that could force her to return things after receiving them. A dark-haired girl watched her closely. She frowned and clenched her fists. A blue, icy flame formed at the tips of her fingers. Ability of rank A, Snow Woman. The girl seemed to have grown twice as tall. Her appearance had changed dramatically. Now she was an adult woman with blue hair, elven ears, dressed in all blue and icy blue. The space around her became the same. Regina recoiled in amazement. Why did it suddenly start snowing? Adam turned his head slightly, frowning. The next moment, he used his ability to change his clothes into a uniform with a rooster mask. Meanwhile, Regina was already flying to the side, escaping from the icy attack of the Snow Woman. She cast a glance at her rival, summoning a snow typhoon. Craig felt an unusual flow of air behind her. It was the blue-haired stranger who was directing the icy wind towards her with her hands. Adam muffled his friend's name through his mask. Meanwhile, a crowd had already gathered on the street, and even a local TV channel with a lively host arrived to get views on the live broadcast. Even a snowstorm was no obstacle. Nicholas Rausurf, holding the microphone out to some kid from the crowd, looked into the camera and pointed to the battle going on Belt Parkway, calling for help from the heroes. Regina, caught in the icy whirlwind, screamed piercingly. She fell to the ground with a thud as the wind blew her down. The Snow Woman immediately hovered over her, asking if the thief would return the thing that did not originally belong to her. Craig stood up and quickly pulled out 2 blades from her bag, smiling playfully at her rival and laughingly asking the sweet lady which blade she had lost, the silver or the gold one. The eyes with red irises narrowed warily. Ignoring the threat, the woman instantly turned Regina's legs into 2 ice cubes. The earrings on her ears jingled as the Snow Woman shook her head, warning Regina to be more talkative, or her frozen legs would turn into tiny pieces. Now Regina had a katana in her hands. The girl pulled it out of its sheath, declaring that she would never fall for someone else's tricks, because she got it thanks to her skills, and she would never throw it away. Regina looked behind the Snow Woman and threw the dagger behind her, exclaiming that she was now giving the blade to Caspar Bart for free. He, standing nearby, immediately caught what was thrown, praising the girl for her agility. But holding it out in front of him, he cursed. Who would need such a worn-out blade, even if they offered money for it? The girl smiled awkwardly. She couldn't even imagine that they would pursue her because of this blade. The Snow Woman shouted to her companions that they needed to seize the stranger, since she and the thief had become allies. On Adam right there, ninja clones attacked from all sides. One of them was rushing towards the guy with a Hira shuriken in his hand. Sinclair felt an unfamiliar sensation running through his body. Was this blade absorbing his mental power? Suddenly, he was pulled to the side. Could the body really move on its own? Suddenly, the hand with the dagger itself described a circle in the air. The next moment, the ninja's face took on a childishly surprised expression, and the lower part of his body was missing. Adam cursed foully, shocked by what had happened. As he stood there, surprised, a man with piercings ran at him from behind, holding out his hand with a dagger, shouting, "Die!" Sinclair reacted quickly and jumped up to dodge the attack. The hand holding the dagger began to tremble, and a purple haze emanated from the weapon. The guy soared upward. His opponents remained far below. The snow woman followed him and quietly pronounced the name of the blade, syllable by syllable. It all happened with lightning speed. The man who attacked him, as if crucified in the air, stood on weak legs and asked the teacher to save him. The purple haze cleared and Adam found himself below, walking away with the pearl of the alien ability in his hands. C-rank ability. 3 styles of Sun and Moon Blade. 3 styles of Blade allows you to activate the power of the blade to fight off enemies, but C-rank is like holding a blade in your mouth. It doesn't look that cool. Adam shook, bowing his head. Too much of his mental strength was absorbed. The guy thought that he could not stand it any longer. There was a loud scream, and Sinclair felt the cold touch of the snow woman's icy blades on his back. He thought dejectedly that it looked like he would have to use his revival ability today. A green streak flashed through the air, and the crowd, with their heads raised, vied with each other in asking what was going on. The ice blades immediately shattered into many pieces. Adam immediately recognized the light of despair. Regina was very surprised. Was it really a lazy swordsman? Not far from them, leaning against the wall, stood a swordsman, rolling a match in his teeth. Ethan Wade was heading towards the warring parties, saying that the heroes could forgive arbitrariness in the 6th region, but sowing rebellion in the 1st region was the height of insolence. The snow woman rudely answered him that her people had come here only to reclaim their property, while the heroes were abusing their powers. Regina appeared next to her and protested, pointing her finger at the woman. It was all her master who gave up the blade, and now it was entirely hers. Reaching out her hand towards Regina, she thought that she needed to ensure her own safety first since 2 A-rank heroes had arrived, and the chances of winning were decreasing. A lot of sharp ice flows flew towards Craig. The snow woman turned to the hero, warning that she would spare Regina's life and leave Louisville, provided that they returned what was originally theirs, even if the heroes killed her people. Black eyes sparkled. Ethan mockingly said that no one said that the girl could leave the city, and did the woman consider the 1st area a place where one could come and go at will? The snow woman remained silent in response. Then Barton turned to the lazy swordsman, leaving the girl with him, and volunteered to test Casper Bart's abilities. The swordsman, rolling a match to his right cheek, asked him not to overdo it, because the company intended to get him for themselves. This seemed to anger the hero, as he suddenly lunged at Adam, shouting in irritation that he was not there just to help his brother resolve issues between them. Luckily, the guy was ready, and with the last of his strength, he still put his sword forward, ready to defend himself. The dragon fist flew straight towards the ill-fated dagger. Unexpectedly for everyone, the hero was thrown back several meters, raising a cloud of dust. Regina leaned forward in fear, screaming Casper's name, but Ethan wasn't particularly impressed. At that moment, the snow woman threatened the heroes with death. Ice needles flew towards the dragon. Regina, who was standing by, tried to dodge the attack. The lazy swordsman rushed to protect the boy, using the strong wind with his blade to summon the light of despair. The glow, like a sharp saw, was getting closer and closer to the stunned snow woman with each passing second. It had almost reached her face. The next moment, there was the sound of breaking glass. The woman, without having time to make a sound, broke into many small pieces of ice. The lazy swordsman muttered emotionlessly in complete silence that he hadn't hit her. Regina exclaimed that it wasn't true because the snow woman had just crashed. The man rolled his eyes. It was just an illusion. She had escaped, but she should still be somewhere nearby. Adam, taking advantage of the confusion, crawled around the corner. He heard Regina come to her senses, not finding him. The guy was breathing heavily, complaining about the damn blade that left no strength in his body. Bringing the blade closer to the glass on the mask, he thought, if the weapon was from a monster, he could extract the ability from it. The space became dark, and a vague ripple began to form around the blade. Finally, 2,500 units of dark energy were obtained from the blade in the form of the already familiar cubes. A few seconds later, there were a dozen cubes lying on the floor around the guy. Although he couldn't extract the ability pearl, he received a bunch of dark energy cubes, and the material from which the blade was made should be from an S-rank monster. The guy wondered what ability he needed to improve in order to be able to go against the dragon. In front of Adam, A blue, very bright pearl was levitating, which he was directing with his palm in a leather glove. D-rank ability. Metal transformation. Deciding to try it, Sinclair brought the pearl closer to the cubes, which were immediately absorbed into the ball. What happened next was a complete surprise to him. The pearl changed color to a beautiful green and increased in size. Now it was a rank A ability. Metal control. You can control all metals within a radius of 1,000 meters. The maximum weight of the controlled metal is 1,000 tons. The snow woman turned her head sharply towards Adam, feeling a strong surge of energy. The guy raised his head, looking around. Now he could feel every object made of concrete and metal, cars, planes, buildings. He clenched his fist in anticipation. Finally, Sinclair had the opportunity to fight someone normally. At that moment, a snow whirlwind was approaching him from behind, like a huge ice drill. But now Adam was hard to catch off guard. He raised his hand, and a stream of fire spread from his body, melting the ice. The ice weapon was instantly melted by the fire-powered shock propeller. Adam was invincible. The snow woman was knocked off her feet by a huge flow of alien energy. She gasped and cursed, trying to keep her balance. Sinclair turned, the fiery blades obeying his every movement. The snow woman blushed and was indignant. How is this even possible? With one movement of his hand, the guy transformed the fire into long ropes. They, clashing along the way, grabbed the snow woman tightly. She twitched, demanding to let her go, but the guy asked her not to move, noting that he tries to be gentle when it comes to girls. He brought his palm right to her lush chest. The girl squealed in indignation, asking what he wanted to do. A large green pearl immediately reached out to Adam's palm, casting light around it. A-rank ability. Snow Woman. Summons the Snow Woman to aid in battle, and the person can also choose to merge with the god entering their body. Adam thought it was just an elemental ability, but he didn't realize it was a summoning type. Literally every man's dream. He held back the true owner of the summoning ability, who had become completely weakened after being extracted, with one hand as she leaned on him. At this time, he was discovered by the lazy swordsman and the dragon. Ethan asked the swordsman if this was the passerby whom the hero had knocked down. His aura had changed. Adam carefully sat the unconscious girl down against the wall, telling the men that he had already dealt with the snow woman. Ethan immediately flared up, shouting that such trash could not defeat her. The guy came closer and offered to fight him to make sure, and asked who would attack first. And he assumed that perhaps both heroes would attack first. They remained silent, looking at the impudent man. On the city's skyscrapers, Nicholas Rausurf was broadcasting from large screens to the entire space, carefully following the course of events with an omnipresent microphone. Did he really not misheard? And this guy wants to act against too, given that both heroes are of A rank? Immediately, various comments poured into the live chat. Someone wrote that the evil dragon was able to knock out the guy in the black robe with just one finger. Others said that they had become fans of the mysterious stranger, and that he was very frightening. The host rushed towards the improvised battlefield, not letting go of the microphone. This means there will be an exciting scene of a battle of 1 against 2. The dragon name looked at the rooster carefully and said seriously that he would not team up with the lazy swordsman to win, even for the sake of the audience, because it would cause the A-rank heroes to lose their dignity. Adam countered that he was very sorry because the battle could have been exciting. The dragon turned his gaze to his partner, noting that in order to defeat the enemy, he first needed to understand him. The swordsman sharply replied that he knew that himself. He also said that the ring on Rooster's hand was strange. Perhaps the secret of the loss of abilities was hidden here. You need to be careful. The man, thrusting his blade forward and causing a small dust storm, walked towards Sinclair, asking the dragon not to worry, as he just wanted to see the boy defeat the snow woman. The lazy swordsman warned the rooster that if he won, the dragon would be next on the list of attackers. Adam did not answer this, but only beckoned him towards him with his finger. The lazy swordsman took a running start and flew up, ready to attack. The blue flame shot up and then changed its trajectory downwards, heading straight for Adam. Without thinking twice, he blocked the blow with a wall of flame half his height. Suddenly, the guy, with one hand, using only his abilities, swung at the hero. He opened his mouth in amazement, not understanding what he was trying to do with his bare hands. A stream of fire erupted from Sinclair's hand, and with a deafening ringing sound, as if it had acquired physical embodiment, it collided with the swordsman's blade. The man watched as the flames turned into tentacles and wrapped around the blade of his weapon. The swordsman didn't believe it at first, but then he realized that the guy was trying to control his own dagger. But unfortunately, Sinclair didn't succeed. He almost got injured by his own force when the fire ricocheted. He jumped back sharply, landing on one knee. Having erected a wall of fire between himself and the lazy swordsman, Adam thought that his dagger was made of monster materials, and it was not metal. And besides, there were no metal objects on the hero's body. At this rate, he could lose. On both palms, levitating were the A and E rank abilities, Snow Woman, and Human Control. The guy urgently needed to improve one ability to rank A in order to defeat the lazy swordsman and the dragon. He clutched the green ability pearl in his hands. The purple pearl, Human Control, was suitable for improvement, which at rank A turned into Puppet Control. Now it could perform illusory interference in rank A targets, brainwash targets below rank B, and obtain their power for 10 years, and could enter the body of a puppet for 2 hours every day. Tossing the ability in his palm, Adam promised himself that he would use it only for good. The lazy swordsman, separated from him by a wall of fire, got tired of waiting and loudly asked what the rooster was doing. A hole appeared in the wall and a mechanical mask appeared from there, asking for patience. Adam took advantage of the opportunity while the swordsman was looking at him and used his puppet ability. The man's vision doubled and he could barely stand on his feet. Suddenly he saw before him, as if in reality, his beautiful sister, who called him by name and asked why he was pointing his dagger at his sister. Robert Roseby couldn't believe his eyes when he saw his sister appear in front of him. The girl slowly extended her hand towards his face, but the warrior, at the cost of incredible efforts of his willpower, pushed away the outstretched hand. The illusion was broken, and the piece of mirror that had been reaching from Adam's hand flew back. The swordsman, all in sweat, hissed that the boy really did have a double ability. Sinclair didn't miss the opportunity to tease the man, and while he was rushing at him with his sword, the boy jumped back and told the hero on the go that he didn't expect such weakness from the lazy swordsman, who owned the intent of the storm sword. The man exclaimed indignantly that the guy didn't know anything. Finally, the hero sank heavily to the ground, leaning with one hand on the blade as if on a stick. That girl was his late sister. He could not do this. The crowd roared and again divided into two camps. Some called on the swordsman to get up and continue fighting. Others booed him and admired the stranger in the black robe. Nicholas Rausurf asked the audience, could the man in black have used a mental attack, judging by the swordsman's stunned expression? Regina stood next to him, who was also closely watching the battle. The host again suggested that the hero would soon lose, since his hands were shaking, and he could be ready to resist the metal ability, but could not cope with the mental attack. Craig waved her hand victoriously, praising her brother Casper. She thought that the swordsman would kill him, but then who would return her 10,000? Adam heard echoes of conversations and thought hard. The dragon, whose dark eyes glittered with anticipation, leaned forward with interest, praising the lazy swordsman for his good work in forcing the stranger to use his last card. The man warned him not to look the rooster in the eyes because in that case you could meet the person you care about the most, and this would become a weakness in front of the enemy. Meanwhile, Ethan, surrounded by a purple haze, slowly approached Adam. He was clearly already tired of waiting for the dragon. The hero's red pupils, like a small flame, flared up even more. He gathered himself, became even larger in size. The space around him turned dark purple. He believed that this battle was of great importance, and he and the rooster needed to make a deal. Adam bowed his head with interest and asked what the hero would bet on. The dragon pointed a long-clawed finger at Sinclair's hand. If he lost, he would tell the secret of his silver ring. Adam raised his hand and played with his fingers, suggesting that the dragon come over and take it. He thought that the hero was not stupid at all, because everything he had done here was done to attract attention to the ring of star absorption. At that moment, Ethan Wade jumped straight at the man in the robe. He was amazed by the lightning-fast reaction and speed, which was faster than the lazy swordsman's. But Adam was no slouch. He quickly erected a stone between them, which the dragon hit with a roar. Sinclair stepped aside and the dragon rushed past. Ethan lunged forward and hit Adam in the back with his elbow, screaming. The blow threw him far to the side. The mood around changed. The announcer excitedly exclaimed that the metal controlled by the man in black could not keep up with the speed of the dragon. Adam landed on the ground with a thud, causing a cloud of dust. The dragon grinned contentedly. Double ability does not guarantee a win. Sinclair struggled to his feet, now clutching his stomach. Even his mask had been damaged, now showing numerous cracks. The guy started coughing. He had taken a lot of damage. The hero has high speed, strong attack, and the dragon scales on his body have a high level of protection. He can also spit fire. Ethan was still smiling as he praised Adam's strong bones. Sinclair wasted no time in using his puppet control ability. The hero, not expecting this, gasped in surprise. His yellow pupils, like a cat's, dilated in horror. His beloved younger brother, Zachary Wade, tearfully clutching his throat, begged his older brother to save him. Ethan grabbed his head, trying to drive away the obsession. How dare the rooster turn into his beloved brother, disgusting. Suddenly, the hero's body began to change. He became the earth dragon of black flame and now crawled towards Adam. It looked really creepy. The guy was scared. The illusion was destroyed. Could it really only make the dragon angry? Nicholas Rausurf shouted into the microphone that today, the audience witnessed the second phase of the transformation of the evil dragon. And he simply admires the man in the mask. It was he who provoked the hero to take this step. Ethan, screaming furiously, "Die!" rushed at the calmly standing Adam. A moment later, the boy used his metal ability, and a multitude of prickly thorns emerged from the ground in front of him. The dragon only laughed at this. Rushing into the attack with redoubled force, Adam chuckled through his mask. The dragon became a drill. Well, let him try to catch up with him. Now Sinclair, on a huge metal plate, as if on a magic carpet, suddenly flew up, leaving the dragon below. He flew up to the guy and again began to mock his strength. Adam didn't react in any way, but only commanded the plate to fly forward. Immediately, the overconfident Ethan found himself caught in the grip of metal fetters. The vertical pupils measured Adam with their gaze. The hero asked if he had forgotten about his black flame. A purple flame formed in the hero's place, and he tried to get rid of the metal that had bound him. The presenter, wiping away sweat with a handkerchief, continued to comment on what was happening. The black flame of the evil dragon had melted metal before, and this time, the enemy would probably not last long either. Regina, who was standing nearby, immediately poked him in the side with her fist, shouting that brother Caspar Bart was strong. His tactics and strategies were outstanding. He would not do useless things. Ethan really couldn't handle the metal shackles, neither throw them off nor melt them. Adam thought to himself, "This is a B-rank fireproof shield. It won't melt if you only burn it once." Sinclair then lifted a nearby yellow car into the air. Next, the red car came into play, as well as other metal objects lying nearby. Ethan looked up, not believing his eyes. A truly enormous metal compressed cube hung in the air, an incredible ability to control metal. Adam, standing above, directed his hand downwards, putting all his strength into this movement. Fall, Titan's fist. The cube began to fall to the ground. People, seeing the rapidly approaching shadow, ran away screaming. The corners of the dragon's lips turned up, and he wondered if this was really how he was going to die. There was a deafening roar, and the street was covered with a dusty cloud. Time passed and the cloud settled. People were still coughing. The omnipresent host suggested to see if the evil dragon survived. The crowd approached the metal cube, vying with each other to guess the dragon's condition. Someone noticed the cute flame butterfly nearby. She, whining, searched with all her might for the evil dragon's brother. The elder mechanical hero arrived for her and ordered her to retreat as she had already taken to the sky, rushing to search. The man stood on the roof of a high-rise building. He used his ability and directed the beams coming straight from his eyes at the cube. That one, under the influence of forces, began to gradually collapse. The people burst into joyful noise when they saw the A-rank mechanical hero. Finally, the metal cube split into two pieces, and everyone saw the unconscious dragon lying there, and the lazy swordsman sitting in front of him in a samurai pose. He lowered his head and said in a low voice that he was still alive thanks to the wall of sighs, and sincerely regretted causing the company to lose face. The mechanical hero came closer, answering that everything was fine as long as the man was alive. The flame butterfly flew up to them and cautiously asked if they needed help. The swordsman admitted that she would have to take on the responsibilities of caring for the dragon. Sometime later, in the common living room of Adam and his neighbor's apartment, he was spraying himself with a special cooling spray. He lifted his shirt and generously sprayed the fresh bruises and wounds, and it was damn painful. The evil dragon knows no mercy. The meeting with the Snow Woman and the evil dragon was quite expected, but his main goal was to focus on the blue pill. There are currently two leads. The first is glacial adventurer Bruce Rashed, and he will be handing this case over to Zachary Wade. The second one is a B-rank hero, the hero of Hot and Sour Noodles, who is going to hold a fan meeting soon. You need to go and take a look at him. Looking at the large number of spray cans on the table, the guy thought that in the future he could attract more danger if he continued to share the apartment with other people. It was necessary to prevent their involvement. His thoughts were interrupted by Lily Romero, who entered the living room silently and even scared the guy. She, noticing Adam on the couch, asked what he was doing there and why it smelled so strongly of medicine. The guy forced a smile, answering that he had hit his head on the corner of the table. The girl looked at him incredulously, raising one eyebrow. Sinclair, beside himself with embarrassment, mumbled that Lily had arrived just in time. He had an announcement. Mary and Karen, who had also just returned, gasped along with Lily when their neighbor told them he was going to move out of the apartment. He leaned his elbows on his knees and said seriously that it was not very comfortable for him to live with only girls, and now, having received a promotion at work and a higher salary, Adam decided to move out. Karen pointed at Lily. "What about her?" Adam scratched his head awkwardly and let out a stifled laugh. He had nothing in common with Lily Romero. Karen and Mary replied that in that case they would not stop him and asked him to contact them when Sinclair was free. Lily silently went to her room. Still embarrassed, Adam was glad that this conversation was over and offered to treat the girls to a farewell dinner. At that moment, the door to Lily's room closed with such a noise that everyone present in the living room jumped. The guy was sweating all over from excitement. Did he really say something wrong? He decided to break the sudden silence by saying that it would be better to go have dinner with the whole company. Karen was the first to lose her temper. She rudely pointed her finger at Adam and exclaimed that Lily was so beautiful and kind. Why on earth didn't she deserve to be with him? Why was Sinclair treating her like that? And in general, he was a real freak. Adam pressed himself into the sofa and remained silent. The girl chuckled, saying that they would have lunch together only after he sorted things out with Lily Romero. The guy sighed heavily. He would be lying to himself if he said that he didn't love Lily, but he also had no right to put her in danger. However, he found the courage to come to the girl and knock on the door. He was immediately invited in. Lily lay on the bed, her legs swinging. Adam could not see her face. Sinclair immediately apologized, but the girl irritably interrupted him because he himself said that he had nothing in common with Romero. Adam replied that this was not what he meant. Lily's emotions were running high, and she turned to the guy, blushing, asking if her past was the reason for his refusal. He flushed and recoiled, assuring her that that was not the case. Then Lily asked again why he didn't like her. Adam took the crying girl by the shoulders. They could always remain friends. But Lily did not give up and continued to ask why she didn't like the neighbor. Adam understood perfectly well that Lily's attitude towards him was due to a lack of security. She was simply compensating with his help for the lack of love from her parents. And now that he didn't reciprocate, everything turned into hysteria, because the girl was sure that it was all about her past, and it made people look down on her. She's like a porcelain doll that can break even from the touch of the one who cares for her. And if suddenly Adam hurts her, Sinclair wanted to explain, but Lily suddenly turned away, saying that perhaps what the guy was saying was right. Taking Adam's hand in hers, the girl said that she had rushed, deciding that kissing marked the beginning of a relationship. Looking at the guy through tears, Lily asked him to become her first official boyfriend, even if their time had not yet come. And it hurt her that they could become strangers to each other. Sinclair exhaled and promised her that. It was evening and the richly furnished mansion was noisy. On the sofa lay the glacier adventurer, Bruce Rashed, drinking hard liquor from a glass, egged on by the company. Zachary Wade watched the hero from behind the open door. If it weren't for the Godfather's mission, he wouldn't have spent money on alcohol and entertainment for Rashed. Having carefully crept into the room where the hero was already snoring, the young gentleman began searching his pockets. The hand came across a box that felt unusual to the touch. But the glacier adventurer stood up abruptly, asking what Zachary was doing, and he jumped up and immediately shoved the box back. A bead of sweat ran down his forehead as the guy found a way out. He turned around with a cigarette in his hand, saying that he had lost his lighter. Bruce, flushed from the alcohol, looked around and asked where the girls had gone. Wade grinned predatorily, asked which one he liked. He would ask her to take a bath with her brother Rashed. He chuckled and asked for the one who wore overalls. Later, Zachary, listening attentively to the girls' giggles behind the door, began to rummage through the glacier adventurer's things. He was looking for that very box among personal belongings and women's underwear. Finally, luck smiled on him. The young gentleman cried out in victory as he revealed his spoils. The box contained a lot of substance compressed into cubes. Zachary took one and brought it to his face, not understanding what was in front of him. Looking straight ahead, the boy realized that he really wanted to eat one cube. But reason prevailed over desires, he said to himself a firm no. A small piece broke off from the square. Could there really be a blue pill in this thing? Zachary, clutching the cube in his hands, stared ahead unseeingly when suddenly a loud, drawn-out female moan was heard from the room. The young gentleman jumped up and flew out into the corridor like a bullet. Bruce was really going wild there. He made up his mind and took one cube out of the box. Then he hid it in his jeans pocket. Zachary returned and knocked softly, calling his friend's name. The door swung open, revealing a bewildered glacier adventurer, flushed and sweating. The young gentleman, knowing in advance what awaited him, looked behind the hero. The girl was lying unconscious on the bed. He stuttered and asked what was wrong with her. Bruce casually said that the girl was dead and went to collect his scattered things. Fearing that he would notice the loss, Zachary tried to talk the hero into it, saying that everything was fine, let him leave, and he would ask his people to deal with the girl. Wade walked Bruce out and waved to him as he left, telling him to take care of himself. The young gentleman himself fell exhausted onto the sofa. He was scared to death that he would be caught red-handed. The glacier adventurer headed to his car in the underground parking lot. Suddenly, he was overcome with incredible rage, and the hero grabbed the box with those very cubes. Throwing the box onto the car's dashboard, Bruce cursed foully as the pills scattered. The veins on his face stood out. He had become so irritated since he started taking the pills, he could no longer control his strength. His hands were shaking so much and sweat was pouring down his face that the boy ordered himself to calm down. Bruce accidentally glanced at the box and quickly collected the scattered cubes back. Suddenly, he realized that one pill was missing. Anyway, it doesn't matter. There are only a few days left until the next game. Thinking that it didn't matter whether he lost one pill or received it, the hero left. Adam was driven by George Ripley in his car to his new home, wondering along the way how he could have moved out of his previous apartment, doubting his friend's sanity. He turned to the window and replied that these were stupid illusions, because living with a bunch of girls was completely inconvenient. The blonde smiled slyly. This inconvenience was the whole charm. Sinclair grimaced. Old George was becoming a real pervert. His friend just snorted at this. Finally, the guys drove up to an expensive area to an elite house. Ripley admired where his friend got the money to rent such a nice apartment. Adam replied that his adopted son gave him a gift. Taking the box of things in his hands, Adam smiled, listening to George exclaim in confusion how he managed to adopt a child. He must have won the lottery, and he definitely should treat his best friend. Actually, Adam muttered. It was true, and Ripley didn't believe it. When the moving was finished, Adam stretched out happily in his new huge bed. He had eaten his fill, and now he was alone, although now he felt a little lonely. Sitting up in bed, he realized that after the battle with the evil dragon, he had not yet used the summoning of the Snow Woman. Even though Adam spent some of the dark energy to improve the puppet control ability, the remaining energy is still an ability. It's time to see what kind of girl this is. He tossed the orange pearl in his hand and directed it in front of him. A portal formed in the air, then Sinclair summoned the Snow Woman. But he didn't expect what happened at all. First, his gaze lingered on the tiny elven ear. Adam jumped up, not believing his eyes. In front of him stood a tiny girl dressed in traditional Japanese clothing, wearing touching tabi and shoes with straps, looking with huge eyes, connecting two index fingers. The large window was covered with a crust of frost. Adam was shaking from the cold. Snowflake apparently couldn't control her abilities. She put one knee on Sinclair's bed, asking worriedly if he was okay. The guy waved his hand in fear and asked not to come closer. She, like a puppy, looked into the eyes of her owner and asked him not to worry because Snowflake would not harm him, but the temperature might be a little low. He, wiping his nose, was surprised by the new nickname, and suddenly remembered something. Raising his hand, he used the ability of the flaming fist. A small dancing flame appeared on his palm. The girl screamed joyfully and asked permission to come closer. Adam had no idea that Snowflake was not afraid of fire, and she replied, stretching out her hands to the fire, that she loved warmth. The little flame flew up to her knees. The girl giggled, bringing her palms closer. Snowflake was happy that she had such a wonderful owner. Adam thought that it was fortunate that the cold air created by Snowflake was only a passive effect. Otherwise, this C-rank ability would not be able to counter the cold air. Narrowing her eyes, Snowflake looked closely at Sinclair. The owner was also warm. She clung to Adam's leg and he recoiled, scolding her. But the girl had no intention of moving away. She only pressed herself closer to his knee. Adam decided that since Snowflake was so cute, he wouldn't chase her away, and pulled the blanket towards him. Now they were both sitting under the blanket, sneezing. Adam firmly decided that he had allowed himself weakness only today, and it would not happen again. The next day, the whole city was buzzing with anticipation. Finally, the fan meeting of the hero of hot and sour noodles should take place. People vied with each other to shout the name of their favorite and confess their love to him. Adam, like a real agent, stood in the crowd with a themed crown and a sign. Today, he was disguised as an ardent fan to get closer to the hero. There were so many fans that he was soon almost crushed, stepping on his feet and even grabbing his hair to get closer to the stage. A large woman appeared on stage and solemnly addressed the audience, announcing that the hot and sour noodle superhero was ready, and everyone present shouted that they were ready to see him. The presenter slyly asked the crowd to chant louder. They obediently complied. again shouting the superhero's name and how much they loved him. The fireworks exploded, and the long-awaited star appeared on the stage. The hero dropped to one knee and exclaimed that the audience was now safe because all dangers would be crushed by his iron fist. He stood up and raised his hand forward, and the crowd roared with excitement. Adam looked with disgust at the random people who were preventing him from approaching the stage. Finding himself almost at the edge, Sinclair almost fell, which was noticed in time by the superhero of hot and sour noodles. The man reached out to catch the hapless fan. The next moment, Adam found himself in the arms of the superhero, like a girl in the arms of a knight. The hot and sour noodles superhero literally beamed as he loomed over him and asked him to be more careful next time. Sinclair, grinning from ear to ear, thanked him warmly, apologizing for his clumsiness. When Adam stood upright, the men introduced themselves and shook hands, and the fans present did not hide their envy. After all, it was incredible luck to be next to a legend. During the handshake, Sinclair managed not to give himself away and to transfer some ability to the hero of sour and hot noodles. The pearl rested in his palms for a split second, then disappeared. The guy's glasses glinted in the spotlight as he squeezed someone else's hand and admitted that he was a fan. Finally, the fan meeting ended and people gradually dispersed. The hot and sour noodles hero, dressed in a shirt and jeans, hid his hands in his pockets, and his manager, the host of the meeting, breathed a sigh of relief, praising the boss for a job well done. They were heading to the star's car. The man noted that it was a difficult job, and he had to shake hands with so many people he needed to disinfect his hands soon. Having sat down in a soft chair in the salon, he sent his assistant to have lunch, and he himself decided to take a nap in the car, since another show awaited him. The woman asked worriedly if he could handle such a load. The superhero irritably slammed the door in the manager's face, saying at the end that he had to keep up with everything, and also asked the manager to clear his schedule for the following weekend to celebrate his daughter's birthday. The man leaned back in his chair, thinking out loud that he needed to earn more money to pay off the huge debt he had accumulated. Maybe he should go back to gambling. He scratched the back of his head and forbade himself to do so. Suddenly, a strange voice was heard from the back seat, asking the superhero if it wasn't tiring to live like this. The man sat frozen like a statue for a few seconds. Turning around abruptly, the hot and sour noodles superhero, sweating profusely, began babbling, asking if this was Casper Bart, who had fought the evil dragon, and how he had gotten here. The man in the black robe thought that he could now know the hero's location because of the ability pearl in his body. Adam asked the man not to worry, but just to answer a few questions. He thought that since Casper had single-handedly defeated the dragon and the lazy swordsman, he had no choice but to obey. The superhero warned the man in the robe that even if he and the other heroes were in the same company, they might have different positions, to which Casper replied that he understood everything and asked to look him in the eyes. Sinclair did not hesitate and used the puppet control. The superhero's eyes widened as he felt his mind being invaded. The guy found himself in some dark space with a scattering of stars. Was this really the inner world of the superhero hot and sour noodles? Several screens with the memories of the owner of the space were displayed above Adam's head. Sinclair realized that this was the superhero's past, but the memories of the blue pill were nowhere to be seen. But suddenly one of the screens showed a strange man holding a pill in his hand. He was dressed in a formal suit, wore a bowler hat on his head, but the face itself was blurry, like outer space being stirred by someone's big spoon. The mask looked sharply in that direction. Who is this person? Meanwhile, he handed the superhero a pill, saying that once he ate it, his abilities would be enhanced. The man would be able to reach the top of his career, pay off his debts, and finally return to his family. But when the hot and sour noodles superhero wanted to snatch the pill from his hands, the stranger suddenly raised his hand up. The pill can only be exchanged for information. The superhero's face was covered in sweat, and he asked what kind of information. The space on the man's face moved, mixed. He wanted to know the secrets of some heroes. His interlocutor did not hesitate, and immediately began to tell, the dog hero secretly plays with. The crazy hero Topor secretly holds children captive. Adam watched this performance without blinking, his hand reaching out to the screen. He wondered, is this information scandalous? And can you get a pill just for knowledge? Or are some other deals needed? He flipped through the screens like pages of a book, searching for additional information. Had the men met more than once? Yes, there had been a second, third, fourth meeting. Finally, during their next meeting, the stranger became interested in Casper Bart, the new owner of the abilities, the hot and sour noodles. Superhero, who would do anything for a pill, nodded in agreement. shouting that the man not only bullied the chairman's son, but also defeated the evil dragon and the lazy swordsman. The man adjusted his hat and asked if there was any information related to the ability. He needed to know everything. They later met in an underground parking lot. The excited man recalled everything he knew. Casper can erase the abilities of others, but he never showed his face in public, so it is unknown what he looks like. The stranger scratched his chin with interest upon hearing such information. He threw a transparent bag with 10 pills into the superhero's palm. The man hunched over, fingering the pills as if in a daze, nodding like a man on a treadmill as the stranger, walking away, ordered him to gather more information about Casper for his daughter's birthday next week. Adam stepped aside, crossing his arms over his chest. It seemed that the reason for the blue pill's existence was to catch the weaknesses of many ability users, then corrupt and control them. He looked into the distance, wondering what the purpose of these people was, since they secretly controlled so many heroes. The hot and sour noodles superhero woke up, shouting that a real hero knows how to forgive. Then he noticed that he was alone in the car and began to look around in surprise. In the evening, Zachary Wade obediently waited for his godfather, wondering why he didn't come, since he himself had already been bitten by mosquitoes. Right behind him, he heard a commanding voice asking what the boy was talking about. He flinched in fear at the unexpected appearance. Zachary ran happily towards the man in the robe. Finally, he came after so many hours of waiting. He held out a small box with a sly look, containing a protective capsule and the pill itself. Zachary had made a huge effort and had received the pill from Bruce Rasht. Adam brought the pill to his eyes. The color and quality were the same as the one that the superhero Hot and Sour Noodles had. Zachary mentioned that this thing was the reason Bruce killed a man. Was that a side effect? Sinclair replied that in the pursuit of power and glory, these corrupted heroes are capable of anything. They will not fear the side effects. Then Wade exclaimed that his godfather was right. These people do not deserve their title. Adam looked at the guy seriously and asked what he thought a real hero should be like then. The young gentleman wondered, does this question carry the burden of the organization's expectations towards him? Beating his chest, he exclaimed that he thought the more influential a man was, the greater the responsibility he bore. Heroes should make the salvation of humanity a life duty and should not betray their faith for the sake of power and glory. Sinclair grimaced. Well. What movie did this guy copy that line from? He tossed the young master an ampule of red liquid and praised him, saying that including the organization's funds contributed earlier, it was enough to exchange for a D-rank ability potion. Zachary caught the potion and hissed in displeasure. Only a D. Adam calmly replied that the guy should improve his skills slowly, not strive for instant success. And if the potion is not needed, then it can be returned. Zachary shook his head, thanked him, complimented the color of the potion, and then drank the contents of the flask in one gulp. Sinclair thought that he should first combine the 2 E-rank pearls, and then patted Wade on the shoulder when he remarked that the potion tasted like ketchup. Well, he just imagined it. Stepping behind Zachary, Adam did what he had planned. The D-rank ability, werewolf power. Now he is not dependent on the moonlight and can freely turn into a werewolf. Zachary felt his face, asking out loud why he hadn't transformed. Sinclair thought mockingly that for that he would first need to activate the Pearl of Ability. Mask raised his fist up, his expression unreadable behind the dark glasses. Perhaps Zachary needed to warm up a bit to understand how it worked. The boy turned around and stuttered, asking what the godfather wanted to do. The next second, he received a blow directly to the right eye. Adam calmly said that one must endure in order to become stronger. A godfather must be ruthless. The unfortunate young gentleman, with a growing black eye, whined that it hurt. For a few more minutes, cries of pain and requests not to hit people in the face could be heard in the silence of the forest. The fluffy tail wagged. The young werewolf muttered admiringly that his ability had improved. He felt a huge surge of strength. Adam asked his godson to cancel the ability when the wolf, holding a t-shirt in his hands, turned to him. The mask clarified that maintaining such a form was quite tiring. The transformation happened. Zachary joyfully exclaimed that he managed to transform back, Sinclair noted this, and ordered to continue to monitor the blue pill. Because people who use it are emotionally unstable, you need to be more careful. The boy, having dressed, thanked his godfather for his concern. Casper then gave instructions to gather information on heroes with bad reputations, but not in order to make them followers, as Wade suggested. After all, not everyone can join the judges, especially such heroes who were just pawns. The young master asked fearfully if the organization was planning to absorb their power, to which Adam, having summoned an iron plate to fly away on, replied that this is how the potion of abilities is made, and wished his godson to work harder to collect the necessary materials for his sea ability. Zachary almost burst into tears. It turned out that after half a day of work, he was only promoted to C rank. He stood there for a long time looking at the silhouette of his godfather, making a visor with his hand. He would fulfill this mission. Adam headed to a place where there was no one, on the seacoast. The metal plate glided softly through the air, almost touching the surface of the water. Landing on the sand, Sinclair removed his mask. An empty beach in the middle of the night is the perfect place to practice the Snow Maiden's abilities. He extended his hand, and a bright yellow portal appeared over the sea. This is how the guy called upon Snowflake. The girl appeared and immediately rushed to her owner. She was very bored. Adam barely managed to dodge the cold embrace. He stopped the little girl, wagging his index finger, and said that now was the time to develop her abilities. They needed to have a training fight. Snowflake muttered that she didn't want to harm her master, but Adam only smirked. The summoned spirit of rank C couldn't harm him. The girl, standing on a rock in the water, caused a large wave to form, exclaiming that she was starting to attack. Sinclair looked at her from under his brows and smiled. Time to attack. The girl focused on her feelings to create a snowstorm. Suddenly, an unusual crack of black light appeared in the sky above her head. Adam let out a breath of shock when he saw this. From there, someone's limb extended, similar to a frog's leg, only much larger. Then, an ugly head with sharp teeth and bulging eyes appeared, and a strong body. It was a D-rank, pumped-up frog, monster. A humanoid beast that likes to train its muscles, has a pair of strong arms. Adam frowned, worried. A monster invasion, but it's good that it's only D-rank. But right behind the frog, a huge predatory unicorn appeared in the crevice. A water-type beast. It was extremely good at running on water. Adam, realizing that he didn't have time to help, warned the girl at the top of his voice. Both monsters immediately rushed towards Snowflake, vilely attacking her from behind. She looked at them as if enchanted for several seconds. Then she pushed off sharply from the stone on which she stood and flew to the side, leaving her opponent with nothing. Adam cursed as he flew up on the metal plate. Suddenly, a bright light appeared out of nowhere right in front of him. The guy covered his face with his hands, it was so blinding. The edge of the ice parted, and the very same snow woman that Adam had seen for the first time while fighting the heroes appeared in the sky. She loomed over the monsters, frowning. Were they really looking for their death? Thick snow was now falling from the night sky. The pumped-up frog, baring its teeth, placed one paw on the sandy shore. She, watching the girl, croaked and giggled nastily. The snow woman cursed as she looked at the alien. Adam was surprised that she had returned to her old form. Snowflake replied that this was her battle form. Now her body was no longer a child's. The clothes changed to more revealing ones. Sinclair blushed, as always, fierce and tough. The snow woman threw several snowbolts at the frog, thus trapping him in an ice trap. The monster, just like Adam, was captivated by the warrior's beauty, and now froze in the ice, looking at her with loving eyes. Adam put on the mask and asked if the alien was dead, but the girl replied that he was not yet. At that moment, the overpumped frog broke through the ice with its strong arms and jumped high with a croak, trying to reach the people. Sinclair used the plasma ability. The monster kept dodging the attacking substance. He jumped from side to side, expertly avoiding attacks. Finally, Adam ordered the snow woman to finish off the alien, and she obediently aimed ice arrows at the monster. A few seconds later, the overworked frog lay on the rocks, croaking furiously, its limbs pinned to the ground by the ice arrows. Adam chuckled. The easy part was still ahead. He fired streams of plasma at the frog. The attack turned fatal. There was an explosion, and the alien's life began to drain away at that very second. The metal plate dropped down and Adam walked up to the fallen monster. He sat down and did what he had to do. He extracted the D-rank ability. Physical training, physical endurance, and other indicators will be constantly strengthened through physical exercise. It is noteworthy that, becoming stronger, trying to remove the limiter, a person will not last long. The snow woman cautiously called her master, who was peering into the distance. It seemed they had lost someone. Standing on the sand, surrounded by a snowstorm, they did not know where the unicorn had gone. Snowflake turned towards the city and assumed that the monster was heading there. Adam nodded, preparing to pursue the alien, but suddenly noticed that something was wrong with Snowflake. The girl grabbed her face, and a childish voice was heard accusing her of trying to regain control of her body. Sinclair ran up worriedly and asked what was wrong, but Snowflake, blushing, screamed that her name was Jasmine Miller, and she was not really the snow woman. Suddenly, she grabbed Adam by the collar with both hands and shouted that even if she didn't think the second personality would succeed, She had to be the first one to… The girl closed her eyes tightly and reached out with her lips to the astonished Sinclair. Before she could kiss her master, she turned back into her previous version and hung awkwardly in the air. Adam immediately caught her so that the girl wouldn't fall. Placing Snowflake on the ground, he knelt down in front of her, asking who she really was. The girl stood silently, trying to understand what had happened. She looked up at Adam in surprise, asking what had happened to her. The guy stroked the back of her head, surprised that she didn't remember anything. Snowflake's huge eyes looked at her with incomprehension. She only remembered the beginning of the training. This means that the girl has two personalities and they are not connected by memories. Snowflake raised her hands joyfully. The owner patted her on the head and now let her hug little Mia. Adam smiled awkwardly. Did they both like him? Suddenly, Mia sank to the ground, muttering that she needed to sleep. Sinclair suggested that she go back and rest. The girl yawned and stretched, saying that she would miss him. While she was carried away by the golden glow, Adam was left alone again. He turned towards the city spread out in the distance. The monster was indeed heading there. Meanwhile, Zachary Wade was driving home along the road next to the embankment in his luxury convertible. He was a wolf, a predator rushing across the field. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a strange splash in the water. The guy turned his head and peered into the darkness. He noticed with horror a huge unicorn with glowing eyes running straight through the seething waves. Zachary immediately turned sharply in the opposite direction. On the beach, very close to the water, a late group of 4 people were having fun. 2 guys and 2 girls. They didn't notice at all what was happening in the water. Wade ran out of the car and shouted from a distance at them to stop eating because a monster was approaching them. The sitting guy turned around. The girl next to him said in surprise that someone was waving to the company. The blonde frowned. Just because that stranger had a sports car didn't mean he had to show off right away. The blue-haired girl listened and realized that the stranger was warning them of danger and asking them to leave. The company turned around when they realized that this was no ordinary boast. They screamed in horror. The unicorn was already very close to the shore. The monster was still being grabbed by the hooves by the sea waves, but it was rapidly approaching its prey. Zachary grabbed his head. What to do? How to save them? He, not expecting such a thing from himself, rushed forward. How could this be? He had never been so responsive before. The young people ran in all directions. The blue-haired girl ended up in the water, and now she was stretching out her hands, begging for help, apparently from the blonde man. Suddenly, someone's strong hand grabbed her wrist. The girl was surprised by the help that arrived. It was Pukliash from her company. The guy took a log with him and ordered his friend to hold on to it. Since the wood was big, the girl shouted for Pukliash to hold on too. The boy hesitated, holding out his hand. He was so glad that Annabelle was okay. At that moment, a huge unicorn jumped out of the water, completely grabbing the guy by the arm. Blood spurted. The girl screamed in horror. Tears gushed from her eyes and she began calling her friend. The waves swallowed the boy's heartbreaking cry. Meanwhile, Zachary swam up to the crying girl, shouting for her to swim faster to him, and together they would get to the shore. Annabelle, sobbing, asked him to first save Puffy, who had been dragged into the sea. Welch returned. It would be better for him to save the girl first, so that the monster would not hurt her too. Annabelle threw herself on his neck. She was madly afraid of the monster. Welch ran out of the water, clutching the girl in his arms. He was amazed at how heavy she was, even though she looked very thin. Zachary heard the sound of helicopter blades behind him. Indeed, a helicopter flew to them, apparently from some TV channel, from where the report was being broadcast. On board, a pretty blonde girl said that the station had received many reports of a monster and huge waves on the Louisville coast, and offered to check on the condition of the victims. Those on board noticed a couple who miraculously escaped death and were saved from danger. Zachary put the girl down on the ground and suddenly heard some not very flattering information about himself. Internet celebrity young Mr. Welch is ready to die for the sake of flirting with a girl? Meanwhile, at the Berkshire office, Ethan Wade was doing sit-ups in the gym, talking to the lazy swordsman as he went. Now he was telling that the hero David Evans went with his father to a meeting of the Association of Heroes. The swordsman was running on a treadmill and laughed at his friend. Was he really jealous and could someone else take his place? Breathing heavily, the dragon stood up, replying that he was not jealous at all. He did not have to adapt to bureaucracy, and this was better for his strength. Suddenly, the lazy swordsman shouted and drew his attention to the TV nearby. It was showing the monster on the shore and Ethan's little brother. Wade was skeptical about the plot. The hero must have been mistaken, because Zachary would have definitely run away if he saw the monster. Meanwhile, the boy ran away with Annabelle in his arms, the unicorn following them. The woman on the plane was scared. She hoped that the heroes would arrive on time, otherwise the monster would catch the people. The dragon realized that this was not someone's stupid joke and grabbed the TV with his hands, screaming that this idiot Zachary was pretending to be a good guy for some reason. Why doesn't she leave the girl and run away? The unicorn was getting closer and closer to its victims. Zachary continued to run as fast as he could. He dared to look back for a second to see where the alien was. The lazy swordsman shook his head. The young master is finished. The dragon gritted his teeth, tears gushed from his eyes, and he angrily whispered the name of his beloved younger brother. Suddenly, the lazy swordsman, pointing his finger at the TV, shouted in amazement that the dragon demon's brother could also transform. Zachary had indeed turned into a werewolf, and now Annabelle looked like a doll in his arms. The dragon stared blankly at the screen. His brother had the power of transformation. Finally, the werewolf landed at a safe distance. He carefully laid Annabelle on the sand, and she looked at him with loving eyes and called him her hero. Zachary playfully flexed his muscles. No need to be obsessed with him, he's just a legend. Wade turned and charged straight at the unicorn, shouting that a real man doesn't run from danger, he will kill this monster. Adam, levitating on a metal plate, looked at Pokliash lying on the sand. He saved him in time, otherwise there would have been a tragedy. Now it was time to watch his godson fight. The boy raised his hand, and along with it, sharp, dagger-like pieces of stone flew into the air. Seeing the werewolf, the unicorn turned sharply back. Zachary ran after him into the water with cheerful shouts and hoots. The werewolf sped up to catch up with the alien. His burning eyes narrowed as he grabbed the monster by the hoof. Then he swung and hit it on the surface of the water, raising a huge splash. He lifted it up again and spun the horse in the air as if he were playing on a carousel. And in the end, he swung and sent the alien flying somewhere far to the side. He fell into the water with a crash. Zachary stood up straight in the water and thought about how, when the monsters invaded, he was no longer the type of person to run or hide when the rescuers came. Raising his hands up, he shouted that he must surpass his older brother and become an S-rank hero. Adam watched him from his perch on the rock. Excellent work, and he changed his mind about the young master. The group of young people finally got together. They excitedly began to ask about each other. Then the long-haired girl asked Annabelle where Chubby had gone. She sobbed, replying that the monster had dragged him into the sea when his friend tried to save her. The others stared at the girl in amazement. Annabelle pointed to Zachary standing in the water, saying through her tears that this hero would help save Fluffy. Suddenly, the boy realized that something was holding him firmly in the water. He couldn't move, and a tsunami formed in the waves, which immediately swirled him around in a whirlwind. A unicorn appeared from behind him, rushing towards him with its head and sharp horn lowered. The next moment, the beast pierced the unfortunate werewolf through the back. The unicorn shook its head and threw the guy aside. The city seemed to be under attack as well. Explosions could be heard everywhere. The werewolf landed on the shore, bleeding. A helicopter was flying above them. The female dispatcher was loudly commenting on what was happening. Zachary Wade was shot in the back and suffered major damage from a double kick from a hoof. The dragon immediately put on his jetpack. The lazy swordsman wished him luck and expressed his concern, and also asked him to take care of the others. A few seconds later, Ethan was already flying to help his brother. However, Zachary found the strength to get up, even though it was painful. The unicorn rushed at him with redoubled force. Zachary looked up in shock. Really again? A huge tsunami formed in the sea and was heading towards the werewolf. The girl in the helicopter was constantly monitoring the situation. The monster had gone mad, and that was bad. Zachary was trapped in the water and couldn't get out. He couldn't breathe because of the wound. The guy raised his head and noticed a familiar silhouette on a high cliff. He began to wave his arms and called with all his might for his godfather's help. Gradually weakening, he whispered pleas for help with his lips alone. The crowd, watching the battle, talked anxiously. It seemed that the monster was absorbing young Master Zachary. Was he really going to die? Annabelle sobbed, pressing her hands to her chest and begged the hero to hold on. Adam was flying on a metal plate and attracted a lot of attention. People watched him, realizing that reinforcements had arrived. Everyone began to loudly chant the name of Lord Caspar Bart. The guy flew over the helicopter. The girl saw him and said that the mysterious Caspar Bart, who had already appeared on television some time ago, had appeared again. Adam looked at Zachary and silently thanked him for revealing his abilities while acting as bait. He raised his hand up, holding a tablet in his hands. It remained to be seen whether the pill would absorb the energy. Someone from the crowd noticed that the metal pillars were bending due to the abilities of the man in the robe. Sinclair immediately summoned a rain of sharp pieces of metal. The unicorn noticed him and turned to face his unexpected opponent. Adam looked him over, suggesting he try something. The guy immediately pointed metal needles at the monster. They dug into the horse's body, causing the animal to neigh in pain. The monster's tsunami stopped, and Zachary began to fall into the water. The girl in the helicopter screamed in amazement that the mysterious Caspar Bart had knocked out the alien with just one ability. Adam flew towards Wade to catch him on his plate. The unfortunate guy immediately turned into a human. Adam landed on the water and swam towards the wounded unicorn, intending to take away his ability. The guy leaned over and ran his hand over the monster's fur. He now had a D-rank ability, Surfmaster, allowing him to walk on water and control its flow to attack. Sinclair spoke to Zachary's unconscious. He had helped attract the attention of the blue pill, and now he would receive all the laurels he deserved. Adam began to slowly lower himself onto the sand near the shore. A few minutes later, Zachary and Pukliash were lying on the sand under the gaze of the crowd, with Annabelle on duty next to him. The boys' wounds had been treated in time, and their lives were not in danger. Welch was the first to jump up, screaming about how much pain he was in. A blue-haired girl threw herself on his neck and hugged him, thanking him for saving Pukliash and her own life. The guy blushed deeply, saying that it was nonsense, and also asked cutie Annabelle not to hug him so tightly because of the wound. People from the crowd ran up to them, asking what changes had happened to Zachary since they spoke of him as a worthless son from a rich family, to which the young gentleman replied that he was a hero of justice who defended humanity. Zachary watched his godfather fly away and thought how grateful he was, and would do everything he could to serve him now. Some guy from the crowd called Caspar Bart a real god, who appears at the right moment, deals with the monster, and just as suddenly disappears without praise. Suddenly, someone hit him with their shoulder and the guy screamed. Zachary turned around at the noise. The grumpy weirdo came out to him. The man turned to Welch because he broke the rule of using abilities, so he needs to go to the Hero Association. Those present began to whisper, guessing who this man was. Probably he was from the Hero Association, as indicated by the sign on his clothes. The people from the association are always meddling in everything, too pushy and always following the rules. And this man was nicknamed Grumpy Scissorhands because he does terrible things with special respect. Zachary muttered timidly that he was just saving people. Grumpy held his hand out, saying that the associations didn't care about the reasons. If the guy didn't have permission to use his powers in public places, then he was breaking the law. But suddenly a commanding voice was heard, which said that this issue would be decided by the Berkshire Company, and he wanted to see who dared to send his brother for questioning. The crowd parted for the warlike Ethan Wade, who was already dressed in his hero uniform. Zachary was surprised to see his brother here. He, looking at Zachary with black eyes, praised the werewolf's regeneration potential, because the wounds were almost healed, and asked the guy not to cause trouble next time. He turned away and irritably agreed. Grumpy decided to leave, but threw in a parting remark that the Berkshire Company would be able to give the Hero Association a comprehensive explanation that they would accept. The dragon watched his brother laughing among the people, wondering where his abilities came from and why they suddenly awakened. When everything had calmed down, the wounded had been taken away, and the crowd had dispersed, Adam returned to his home in the early morning. He had just taken a hot shower and was drying his head, sitting with only a towel around his hips. Sinclair looked at the water element ability he had gained. He thought he had many elemental abilities: flame, plasma, metal kinesis, surfing master. If he can combine them, it'll be pretty interesting. The guy sat with his hands behind his head, dreaming that he would be able to cure Trisha someday, because having tried many abilities, he feels their power, and will try to find a healing one. All that remains is to find information about a person with such an ability. Now he can only try to penetrate the body of the superhero Hot and Sour Noodles to look for some useful information. He activated the control ability. The Hot and Sour Noodles superhero walked carefree down the street, humming something under his breath. Suddenly he threw his head back. The pupils of his eyes turned white. He exhaled heavily. Now Adam took over his mind for a time. Sinclair examined his own other's hands. The ability to control allows him to successfully take over bodies. The guy tried to test his ability, but activating metalokinesis didn't lead to anything. He thought with disappointment that the ability remained in his body and did not move with his soul. Suddenly he heard a girl scream. The stranger was addressing someone, demanding that he follow her, but not to use force. Adam ran up and hid behind a tree to see and hear better. The green-haired boy grabbed the beautiful dark-haired girl's hand, shouting that if she didn't want to join the Divine Dragon Company and undergo training, then she had to follow their company's rules. His glasses fogged up and his cheeks turned red as the guy talked about his interlocutor's attractive body and face, and the girl grimaced at this, trying to break free. The stranger lifted the hem of her skirt and offered to please him and the boss, the venerable lord of the organization. because he had excellent healing abilities and experience in such things. Adam was amazed at what he heard. This was what he was looking for. Meanwhile, the guy grabbed the girl by the t-shirt, practically tearing it. She screamed, demanding to be left alone. Her pursuer flew up from a powerful kick in the butt. The brunette couldn't help but be shocked and fell to the ground. The green-haired boy found himself buried in a bush under a pile of leaves, his head popping out from above, and an angry scream filled the street. Adam, in the body of the superhero Hot and Sour Noodles, loomed over him, playing with his fists. He introduced himself to the green-haired man as his karma, which was about to bring down retribution. The guy pointed his finger at the hero, angrily asking why he was meddling in something that wasn't his business. He put his arm around the crying girl's shoulders and asked how he would feel if his younger sister or daughter were being harassed and blackmailed. The guy grinned. The girl had been quietly doing an internship at the company for many years, and clearly wasn't suffering, but with all her heart wanted to get this chance. The girl sobbed and screamed that she would never have thought of that and to stop talking nonsense. Adam asked her to think about it, because if something started once, it will never end later. If she wants to become a heroine, let her focus on her goal and dedication to the cause. The brunette looked into his eyes with devotion and thanked the superhero Hot and Sour Noodles for saving her. Then she turned and spat at her pursuer. The girl left, and the guy and Adam were left alone on the street. The guy clenched his fists and remembered that a superhero needs to eat something sour and spicy to transform. The effect lasts no more than 15 minutes, but where does he find such food? He shook his fist, shouting that this idiot had let her escape and destroyed everything he had worked for. The consequences would be incredible. The superhero folded his arms across his chest and asked about the consequences. The guy rushed at the man, putting his fist forward, threatening to make him disabled. He stood without moving. Adam popped an orange pill into his mouth, and then he found himself in the form of the superhero Hot and Sour Noodles. A hot and spicy transformation took place. The guy opened his mouth, not believing what he saw. The man didn't waste any time and aimed his fist straight at the impudent fellow's chest. The guy, like a ball, flew into the bushes again. The Hot and Sour Noodles. Superhero heard sounds from that corner and turned around. The guy muffledly screamed that the capsule he ate would only prolong the transformation for 15 minutes. And when the time ran out, he would beat the hero until he begged for mercy. Adam asked again, disappointed. He thought about how the ability couldn't move with the body, but it increased the internal strength. And since it was connected to the soul, it meant that after gathering so many abilities, his own strength had become insanely frightening. Due to the fact that the power of the ability directly depends on the internal strength, the superhero of Hot and Sour Noodles is able to last no more than 15 minutes. He cannot control the energy and spends it all until he reaches exhaustion. And therefore, Adam's transformation may take longer. Adam, in the superhero body, laughed with anticipation. With the help of this ability, he saw exactly where his opponent was hiding. The guy ran in that direction, shouting that only weaklings hide. The guy who was lifted into the air by the collar asked in horror how the hero found him. Was he really a B rank? The man smirked, replying that he had actually been hiding his true strength. The guy, sweating profusely, asked to spare him and let him go. Because today he had lost, he promised to call the Divine Dragon Company, where the superhero would be offered a material reward. Still holding his opponent in the air, Adam set a condition: only if he does not cause problems and seek revenge after being released. However, he smiled because the green-haired man reminded him of something. He screamed in fear, asking what the man was going to do. Seeing the man staring at his groin, the boy squealed in fear. Was the superhero really gay? Then he tried to establish contact and suggested talking calmly without violence. Adam smiled predatorily. He could not only teach the scum a lesson, but also eliminate resentment, hatred, and persecution from other people. After this incident, they would only find trouble with the superhero Hot and Sour Noodles. Adam, in the body of the superhero Hot and Sour Noodles, grabbed the guy by the leg and dragged him into the bushes. The cries of the unfortunate man were heard. He begged not to take off his clothes and to spare him. Sometime later, a satisfied Sinclair, already in ordinary clothes, was walking down the street. He had taught the impudent fellow a lesson by photographing him in an unsightly state. Adam was sure that after these photos he would not harass weak girls and cross the path of the hero of Hot and Sour Noodles. He wrote a reminder on the phone for the owner that new photos should not be deleted, so that the forest ranger does not create problems. The owner of the body must understand what was written. Now it was possible to leave the superhero's mind, which Sinclair did by deactivating the control. The Hot and Sour Noodles superhero woke up staring at his cell phone screen while his consciousness was somewhere in the back of his mind, pushed out by Adam. He glanced around furtively, sleepily surprised to find himself still in the park, and wondered if he had accidentally fallen asleep. His gaze fell on the inscription on the phone screen left by Sinclair. The man read it in bewilderment, and immediately switched to the gallery. What he saw made the hero's face turn crimson, and the calm silence of the park was deafened by his shocked cry. At this time, a meeting of the Heroes Association was taking place in the city of Louisville. The leader of the branch of the Hero Association, Oliver Reed, was present in the office. The mechanical hero was glaring at him, with the glacial adventurer standing on his right side. The leader also had a co-leader, Samuel Adams. Oliver, clasping his hands in front of him, addressed the mechanical hero seriously, explaining that planning the first stage of defense required the help of heroes. The scale of the depressions was very large, and extreme caution was required. Samuel outlined the plan. Everyone would role model the attack and force the monsters back into their world. The heroes would drive the monsters away. Two guys sitting at the table, presumably planning to join the ranks of heroes, shouted out words of support for the association and their readiness to give their lives for it. This time, the purpose of the association is to allow each organization or company to send an A-rank hero to the core deviation center and strengthen control over the depressions. The mechanical hero narrowed his eyes. The intentions of the party addressing him were clear, but by taking the form of a hunter, someone could profit from this. The most important thing is the information that the monster world has the ability to improve items, equipment, or weapons. And so that's the biggest reason why the heroes were so eager to do this job. Here the word of the strongest has weight. The possession of the owner of one ability is the key to the organization to become a high position. Bruce Rashed, with a hint of madness in his eyes, called for an improvement to the special element of the ability. In the evening, Adam conducted experiments in his room. Having activated cloning, the next second he was already looking at his exact copy standing opposite. The clone, in general, worked, but it looked at him strangely. The guy had two pearls levitating in his palms, the abilities of plasma and metal kinesis. He was thinking hard about how to connect them. A lot of black cubes rained down. First, the low-level metallokinesis needed to be dismantled. Then the plasma needed to be upgraded to rank A, and then a rank B auxiliary ability would be needed. Rank B ability. Shadow substitution. Shadow clones, 3 in number, their location can be changed during battle, are able to create weapons from shadow matter for attack. Adam threw pearls at his clone. The transformation was activated. The guy addressed the clone by the name he called to those around him. Casper Bart must remain cold-blooded and powerful. Now the clone had a closed dark hero suit, as well as a white mask with blue snake prints, completely covering his face. Only his expressionless eyes looked at the world as if it were an empty space. With a wicked smile, Adam commanded the snake to become the second saint who would reap the abilities. It was his turn. A large plane has landed in the second ward of Iowa City. Deftly maneuvering between confused passengers, Adam exited the airport. Looking at the beautiful architecture of the streets, the guy dragged a suitcase on wheels under the scorching midday sun. He didn't think it would be so hot here. Suddenly, a yellow car pulled up right in front of him, nearly knocking Sinclair off his feet. The window slowly rolled down, and the large, mustachioed taxi driver immediately guessed that the visitor was from the 1st District and asked where he needed to go. A few minutes later, the car was taking Adam to his destination. The guy checked his mobile phone. Zachary told him that he had sent the data on the members of the Saints organization to his email, and also wished his godfather speedy success. Adam reread what he had written for a few seconds. It was great news. He was pulled out of his thoughts by a taxi driver, looking closely at the client in the rearview mirror. He unceremoniously suggested that the guy visit the Sambo or Alibaba casino. Since the most developed sphere in the city was the gambling business, the man guaranteed that after a big win, he could safely return to the hotel. Then, turning to Sinclair, the taxi driver remarked on his beauty and added that he knew another good place. The restless driver immediately pulled out a bright postcard with a picture of a girl in a bathing suit. Dreams of Paris. A place where girls are full of enthusiasm, and not so expensive. Adam frowned. Iowa really is a city of chaos, if even such establishments operate here without problems. Finally, the car pulled up to a tall building, the Heaton Hotel. When Adam was already handing over the previously agreed-upon money, the man announced a new price, 500 coins. The shocked guy looked at the meter. The price had increased 5-fold. He, angrily flashing his glasses, asked again whether the driver had calculated the price correctly. The driver chuckled and replied that the rest was for the explanation. Let it be a lesson for a simple boy who had arrived in the 2nd District for the first time. Out of nowhere, a gun appeared in the taxi driver's hands. He slowly turned to the client, pointing the gun at him, and said that it was worth thinking about if you had to choose what was more important, money or life. Unfortunately, the man didn't know who he was dealing with. Calmly looking into the criminal's eyes, Adam hissed that he definitely didn't need such a lesson and used puppet control. A few minutes later, the guy was already standing in the lobby area, filling out paperwork at the reception with smiling employees, who gave him the key card to the room and also reminded him that he could use the help of the staff. Sinclair thanked him, and behind him loomed a flushed, confused-looking taxi driver who, moreover, was helping him carry his suitcase. When the guy and his entourage walked away from the counter, the girls were surprised to notice that the gentleman was able to force the uncivilized taxi driver to help him carry his luggage. The pretty red-haired girl was quickly applying lipstick. What if the guest wanted to invite her to dinner too? Approaching the elevator, Adam turned to the taxi driver, ordering him to leave as soon as he brought the things into the room. The man was also ordered to be more polite with the residents of the First District. The driver slowly nodded, agreeing with the gentleman. The elevator slowly gained height and soon arrived at the desired floor. The guy walked out into the hallway and opened a new email. Zachary sent him a photo of a man with a half-face mask. He was the owner of the C-rank ability Masked Hero, a member of the Saints organization. His current location was the Heaton Hotel, 37th floor, room 441. Adam used the transformation ability, and immediately his face was covered by a white mask. His clothes became more closed. The shadow of a pursuer fell on the door of the C-rank hero. A shadow seeped into the other side of the room. Sinclair materialized in the room quietly, like a ghost. He crept silently into the depths of the room, from where loud conversations and laughter could be heard. There, on a huge bed, the invited girls were frolicking in their underwear, over whom hung a big guy in a mask, dressed in just a towel on his hips. The girl kneeling in front of him turned around, and the smile slid off her face. The hero was clearly not himself. He roared deafeningly. Rising up on the bed, black arrows like shadows rose behind his back. Some unknown force threw him up. The man looked back sharply. A stranger stood at the door waving his hand. He activated his abilities and used them on the hero. Black arrows stretched from his hand. Mask cursed, grabbed the blonde by the waist and pressed her to himself, outraged that no one was covering him. The arrows lifted the girls up, clasping their necks. They unsuccessfully squeezed the entities that were strangling them. The short-haired girl showered the man with curses. Immediately, the tips of the arrows dug into the captives' foreheads. Their eyes turned white. It seemed that the entity had taken over the human mind. The masked hero stood up and tried to ward off the shadows, shouting that the alien would not live, since he allowed the man to absorb the girl's fears. He attacked the motionless guy standing opposite him with his fists, threatening to kill him. Adam immediately found himself a few meters away from the attacker. The shadow seemed to push him back. The masked hero pointed his finger at the guy, surprised by his ability to control shadows, and assumed that he had gotten into the room with their help. The alien was silent. It was impossible to read his emotions behind the mask. Two tentacles coming from his body were still on the girls' throats. They were lying there and trembling weakly. Sinclair thought it was hard for him to act cold and ruthless, but still, he was sensitive to this matter. The masked hero, in turn, swallowed nervously. If it weren't for the strength that these girls gave him, he wouldn't have had a single chance. Without warning, black arrows shot up and attacked the man. He sat down abruptly, and the shadows dug into the bed. The hero began to threaten the stranger. The organization of saints he is a part of will skin the guy alive when he tells everything. But the guy seemed not to hear anything. He looked at the man straight, without blinking. Then the hero pushed off and flew, thrusting his fist forward, straight at the alien. Was he really deaf, since he wouldn't answer the question? Adam measured the huge fist approaching his face with his eyes alone. The masked hero had no doubt that victory would be his, because no one had ever been able to dodge his blow. But to his amazement, the man's hand passed straight through the stranger's head, as if through a veil. Moreover, at the place where the kula passed, a black shadow wrapped itself in a vice around someone else's wrist. Gritting his teeth, he kept trying to break free, but the shadow squeezed his hand tighter and tighter. The palm reached for the man's forehead, and he immediately began to beg not to kill him, because the priest would not leave it like that. Adam pulled the mask off the hero's face, and he began to sob shamelessly, choking with pleading. During all the silence, the guy spoke up, calling the man trash. He placed his palm on the hero's forehead, squeezing the skin lightly. Then he pulled away, using the extraction ability. A bright yellow pearl immediately reached out to his hand. Ability C rank, Mask of Fear. It absorbed fears and made its owner stronger. The man fell to his knees. Mad with grief over the lost ability, he practically crawled before Casper, asking him to return it, otherwise the priest would kill him. The guy asked to look at this priest, about whom the hero constantly spoke, with the help of puppet control. Without waiting for an answer, Adam extended his hand, activating the desired ability. A second later, the guy found himself in the space of his opponent's memories. One of the screens lit up. The owner was lying on the ground. His body was pierced through by iron rods, participating in the war of abilities. He was wounded and slowly dying. A stranger approached him. His face was not visible, but the long floors of snow-white clothing covered his entire body. He offered the man a deal, an oath of allegiance in exchange for returning to life. He, barely moving his bloody lips, agreed. Instantly, his entire body was illuminated by a bright light. The man sat up abruptly, frantically examining himself. The wounds had disappeared. He had really survived. He turned, fell to his knees, and bowed to the ground before the stranger who had saved him, swearing allegiance to the priest of light. Sinclair, in someone else's mind and body, got dressed, put on a mask, and left the room. The hero came to the embankment to a huge cruise liner. Here, large, multicolored containers of different heights are lined up in a row. The man looked around, searching for the right container. My gaze caught on the numbers on the red one, FS4396. Adam, who had been watching the proceedings closely, remembered that the man had remembered something about a red container. The masked hero remembered being in a richly decorated building. The walls and floor were shining with gold. Members of the Saints organization were sitting on the nearby sofas, and a little further away was their leader, hugging languid beauties. Bloodthirsty Rose, an incredibly beautiful and stately girl with long chestnut hair and a revealing outfit, leaned back in her chair when the hero entered. The girl asked if a swordswoman had really infiltrated his secret production laboratory. He knelt down on one knee and bowed his head before Rose, assuring her that there would be no problems with the intruder. As long as Lady Rose gave the order, he would kill the swordswoman. A menacing man in a military uniform spoke up, the commander of the Deep Sea Army, chuckling. He said that an A-rank hero is not so easy to kill. The great land mage sitting next to him scratched his long gray beard. A-rank wouldn't be an obstacle. The disciples of the Saints shouldn't be afraid of some A-rank hero. The fair-haired handsome man in white clothes, sitting above the trio, ordered the ignoramuses to bring the swordswoman here. He would be curious to enjoy her. They immediately jumped up from their seats and stood in front of the man, who unanimously reported that they understood the holy priest. The masked hero sighed. This brat is getting a well-deserved vacation. The commander of the Deep Sea Army heard him and called him over. The boxer immediately approached and bowed low. Asking what the order was, the man replied, "The goods that are in the red container have arrived at the port on the first platform." The commander sat back in his chair and, rolling a cigar around in his mouth, lit it with a large lighter. He ordered the boxer to go to the container and find out if there was any information about the swordswoman, and if so, to report it immediately. Grabbing the hero by the shoulder, he grinned and said that with each damaged product, everything will be fine. If you treat everything responsibly, you should not miss the given chance. Standing in front of the red container, Casper in the hero's body wondered if he could get inside, and what kind of goods were in there. Seeing that entry was by fingerprints, the guy was delighted and put his finger to the scanner. He used the plasma ability, and immediately the screen began to hiss and go into grainy stripes. The container door opened and the hero saw a long staircase leading down. It turned out that the container was just an illusion. The real goods were hidden deeper, going down. Sinclair felt a terrible smell, similar to blood. When the stairs ended, the man found himself in a huge room with light-colored walls. There was a table in the middle with someone sitting at it. Casper thought distantly that it might be security. The stranger, gnawing a match in his teeth, turned sharply at the sound of footsteps. He immediately stood up from the table and greeted the gentleman in the mask in a soldierly manner. Adam quickly got his bearings, greeted him back, and asked if anything had happened today. He replied that valuable goods had recently arrived and cursed. How tired he was of these creatures. The hero was surprised but didn't show it. Having ordered him to show it faster, the guard led him down a long corridor. When they went a little further, there were cages with huge, thick bars in the walls. The guy looked around in all directions, crying. Groans and screams could be heard from everywhere. There were small children in the cages, and the guard kept shouting at them, threatening to whip them if they angered the gentleman in the mask. The boys fell silent, looking at their guards with all their hatred. Adam thought distantly, looking ahead, that these holy men were crazy to keep children in such a place. It seems like they were kidnapped from different parts of the world. They are so small. The oldest of them is 15 or 16 years old. The man remembered the expression on the face and the words of the commander of the Deep Sea Army. This made him incredibly angry, and Casper shouted that he would make everyone involved in this say goodbye to their lives and pay. A scream was heard from the distant cells. A male voice growled that he would beat the prisoner to death. The boy's wrists were chained in chains that stretched from the ceiling. The child himself, covered in bruises and contusions, was kneeling. His tormentor, a tall blond man with a whip in one hand, was holding his bloody ear with the other, where a piece of flesh was missing. The prisoner had managed to bite him. He swung again, spitting with anger, but was interrupted by a strange voice demanding that he stop. The blonde turned around, and when the masked hero asked if there was any problem, he replied that the boy had attacked him and bitten off his ear. The boy, hearing what was being said about him, slowly raised his head and looked angrily at the men with his big green eyes. The masked hero leaned over the boy, asking the reason for such behavior. The blonde chuckled. "Why do you need a reason?" Another voice was heard. A blue-haired boy was heading towards them, a preacher of the Saints organization, a mantis with a two-handed sword, saying that the warden wanted to do something to the boy's sister. Adam looked back in shock. A little girl sat against the wall, her head hanging down in exhaustion. "This bunch of bastards," Mantis noticed with a smile that she was scared to death. The guy unceremoniously approached the boxer, asking what he was doing in the dungeons because he should be enjoying his vacation in two blondes. Wanting to punch Mantis, Sinclair replied that the girls were good. But today, he came here to help the commander of the Deep Sea Army check the condition of the goods. He pointed his finger at the shackled boy, ordering him to be released because a large sum could be paid for the boy. The mantis grabbed the captive by the face, bringing him close. He hissed that he did not mind if the man saved his life, because this offspring from the first territory would lose all of his teeth, but he could still be sold for a high price. The boy, who really had half of his teeth knocked out, spoke in an unknown language through the grip of strangers' fingers. Although those around him did not understand him, the prisoner promised to kill everyone. To the surprise of the other men, the boxer understood the boy and told him to be patient, because soon he would fulfill his wish. The mantis turned around and grimaced suspiciously, realizing that he understood a foreign language. The man squeezed his palm, and a blue fire came from it. He not only promised to fulfill the wish, otherwise he would have come here in vain. The next moment, the masked hero pierced the burning chest of the mantis. He, sinking to the floor, managed to ask why the boxer did this to him. The man, looming over the fallen boy, replied that he looked like the boy and was from the same place. The mantis shouted in amazement that the man in front of him was not a gentleman in a mask. Before he could finish speaking, his head was suddenly separated from his shoulders. The guard and warden standing behind him began to babble, not believing what was happening, asking what had happened. At that moment, long black shadows flew in different directions from his body, and raising his hand imperiously, Adam promised that the villains would meet their death here. The blonde rushed forward, attacking the boxer. But the shadows did not allow him to do this. Wrapping themselves like snakes around the hands of the warden, electrical discharges ran from the tips of the arrows to the guy's body. The blonde screamed in pain, thrown up by electricity as if crucified. Trembling with fear, the guard opened and closed his mouth. He could only watch as his comrades died. Finally, it was his turn. Seeing the shadows crawling towards him, the man fell to the floor trying to crawl away. He didn't have time. The edges of the bars turned red. Sinclair also took the abilities of the dead. The boy watched with wide eyes what was happening, forgetting about the pain. 3 abilities of different colors levitated on the boxer's palms. The boy plucked up his courage and said his name, Joe Bloor, and asked the man's name. Adam stood with his back to the captive, not daring to turn around. A second later, he looked back, replying that he had come to save the boy, but the boy coughed and reminded him that he had heard about recent events, how the boxer had been bullying the local children. Sinclair did not react to what was said, only saying that everyone would soon find out how this would turn out. He waved his hand, and a blue glow broke the chains that the prisoner was hanging on. The man asked Joe to wait here while he dealt with the people outside. The boy did not answer and quickly walked up to his sister. He pulled her into his arms and the girl began to sob quietly. Adam hung his head, painful memories of Trisha piercing his mind. He went out into the corridor, where they were already waiting for him, and gave the order to seize him. The man, angry, threw out many dark arrows. They, like daggers, rushed towards the mercenaries and cut their bodies right down the middle. One after another, blood splashed in all directions. A minute later, the boxer stood surrounded by lifeless body parts. Someone's applause was heard behind them. A red-haired guy in a formal suit with a bow tie walked slowly towards the man, smiling. The Lord of Sound, he created a small blue tornado on his palm and casually greeted the spearman who appeared opposite him, suggesting that he surround the traitor and attack him. The spearman, a man in national dress, bared his teeth. He had a long magical spear in his hands, engulfed in flames. It did not cause pain to the owner. The saint suggested that Edward attack first. The Sound Lord pushed his fiery hair away from his face. In his hand, supported by a tornado, a music disc was spinning. The man shouted loudly, "Music!" The boys in the cages clutched their heads. The disgusting sound seemed to be eating away at their brains. To confuse the enemy, Adam pretended to be in pain, but thought that his nervous system was strong enough because this music provokes a nervous breakdown in people. But it was necessary to save children with fragile psyches and get rid of this bastard as soon as possible. The boxer pretended to go crazy from the sound. Edward laughed. No one can resist him. He swung and threw the disc at his opponent, wishing him to burn in hell. Adam immediately made the hero's body disappear. The disc flew through the shadow. The man moved behind the Lord of Sounds. He, not understanding what was happening, recoiled in shock. At that moment, the boxer jumped on his back in one bound, causing the red-haired man to fall to the floor. Blood spurted from the saint's mouth, and he begged his accomplices for help. The spearman ran up and threw a fire arrow at the boxer, his pigtails flying up from the sudden movement. As the arrow flew, the masked hero swung at the Sound Lord, holding him in the grip of his body. The fire pierced Adam through and through, and it seemed like it was the end. He let out a ragged breath as the spear came out of his chest. Unfortunately for his enemies, the man's powerful fist landed right on the Sound Lord's back. The spearman howled. Was Edward really killed? He also asked with despair in his voice why the boxer was betraying their organization, to which he chuckled. Rising with difficulty, the man replied, "For the sake of these children and in the name of justice." The spearman already held 2 fire arrows in his hand and laughed at someone else's words. The masked boxer won't be able to escape from here, and the commander of the deep-sea army is already heading towards the containers. It seemed as if Adam could be seen through the boxer's eyes. He turned around and grinned dangerously, thirsting for death. The men stood opposite each other, taking aim, and there was a brief silence. The spearman growled, a long dark essence extending from his forehead. She bit the boxer's chest, and he spread his arms and took a deep breath. A multitude of fiery daggers flew straight at the man. The spearman threatened him with death if the traitor dared to approach. Adam instantly covered his face with the back of his hands as the weapon pierced his skin. He abruptly threw his hands to the sides. The arrows bounced off his hands and flew back. The Indian failed to recognize this maneuver in time. The arrows returned to their owner and pierced him through and through. A desperate cry of horror and pain was heard. Sinclair bent down to the floor and exhaled. It was painful. He stood close to the cell, from where, clutching the bars, the little boy peered out. He said in a weak voice excitedly that his big brother was wounded, but the boxer answered with a smile that this was nonsense, all for the sake of saving the children. He opened the cages one by one, releasing the children, and ordered everyone to leave one by one so as not to create a crush. One of the last to emerge was Joe Bloor, carrying his silent sister on his back. The boy looked seriously at his savior and angrily said that he no longer wanted to suffer because of his own weakness, that he wanted to become just as strong, and asked the boxer to become his teacher. He thought for a few seconds and agreed, in exchange for eternal loyalty. The boy's green eyes flashed, and with a breath, he replied that he would become the most devoted student. Adam used puppet control. Then he handed the former prisoner a yellow pearl. He recoiled, not understanding what they wanted from him, and fearfully asked the master what it was. The man replied that it was Mantis's ability to turn his hands into swords, just like the saint did. The boy thanked his teacher with admiration. Adam watched Joe leave, still holding his sister in his arms. He turned around and walked towards the lying bodies of his opponents. It was finally necessary to deal with the corpses. The masked hero raised his hand. Pearls of abilities began to reach out to him, each one trailing a bright light. A yellow beam of light emanated from the mercenaries with their faces covered by cloth. The Sound Master was previously blue in color. Last time, Sinclair had to make a lot of mistakes before he could get 2 balls from Frog and Wavy Horse. But now there are a lot of abilities and the monsters are weak. The pearls shimmered in his hands. First, he needed to improve his body swap to A rank. A few seconds later, when all the pearls merged into one huge green one levitated in the palm of the hand. The ability of A rank, Shadow Exchange, Shadow Cloning. Maximum 5 pieces. During the battle, one of them can move to the place of the shadow of another person. Is able to create shadow weapons for attack. The boxer thought with satisfaction that it should now be easier to fight the priest, and left the red container. Suddenly, he felt someone put a dagger to his neck. A warlike girl, dressed in a more revealing, armor-like manner, held a sword right at his neck. She asked loudly who he was and where all these children came from. Adam turned his head carefully, answering a question with a question, clarifying who she was. The warrior barely had time to speak. The freed boys immediately ran up to her, vying with each other to tell her something. One boy, calling the girl Sister Blanche, happily told how this hero standing next to her saved them all. Another girl exclaimed that the hero should not be condemned. He got hurt while saving children. The girl blushed deeply and looked away, saying that since that was the case, she asked for forgiveness. Sinclair smiled, reassuring her that everything was fine, then asked if she was the A-rank heroine, the swordswoman Blanche. The girl nodded. She had already received information about the human trafficking and immediately ran to save them, but the man did it before her. The warrior walked up to Joe Bloor and gently stroked his cheek, asking for forgiveness for being late. At that moment, the earth shook, which frightened the children quite a bit. Adam looked around, not understanding what was happening. He himself felt the shocks. Long, seemingly living thorny branches with sharp thorns grabbed two boys by the legs and dragged them away somewhere. The children screamed at the top of their lungs, begging for help. Long vines with a pink flower on top grew over the containers. More and more children were dragging away branches, causing loud screams. Joe shouted to the master, but he blocked him, asking him to wait here. The saints landed smoothly in front of them. Their leader sprawled relaxedly on a flower. Bloodthirsty Rose laughed at the boxer's words. Did he really think of himself as a hero? The commander of the deep-sea army measured Adam in the hero's body with a glance. The mage of the Great Land also did not take his eyes off the man. The holy priest lazily changed his position and ordered the Trinity to show this bug the powers of the saints. And he himself, with the help of his magic staff, applied the ability of the power of magical healing to them. The bloodthirsty Rose arched as the light from the ability spilled onto it. In a moment, she seemed to have regained her spirit and become prettier. Using an ability with such a large range was tiring, but with this power granted to them by the high priest, their abilities would be restored in an instant. The priest adjusted his long hair and turned to the swordswoman. She was not allowed to touch the goods of the Saints organization, so she should surrender, and then her life would be spared. As for the traitorous hero in the mask, he must die here. Blanche held her sword out in front of her, thinking that she could handle a B-rank hero. But an A-rank like the priest might be a problem. She warned the priest that the Hero Association was already on its way, so they should lower their weapons, and in case of disobedience they were destined to die, so they should surrender quickly. The priest rolled his light eyes and ordered the trio to deal with the swordswoman before the association arrived. The saints rushed into battle without a second's delay. Blanche stepped forward, her sword at the ready, activating the seal's power. Adam admired the fact that the girl was able to release a dangerous ability, as befits an A-rank heroine. The warrior pushed off and jumped up, ready to attack the enemies. Everything around was illuminated with a soft pink color. The Great Earth Mage thrust his staff forward and activated a sand magic circle. A huge sand barrier appeared in front of the warrior, but she quickly dealt with her sword. The magician realized that his creation had just been destroyed, and the girl was right in front of him. She loudly called out Seal, and the commander of the Deep Sea Army called out Establish Flow. He put his palms together and huge streams of water flowed around him in different directions. The warrior swung her cleaving sword, and a stream of fire appeared directly from under the weapon. But something immediately distracted Lady Blanche. The bloodthirsty Rose laughed loudly, her thorny vines squeezing their victims ever more tightly. One boy let out a heart-rending scream as the swordswoman's fire passed straight across the child's body. The girl cursed Rose furiously. She used the baby as a human shield. How disgusting. But the enemy only smiled, answering that goodness is the swordswoman's weakness, and she herself still has many captives. It will be interesting to see how she will act now. Meanwhile, the commander of the Deep Sea Army, grinning evilly, gradually turned into water. He found himself right behind Lady Blanche, slashing with his sword. The seconds ticked away as the weapon slowly descended onto the girl's shoulders. But a moment later, Adam stood between her and the attacker. The boxer's clothes and mask, torn to shreds, lay on the floor. The guy hissed. His second mask was almost broken. He pulled out a dagger and brought the blade down on the disoriented commander. The weapon passed straight across the man's neck and face. He screamed terribly, covering his face with his hands, while blood sprayed in all directions. Adam watched him indifferently, stepping aside. The guy blocked Lady Blanche's path with his hand, asking her to wait. The holy priest sitting on the flower stood up and raised his staff, again using holy healing. The captain's wound instantly healed. glowing with a bright light. He laughed loudly. With the high priest, they are immortal. Extending his staff once more, the priest used the improvement on the Trinity. They immediately became illuminated with a bright blue light. Sinclair thought that it was bad that the priest could improve their stats, since all the abilities would rise to A rank in a very short time. The magician of the Great Land, all shining with bright white light, folded his palms together. Some kind of streams came from him. Lady Blanche cried out in shock that the old man was generating energy, and under the influence of the power, the destructiveness of his spells would reach A rank. The long-range attack could harm the children, and Adam decided he had to stop it. He turned to the girl, giving her 2 opponents. He himself would deal with the rest, but the warrior did not believe that he could cope with the wizard. Besides, the children remained defenseless. The guy, without turning around, had already activated his abilities and asked his partner to trust him. The girl thought for a moment. That stranger looks so mysterious, but at the same time reliable. She really believes him. Raising her sword up, she decided to help clear the way. Like lightning, she rushed forward towards the commander of the Deep Sea Army, activating the seal as she went. The man fought off the sudden attack with a clang of his weapon. He cursed and ordered the creature to help me. Bloodthirsty Rose snapped back. How many times had she asked not to call her that? The woman activated the rose spell, and pieces of red petals and hearts flew into the air along with the thorny vines. Lady Blanche felt her strength weakening. Rose smiled seductively at this, languidly saying that her body was yearning for love, and could awaken this desire in the swordswoman. Couldn't she feel how hot it had become? Meanwhile, the commander cloned his body. He approached the warrior from behind with clearly ill intentions and bared his teeth as he looked at her curves. But the girl immediately activated the mind seal. A bright wall of light threw aside the hostile clones. Rose was amazed. She had never seen a swordswoman possess such an ability before. The next second, the girl disappeared, leaving the captain's shocked clones alone. After these words, a smooth cut from Lady Blanche's sword ran across bloodthirsty Rose's body. While bleeding, she heard from the girl that she had recently mastered the ability that allows her to be reborn in a critical situation. And it was Rose who awakened her desire. The woman's eyes were bloodshot, and blood was pouring down her stricken face as she turned to look at the swordswoman. The Great Earth Mage, seeing what was happening, hastened to activate the liberation. A huge and ugly dragon appeared on the battlefield, raising a dust storm with its wings. The children, still hanging captive by Leon, screamed even louder when they saw the dragon. The monster suddenly flew up to Lady Blanche from behind. The girl turned around and didn't have time to react, opening her mouth in amazement. Adam appeared in front of her. Raising his hand, he released streams of electricity. The dragon opened its mouth and the energy was directed straight into its insides. Sinclair snapped his fingers, ducking slightly. There was a powerful explosion that shook nearby containers. Now the helicopter landed smoothly on the embankment. The holy priest looked at the destruction. The magician, standing behind him, thanked him for saving him with the healing gift. If it weren't for the priest, the old man wouldn't have survived. But the blonde did not share his subordinate's enthusiasm. He angrily replied that initially they would have easily dealt with the swordswoman, but instead that stranger intervened, and the leader himself even lost 2 B-rank members. The Great Earth Mage bowed. Although the Saints were defeated, there was no need to worry because the High Priest was still alive, and there was hope that the organization would quickly recover. The man nodded. Indeed, as long as he lived, the position of the Saints in Iowa would remain the same. Looking at Adam, who was carrying the unconscious swordswoman, the priest thought that the masked man could repel an A-rank attack that had a growth effect in 1 hit. He was stronger, which meant they had to retreat. Adam saw the holy priest and the mage of the Great Earth preparing to escape. The priest had already raised his staff up. Adam chuckled. He would give the fugitives a few more minutes of life. He walked up to the commander of the Deep Sea Army lying on the floor. Now his ability belonged to him. Sinclair extended his hand, his eyes lighting up with anticipation. A blue pearl flew towards the palm of the hand. A B-rank ability, Ghost of the Deep Sea, strengthens the water in the human body, significantly increases speed, can create a wave and a water clone, as long as there is at least a small amount of liquid nearby. Adam narrowed his eyes. Bloodthirsty Rose would be next. He, extracting the ability from the woman, looked at her wound. The seal of the sword is merciless. A large green pearl glowed under his palm. B-rank ability. Bloodthirsty Rose summons rose vines using the owner's blood, which are capable of emitting a stat-boosting powder to attack enemies. This may result in losing control of the vine. Sinclair thought as he looked at the pearls he had extracted, he would break these abilities down to F rank and then add the skill he had obtained earlier so he could create another A-rank ability. The pearls, emitting a bright light, gradually disintegrated. Gradually, the pieces of the destroyed pearls merged into one single A-rank ability. Super Brain improves vision, hearing, smell, touch, taste, and coordination, can release a wave that paralyzes the nervous system for a successful attack. Adam took the ability for himself and was amazed at how his sense of form, sound, smell, and taste became more acute. Lady Blanche groaned softly and opened her eyes. The guy turned around at the sound. Had she really woken up? The girl discovered that they were alone, and that the horrific consequences of the explosion remained all around them. She asked the stranger questions. What rank were his abilities? Was it true that he could create huge explosions? What was his name? Adam, adjusting his mask, answered that he was Caspar Bart from the organization of Judges. The swordswoman asked again in confusion the name of the organization. She had never heard of such a thing in the Hero Association before. Blanche looked up sharply. The rose vines were hanging limply down, but the children were nowhere to be seen. Sinclair looked behind her, waving his hand. The girl slowly turned around and screamed. The warrior sank to one knee as the entire crowd rushed into her arms crying. The boys, when asked how they managed to escape, answered that the shadows of the master helped them. First, he ordered the shadow to cut the vine quietly and lead them to another place. When the explosion occurred, the master used the shadow to create a protective ring that protected the boys. At first, the warrior was puzzled, not understanding what master the children were talking about. But then she beamed and exclaimed, praising Caspar Bart. Looking around, the girl realized that the guy had disappeared without a trace. Meanwhile, the helicopter of the Heroes Association was softly landing on the ground, and someone was speaking over the loudspeaker about the area being taken under control and that one should not commit rash acts. The plane landed and children began to approach it. A pretty brunette, Lily Romero, came out from there. She was noticeably nervous. Turning to the cameraman, the journalist asked for advice. This would be her first time interviewing live. What should she ask? The man suggested that they could, for starters, ask the Seal Swordswoman, and nodded in her direction. Lily Romero approached the warrior with a smile, introducing herself as a reporter for the Hero Association, and asked permission to ask a few questions. The swordswoman smiled affably in response, nodded, and said her name. The live broadcast immediately began to fill with comments from viewers who were worried about the swordswoman and wrote compliments to the new journalist. The first question was that the Hero Association received a message and arrived at the port of Iowa. It was completely destroyed. Lily asked to tell Blanche what happened here. When the swordswoman replied that she had come here to save the children that the Saints organization was planning to sell illegally, the journalist reacted quite violently, replying that she had also heard about these villains who were engaged in illegal activities. Lady Blanche shook her head. Nothing would work. The government would not be able to deal with this, because the association had been doing this for a long time and the warrior herself had made a lot of effort to penetrate there, get information, and then save the children. Viewers watched the broadcast on large screens around the city and rejoiced at what they heard, feeling sorry for the unfortunate children. Lady Blanche did not forget to mention the masked man. Without him, she would have definitely lost the battle with the High Priest. Lily immediately asked again with admiration who they were talking about. The warrior revealed that the stranger's fighting skills were superior to hers, and that he was able to destroy the enhancement effect with his ability, which is only available to A-rank heroes. Commentators speculated that it could be the Supermaster Caspar Bart. Blanche pointed to the burnt area and asked to pay attention to it. It was the work of a man in a mask. On his face was a mask with a snake pattern. His name was Snake, and he represented the Association of Judges. The commentators were puzzled and asking each other what was going on, and the journalist looked around. The master was not there. Then the swordswoman pointed towards the containers. A masked man went there to catch up with the escaped High Priest. The High Priest and the Mage of the Great Earth walked through the underground parking lot. The priest walking ahead glanced at the old man with displeasure. He had already spent the rest of his abilities on the magician, and asked whether the power of the sand was capable of getting rid of that bastard in the mask. The Great Earth Mage nodded sheepishly. He had filled the surroundings with his magic, and even if that stranger used plasma to attack, it wouldn't change anything. Adam was right there, listening from afar as the priest gave the order to find a car so they could leave and lie low. Sinclair looked at the men again. If they were going to run away, then this place would become their grave. Suddenly, Adam's phone rang loudly. The Saints turned sharply at the sound. Sinclair literally merged with the wall, wondering who could need him. The priest and the magician came closer and closer. Adam quickly took out his mobile phone. The screen showed his girlfriend's name. Lily Romero. Why was she calling him at this time? The phone kept ringing. The magician carefully asked into the void who it was. Adam had no choice but to use his clothes change ability. He came out from around the corner in ordinary clothes without a mask, putting on a cheerful look, as if he were an ordinary passerby talking to his girlfriend. The magician recoiled in surprise when he saw a simple man. He thought out loud that it was a civilian, but the priest stopped him. There was no need to be so sure. We needed to find out for sure. Meanwhile, Lily playfully asked Adam to guess where she was. The guy was surprised that the girl was not at home. The sound of helicopter blades could be heard, and Romero replied that she was in Iowa. Adam couldn't believe his ears. As he moved closer to the exit, he asked the girl what she was doing there. Lily told him that she had gotten an amazing job. Adam screamed throughout the underground parking lot when he found out about the job. Moreover, Lily shocked him by telling him about the journalist position in the Hero Association. And she had just interviewed the Seal Swordswoman and was also going to question the masked man. Sinclair literally jumped out of his seat in shock. A drop of sweat ran down the guy's face. With the help of the Hero Association, Lily would quickly find him. Adam knew he couldn't give himself away, so he calmed down and promised the girl to celebrate her new position and promised to buy her a gift. The men stopped, looking at the stranger leaving. The magician sighed sadly, hearing that the resident was simply talking to his beloved. He was madly envious. Adam went into the shadows and there again used the change of clothes. The priest shouted, warning the great earth mage that they had been deceived and the enemy was coming for them. Adam ran out, and the shadows followed him closely, waiting for the master's order. The magician summoned electric wolves and set them on the man in the mask. The wolf rushed at the guy and seemed to run through him, wounding him. Adam opened his eyes wide, falling to the side. The priest grinned. They would need more agile earth creatures to deal with the attacker. The magician said with satisfaction that each of them could compete with an A-rank hero on their own. The enemy simply wouldn't have time to react. But something happened that they didn't expect. Adam, frozen like a statue, looked at them point blank, and black arrows were flying around the guy. The shadows, as in previous times, cut in half everything they reached. This time, the victims were wolves. The next moment, the shadows pierced the men too, so quickly that they reacted within a split second. Bleeding! The priest yelled indignantly that this was impossible. Didn't the man in the mask possess an electric type of magic? The shadows gently passed through the owner's flesh and then abruptly burst into other bodies, mortally wounding them. Adam said that she uses not only electricity, and the magician, spitting blood to the side, refused to believe that the guy was the owner of the magic of two elements. The holy priest, barely moving his tongue, asked for mercy, promising not to remain in debt if the man in the mask allowed him to live. He called for silence, putting his finger to his mouth, or rather, to the white emptiness of his mask. He saves people's lives not at all for his own benefit. In most cases, it is done in the name of justice. The shadows suddenly wrapped around the necks of the saints, and the priest screamed hysterically. The magician couldn't do even that. The arrows were so tightly wrapped around him. The priest raised his hand to his mouth with difficulty, and several blue pills fell into it. Adam ran up to the men, noticing that one of them had taken his pills. The shadows retreated from the priest. He bent over completely, his body glowing with a white-yellow light. The priest's eyes went wild. Veins appeared on his face. He grinned terribly, hissing that it was his enemy who forced him to do this, and that he not only knew how to heal. Suddenly, the priest put his fingers in his mouth, saliva running down his chin. Screaming deafeningly, he began to pull some kind of weapon out of his throat. Adam noted that he had felt something similar before. Laughing, the man turned the sharp-tipped spear of justice towards Adam. The priest assumed a fighting stance, drawing his spear back. It literally burned with a bright yellow fire. He also called upon the revival of the sacred thorns and raised his hand with the spear up. Small fiery portals began to appear in the air. Endless spears, overlapping. Copies of justice flew out of the spaces one after another. The priest ordered them to bring justice to the criminal. Adam saw fiery arrows flying towards him from all sides. He nimbly dodged the weapon, jumping up. But wherever he ran, the spears followed on his heels. They definitely wouldn't leave the guy alone. One of them hit the knee painfully, causing a deep wound. The maddened priest laughed. "Let the man in the mask run and jump. He will still die at his hands." Adam dropped to one knee, breathing heavily. It was bad when such a light attack could injure his limbs. He raised his head and looked at the roof. The light spread across the entire ceiling, allowing him to instantly determine his location. The guy decided to check who was faster, and the spears were again directed towards him. The priest laughed again. Is it really possible for something to surpass light in speed? There, only outlines remained of the man. Adam activated his super brain ability. His eyes lit up like fire. The spears continued to fly without slowing down for a second. The priest did not yet know what had happened, but he continued to stand, confident in his victory. Adam, with a dagger clutched in his hand, instantly moved to the other side. He moved around the priest, moving at the speed of light and even faster. Swift shadow blades, bright rays fell on the man like a fanfare. Adam finally landed a few meters away from his opponent. He loudly ordered him to surrender. He trembled, but still asked what the guy meant. A bright light approached the priest, attacking from all sides. And the next moment, arrows pierced the man, leaving no chance for life. He, choking on his own blood, realized that the enemy had 3 abilities. The priest, trembling all over, tried to heal himself. Hanging over him, Adam said, as if it were a sentence, that it was useless to heal, because he would have to die again. The man desperately clung to life, hot tears streaming down his cheeks. Sinclair reached out to take such a valuable alien ability. A rare A-rank hereditary ability, Heart of Light, grants the ability to heal the physical wounds of the owner of rank B, and below, increases the characteristics of the abilities of rank B, allows the owner of rank A and below to hide, grants the ability to heal oneself or a target of rank A and below. The Spear of Justice can use light and create a large spear that can destroy the enemy. Adam, without delay, applied the treatment to himself. He thought that he didn't expect to see a blue pill on the priest because he himself almost died. The boy approached the old mage of the Great Earth, who had a large wound gaping on his chest. Adam took away his ability, Sand Magic, which gives the ability to change the landscape through the use of sand to summon an attacking sand monster. Sinclair turned around sharply as he heard the sound of a helicopter. The Hero Association had arrived. The loudspeakers announced, "We are taking control of this area." Adam used his powers to change his clothes, deciding to leave the heroes as they were. A crowd had gathered at the entrance to the underground parking lot, and it was impossible to shout over the roar of the 2 helicopters. Lily Romero was working hard inside, telling viewers on air that she could hear cracks in the walls and floor of the building, suggesting that a fierce battle had taken place there. Coming closer, the girl saw the bloodied leader of the Saints in Iowa, the high priest, hanging on spears. The camera showed a close-up of the man's wound. The comments went through the roof. Mostly people were happy that the bastard died. A man from the reporter team called the others to show them their discovery, the body of the great earth mage lying nearby. Lily held on for too long, seeing the old man. She apologized, blushed, and covered her mouth with her hand. The operator shouted after her that Lily needed a rest as she ran into the corner. The girl was sickened by what she saw, but fortunately she managed to get away from the filming process. When she finished, she saw someone's hand in front of her with a bottle of water and heard a gentle voice. It was Adam Sinclair himself. She asked in surprise what he was doing here. He replied that he was nearby during her call, and seeing how much noise the Hero Association made, he realized that Lily would be here. The girl blushed deeply. Her boyfriend was not there at the moment of the brilliant interview, but again caught her in awkward situations. The couple hugged. Lily whined about how awkward she was on her first broadcast, but Adam reassured her, saying that Romero was beautiful, no matter what she did. The operator turned to see if his colleague was feeling better, but I came across a couple making out. He swallowed and, slightly stumbling, began to speak about the girl who had been found by the rescue team. She had been kidnapped by the organization and now needed to be interviewed. Lily blushed, peeking over Adam's shoulder. Nearby, adults were pulling children out from under the crevasses. The girl did not waste time and ran towards them, shouting goodbye to Adam to wait for her. The cameraman almost cried when he saw the scene. It turns out that he never had a chance to get closer to Lily. The journalist had already approached the girl and spoke to her in a gentle voice. Adam, crossing his arms over his chest, watched the girl with affection. With a green pearl, the Heart of Light, levitating in his palm, Sinclair thought that he would soon be able to return to save Trisha. Now he has collected all the elements together: wind, sand, fire, water, also high-ranking abilities: light, darkness, sand, lightning, metal. A third unknown person from the Saints organization should appear soon. Well, let's call him Dragon. The Iowa Central Hospital was in full swing. The children brought in by ambulance were sent to the hospital one by one so that a doctor could examine each one. Joe Bloor sat on a bench in the room with his head bowed, with his unconscious little sister, upset because he never got to see the teacher. The boy heard footsteps and suddenly raised his head. It was him, his master. He put his finger to his mouth, calling for silence. Adam used the ability of control to enter the hospital unnoticed. The boy sat down on a bench next to the children and pointed at the girl. Joe replied in a low voice that he knew his sister was dead and wanted to take her home. But he couldn't let her stay in that place. Sinclair countered by praising Bloor's intelligence, as it seemed the girl was still alive, just too weak. The boy almost jumped out of his seat when he heard these words. Adam used the ability of holy healing, taking out a white pearl. The girl opened her eyes, the same green as her brother's, and immediately called him, blinking sleepily. Sinclair used the ability on the boy as well, telling the children that they needed to recover. He ordered Joe not to tell about his sister's quick recovery. Later, he himself would take them from here. Wiping away unwanted tears with his fist, the boy nodded in agreement to the master. Sinclair asked to be called teacher, and gave the child a suitcase with money, supposedly from the organization, for a good life. In exchange, he asked Joe to infiltrate the organization's heroes class at Ivy University. Joe immediately assumed that he would need strong abilities. Adam said there was nothing to worry about and handed the boy a ball with the ability to imitate, together with the power of the praying mantis. This should be enough to enter the university. The pearl penetrated Joe's body, illuminating the space with a bright light. C-rank ability. Imitation. 5 senses that imitate the improvement of strength and agility, but not more than 10 times the original talent. The boy exclaimed that he would not let the teacher down, so he shouldn't worry. Adam, leaving, asked the student not to try to find him. He would contact Joe himself later. On leaving the hospital, the guy changed his clothes and took off his mask. Lily Romero blocked his path, placing her hands on her hips. She asked menacingly where he had run away to. The girl had to look for the fugitive for a long time. Adam replied that he had been helping children in the hospital. Lily exhaled and smiled. Finally, the boys were saved. The association now had to contact their families. As for the homeless children, they will be sent to a shelter and will live there. Sinclair said the orphanage was one big family and expressed hope that the children would grow up healthy. Lily clung to him and kissed him on the lips, causing the guy to blush. The kiss was so unexpected that he opened his eyes in surprise. The girl, blushing along with him, said that Adam had worked hard these 2 days. A colleague called her to say goodbye. Then, Romero waved to Adam, citing a lot of work, calling him her darling. They would definitely see each other in a few days. The Crimson Boy thought with disappointment that he had once again been deprived of the opportunity to spend time with Lily. The plane was finally taking off from the Iowa airport. Adam, returning to Louisville, came to the hospital to visit his sister. He hoped that the holy healing would work. The guy extended his hand, releasing the ability. Everything was illuminated by white light. The pearl clung to Trisha's body. Seconds passed, but nothing happened. Sinclair stared at his unconscious sister in shock. He called her name loudly again. Grabbing the bed railing, the guy stared blankly ahead. She wasn't waking up. How was it possible that the ability wouldn't work? Suddenly, he saw something strange. Small blue balls appeared above the girl's head. Adam extended his hand. There was an evasion. Sinclair recoiled in shock. The blue balls instantly split apart, but at the same time became stronger, feeding on Trisha's energy. It seems that the Heart of Light cannot cope with this blue radiation, but he will not allow them to feed on Trisha. Otherwise, the sister will never wake up. It was time to stop going slow and steady, Adam thought, remembering the strange man from the mind of the hot and sour noodles hero. If he really wants to solve Trisha's problem, he must come face to face with the one who gave the superhero the pill. But first of all, Adam himself needs to become stronger and improve his metal control, cloning, and transformation abilities. The 3 abilities merged, the bright colors of the pearls merging into one. The guy now had a large yellow pearl levitating in his palm. C-rank ability. Transformation gives the ability to transform in 0.01 seconds, can slightly change the physique, appearance, voice, and personality, improves acting skills. C-rank ability. Cloning creates a clone that is 8 times weaker than its owner. Its lifespan is half an hour. Adam gritted his teeth as a green pearl shone in front of him. With all the abilities he has accumulated, he will definitely be able to advance to S-rank. The guy fell to his knees from the excess of alien energy. Finally, it appeared before him, the S-rank ability, Metal Control, capable of controlling metal within 1,000 meters, not exceeding 100,000 tons in weight. Adam thought with interest that since this was an S-rank ability, he couldn't wait to meet that mysterious person. Late in the evening, on the roof of a skyscraper, the hero of hot and sour noodles was waiting for a meeting. Sinclair had already used his control ability. A purple crack appeared in the sky. Adam, in the hero's body, raised his head, watching. A man with a comical face walked out from there at a leisurely pace. He loomed over the hero, his hands in his pockets. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. The man got straight to the point, asking if there was any new information. The hot and sour noodles. Hero crossed his arms over his chest, answering that he wanted to know about Casper Bart, but would he have enough money to buy this information? The man adjusted his bowler hat, replying that if the information was true, he would pay twice as much. The hero said that a couple of days ago the organization of saints was destroyed and asked if his interlocutor knew about it. He replied that he knew. It was done by the seal swordswoman Blanche from the Hero Association. The hero said that during the report Blanche reported some interesting information. An unknown person helped her, introducing himself as the Snake. The man shrugged. He already knew that. Casper Bart and the Snake from the organization of judges. And it was a well-known fact. The hero said seriously that both Casper and Snake were dual ability users, to which the cosmic face suggested that perhaps the judges only accepted such heroes into their organization. The interlocutor objected. Such people are encountered very suddenly, and he did not think that such a thing was possible. The man leaned forward with interest. Was the hero really leading to something that... The superhero held out a flask with an elixir of abilities in his palm. The man extended his hand, repeating the name in fascination. But the hero of hot and sour noodles sharply squeezed his palm, explaining that after using it, a person will be able to gain a new ability, and a user without superpowers will become their owner, and those who already have one will receive additional power. If the man had a face, he would have grimaced, but now the alien screamed that this was nonsense, complete nonsense, and demanded proof. The hero opened the flask with one movement, turned to the man, and offered to demonstrate the effect, reminding him of his body's superpower. It's strengthening. He drank the blue liquid in one gulp. The flask immediately cracked in half. Adam raised his hand, generating a powerful flame coming straight from his body. The alien looked at the fiery volleys with admiration. Could this really be a fire-type ability? Sinclair told him that he had previously made a deal with Casper Bart. That's where the information came from. And thanks to the blue pill, he believed in the existence of such things. The alien said that this was incredible, and in that case the hero must know the ingredients of the elixir. The hero smiled. He didn't know this, but he told everything he knew, and now it was time for the reward. The spaceman briefly said that he had heard some interesting information and then handed over a jar containing 15 blue pills. The hero extended his hand and said that he needed to ask something. He recently discovered that his body had started to become covered in light blue spots in places. Could this be the effect of the pill? The man turned around to go back into the rift, replying on the go that it was just an unremarkable side effect, not worth paying attention to. Turning around one last time, he said that he was looking forward to the next meeting with the hero of hot and sour noodles. Finally, he disappeared, and the rift disappeared too. Adam immediately de-transformed back. He thought that even after discovering the effect that causes loss of vitality, they call it an unremarkable side effect. So what is their plan? The guy walked further, and behind the technical pipe, leaning against the wall, sat the hero of hot and sour noodles himself, immersed in suspended animation. A child's voice was heard calling for Dad. Sinclair threw a bottle of pills at the hero's feet. He said that if a man is doing this for his daughter, then he should stop taking these pills. The choice is his. A child's head peeked out from around the corner. The girl called for her dad, and when she saw him, she ran up, asking why he was sleeping on the roof. The man rubbed his forehead, asking little Mimi for forgiveness for falling asleep. The girl frowned. After all, her dad said that he would spend her birthday together. Suddenly, she noticed a bottle of pills and asked what it was. The man snatched the bottle and raised his hand up, sternly saying that it was not a toy. He definitely came here to meet that alien and get the pills, but why can't he remember what happened after the deal? He decided that he would think about it tomorrow and took his daughter away from the roof, promising to eat cake together. Late at night, Zachary walked down the hallway of his house, stretching, loudly saying that he could no longer bear this treatment. I can't do this, I can't do that. When will they let him go? As he passed his father's office, he saw a light through a crack and was surprised that he was still in the office. He looked inside, saying that his old man needed to go to bed earlier. But he was surprised to notice that the office was empty and went to the table. Wade's gaze fell on a lonely document. Curious as to what could be so valuable that it could keep old bones working until late at night, he picked up the paper. Several requirements for the Raven deployment plan in the city of Louisville, is what it said. Zachary was incredibly happy and even jumped. The white area is located here. This is the best chance for him to become a hero savior. Adam arrived at his work and was now printing leaflets on a large office printer. A colleague teased him in a friendly manner. asking if he had forgotten that he had a job and where Sinclair had been. Zachary approached Adam, asking if he was friends with George Ripley, so the guy carried out his errand. He told his colleague that a woman came into the newspaper office asking to publish an ad about a missing person. The flyers were ready. A missing persons notice for a 7-year-old boy, Scott Depp. George snatched the paper and loudly commented on what was written on it. "Boy Scott Depp. Has anyone ever heard of such a thing?" Adam waved his hand at him and asked him to leave and not to distract him. Ripley only curled his lips in displeasure at this. The humorous atmosphere was interrupted by a voice from the loudspeaker. "Monster invasion detected. A-rank disaster. Citizens please go to shelter. B-rank heroes and above. Please report to the Streetsbelt Parkway to fight back." The sudden announcement brought George to his knees, and someone was already running as fast as they could out of the office. Adam wondered if he was not mistaken, that street was next to the apartment where Lily and the other girls lived. He grabbed the phone in a flash while a wave of panic rose in his chest. Lily picked up the phone, and he immediately started screaming, asking where she was now. The girl answered in a muffled, deathly scared voice. She was in the apartment, but it seemed that there was a monster nearby. Lily screamed into the phone and the connection was cut off. George, seeing his friend's frightened face, asked what happened. But there was no time for chatter. Sinclair jumped up and ran to the exit, ignoring the cries of his friend who asked him to stay, because Adam was not a hero, and there was no point in going anywhere. The guy quickly got to the epicenter of events. He had already managed to change his clothes and choose a rooster mask. There was no time to waste. Adam could not afford to lose Lily. Standing on an iron plate at rooftop level, Sinclair patrolled the city and was astonished when a huge something passed by him, making a squeak bordering on ultrasound. It was an A-rank monster, a soul-eating rat. Can attack opponents by screaming, has very thick skin all over its body. Its normal attack is blocked with great difficulty, likes to devour people, a very scary monster. Adam thought hard as he looked at the monster to defeat the A-rank alien. It would take at least a team of 3 or more A-rank heroes or higher. To defeat the soul-eating rat, the B-rank heroine Greenstorm was summoned. A beautiful girl with dark hair and a revealing Chinese-style hero outfit. The C-rank heroine Fire Butterfly flew to her aid. Having noticed the target, the rat growled loudly. She really didn't like Butterfly's fiery wings, so the heroine was immediately attacked by powerful ultrasonic waves. The sound was so loud that it made a hole in the building opposite. Butterfly almost died, but Greenstorm managed to save her, picking her up in her arms. After releasing Fire Butterfly, Storm scolded her for acting on her own, as C-rank heroes are cannon fodder in a battle with an A-rank monster. The girl, embarrassed, stuttered and said that she was nearby and saw Greenstorm fighting alone, so she decided to help. The A-rank heroine sighed heavily. A desperate cry for help was heard from the direction of the destroyed building. Right in the place where the sound had damaged the building, a girl was hanging on the edge of a destroyed apartment, and they were trying to help her. Lily Romero held onto an iron beam with one hand and tried to pull Karen Walt with the other hand, who almost fell from the upper floors of the skyscraper. The girl desperately sobbed and begged for help that she did not want to die. Lily tried to calm her friend down, promising that she would definitely save her. But the neighbor wouldn't calm down. She kicked, repeating, like a prayer, that she didn't want to die, while a sharp part, left over from the destruction, was chipping off from the destroyed ceiling. Due to the shaking, the dangerous piece of limestone broke off, flashing with a sharp edge. He drove with all his might straight into Lily's hand, which she was holding onto the iron crossbar. The girl, feeling a sharp pain, could not stand it and let go of the crossbar. Staggering, she fell down. Karen was falling rapidly along with her. Fire Butterfly managed to catch her in her arms. The girl, still not believing that she had been saved, continued to cry and timidly asked if she had really been saved. Butterfly winked, cheerfully replying that citizens who were unlucky enough to get into trouble, do not be afraid. The C-rank heroine Fire Butterfly is here to save you. All the actions were promptly recorded by a camera broadcasting live, and commentators admired the heroine. The journalist was horrified and screamed, "Where is the second girl?" Lily continued to fall like a stone. But suddenly, a shadow flashed into the camera, and this did not go unnoticed by people who began to comment on what was happening. The girl reporter looked around. She also saw something rush through the air. It was impossible to say what exactly. But one thing was important. The girl was saved. Greenstorm flew up to the helicopter that was reporting and ordered it to fly away. It turned out that the rat noticed the thing that was bothering it and directed its deadly squeak in that direction. Greenstorm immediately generated Blinding Blast. The helicopter managed to fly off in the opposite direction. Ultrasound was successfully eliminated by the ability. It seems that this took a lot of strength from the heroine and caused her pain. Adam, who managed to save his beloved, landed softly. He carefully sat the girl down on the bench. She was still unconscious there. Adam quietly asked her for forgiveness. Sinclair stroked Lily's face affectionately. He had arrived too late. The guy immediately directed his healing ability at the girl's hand, which was wounded by a fragment. Then he carefully covered her with his cloak. Now she's fine, and nothing can harm her anymore. At that moment, Lily slowly opened her eyes and saw a familiar mask in front of her. She asked disorientedly if she was still alive. Adam pulled back. The girl grabbed his hand, asking why he was acting like a bad guy and then a good guy, and if he really saved her. The guy briefly replied that he was just nearby. Adam felt sorry that he couldn't reveal his identity to Lily. Otherwise, she would be in danger. He called the metal plate to him and ordered the girl to rest a little and then go to shelter in order to have time to evacuate. Adam took off as Lily jumped up from the bench, begging him to wait. The girl looked at her departing savior and did not understand why she had a persistent feeling that the guy seemed so familiar to her, although she met him for the first time. Standing on a plate far above the ground, Adam used his cloning ability. He gave his clone the powers of the Heart of Light and the power of the Snow Woman, which would allow him to create ice and heal others. The guy thought about it and decided that it would be better for the clone to be in the form of a girl. His silent copy immediately transformed into a beauty, with a rabbit mask on her face, long blue hair, and a playful outfit. A third member of the judges' organization was born, and her name is Charlie the Rabbit. Adam ordered Charlie to go to the epicenter of events and save those who are in danger, not to let the number of victims and wounded increase. Charlie unquestioningly went to carry out the instructions. Sinclair turned around. Now all that remained was to deal with this huge rat. A new heroine has appeared on the horizon. Explosive Fist, A rank, a burning brunette who possesses incredible strength. The reporter, seeing her, introduced her to the audience with admiration. After all, this is the same famous heroine who was last seen in Louisville several years ago. Commentators looked admiringly at the heroine's face in close-up. Some didn't even know about her. The girl smiled sweetly at the camera and waved her hand, causing a new explosion of admiration. Adam, seeing that heroes had appeared who were ready to take everything upon themselves, decided to simply observe the situation, assess their strength, and then make his own decision. The rat came closer to Explosive Fist, who fearlessly assessed the monster. The rat was huge and quite strong, which meant it was an excellent punching bag, just right for warming up. The alien immediately released a new wave of ultrasound. Greenstorm, hovering nearby, warned Fist of the danger of sound. But the heroine was not to be frightened. She had already taken a fighting stance. After all, if she didn't try, how would she know whether she could handle it or not? The wave hit right where the girl was standing, causing a deafening explosion. The reporter commented on the situation with admiration. Explosive Fist could have easily dodged the soul-eating rat's attack, but she chose to face it head-on, as expected from her fighting style. When the dust cleared, only the remains of a roof remained at the site of the explosion. The rat, groaning, walked in that direction. Right behind her, the heroine appeared out of thin air. She gathered her strength and swung to deliver a crushing blow. The full force of the girl's abilities fell on the rat, and the monster flew away at the speed of the wind. The rat, squeaking deafeningly, was lying far below on the asphalt, electric charges running through its body. Explosive Fist chuckled. Why doesn't the monster scream anymore? The maddened alien bared his huge, sharp fangs. The heroine landed next to him, grinning. Explosive Fist grabbed the alien tightly by its long tail, which looked like the tail of a domestic rat. She exhaled and threw the monster up, not letting go. In order to, still holding on to the tail, spin the creature around for a better throw, the heroine laughed merrily. And then, after making a few more circles, she threw the rat out like a bag of trash. Greenstorm, hovering above the houses, watched what was happening and considered Explosive Fist to be a madwoman whose destructive power was not inferior to the monster. Meanwhile, Charlie the Rabbit perked up at the threat. Every now and then, after another blow from an enemy or a hero, boulders and stones flew in all directions. And right now, one of them was rushing towards the man who, trying to escape, fell to his knees and simply looked, wide-eyed, at the approaching damage. Charlie, faster than light, rushed towards him, picked up the stranger in her arms, and ran with him to a safe place. The man blushed, stuttered, thanked her, looking at his savior with all his might, and asked what heroic organization she was from. The girl put the stranger down on the ground near the crowd and went off to patrol the area further, answering on the go that she was Charlie the Rabbit from the judge's organization. Several men watched her go, winking obscenely, discussing the heroine among themselves. The judges' organization is full of cool guys. The rabbit noticed Fire Butterfly. She was sitting on a bench and breathing heavily, weakened after severe injuries. Next to her, in the same condition, was Lily's neighbor, Karen. A woman standing nearby turned to Charlie, asking him to heal the girls who had fallen from a height and received dangerous injuries. The clone immediately used the healing ability. With a wave of the hand, Butterfly and Karen felt much better. The crowd buzzed with excitement. The wounds disappeared. What an amazing ability! The rabbit is beautiful, kind, and also with such a powerful healing power. Charlie turned to the people surrounding her and urged them to quickly get to shelter to avoid further trouble. Trouble was not long in coming. Those present were immediately deafened by the vile squeak of an angry soul-setting rat. Some girl pressed her palms to her ears and screamed that the sound had changed. It felt like her brain was about to explode. Explosive Fist also covered her ears with her hands and inappropriately remembered the ancient Scandinavian warriors. Adam looked back and swore foully. The rat was absorbing the souls of people nearby. Little green lights, with each passing moment becoming more and more numerous, smoothly flew towards the predatory licking monster. The alien opened its mouth wide and swallowed souls. Greenstorm asked Explosive Fist in surprise what was going on, and she replied that the rat was satisfying its hunger with the souls of dead people. It turned out that this prey also healed and restored the rat's health. The reporter, not missing the events from the helicopter, rattled off into the microphone. All the monster's wounds are healing. Will the best fighter be able to cope with the rat eater of souls, meeting it face to face? Explosive Fist ordered Storm to retreat because the monster would not spare anyone. The girl tried to object. Around the alien, houses collapsed and asphalt exploded. So powerful was the ultrasonic screech that the rat emitted. The fist flew up and attacked the animal with all its fury, wishing for it to burn in hell. There was an explosion, and it seemed that the end had come for the rat, but for now it was not visible under a layer of dust. The heroine dropped to the ground, trying to see the result of her blow. After all, this time it should work. Unfortunately, everything did not go according to plan. The sharp tip of a huge tail pierced the girl's back, and she did not have time to understand anything. A trickle of blood flowed from Explosive Fist's mouth. How disgusting. What a dirty move. The rat threw the annoying obstacle aside with one blow. The heroine landed heavily on her wounded back on the hard asphalt. Viewers nervously wrote comments. The city is in danger. Will the heroine really die? The girl bit her lip and tried to get up. She couldn't die here. She needed to get rid of the monster quickly. Greenstorm immediately flew up, gently picking up the lady's weak body in her arms. She was unable to stand on her feet due to the injuries she had received. But she still found the strength to yell at the girl. Did she really want to die too? Storm, swallowing her tears, replied that it was her duty as a hero to protect people, and she couldn't just run away when she encountered a monster. Explosive Fist narrowed her eyes, her instincts telling her that this wasn't the end. The journalist tirelessly commented, "The noble heroine saved the city of Louisville." The heroine, reacting with lightning speed to the sudden attack of the rat, which had already raised its huge paw, rolled over, covering the Greenstorm with herself. Adam, noticing this, roared angrily. Using his metal control ability, he threw a huge, sharp needle at the alien. The rat squealed loudly and long drawn out as the weapon sank into the tip of its tail. Sinclair, along with the clone, who was in female form, were ready to attack the creature. The journalist chattered enthusiastically into the microphone. At the moment when people needed him most, a super A-rank hero appeared, Casper Bart, and next to him a cute girl. The camera zoomed in on Charlie the rabbit, and the commentators literally tore up the airwaves with questions about the beautiful stranger, building theories about her origins. Explosive Fist, wiping away the blood, rose up on her elbows, asking what the strangers were doing. Storm assumed that they had come to save the city. Adam began to attack. He directed many hot metal needles at the rat. They flew closer and closer, and the alien did not have time to dodge. There was a painful squeak. The needles nailed and crucified the rat, not allowing it to move. Explosive Fist, watching the battle, suddenly exclaimed that she understood. The rat heals itself by absorbing the energy of others. It is not easy to defeat it. The girl wondered how to block this ability. Greenstorm thoughtlessly suggested that she could close her mouth. For this, the heroine received a light poke in the back of the head from Fist. What nonsense. Adam raised his fingers up. The abilities replaced the most powerful weapons. The alien soared high into the air, pushing off the ground with such force that it damaged the asphalt. One of the metal spikes pierced the beast's muzzle, causing it to squeal in pain. The monster tried to influence the enemy with its ultrasound. The palpable sound was getting closer and closer. Sinclair immediately created a shield in front of himself, a thick metal plate. This served as an excellent barrier to the rat's killing ability. The plate protected Adam. He ordered Charlie, who was hovering nearby, not to make sure the alien did not open its mouth. The girl raised her arms, the sleeves of her clothes fluttered, and a snow tornado formed in the air. Together with the needles, the rat was whirled around at great speed. It did not stop for a minute, squealing and squeaking, trying to get out. The people watching the fight from below shouted in admiration. The rabbit froze the rat. She definitely has a high rank to be able to do this to such a big monster. He really was locked in an ice capsule, but even in that position he managed to use the ability of soul energy. A multitude of green lights slowly stretched upward from under the ruins. Explosive Fist couldn't believe her eyes. Was the alien really healing again? Adam raised his hands to the sky and flew higher, let the rat not even think about it. He lifted the ice floe with the rat behind him. From such a height, she would not be able to touch any corpses, and would not be able to cast a soul absorption spell. Adam clenched his fist hard, causing a metallic storm. Soon, only small pieces remained of the ice floe, thanks to the storm that cut through Adam's trap in a matter of seconds. The crowd raised their heads and caught small ice hailstones with their hands, all that remained of the evil alien. Adam, as always, extended his hand to pull the pearl of ability to himself, this time green. The ability of the A rank, Soul Eater, can absorb the souls of dead people to restore the owner's body. But this provokes characteristic mental disorders. Adam squeezed the pearl in his hand and realized that the Soul Eater differed from the recently acquired ability, the Heart of Light, in that it required the energy of other people's souls for restoration. But they were still similar in their healing ability. A government helicopter flew over the city to reconnoiter the situation, and its staff used a loudspeaker to urge citizens not to panic. The journalist announced that the helicopter would disperse the clouds so that everyone could see the condition of Casper Barth. And indeed, a few minutes later, Adam appeared in the sky, standing on a metal plate floating in the air. He looked back at the people. The journalist desperately waved her hand, calling for him to come down for an interview. The commentators were amazed at how quickly the rat disappeared from view thanks to Casper. Several heroes were unable to cope with the Soul Eater and were injured. But this hero, this is A-rank power. Explosive Fist looked at the guy with concern. His strength far surpassed that of the soul-eating rat. He must be an S-rank hero. The heroines heard someone land behind them. It was Charlie the rabbit. The girls turned around abruptly and recoiled in fear, asking in unison what she wanted. Greenstorm rushed forward, protecting her mistress. Charlie fired bright beams of light at Fist and Storm that were unknown to them, startling them quite a bit. The Storm didn't have time to do anything and covered itself with its hand, thinking that it was the end for it. But, to her surprise, the light did not hurt. On the contrary, it fell softly on the body. The girls were amazed to see their wounds healing, and Fist asked Charlie what this rare healing ability was. The girl only briefly introduced herself without answering the question. A helicopter was already approaching them, the journalist was commenting. The new heroine, who came with Mr. Casper Barth, is also a member of the organization of judges. She has the ability to heal, and is right now healing the wounds of other heroes. Adam and Charlie quickly gained fans. Commentators called them incomparable and wanted to sign up for the judges organization. Some even proposed to Charlie. Explosive Fist scratched her head in embarrassment as she turned to Charlie, asking where the judge organization came from, if it was a new hero agency, and thanking her for preventing the disaster. Charlie responded by praising the hero's abilities. Adam and his clone rose into the air again on ice plates. With the journalists' admiring odes heard behind them, the superheroes had once again protected the city of Louisville from the invasion of monsters. And the greatest contribution to the victory was made by the representatives of the judges' organization. Commentators tore apart the chat during the live broadcast, praising the heroes and expressing gratitude. Greenstorm looked dreamily at Charlie flying away. So beautiful, Explosive Fist frowned. They took all the glory for themselves. Adam flew towards the forest, followed by Charlie. The guy told her that his godson asked to meet. I wonder what he would tell them. Suddenly, Adam felt something was wrong. Charlie flickered behind him, addressing the master. Time was running out, which meant that the clone's life was ending. A few seconds later, Charlie disappeared into thin air. Pearls floated up to Adam, which he awarded to the clone. It was very convenient that the abilities were returning. In the future, he would be able to create doubles so that they would carry out tasks for him. The guy grimaced. Even Charlie's memories came back to him. And the most disgusting thing was the lustful glances that the men passing by were throwing in her direction. Sinclair definitely won't create girls, especially in such clothes. As the plate moved lower, Adam noticed Zachary standing by his car, picking his nose and muttering under his breath about girls. Even the mask seemed to frown along with its owner, and Adam thought that the boy was an idiot who didn't take care of himself. And in the forest, he completely lost his vigilance. Upon seeing Sinclair, Zachary immediately rushed joyfully towards him with greetings, waving a piece of paper in front of him. Both turned their heads towards the trees. A suspicious rustling sound was heard from there. Wade stopped, not understanding the sound, and Adam coughed, taking the documents from him. It turns out that the Hero Association recently planned to open a new facility in the city of Louisville, which Adam had calculated would take a long time. Zachary excitedly exclaimed that he had heard about special items that could increase the power level, and he and Casper must quickly get their hands on these Veddies. Adam folded his arms across his chest and looked at his godson. The information the boy had brought him had proven valuable, so he had done enough to exchange his merits for an A-rank ability. As soon as Sinclair handed over the vial with the ability, Wade snatched the bottle from his hands and drank it all in one gulp, simultaneously managing to glorify and thank his godfather for such a gift. But after drinking the liquid, Zachary's stomach began to churn, and he complained that the medicine tasted like a cold powder mixed with the sourness of dark chocolate, to which Adam patted his godson on the shoulder. Noting that good medicine was always bitter, Zachary immediately turned into a werewolf, his bloodshot eyes flashing furiously. He received the ability of the C rank, Werewolf. He was endowed with the powers of a hereditary werewolf every night. During the full moon, the transformation will take place abnormally, but at the same time, it will give double the power. The boy in the body of a huge wolf laughed. He already felt stronger and stronger. At this rate, his becoming an experienced S-level user was not far off after all. Everyone strives for this. Adam turned towards the forest and mentioned the mechanical hero. Zachary let out a short howl, asking what his father had to do with it, since he was probably drinking and swimming with a large group of beauties right now. And, as always, he had no time for his son. At that moment, the mechanical hero came out of the forest, cracking his knuckles with no good intentions at all. Before talking, he promised to chop this bad boy into pieces. Wade Jr. got into trouble for his words. His father taught the boy a lesson. The wolf, like a little dog, lay on the ground and sobbed. Wouldn't the old man take pity on him? The mechanical hero kept kicking his son furiously with his boot, saying that the impudent child would immediately call his godfather, to whom he was leaking all the information. He wanted to beat the rascal to death. Adam scratched the back of his head, shifting uncomfortably from one foot to the other, and asked the man not to scold his son, because Sinclair did not expect that he would pursue the boy personally, and Zachary really wanted to get the ability, so he made a deal with the rooster. The werewolf pleaded, rising to his feet and leaning against the stone. He had already had enough beatings. From now on, he would not divulge family secrets, let his father not worry about his connection with his godfather. But the mechanical hero immediately interrupted him, ordering him to shut up and stand silently by the wall. He pointed his finger at Adam, who had given Zachary superpowers for some unknown reason. Adam remained silent, but he thought that his father didn't know his son well. Zachary was an A-rank ability user, Rebirth, and he was Sinclair's ace in the hole. He broke the silence by saying that there was nothing difficult in giving the boy one, even 2 or 3 abilities, to which the wolf cub happily leaned forward. Could he really get even more abilities? The mechanical hero narrowed his eyes and asked if he, an A-rank hero, could also gain even more abilities. Adam chuckled. A sly one. He can't cope with what he already has, and he asks for even more. But this is a normal reaction because people who are thirsty for power will try to get it at any cost. Sinclair spread his hands and nodded, but warned that the price for an A-rank ability would be high. The man looked seriously at the man in the mask and asked him to tell him more. Adam threw him a blue pill, asking if the hero knew what it was. The man caught the pill and raised it to his eyes. He had never seen anything like it before. Sinilker chuckled and told the mechanical hero that he didn't even know that someone in his company was already using these blue pills, because if he ate one of these pills, that person's power would increase 3-fold. The mechanical hero thought that Casper was from the manufacturer's organization, but he replied that he was from another company but was cooperating with Zachary for the reason of obtaining information about the manufacturer's organization. The werewolf jumped off the wall and his father asked him to tell him everything he knew. The boy told the old man that he had seen with his own eyes how David Evans ate these drugs in order to indirectly get rid of many naive people. The man looked at the pill. Could such a small thing really have such strong properties? and he was also interested in how Evans provokes these accidents. And now, finally, the hero understood the reason. The man looked at Adam, asking him directly what was required of him. Did the masked man want him to find out everything about this organization? Adam nodded, but in addition to this, he asked for help in joining the White Region plan. As a reward, he would give the hero an A-rank pill that would give a double boost, to which the leader of the heroes warned him that the White Region was a dangerous place. People were dying there and no one had ever returned alive. Adam showed his ring, saying that he didn't have to worry about it, because with the help of the jewelry he would be able to collect the genes of abilities. When the hero asked what it was, Sinclair explained, "Ability genes are an important ingredient in the production of the ability elixir. Criminals take them from weapons obtained from the bodies of monsters, from materials, and the white area is full of monsters that can be destroyed." The mechanical hero wanted to make sure that the elixir of abilities was really effective. Adam immediately demonstrated his abilities by creating a fireball in one hand and an ice cube in the other. The guy's very existence serves as proof of his effectiveness. If the mechanical hero believes that the judges cannot be trusted and cooperate with them, then that is his right. Zachary transformed into human form and lashed out at his father, accusing him of interfering with his career advancement. The man hit his son on the top of the head, shouting that they were one family, which meant they could always help each other. However, the mechanical hero turned to Adam, saying that he agreed to cooperate and that he would deal with the hero David Evans. Adam, flying away on a metal plate, said goodbye, that it was a wise decision, and he hoped for a successful partnership, and also looked forward to the next meeting. The mechanical hero followed him with his eyes. Zachary begged his father for forgiveness on his knees. That same night, within the walls of the city hospital, Lily Romero rubbed her eyes sleepily as she entered the room. Her apartment had been destroyed by a monster, so she had to spend the night in the hospital. Adam was waiting for her in the room. The girl screamed in surprise when she saw him. He immediately ran up to Lily, grabbed her by the shoulders, and worriedly began asking about her health. He had been looking for his girlfriend all day, heard that all the wounded from the shelter had been transferred to this hospital. Lily replied that she had received a minor injury, and also told him that she had nowhere else to live. Without thinking twice, Sinclair invited her to move in with him. Romero immediately blushed deeply, taking a step back. Living together is too early. And although Adam immediately explained that he didn't mean it that way, Lily ran away from him to the other corner of the room, screaming that she wasn't going to live with the brunette. She leaned against the window and looked up at the sky, muttering that she was still thinking about the chicken. Adam hesitated, asking what she was saying. Despite all the horror of what had happened, Romero broke into a happy smile. Today she almost died, and a mysterious stranger appeared and saved her. So handsome. While the girl was thinking about how to approach the man in the cloak with an interview to inform the public about his good deeds, the silent Adam loomed over her like a dark shadow. He abruptly picked Lily up in his arms, taking her by surprise. The girl screamed in surprise. The next moment, Sinclair gently but abruptly dropped his precious burden onto the soft bed of the hospital bed. Now Lily looked very touching. From the fall, her shirt had slipped off her left shoulder, her hair was disheveled. She rose up on her knees and looked questioningly at Adam. What was he going to do? She blushed, looking at the guy frozen near the bed, and called him. The same one, without taking his eyes off Romero, softly called her name. Adam extended his hand. His intentions could be interpreted in several ways. Lily's face flushed. You can't do that in a hospital. It seemed that there was no one in the room. The couple hid from the whole world under a white blanket that smelled of medicine and powder. Lily, still with a blush on her pale cheeks, looked at her boyfriend. He didn't look away, but became more and more embarrassed with each passing second. He impulsively hugged Lily to himself, pressing his lips to the top of her head, and asked her to go to sleep. Tomorrow Sinclair would help with the move. The girl would live with him. Romero was indignant to herself. Is there really no more action from Adam? The plane was ready to take off, and a long line formed at the steps. Adam, focused on not missing anything, absent-mindedly listed the kitchen utensils on the phone. Lily, who was now living at her boyfriend's house, had examined the apartment and was now indignant at the young man's lack of basic things for life. Sinclair, putting his things on the shelf on the plane, meekly agreed with the charges brought against him, and offered Lily to take the card he had given her yesterday so that the girl could buy everything she needed. Lily replied that she would wait for him from a business meeting, prepare a surprise, and meowed into the phone. Adam responded in kind, promising that he would answer when he got off the plane. The passenger sitting next to him chuckled at the animal's behavior, and Sinclair laughed awkwardly in response. Finally, the plane gained altitude. Adam turned his head and was surprised to see Regina Craig in the seat opposite him. He was heading to Iowa to make a deal with the Grantsville Chamber of Commerce, but he hadn't expected to be on the same flight as Regina, however. In his casual clothes, she probably wouldn't recognize him. The men sitting behind them immediately turned their attention to Craig and her companion, smiling obscenely. The girl sitting next to Regina asked the flight attendant to pass her a towel, and she nodded. Suddenly, Regina noticed Adam's gaze and without embarrassment began to shame the guy for his close attention, calling him a pervert. He frowned. If this troublemaker knew who was really in front of her, she would not have gotten angry and shouted at the whole salon at her beloved master Caspar Bart. The towel fell from the flight attendant's hands in front of Sinclair's seat. And then disaster struck. A gun was pointed at the stewardess's back, and she, trembling, slowly raised her hands up, asking for help. The red-haired guy with a scar on his face hissed at everyone to put both hands behind their heads and not move. He still did not remove the barrel of the gun from the poor girl's back. A group of bandits dressed in black ran into the cabin, each holding a pistol in his hand. The men urged the passengers not to run away and to keep their hands behind their heads. One of the criminals put the barrel of his gun on Adam's shoulder. He looked to the side cautiously. Were the weapons they were holding made entirely from mutated animals? The bald, pierced man yelled at Sinclair not to look, but to put his hands behind his head. The guy didn't understand what kind of organization dared to hijack a plane in broad daylight, since the gang with pistols are at least B rank. He complied with the request, freezing in the chair with his hands behind his head and glancing at Regina, who was sitting in the same position. He couldn't transform himself in front of such a crowd. He had to come up with something. The red-haired man pointed a gun at the stewardess, leading her into the cabin, and ordered the cockpit to be opened. The girl sobbed. She would do anything in exchange for freedom. Several shots were heard. Adam turned his head in that direction. The pilots were shot in the head, and now the bandits were found behind the wheel, acting according to someone's plan. The stewardess sat on the floor, shaking all over, and through her tears she asked where the men were taking the plane. The redhead approached her, hovering over her, mockingly replied that they were flying to the tallest building in Iowa, the Bautas Tower, and everyone in the cabin would die along with their workers in the 2nd District. Another shot rang out. The stewardess was finished. Blood splashed across the cabin, hitting the face of the red-haired killer. The 2 remaining bandits remained in the cabin and carefully watched to make sure that the passengers did not get up from their seats. The man next to Sinclair kept his eyes on the charming Regina. He muttered that even if this was the last flight of his life, it was still worth it to see such a beauty. Adam couldn't believe that the old man was thinking about girls before he died. Adam, looking ahead, asked himself where the kidnappers came from on the plane. Regina turned her head towards him, replying that she had heard the bandits talking. They had taken control of the plane in order to shoot down the White Tower. They probably hated the 2nd District, if that was the case. Then the kidnappers were probably from the 35th. When Adam asked why exactly from the 35th, the girl was surprised that he didn't know the whole story. When Azuristar was first founded, the peaceful 50th District was invaded by people from the 2nd. After defending the peaceful 50th District, the 35th District demanded that the Government Council force the 2nd District to publicly apologize for the invasion of that year and compensate for the losses along with the damages caused. But the arrogant chairman of the 2nd District Parliament rejected this decision and abandoned it. Adam thought, their actions are very arrogant and cruel, but times are changing, and such terrible terrorist methods will not solve the problem, Regina agreed, because only civilians will suffer from this. The bald, pierced bandit heard the sounds and ran up to the couple, attacking them with questions about the topic of conversation. The girl immediately replied that there was no conversation at all, and she would not do it again. But this did not convince the kidnapper. He grabbed Regina by the hand, shouting that he did not really believe her. Throwing the girl's figure over his powerful shoulder, he opened the plane's emergency hatch. These actions were followed by threats to the other passengers. They too would now be thrown down. Regina began to wriggle in his arms, trying to break free and calling for help. Adam couldn't stand this and immediately rushed towards the bandit, putting his fist forward. A second later, he was already lying on the floor, choking on blood. Turning around, Sinclair saw Regina being carried away by a tall man in a green coat, who definitely hadn't been on the plane before. There was another stranger on board, a young, self-confident guy in a cloak and suit, an A-rank hero, Starcloak. His companion was Captain Cigar, an A-rank hero, a man with a scar on his left eye who never lets go of a cigar. The passengers, noticing them, dared to jump up from their seats. The heroes Captain Cigar and Starcloak would save them. Adam breathed a sigh of relief. Now everything should fall into place. The bandits heard the hubbub and immediately rushed at the aliens, Cloak cursed. meeting them in the narrow passage. Suddenly, something slipped between the men. A huge flow of unknown energy. The hero himself disappeared. Only his cloak remained. It was the clothes that were the spiritual weapon. Having a strong self-awareness, it is difficult to underestimate his fighting power. Even the bandits admitted that the attack was not bad. The hero glanced at them. Only they were left. Didn't they really want to just lower their weapons and run away? But one of the kidnappers got angry, shouting that all the people from the second district were treacherous and cunning, and they shouldn't think that this was the end of it. What no one expected from them happened. The men tore their clothes using their own abilities. Fruit meat bombs. Starcloak cursed, and Captain Cigar almost dropped his cigar. A powerful explosion was heard in the front of the plane. Now it seemed impossible to escape. The plane, like a stone, began to fall down. Those passengers who had unfastened their seatbelts and stood up were now holding onto their seats with all their might. Some lost their footing and rolled towards the opposite side of the plane. Captain Cigar ordered everyone to immediately put on oxygen masks. He mockingly turned to his partner, asking if Cloak had any useful abilities, such as if he could use his cloak to lift a plane. The boy snapped that he was not an S-rank hero. All passengers are ordinary citizens. The cloak will be able to lift at best a few of them, but no more. People, hearing this, rushed towards him one after another, crying loudly, offering huge amounts of money to be saved first. Looking at the crowd that had gathered, Adam hoped that they weren't going to pay right there. The excited crowd rushed towards the heroes, pushing and arguing over who would fly first. Captain Cigar told Regina to return to her seat and fasten her seatbelt. The girl thanked the man for his kindness and did as he asked. Returning to her place, Regina first saw her companion, who was incredibly frightened and happy to see her. The star hero took off his cloak, spread it on the floor, and sat down on one knee, attracting the attention of Captain Cigar. He reminded them that they couldn't abandon the passengers, and his partner asked them to trust him, otherwise it would be too late. Both stood on the cloak and flew out of the plane. Adam realized that he could only rely on himself. Looking out the window, he thought that he could create a clone outside the plane. Even with 10% of the creator's power, he would surely be able to save the plane. Sinclair concentrated, creating his shadow clone. Right from the edge of the porthole, Casper Bart gradually appeared on the street in a cloak and rooster mask. Meanwhile, the plane continued to fall, emitting clouds of smoke in its wake. The heroes, standing on the cloak, made a decision. Starcloak suggested that his senior colleague use his ability to create a parachute and slow down the fall. Captain Cigar praised him for his resourcefulness. He himself had not thought of this. He immediately took a deep breath and also took a cigarette, using his cigarette smoke ability. Then he released all the smoke from his lungs. There was so much smoke that it caught the wings of the plane, forming two huge smoke parachutes. The captain dropped to one knee. He was exhausted. The ability had exhausted him beyond measure. The star hero snuck up from behind. He created a tornado with a sharp end from his cloak. The guy thanked his colleague in a caustic voice for his hard work, because it's so hard to be a good person. Not feeling any danger, Captain Cigar simply replied that it was his duty as a superpowered person. Adam's clone just flew up to the area where the heroes had settled, realizing that something had slowed the plane down. He just noticed the men. Suddenly, the star hero threw the spear that was his cape at the unsuspecting captain, piercing him through the chest. The boy screamed about how these righteous words made him sick. Casper stepped back in shock. What the hell are they doing? Starcloak, looking at the suffering of the second hero, hissed that he was better than the captain, but every time on a mission, the latter took his glory for himself, took away his popularity, and because of this, the sponsors did not want to cooperate with him. Bleeding, Captain Cigar crawled towards his killer, but Starcloak moved further and further away, smiling evilly. If the captain is so good, then let him die for these civilians, and the press will find out that he died in a plane crash trying to save people, like a real hero. The guy walked to the edge of the plane and jumped down. Adam's clone flew towards the captain, activating the Beam of Light ability. Gritting his teeth, the captain croaked that Starcloak had wounded him with a spiritual weapon, and such injuries could not be healed. Casper recoiled in disappointment. How could this be? Captain Cigar lay there helplessly, regretting that he had been too naive. He couldn't even imagine that the hero hated him. His son was still waiting for him at home to play football. Bart had no choice but to watch the dying hero as the plane fell. The Starcloak returned to the cabin. The passengers regained hope for salvation, vying with each other to ask where the second hero had gone. The guy frowned, replying that Captain Cigar had thrown all his efforts into slowing down the crash, but hadn't been able to stop it completely. so Cloak himself would only be able to take some of the passengers with him. Without warning, he took off his cloak, which stretched into a thin strip of fabric and tied it around the waists of several girls, including Regina's companion. She stretched out her hands, trying in vain to break free in order to stay with her sister. A few lucky people escaped from the burning plane. The rest of the people looked after them, not believing that they had been abandoned to their fate, left to die. Casper took Captain Cigar's ability, promising revenge when the time came. A-rank ability, Cigar House, materializes absorbed smoke that can only be used in an oxygen-containing environment. Through the porthole windows, the passengers saw a familiar mask. Could it really be that Mr. Casper Bart had come to save them? Casper flew a short distance away from the plane, then compressed the air in front of it with his hands, using the ability Metal Control. The boy prayed, hoping that the aircraft would stop. It didn't stop, but it slowed down significantly and landed right in the soft desert sand. People ran out of the plane one after another. They had survived, and they shouted loudly and rejoiced. Coughing from the smoke and tension, they asked each other questions. Where is Casper Bart? What happened to the A-rank hero Captain Cigar? Regina breathed a sigh of relief as she sat on the sand. She thought she was definitely going to die. While wondering where Casper might be and why she couldn't see him, she heard a noise from the other side. The star hero was racing towards the plane at full speed on his cape, with a dozen ambulances barely keeping up with him. As usual, a helicopter was hovering in the sky with reporters on board, who kept everyone informed of everything that was happening at the crash site of the hijacked plane in real time. The journalist looked down with concern, expressing the hope that no one was hurt. Starcloak landed near the aircraft, not believing his eyes. Where did all the victims go? He saw with his own eyes the plane crash. How everyone managed to escape without receiving a single scratch. Regina ran up to him, demanding an explanation of where, according to her, the blonde man had taken her sister Jo and the others. So far, journalists did not know what happened here, but the plane landed safe and sound. Before the crash, some saw Mr. Casper Barth, who was able to control metal. Perhaps he was the savior. Hearing the name of Captain Cigar, who was mentioned as one of the saviors, the star hero shuddered. He himself approached the microphone, pressing his hand to his chest, saying that Captain Cigar was his partner, with whom he participated in the rescue operation. He also told reporters that when the moment of the crash was very close, Captain Cigar threw all his strength into slowing the fall and died from lack of strength, and Starcloak himself was able to save only a few passengers. Taking this into account, he realized that disaster was inevitable, and so, as soon as possible, he called an ambulance to save the victims, but he did not expect at all that they would be lucky and that everyone would remain safe. The flow of words was interrupted by a strange voice, which called on the hero to stop pretending and lying. Casper Bart, descending on a metal plate, held the body of Captain Cigar in his hands. Regina ran up to the clone and asked if it was true that he saved the plane. The guy carefully laid the lifeless Captain Cigar on the sand, replying that the man was a true hero, and that Casper himself had only helped a little. Craig noticed the wound and asked, dumbfounded, if the hero really died from overexertion if he had a hole in his chest. The crowd also saw the damage, and people realized that the captain had indeed died not from lack of strength. Casper pointed at the star hero. He demanded an explanation, but the hero, stumbling, insisted that he did not know what had happened to Captain Cigar. Then Bart decided to tell the whole truth himself. Starcloak lured Captain Cigar out of the plane under the pretext of saving people, then forced him to use all his power and killed him when he was weakened. It turned out that the evidence of the crime was on that very cloak. The star hero did not follow it, and now the blood of the fallen general remained on the tip of the fabric. A blood test will prove whose it is. The audience was taken aback, not expecting such a brazen lie from everyone's favorite. They could not believe that he could do such a thing. Cameras and microphones immediately rushed to the exposed Starcloak, asking for comment and permission to conduct a blood test on the cloak. The hero's eyes turned bloodshot. He had been stupid, not expecting that his carefully thought-out plan would be ruined by a scoundrel in a rooster mask who appeared literally out of nowhere. He recalled how much he envied the success of Captain Cigar, who was celebrated by crowds of people everywhere. Why was he more popular? Casper asked if the hero had really secretly made a deal to steal the plane with the bandits from the 35th district, since they were surprised to see Starcloak. The guy laughed madly, flew up, and admitted that he himself was from those parts. He had to sacrifice so many brothers, and all in vain. The hero swirled his cloak, and a powerful sandstorm rose in the air. Starcloak, realizing that there was no way back, decided to destroy those present in the sand. loudly wishing death on the people from the second district. As a child, he had a favorite cape that his mother gave him before she died. She said that all superheroes who save the world wear one like that. Star Cloak was born in the 35th region, where the sun does not shine, where there is only ashes all around. Flowers were treated as sacred objects, worshipped. Although the local children sometimes had to dig through the trash, they were happy, believing that the whole world was like that, until one day the residents accidentally managed to get into the second region. The amazed future hero walked along the local streets, and it was then that he first learned that water can be tasty, flowers can grow everywhere, that the sky is blue and the clouds are white. The locals behaved disgustingly. As soon as they found out that the guy came from the 36th region, they immediately started looking down on him, laughing at him, and even beating him up. He hadn't done anything bad. Why such an attitude? But once the boy decided to get to the bottom of the truth, he discovered that it wasn't him at all, but these disgusting people who steal resources, bully the weak, and act arrogantly towards others. When this realization came, the cloak awakened its spiritual power. Then, Starcloak forged a passport to stay there, and secretly traded information with people from the 25th district, provoked them to commit terrorist attacks, and then became a hero and saved people. Thus, he gradually turned from an ordinary citizen into a respected A-rank hero, and the stupid residents began to treat him with respect and feel his strength. The guy was basking in the glory until Captain Cigar showed up, and all the attention shifted to him. Starcloak couldn't stand this, so he tried his best to kill people, but the captain saved them again and again. While telling this, the hero kept laughing while the sand whirled around people and cars. He clenched his fists, shouting that the stupid people of the second region, Captain Cigar, all deserved to die. Regina tried to get through to the madman, asking who he had become now and how he was different from the usurpers he had talked about. The girl turned to Casper, worriedly saying that the hero had gone crazy and was now going to kill everyone. The space was torn apart. The tornado grew stronger. Such is the destructive power of the cloak. This kind of spiritual equipment is entirely dependent on the owner's emotions, and after so many kills, it has evolved to S rank. Regina, hearing this, began to dig through her bag to find a weapon to counter the cloak. She wanted an ability of this rank. She made a sweet face and asked if Casper Bart could handle the hero. Looking at the masked man's hands, she found that they were shaking. What would happen to her if Casper himself was afraid of the Starcloak? But Casper suddenly blurted out that he was not a coward. He was not afraid. He was in anticipation. The cape fluttered in the wind as Bart rose into the air on the plate, looking at the star hero who was enjoying watching others suffer. He asked if the boy really was secretly killing civilians in District 2 to let off some steam. It seemed that the hero no longer noticed anything around him due to his madness. He confirmed that he had killed many. One random person who was saved turned out to be a professor at his university. Since he saved these people, then their lives must belong to the Starcloak. Casper shook his head in disappointment. The A-rank hero with a million-strong audience turned out to be a crazy scoundrel who kills the weak and constantly rushes from a destroyer to a savior. When a victim becomes an offender, all of her motives cannot be forgiven and she deserves no pity. Starcloak burst out laughing. Casper was speaking in Captain Cigar's words, and so the hero would give him 100 seconds to escape and then die. The guy spread his arms out to the sides and, laughing, began the countdown. Casper called for metal control. A metallic double dagger of an unusual shape, shimmering with gold, slowly emerged from the sand. Gradually, Bart had several knives on his back, like some ancient deity. He was floating in the sky surrounded by weapons. Even a sandstorm could not stop him. Starcloak closed his eyes, reveling in his power, counting down. But he was not so patient. He was eager to see where the enemy was headed. But Casper was nowhere to be found, and the star hero roared in anger, not understanding where he had run off to. It turned out that the man in the mask had risen higher to where the destructive cloak was. He directed his forces straight into the resulting rift, and an explosion occurred. Finally, little by little, the sand began to disperse. But along with the ensuing peace in nature, another problem arose. Cars lifted up by the elements began to fall. And what's worse is the number of people who were found inside the sand tornado. The star hero, seeing that his creation had disappeared, hysterically asked Casper what had happened and what he had done with his cloak. It turned out that the cloak had been pierced at 4 ends by Bart's knives, which calmed him down. This was the first time the boy had used an S-rank ability to meet a spiritual weapon of the same level. And he didn't think that spiritual power was so hard to control. He turned to Regina for help, asking her to figure out how to save the falling people. The girl immediately began to look for something in her bag, shouting that Casper could rely on her. A multitude of beautifully decorated eggs flew into the air. They gradually increased in size. Craig whined. These animal eggs are too expensive to save people with. At that moment, the eggshells cracked. A strange, sticky, thick liquid began to pour out onto the sand. People fell in there, screaming and unable to get out of this mass. The star hero, having lost his power, snatched up his weapon. People could not survive. They must die. Bullets flew at Casper, which he began to dodge. Bart ducked, and one particularly frequent volley almost hit him. Suddenly, he realized that these were homing bullets. The guy came up with an idea to cut bullets right in the air. Meanwhile, the hero discovered his cloak and stretched out his hands to it, calling it to him. It was the owner's own fault. He was too careless in allowing the cloak to escape. The cloak settled softly on its owner's shoulders. Having regained his power, the hero ran towards Casper Bart with eyes burning with rage. He immediately began to attack the masked man with all his might. Casper realized with shock that he had been hit right through the thick material of his suit. He used the ability Holy Healing. But something went wrong. Blood continued to ooze from the wound. As expected, Captain Shigar was right when he said that the damage dealt by that bastard's spiritual weapon couldn't be healed by the healing ability. The star hero laughed when he saw Casper's attempts to heal himself. He kindly told the boy that the reason his wounds were not healing was because his cloak was a spiritual weapon. It directly attacked the enemy's mental power, so healing was impossible. Bart chuckled, deciding that since such a brat had excellent equipment in his hands, the hero wouldn't mind if he took the cloak for himself. Star Cloak became incredibly ferocious at these words. The tip of the cloak reached into the inside pocket of the owner's jacket, looking for something there. The next second, the cloak had those same blue pills in its palm. Adam realized that absolutely all the Lost heroes use them. S-rank spiritual weapons, strengthened by the blue pill, become many times more dangerous, and it is very difficult to defeat. But, as it turned out, the hero ate the pills with difficulty, literally choking on them. It seems that as the power of the spiritual equipment increases, its owner also loses control over it, and it can now act consciously. The star hero's eyes lit up with a bright blue light. Now, because of Casper, he had to eat this nasty thing again. The cloak increased in size 100-fold, to such an extent that the man was unable to fly. In the next moment, the fabric wrapped itself like a cocoon around Casper, trapping him. Even the owner could not control the cloak. The guy found himself in an unknown dark space, and in the sky there were things glowing that looked like stars. A voice was heard calling for death in grief and despair, and those same stars suddenly flew down from the sky. The closer they got, the more clearly it became apparent that these were not ordinary stars. Each one, falling, stuck to Casper, who could not shake them off. Taking one in his hand, he almost dropped the star. It was getting hotter and hotter. Now Casper was almost drowning in them. Were those really bombs? The guy weakly extended his hand. From outside the cloak, Bart could be seen struggling to get free, and a second later there was an explosion. Regina called the masked gentleman by name with all her might. The star hero smiled widely as he ordered her not to scream, assuring her that Bart had already exploded and turned to ashes. The cloak opened and thick smoke poured out. Craig gasped, covering her face with her hand. It can't be. Seconds later, the smoke cleared, and Regina was even more amazed. In the middle of the sands, a real metal cocoon was floating in the air. There was a crunching sound and it began to fall apart into pieces. The star hero couldn't believe his eyes. It was impossible that Casper could still be alive after that. However, it really was like that. The guy slowly freed himself from the cocoon that protected him, glad that he remained alive. The people around were delighted and began to greet him loudly. Regina clapped her hands. She knew that the gentleman would not die so easily. Casper rolled his eyes at this. Standing in front of the shocked star hero, he said that he got it from Captain's cigar. The answer to the surprised look was a cigar, which Bart immediately lit and took a drag. Hero. It seemed as if he saw a ghost in front of him. He screamed loudly and rushed at the ghostly captain with his fists. Casper extended his hand forward. He had promised that he would avenge the captain. The guy used the ability Absorb Stars. The hero coughed loudly, and a black substance came out of his mouth. The next moment he turned to dust. Casper had pulled all the metal out of his body. Echoes of the star cloak could be heard as the wind blew away his last words. I want to go home. A cloak slowly fell onto the sand, now of a completely different color, blue-black with white stars. This ability has self-awareness, is a spiritual weapon, can attack the mental power of the enemy, has immunity to A-rank abilities, elasticity, has the skills of Star Rain. The stars explode, causing damage to the enemy. Casper praised the cloak. It now had a new owner. It was necessary to connect the two entities. Suddenly, the cloak depicted a heart. Casper chuckled. To keep such a weapon under control, you need to be stronger all the time. Otherwise, it will absorb the owner sooner or later. The groans of people who had fallen into the egg liquid could be heard. They asked Bart to save them. The guy looked around for the culprit of this incident. Regina chuckled awkwardly. The egg white was her doing, but she couldn't put everything back the way it was. Casper flew away on a metal plate, asking Regina to stay here until the resistance squad arrived. The girl fell to her knees, begging him not to leave. A little later, in the backyard of Captain Cigar's house, his little son was playing football. The ball rolled to Adam's feet. The boy ran up to the stranger, laughing, offering to play together. Sinclair smiled. He hadn't come here for football, but when he saw the baby, he immediately wanted to play. Adam, unnoticed by the boy, created a silhouette of his father, Captain Cigar, in the air from the smoke. The baby laughed in surprise when he saw such a miracle. Adam placed the former owner's ability into the silhouette. Now there were 3 of them playing: the son, the father, and Adam. The leaves from the trees, as if bringing their condolences, softly fell onto a large box of cigars standing nearby. Regina and her sister Jo discussed what happened on the plane and in the desert. Jo admired Casper, who saved everyone. Regina regretted that her sister did not see it with her own eyes, because the battle was simply incomparable. Craig waved her arms, imitating a fight. The gentleman flew up, dodging the Starcloak's homing missile, and then knocked him out with one left hand. Those who were taken by Starcloak were less fortunate. The hero simply left them in the desert to their fate. Luckily, helicopters arrived. Otherwise, everyone would have died, not from the crash, but from the heat and lack of water. Regina grabbed her sister by the shoulders, suggesting that what happened to them was fate, and they should value their lives more. Jo nodded. She had to be strong because today, she had a meeting with the judges' organization from the Grandsville Chamber of Commerce. A couple of days ago, an invitation letter arrived at their main office. The sender was a member of the judges' organization, Casper Bart. Jo would never have thought that she would be chosen for this mission. It was a real blessing. Jo clapped her hands, expressing the hope that she would be able to see Casper Bart in person, whom Regina describes as very handsome and strong. The girl did not notice how Adam's hypostasis, the Snake Man, appeared behind her. Regina screamed, pointing her finger in that direction. Jo recoiled in fear when she saw the stranger. The snake asked what Jo was so surprised about. Regina looked carefully at the man in the mask. He looked very familiar. Could he really be a member of the judges' organization? Jo immediately whispered, remembering that the A-rank heroine from the 2nd District, the swordswoman Blanche, said that there was a person in the judges' organization whose specialty was a mask with the image of this animal. Regina looked at the snake with undisguised interest, introducing herself as a friend of Mr. Casper Bart, who had recently been on the brink of life and death. The snake was so cold, Regina took a deep breath through her nose. Both were from the organization of judges, but for some reason he was so cold, he had to be friendlier. Regina went ahead. She arrived at the appointed place at the request of the judges to help with the goods. But where is the goods themselves? The snake grabbed Jo by the hand and dragged him somewhere. Craig turned around suspiciously, asking where they were going. Snake pulled the chain hanging from the ceiling. A hatch opened under the girl's feet, and she screamed in surprise. The snake laughed. He wanted to tease this greedy girl. Jo crawled to the edge of the hatch, asking if her sister was okay. There was no word coming from there. The snake counted to 3 in his mind. A squeal came from the hatch, causing Jo to jump back in surprise. Regina announced that she was now rich. The girl invited her sister to come down and look at what was below. Regina had never seen so much jewelry in her life. And indeed, the entire area of the room was practically covered with gold coins in huge chests. In addition to the coins, there were large vases, jewelry, everything a person could wish for. Craig lay down on top of one of the chests. She would like to live here forever. The snake looked down, saying that these were the goods of the judges' organization. For some reason, they were handing over all the contents to the care of Grandsville. Regina, putting the gold in her bag, raised her thumb up. They can definitely judge with these treasures, let them not worry. She approached Jo and asked why the judges felt the need to hand over so many treasures to the Grandsville organization. She replied that Grandsville was the largest business agency. After trading, they would establish basic trusting relationships that would help smooth out future cooperation. Regina asked in surprise, what kind of cooperation? As they level up, strong heroes rely not only on themselves, but they also need good weapons. Looking at the large-sized diamond, Regina asked in admiration, "Does this mean that they have people who can make weapons from monster materials?" Joe nodded. "In the future, when the hero needs equipment or weapons, the Chamber of Commerce will come to the rescue." At this time in the hospital, a blue glow was again emanating from Adam's sister Trisha. The lights slowly rose upward. The girl, wearing an oxygen mask, coughed harshly and clutched the hospital sheet with her palm. She started whining. It was painful for her. Trisha called for her brother. The plane landed at the Louisville airport. Adam Sinclair heard a familiar girl's voice calling his name in a strained voice. Lily Romero was running towards him at full speed. She had just seen the news about the crash of the hijacked plane and decided that she would never see the guy again. Men passing by greedily followed her with loving glances. The girl ran and buried her face in Adam's chest. She was very worried. The guy gently said that Lily was exaggerating. Seeing Adam gently stroking the head of such a beauty, saying that he was fine, the men were beside themselves with annoyance. Romero, with tears in her eyes, asked that if something like this happens again, please let her know. Adam put his arm around the girl's shoulders as they walked from the airport. He intended to meet his godson. When Lily stuttered and asked who exactly, Sinclair explained that this was what they called each other in the company of friends. Zachary was sitting at a bar with two hotties, telling them about his godfather and the influence he had on his own father. He drank the glass of alcohol in one gulp, complaining that his godfather had simply used him to get closer to the old man. And now, Zachary was no longer of use to him. Suddenly, something changed in the room. Thanks to the ability of psychic explosion that appeared out of nowhere, the girls gradually began to lose consciousness. Wade watched in horror as they fell to the floor. Suddenly, water poured down on the guy from above. He hissed, not understanding what kind of idiot dared to pour water on him, and threatened to beat him to death. Adam's voice was heard asking why he was being beaten. Zachary waved his hands. No, he wouldn't dare. He would rather gladly allow himself to be taken by his godfather. Adam sighed and patted the boy on the head, asking if he had just said that his godfather was using him, and advised him not to judge himself that way because Wade Jr. had potential and was trusted. Zachary turned to Sinclair with tears in his eyes, asking if this was true, since he had never been able to gain recognition from people before. Adam lightly flicked his godson on the nose, nodded, and said that he had decided to dispel all doubts and organize an expedition, as well as give him a task as an official member of the organization. Adam called upon the spiritual contract. All Zachary saw at that moment was darkness, marked with thin lines of a symbol unknown to him. There was a second click on the nose. He threw the guy somewhere into oblivion. Adam woke up in complete darkness, with a glowing portal ahead. He reached out his hand to the complex symbols, not believing his eyes. A voice rang out, announcing the signing of a contract, and something made Zachary close his eyes. The next moment, he woke up again. Zachary was waist-deep in clouds, as if he were floating in the sky. It seemed as if he was somewhere very far away. Adam, who was nearby, said that Wade Jr. had made a spiritual contract with him and bridged the gap between body and soul. Only now did Zachary realize that he couldn't feel his lower body, and he asked his godfather in fear what had happened to them. But Sinclair reassured him, asking him not to be surprised. They were in a space controlled by thoughts. They can imagine and create anything. With the power of their spirit, recently he received many spiritual abilities and one weapon of the same type. And during his research, he discovered that this is the space in which people who have entered into a spiritual contract end up. Adam asked Zachary to dive into his gemstone, a white diamond now shone on the boy's forehead. It glowed brightly as Wade tried to concentrate his consciousness. As if from the sky, a huge golden palace fell into their space, stunning the guy. Around Zachary, there was an incredibly beautiful ensemble of houses and buildings, as well as unusual column thrones built in a semicircle. The guy couldn't utter a word, shocked by the sight. The godfather sat on one of the thrones, asking what he was staring at. Adam gestured for Wade to come over to him. Zachary realized that the judge's organization was much stronger than his old man's organization. It was very cool. Adam smiled and said that he would give the guy official membership, and the place itself was called the Heavenly Palace. The organization uses it to exchange information, and their next meeting will take place here. The vain boy's eyes began to sparkle, and he immediately asked what his mission was and what throne he could occupy. Adam coughed, not answering the question directly. As he said earlier, he will be given official membership in the organization, but for now, the position of rat is available. Zachary raised his fist in victory, exclaiming that this meant he was now in the rat position. But, jumping up, he painfully bumped into an invisible barrier. Zachary scratched his nose and sobbed, asking why he was being treated like this. just as Adam jumped down. Approaching the guy, he said that he was rushing things too much, who even said that it was within his authority to appoint him to this position. Towering over his godson, Adam sternly asked if he really wanted to be on the same level as him in the organization. Wade Jr. immediately backed down. Adam coughed again, asking to be allowed to finish his sentence. He said that the position of rat was vacant, which meant that Zachary could be a candidate for this position. The boy asked cautiously if there were any other candidates, and he was especially worried about the contenders in the person of his old man. Adam noted Zachary's cleverness to himself and nodded. The mechanical hero is also one of the candidates. The leader of the judges will determine who will take this place. The guy exclaimed that it was too difficult to compete with his own father. Sinclair shrugged. There was nothing he could do about it. The judges were an organization that valued strength first, and if Wade Jr. wanted to hold a high position, he would have to be capable and powerful. Zachary bowed resignedly, agreeing with his godfather, and asked to be sent on the mission quickly. Adam said that Zachary's father would never give him David Evans, so Zachary needed to figure out how to lure him into a trap, and then Adam would deal with him himself. Wade smiled and promised he could handle it, but he wanted to ask a question. The boy jumped up and asked if he became a rat, his godfather would introduce him to Charlie the Rabbit. Zachary blushed deeply and explained that when he saw the girl on TV, she would remain in his heart forever, and if he succeeded in marrying her, his life would not have been lived in vain. Adam chuckled and thought with horror that his godson wanted to marry his clone. So the boy's response was a kick in the ass. That's how he was sent on a mission. That same evening, in Adam Sinclair's apartment, the boy sat at the table set for dinner and watched TV. It reported that the financial company from the 2nd District, the Knights of the Round Table, had imposed a fine on the A-rank heroine, the SEAL swordswoman Blanche. And those who provide useful information regarding her will receive $500,000, and those who manage to catch her will be given $5 million. His attention was distracted by Lily, who emerged from the kitchen in her underwear and apron, announcing that the barbecue chicken was ready. She, blushing, carried a plate of food to the table. She seemed very awkward but still wanted to please Adam. At the sight of this picture, the guy's nose started to steam. The girl bowed her head and innocently asked what had happened. Did she really look bad? Sinclair stuttered and replied that she looked great, and that he wanted to ask something completely different. Lily explained that the promised surprise was not only delicious food, but also, suddenly she became so embarrassed that she screamed and ordered Adam to eat and keep quiet, shoving a chicken leg into his mouth. Romero asked the boy if he had heard the news about the swordswoman Blanche. He, barely chewing his food, nodded and asked what was the matter. Lily heard from other reporters that the A-rank heroine Blanche was in secret collusion with an organization and then disappeared after the mass attack in the 2nd region. And why, Adam asked. She was a noble heroine with an excellent reputation, beautiful and strong. Lily gave him a strange look, noticing that the guy was somehow very worried about her. The guy thought to himself that they knew each other, and he knew that she was not the type to do anything bad, because the swordswoman always desperately saves people. But Lily said that a person with such a unique charisma may have some secrets. Tomorrow, he will clarify himself. The girl seemed angry at the close attention paid to the stranger. Adam tried to smooth things over by saying that Romero was a really good cook and that every dish she made was simply delicious. Lily put her chopsticks down loudly. She rose from the table, agreeing that she was no match for Blanche, and perhaps if she helped others too, then perhaps Sinclair would pay more attention to her. Adam immediately stood up and ran to Lily. Calling her by name, he grabbed the girl by the shoulders. He kissed her passionately, before explaining that there was no point in making things up more than they actually were, because he was simply investigating the case. After a few seconds, Adam gently pulled away. The girl blushed and looked away. Sinclair ran his hand through Lily's long hair, hugging her, and said that she was perfect for him, and Blanche was no match. Romero, hiding her face in the man's shoulder, asked again what business he was talking about. Adam explained that he was a reporter, so it was important for him to know all the details. Lily looked up at her boyfriend with huge eyes. Sinclair was also blushing furiously, but he convinced Lily that it was his job and that he was not interested in Blanche at all, since he only liked Lily. Romero hugged Adam even tighter, telling him he was the best. The guy mentally apologized to Lily, sadly promising in his thoughts that sooner or later he would return her ability. Adam sat at the table and checked his email. He was surprised that the letter from Regina arrived so quickly. The girl wrote that she did not expect a letter from Casper Barth, and that she would immediately provide him with the necessary information from Gransville on the darknet. Adam clicked his mouse impatiently. The letter contained information about the main characters. As expected from the Darknet, everything is simple and straightforward. First, you need to check the information about the hero of sweet and sour noodles. To view the information, he had to pay 100,000. Sinclair obediently paid, deciding that it was better not to argue. The letter described in detail the most important facts from the hero's biography. Real name: John Barnes. Hero rank: B. What battles he participated in. The Darknet even recorded the time when Adam in the hero's body taught a lesson to a forest warrior. But how did they know about the new ability? Adam also decided to find out about David Evans, but for some reason there was no information about him. Sinclair then looked for information about the swordswoman Blanche, and nothing about her. Oh no, there was information after all. But for 700,000, Adam paid. It turned out that Blanche's name was Domenica, and she betrayed the financial company Knights of the Round Table. The incident began due to the fault of the A-rank hero, the masked boxer, and also together with the organization of judges killed this hero. It was also indicated that Blanche and the snake are in a relationship. Adam sat up in his chair when he saw Boxer in a mask. Could he really be one of the heroes of the Knights of the Round Table? Doesn't their company know that he was a member of the Saints organization? Or do they have something to hide? And what kind of relationship is this? If Lily saw this, she would get angry again. He decided to search a little more, and suddenly saw that 30 million was being offered for information about Casper Barth and the judges' organization. Adam stared at the screen in shock. Information about him was worth 30 million. He adjusted his glasses and chuckled nervously. Was Blanche really being persecuted because of him now? There was a scandal in the office of the hero organization. Wade Sr. was shouting and asking his father, the mechanical hero, why he gave David Evans a chance to participate in the White Area case. The man clasped his hands and asked seriously if his eldest son had any doubts about his decision. Ethan was outraged that his father promised this place to him, and also that he would work with Explosive Fist and they would go to the White Area for training. The old man shouted that he had changed his mind. Ethan was no longer suitable for this role. In turn, the guy asked invitingly, was it really because of the loss to Casper Barth? The mechanical hero slammed his fist on the table, demanding that Casper, who had nothing to do with the matter, not be brought into the conversation. Ethan's dark eyes widened at this, and he walked out of the office. His father stopped him with a hand on his shoulder, assuring him that he had made the right decision and that he was doing it for Ethan, since he had no idea how dangerous the White Area was. Ethan angrily threw off the mechanical hero's hand. The man turned around looking after his son with regret. He said with great resentment in his voice that in reality, his father simply did not take him seriously. The mechanical hero knew that the White Area was not just a territory with monsters, and those who were there also noted that it was much more dangerous than they were used to thinking. Ethan was surprised to find his brother there when he left the office and asked what he was doing there. Zachary, who had apparently been caught eavesdropping, asked his brother point-blank what he and their father had been arguing about. Ethan revealed that his father would allow David Evans to participate in the White Area operation, and that made the boy very angry, to which Wade Jr. rightly noted that the White Area was a great place to earn a lot of valuable materials from monsters. Ethan noted that if this became known, everyone would assume that David was the mechanical hero's biological son. Zachary hid in the restroom and decided to use the acquired spiritual bargain stone to break the news to his godfather. A few moments later, he landed on the organization's territory, hitting his face painfully on the floor. Adam sensed the guy approaching and was already waiting for him at the place, asking what brought Wade Jr. He immediately told about the old man sending David Evans for an operation in the White Area. Sinclair was surprised and asked what the mechanical hero was planning. Zachary didn't know, but if his brother started arguing about this, then he definitely wouldn't give him David. Adam thought that if he got rid of the hero, it would alert people because he had serious connections. And then, after thinking about it, I decided that we could take part in the operation together. Because if something happened in the White region, no one would be surprised. Wade Jr. was amazed by the goals his father was pursuing. Adam gave his godson instructions. He must make sure that everything went according to his father's plan, and he and David Evans took part in the operation together, and there was no need to worry about the rest. Zachary assured that he would carry out the order. While Lily Romero was at work, Adam decided that it was worth improving his abilities in preparation for the operation. First, it was necessary to improve transformation and cloning to A rank. Black cubes appeared in the guy's hands. Now he had a B rank ability. Transformation. It allows you to transform in 0.01 seconds. 3 costumes are available for transformation. You can change the parameters of the body, appearance, voice, personality, improves acting skills, but you need to be careful when using it. Rank B ability, cloning, creates a clone with the host's abilities, lifespan is 6 hours, energy output is significantly increased. Adam's dragon ability is used to upgrade the spirit of the deep sea and the fiery fire to A rank. The A rank ability is water leader. The first skill is bloody rain, the second is river protection, the third is water steel spear. A rank ability, fire king, first skill, phoenix chick, second, control the area engulfed in fire that is not higher than the owner's level. Sinclair thought that dragon sounded cool. The cruise liner rocked gently on the waves near the port. Lady Blanche, wrapped in a dark cloak, handed over the money to her accomplice for her help. And he, tossing the bag in his hands, asked why such a beauty, who was bathing in money and fame, would engage in smuggling. The girl turned around and sternly said that it was none of his business. Let him do what he should, and if asked, to answer that he didn't know anything. The man rolled his eyes, promising to keep his questions to himself. It's only been a few days since the swordswoman Blanche stayed in Louisville, but now she doesn't belong here either. She's already turned from a superhero into a criminal. Those who are chasing and want to catch the girl are A-rank heroes. Lady Blanche walked, hiding in the darkness of the night, and thought that the masked boxer may pretend to be a fighter for justice and a hero, but he is just a servant of the Saints organization and must die. And why the company doesn't care about her motives, but simply pursues her. When Kamea used the identity of the masked boxer, he was never able to track this hero in Iowa. He can only be found in Louisville, where Casper Bart constantly appears. Suddenly, a voice was heard from behind, laughing, saying that the swordswoman would not be able to escape. The girl suddenly jumped up and onto the roof of the building. She saw that the man she had given the money to earlier was dead. The swordswoman shouted to the strangers that there was no need to kill ordinary people since they had come for her. There was an invisible force hovering around Lady Blanche, telling her that her allies must die. And if she remembered what she had done, then it was time to answer for her actions. The swordswoman leaned forward, attacking. If anyone wants to fight her, let them show themselves. Don't hide in the shadows. The invisible man deftly dodged. He laughed again, glad that the girl was angry, but it didn't matter, since his task was to kill the target by any means necessary. Blanche was immediately shot in the chest and cried out in pain. She ran, pursued by a voice that wanted her dead. Finally, it even became painful to breathe. Blanche stopped, breathing heavily. Lily Romero, wearing a sports uniform, blocked her path and asked if everything was okay. She saw the wounds and immediately began to ask what had happened, but Blanche stubbornly drove her away. Suddenly, Lily froze, stepping back. The small swords that had wounded the swordswoman flew at her as well. Romero turned around and loudly called for help. A bright flash, like lightning, flashed past them. Suddenly, the attack was repelled. The sharp and small, needle-like swords split in two. The snake covered the girls with himself, calling on them not to be afraid. The invisible man immediately turned his attention to the guy, hissing whether this was the man who had destroyed the organization of saints. The stranger stood behind the tree. Adam asked why he was running away since they knew each other, but the rival only chuckled, saying that he didn't expect to see the snake here. First, he needed to see what he was capable of. The invisible man released a stream of fire at Adam, calling for him to try the chrysanthemum blast. In response, Sinclair released a blue flash of energy, but the chrysanthemum explosion tore a hole in the blue energy. The snake's eyes widened, not believing what he saw. He was so unprepared that he wouldn't be able to handle the attack that the explosion flew straight at him. The shrapnel also hit the girls, causing injuries to them. Swordswoman Blanche immediately recognized this attack, loudly calling out the name of the attacking person. Santiago Braun, a thin man in a long robe with a long smile, stepped out of the shadows, surprised that Blanche still remembered him. The girl screamed. 2 years ago, she caught a criminal and forced him to go to prison. They even wanted to give him a life sentence, and how did the man manage to escape? Santiago chuckled. He had been helped, and now he was an S-rank user. Lady Blanche drew her sword, promising that even if it cost her life, she must resecure Braun. Snake studied the villain carefully, thinking that his abilities were clearly above A rank. But if they really started fighting, Lily might get hurt. He needed to be scared off. Then Adam went for a trick, saying that he was not alone either. Casper Bart, an S-rank hero from the judge's organization, would soon arrive. Did Santiago really think he could defeat them? Braun was obviously enjoying this conversation. The man asked what would happen before Casper showed up. Adam formed a cloud of electrical energy on his palm, suggesting that they try to do it. Blanche, who was noticeably weakened from her wounds, urged the others to run away since the villain could not be stopped. But the warlike Lily promised that she would not abandon her and immediately began to call for reinforcements from the Hero Association. Santiago jumped briskly to the very top of a street lamp, shouting that this time the company had the advantage in numbers, but one day he would return for their lives. A second later, Braun disappeared into thin air. Lily breathed a sigh of relief. They had managed to intimidate Santiago. Snake asked if she had really called the association, but the girl shook her head. Blanche was currently wanted, so that would have caused even more trouble. The swordswoman wanted to ask the snake a question about the organization of the judges, but the boy put his hand forward. Let Blanche recover first, and then he would come back for her when the time came. The snake disappeared from sight. Lily said that all-powerful heroes just love to disappear without a trace. But Blanche objected. No one except the snake does that. Lily saw that the swordswoman was getting worse and offered to take her to the hospital. But the girl objected. It was too crowded there. She needed to find a secluded place to use her powers for regeneration. Romero, without hesitation, suggested going to her house to rest, which surprised the swordswoman. Adam ran out from around the corner of the house, pretending that he had just arrived there. He saw Blanche, and very naturally was surprised by such a person, asking what the girl was doing there. The swordswoman asked Lily with her eyes who it was, and she inhaled. After answering that it was her boyfriend, they went for a run, and she wanted to go to the toilet. Lily explained that on the way she saw the swordswoman being attacked, and now she was injured, so she suggested that she rest at Adam's house, asking if he minded. Sinclair agreed, offering to carry Blanche on his back. On the way they got to talking, Adam asked the swordswoman if she had met the man who had been stalking her in Louisville. Blanche nodded and asked how the couple ended up at the port together. Lily replied that they had indeed gone out for a walk and had accidentally seen the heroine being attacked by this guy. The swordswoman sighed heavily, thanked the guys, and asked why they needed to save a wanted criminal. Lily simply replied that the Blanche she knew always sacrificed herself to save others, and she helped the children in Iowa, so neither Lily nor Adam considered her a bad person. Evil tears gathered in the corners of the heroine's eyes. She had not killed the masked boxer, and she had not yet worked with the mysterious organization of judges. Adam said he'd heard that the masked boxer had some connection to the Saints in Iowa City, so even if the swordswoman had killed him, it would have been for the best. Blanche said that no matter how he died, the main problem is that someone wants to use his death to get rid of her. Sinclair continued, maybe someone else wants to drag the judges' organization into this, making them public enemy number one. And this thought occurred to the swordswoman as well. The guy agreed because the rumors and news were not so much against Lady Blanche as against her collaborating with them. Lily said that the judges have a good reputation because Caspar Bart saved the city many times, and now the snake helped them. Blanche noticed that recently heroes from all regions began to fear them, saying that a mysterious organization wants to take over 53 regions or even the whole world. Adam, hearing such nonsense, even stumbled. This made the swordswoman realize that people from all over the world were hunting her, and judging by the reward that was promised for her, there weren't many who wanted to receive it. They were pursuing Blanche because of information about her cooperation with the judges. When Lily asked how this happened, Blanche replied that there were as many as 53 regions, and the distribution of the number of superheroes and their abilities had to be even to avoid one region dominating another. Those were the rules. That's why the Hero Association often sends its members to another area. They often call it a vacation. Lily said that this information is confidential, so ordinary people won't really understand it. Adam thought that the heroine explosive fist had been away from Louisville for a long time, and when the invasion happened, she said that she had just recently returned from vacation, which means she had been fighting in another region. Blanche also added that there are many strong heroes in the judges' organization, and the most powerful of them is Caspar Bart. Because of their sudden appearance and uncontrollably huge power, they have become a kind of lever of pressure on heroes from other areas. Someone wants to take advantage of this opportunity to gather all the superheroes together and destroy the judges. Adam wondered if people could spread so much hatred just by rumors. Maybe they wanted to gather an army of heroes to confront the judges. Lily noted with fear that they were encroaching on the peace of the whole world. Sinclair thought that the Blue Pill organization was good at manipulating people's minds. I wonder if that had anything to do with the attackers. The abilities appeared hundreds of years ago on a sky-blue planet, which is now watched over by the White region. But there is also an organization planning to destroy this place. And the problem with Trisha and that blue light is still not solved. How tired Adam is. He asked Blanche if she had come to Louisville to confront the judges, and she replied that she had done just the opposite. She had come to find out everything and help them. Sinclair was surprised by these words. The swordswoman said that she knows Snake from their organization. They went through a lot together, and now he miraculously showed up and saved her. So the girl wants to ask about the true motives of the judge's organization. Adam chuckled. What a miracle. He just heard strange sounds, and having transformed, he hurried to Lily. Lily cheerfully asked the swordswoman if she liked the snake, but she vehemently protested. Meanwhile, at the Grantsville Chamber of Commerce headquarters, Regina was hanging around her grandfather, Dave Craig. The man was saying that he didn't think that among the 4 great seas, there was such a rich and powerful organization of judges. If Regina managed to join there, then the position of the Craig family would be significantly strengthened. The girl assured that she would also like this, but despite her close relationship with Mr. Casper Bart, he never offered to join her. Maybe she could bribe him with family treasures? Joe admired Regina. She found her sister very smart. Grandpa Dave chuckled contentedly, agreeing with his granddaughter, and asked her to organize a monster weapon exhibition, invite Casper there, and give him the family's S-rank weapon, so that the judges would know the strength and sincere intentions of the Craig family. Regina hugged her grandfather. She was beside herself with happiness that she was not refused. Great joy prevented her from noticing Joe's emotions. The girl clearly did not share the love for the judges. She frowned and clenched her fists, rolling the name of the organization on her tongue. At Sinclair's house, Lily was setting the table for breakfast, now dressed, with a charming apron thrown over her shirt. Adam approached the girl from behind and impulsively hugged her, wrapping his arms around her waist. Lily shuddered in surprise and said that she would not be able to have breakfast with everyone, since she was invited to a morning meeting. The guy offered to give her a ride, but Lily refused, asking to sit down at the table quickly so that nothing that she had spent so long preparing would get cold or spoil. The swordswoman peeked out from around the corner cautiously, afraid to disturb the tender moments between the couple. Lily took off her apron and placed it on the edge of the kitchen cabinet. When Blanche and Adam sat down at the table, the girl winked at them and turned to the swordswoman, asking them to stay as guests and get well. Blanche smiled and thanked him for his hospitality, saying that she would have to leave after all. Adam swallowed a piece of bread and asked in surprise where she was rushing to, since everyone outside was just waiting to catch her. Blanche answered sadly but firmly that she had work and tasks to do. Despite the danger, her wounds were already healed. Perhaps they could meet again someday. Adam chuckled without answering, but thought that he hadn't been secretly treating the swordswoman at night in order to send her to certain death. When he looked up, the girl was no longer at the table. Miracles. On top of a cliff near the seashore, Adam, in dragon gear, wanted to try out his dragon skills right there. The waves were high, despite the sunny weather. Sinclair jumped onto one with ease. His abilities made it easy for him. Wearing a closed suit and a scary mask with horns, he stood on the water, arms folded across his chest, and suddenly noticed something. He ordered the water to bring him a little closer to the huge yacht looming ahead. Loud music was playing on deck. People were talking and having fun. Regina and her sister Jo stood in front of the 3 boys, hands on their hips, the eldest screaming at them to get out, because they were not welcome here. Opposite them stood the members of the warring organization, the Dark Rod Dragon, the Dark Swordmaster, and Merlin. The Swordmaster replied with a grin that without their support, the Craig family would never obtain an S-rank weapon. Regina clenched her fists. Even after so many years, they still play the role of a stalking dog, and now they think they are strong enough to attack? The Swordmaster, frivolously twirling a blonde lock of hair around his finger, remarked with irritation in his voice that he had always hated the Craig family for their impulsive decisions. Even though he was a dog, he could still surpass them. Joe stepped forward, asking him not to embarrass himself. The blonde chuckled and allowed himself a nasty joke. He suggested that his accomplices rip the girl's clothes so that she would know what real shame was. Merlin and the dragon with the dark staff came closer. They loomed over the sisters like shadows. The air itself seemed to be electrified, but then Adam appeared in the field of view, wearing a dragon mask, sitting cross-legged on the wave that held him, and waved his hand, asking the beautiful ladies where the city of Louisville was. Regina jumped for joy and asked the stranger if he, judging by his appearance, was Casper Bart's partner. The guy spread his hands, shook his head, and introduced himself as the dragon from the judges' organization. The crowd on deck immediately began taking pictures of him and loudly discussing him. The judges had a new member, the 12th sign of the zodiac according to the Chinese calendar. And although he behaves like a teenager, it is interesting to see what he is capable of. Jo grabbed the side of the boat with her hands and greeted the dragon, saying that they were Casper's friends, and could they be taken away from here? The dragon put his hand forward and replied that he could not do that, because the guys from the foreign organization have to leave. The blonde stepped forward, angrily calling Adam a brat who dared to provoke the love organization. Merlin and the dragon with the dark staff jumped high in different directions, trying to surround the man in the dragon mask. Merlin waved both hands, releasing black entities. Adam, having settled himself more comfortably, raised the water vapor above the water. People's mouths dropped open in surprise as they watched the brawl begin. Regina gasped in shock. What kind of attack was he using? It turned out to be a river defense, with a wave of incredible size looming over Sinclair, simulating a man with his arms raised. The dragon merely laughed at Love's attempts to hurt him, asking if this was all they could do. So now it was his turn. Merlin, trying to attack with a dagger, realized that the wave had immobilized him. Suddenly something flew close to him, tearing the clothes on his shoulder. The guy was thrown aside. Even a drop of water can become a serious weapon and injure people. Due to the difference in fighting skills, he had no chance to defeat the enemy. The dragon stepped forward with a dark staff, shouting that it had become clear that the dragon's element was water, and that its power increased near the sea. Smiling predatorily, he added that he could close the gap in strength. A wave of the fire dragon's staff in his hands created a stream of flame. Now this upstart would be taught a lesson. Adam chuckled. The enemy was weak, but so annoying. Besides, who said that he could only use water? By activating the Fire Lord, Sinclair will be able to control the flames that are below him in level. The clot of fire roared, turning into the face of a dragon. Riding the wave even higher, Adam directed the gouts of flame at the enemy to show how a fire dragon can pursue. The dragon with the dark staff raised its head in shock. He ran from the deck, shouting to his accomplices that the stranger had two types of abilities, which meant it was time to escape. The crowd screamed in admiration and continued to take pictures of the hero of the day. He controls both water and fire at such an early age. The power of the organization of judges is incredible and frightening. The dragon landed on the deck in front of Joe. He followed Merlin with his eyes. He ran away so quickly, and he had just promised to beat him to death. Joe clapped her hands, thanked the dragon, and asked for help in finding Caspar Bart, because the Craigs wanted to invite him to the auction that Gransville was holding. Adam paused for a moment, thinking about his answer, then said that he had a way to contact Caspar and then invite him personally. Regina asked what this method was. The dragon raised his hand, and two light crystals lit up on his palm. It was necessary to sign a spiritual contract to become a representative of the judges' organization. Regina was beside herself with happiness. Was it really that easy to become their representative? Adam folded his arms across his chest and said that he had come anyway on orders from Caspar Bart, who hoped that the girls could become representatives of the judges to continue helping them with their goods. The world is huge. Adam needs to explore the territory of the Four Seas, so the Craig family would be a reliable ally. Regina agreed to join. Joe said that if it did not harm the Chamber of Commerce in any way, she would agree too. There and then, a spiritual contract was concluded, crystals lit up on the sisters' foreheads, and both froze in amazement. A close-up of a man in a dragon mask was shown on TV. Ethan Wade was just playing sports when he noticed the report. The dumbbell fell to the floor with a loud thud. The Gransville Chamber of Commerce gun auction was held in a huge, luxurious mansion. When Adam entered the hall wearing a rooster mask, the guests began to whisper, "Could it be that Mr. Caspar Bart, that famous and powerful hero, was there?" They heard that he was collaborating with the organization that the S-rank hero belonged to. The Craig family has been in a state of decline lately. Why are they still supported by such a large organization? Dave Craig came out to meet Sinclair, his granddaughters following silently beside him. The man greeted Adam warmly, saying that he had heard a lot about Caspar, and Adam was also pleased to meet the head of the family. Dave pointed to the chairs, inviting the guests to sit down, because the auction would soon begin. Their conversation was interrupted by the shout of the Dark Swordmaster, followed by workers carrying some huge object under a dark cover. Stretching his lips into a predatory smile, he narrowed his eyes, saying that the important guests had not yet arrived. There was no need to rush. Adam, looking at his opponent, realized that he was well prepared. It looks like everything will not go according to plan. In the oppressive, unfriendly silence, the blonde felt quite confident. He raised a piece of paper clutched between his fingers, announcing that he had an invitation. Regina stepped forward and put her hands on her hips. She knew that the Swordmaster was up to something. No one could bring their own weapons to the auction. The boy leaned down to Craig's face and replied with a smile that the family's situation was even worse than he thought, since they were so eager to find allies. He turned to the crowd and theatrically spread his arms. The weapons of the Craig family have always been famous for their strength, but the price for them is also appropriate, considering the recent events. He brought his own weapons from the monsters here to try them out. Joe screamed that it was an insult to the family, but Dave pushed her away with his hand, asking her to slow down. Adam slowly approached the Dark Sword Master. His proud posture shook the boy's confidence when Sinclair asked if he was from the Barton family. The Swordmaster stepped back, nodded, and asked if there was a problem with that. Adam put his hand on the blonde's shoulder, saying that he had connections with the top of his family. The guy gently took the stranger's hand from his shoulder and squeezed it, smiling and asking who Casper knew. Adam fell silent. And how could he know with whom exactly he was just bluffing? He would definitely understand if he was bluffing. Finally, Adam walked away from the Swordmaster and went to his weapon, covered with a black cloth, answering that he could ask his relatives personally when he returned. Sinclair threw the cloth off the table. He raised a large dagger with blue steel in front of him. While examining the other objects, the mask and the horn, the owner of the things approached him. He leaned on the table and asked if Mr. Bart knew his aunt, but Adam didn't answer, and turned around, throwing a last word for everyone to take their places, leaving the Swordmaster perplexed. Sinclair sat down next to the head of the Craig family. A few minutes later, the charismatic host welcomed guests to the Grandsville Chamber of Commerce gun auction. The starting price for the first item, armor, was announced $3 million. The stakes were raised $3.6 million, $4 million, $6 million. The Swordmaster crossed his legs and smirked. This armor was worth no more than $5 million. The Craig family probably put it up to deceive people, but don't tell me they really don't have any truly rare equipment. Then they put up an even more valuable lot, one of the most outstanding, the work of the head of the Craig family. Gloves of Light, the starting price was $20 million. The blonde jumped up. The old man had deliberately laid out his main trump card in advance. The dragon with the fire rod muttered that this was a 2-star S-rank equipment, and Merlin added, if an A-rank user puts on these gloves, they will be able to withstand the power of an S-rank. Joe noted with concern that the price had risen to $300 million. Regina bit her lip. These gloves were from her father's favorite collection, and now, Dave turned to Adam with a sly smile, suggesting that if Casper was interested, he should try to set a price, to which Sinclair thought irritably that the budget of the entire organization of judges was $200 million. What kind of stakes could there be? The old man suddenly placed his hand on Adam's arm, whispering that the Grandsville Chamber of Commerce intended to cooperate with the judges' organization, so Bart should accept this modest gift. Dave once again asked Mr. Casper Barth not to be shy when he did not answer, saying that the guy was provided with financial support from the Craig family. Adam decided to accept the gift with gratitude. It came as a surprise to everyone when the Swordmaster's voice was heard. He offered $310 million. The auctioneer took note of the last bid and began to keep the audience in suspense. 310 million times 2, 3. Adam, counting down the last seconds, offered 315 million, catching the blonde's puzzled look. The dragon with the fire rod asked if they would raise the price, but the Swordmaster shook his head. They would give in to Casper. There was still much to come. The auctioneer finally solemnly congratulated Mr. Bart on receiving the Gloves of Light. The third lot was a 1-star S-rank jade shield. Before the auctioneer could continue, he was suddenly interrupted mid-sentence by the Swordmaster, who came out onto the stage with his knife and asked him to wait. Without giving anyone a chance to react, he furiously attacked the shield, holding the knife forward. If something is being sold, then buyers have the right to try the product first. But Adam wasn't surprised at all. He folded his arms across his chest and chuckled. The boy couldn't hold back. Joe explained cautiously, the jade shield was made with care using S-rank materials like the patterned black bee. But it was most effective against spells because it had magical resistance. As for blocking the physical attack of the azure blue, Regina ran up to Adam, begging him to lend her the Gloves of Light to destroy the sword. But the guy just stroked her forehead. The girl looked into Casper's eyes in shock. He asked to calm down, not to worry, just be patient and watch. The sword clanged down onto the steel and nothing happened. The blonde's face twisted. He couldn't believe what was happening. He swung again, as if a second attack might produce a different result. Indeed, the second time he was unlucky. Contrary to the guy's expectations, the azure blue broke. The audience smiled. Someone suggested that the sword was a fake. Could a member of the Barton family really have used a fake weapon? Regina whispered to Casper if he really knew in advance that the sword would not be able to destroy the protection. Adam didn't answer, but he did something about it. He used the steal ability and took the power from the sword. The The swordmaster covered his face with his hands. This simply couldn't be happening. But the dragon with the fire rod noticed that Casper touched all the weapons he brought. And after these touches, they lost their power. Regina began to defend Mr. Bart's honor, saying that there was no point in blaming others because if the weapon was S rank, it couldn't have been destroyed by one touch. The dragon grinned. Don't forget that the abilities are also S rank. Maybe Casper can change the internal structure of objects. Now the audience looked at each other with suspicion. Indeed, Bart touched every weapon. If we are talking about deception, then, most likely, this is the work of the Craig family. The blonde suggested finding out the truth with another weapon, since such an argument had arisen. Adam shrugged and replied, "No problem." The swordmaster put on a mask and blew a horn that emitted a golden glow. But it was not a glow, but ultrasonic waves. The spectators grabbed their heads and asked for the torture to stop. The guy took off his mask in confusion, saying that the attack and defense of this equipment was at the S rank level. The problem was not in them. Regina's patience snapped. She ran up to the uninvited guest, shouting that his behavior was beyond all bounds. First, he treated her family harshly, then he was throwing mud at their clients, and he still had the audacity to show up at an auction. The dragon approached the young master, whispering that there was a traitor in the family who knew what was going on. The swordmaster turned on his heels and called his accomplices to follow him. Adam thought with relief that, fortunately, his opponent had interrupted him before he could remove the dark matter from another magical weapon. Adam brought the swordmaster into conversation for a reason. He managed to touch every weapon laid out on the table. Joe stared at Casper, guessing what he had done, but didn't have time to finish her thought. The head of the family approached Adam, smiling, asking what he had done with the sword, and invited the guest to the VIP room. Late at night, a dark figure moved quickly through the streets of Louisville. Swordswoman Blanche, tightly wrapped in her cloak, raised her head upon hearing a rustling sound. The moon in the sky brightly illuminated the strangers who blocked her path. It was the Five Elements gang. 4 people looked at the traveler with hostility. An elegant but dangerous girl, twirling a red lock of hair around her finger, sat on a high branch. She lazily asked the girl if she hadn't been taught that walking alone in the dark was dangerous. Blanche gritted her teeth, spitting out that they hadn't taught her. And the stranger was the first. The bald-headed guy playing with the brass knuckles in his hand chuckled. The seal swordswoman cannot cope with their 5 elements. Tonight will be the night of her death. Meanwhile, in the VIP room, Adam sat across from Joe and Dave Craig. The old man leaned forward, citing privacy. He expressed the hope that the boy would dispel all his doubts. Adam began his story. Whether it was a monster or a hero, both had genes of abilities in their bodies, and one day he discovered that weapons made from monsters also contained these particles. Joe interrupted him, exclaiming that ability genes were like energy from alchemy, if she was not mistaken. But masters can only feel and use it, but not extract it, so how did Casper Barth manage to do this? Adam replied that he was collecting energy and extended his hand, revealing a star absorption ring, a tool capable of extracting ability genes. Regina asked if he could collect them with just one ring. Dave thought about it. He had some achievements in alchemy, but he had never heard of collecting ability genes. He handed Adam a D-rank wolf's brush that accelerated healing and asked him to demonstrate the skill on it. Sinclair took the brush in his hand and realized that it only contained 30 units of dark energy. It was better to leave everything as is. When the boy finished using the steal ability, he gave the brush to the man, asking him to check it. Dave was amazed. The energy of the thing disappeared. This is a huge breakthrough in alchemy. Joe asked how Bart uses the genes he received. Adam thought to himself. Finally, the girl asked about it. If he told the Craig family about the production of the elixir, it would help increase their fighting ability, and next time he wouldn't have to fight alone in the territory of the 4 seas. The guy replied that special elixirs can be created from them, and it is thanks to them that all members of his organization have 2 or more abilities. Regina, as usual, thought about enrichment, clapping her hands. If the ability genes can be used to create equipment, then the 7 mythical S-rank weapons that only exist in theory can be made in practice. Sinclair sighed, saying that he was sorry to disappoint the girl as it was impossible. He turned back to the head of the Craig family because he wanted to ask the man something. Adam then asked why this small portion of genes could reach 30% of the total mass if the weapon was made from a specific part of the monster. Dave replied that after the death of a monster, a phenomenon known in alchemy as an energy beam occurs. The energy gathers in a certain place. It is this charged section that is extracted, and then special techniques are used in combination with an alchemical matrix to make a weapon out of a specific monster. The man folded his hands behind his back, pacing the room, and offered Adam, if he was interested in alchemy, to show his years of accumulated experience. Sinclair did not refuse and followed the head of the family. The streets of Louisville were no longer so quiet. Crowds were gathering. Drones with local television cameras were hovering in the air. About 10 heroes appeared on the Belt Parkway. The bald-headed man from the Five Elements looked around in confusion. Where did all this come from? Then he saw something that made him flinch. 3 heroes were heading towards his gang: Lazy Swordsman, Explosive Fist, and the extremely angry Ethan Wade, who had his loot taken from under his nose. The bandit told the dragon patron Ethan that the 5 Elements were the first to find the Seal Swordswoman, and the heroes were openly trying to take her away. That's not how things are done. The dark flames around the dragon grew more and more intense. He smiled and noted that Blanche was a traitor, and the 5 Elements were also from the Hero Association. Did they really think that Ethan would let them go? Suddenly, he disappeared from sight. But the next second, he brought his fist down with all his might on his opponent's chest. The reporter commented on what was happening. The patron of dragons can instantly kill the tiger with golden claws. Will his opponents in the form of the 5 Elements be able to escape? The commentators, looking at Ethan close up, admired the hero and believed in his victory. Members of the 5 Elements, Icefang, Earthbear, and Treeman, rushed at the dragon patron from all sides. It seemed like what could one hero do against 4? Just a few seconds later, Tiger was lying flat on the ground where Ethan had thrown him. The girl from the gang hesitated for a few seconds, doubting whether it was worth attacking such an opponent. She decided that, since the Dragon Lord had already demonstrated his power, and if she did not want to die here, she should escape. That way, she would have a chance for retribution. But her plans were not destined to come true. Blood spurted as Ethan pierced the woman's stomach with his clawed hand. There was no escaping him. A smirk played on his lips. Who's next? The boy turned around and told the swordswoman Blanche that it was her turn now. Fire Butterfly and Zachary Wade watched the fight from the computer screen. Zachary frowned, but Butterfly reassured him, "Don't worry, the swordswoman Blanche is not in the best shape right now. His brother's defeat is almost impossible." However, Zachary turned to her, raising an eyebrow, and replied that he was not worried about his brother. He was worried about something else. Was Blanche a member of the judges' organization? And if her brother killed the girl, what would he tell her godfather? The heroine smiled even wider, although Wade Jr. said that he was not worried. His face gave away the opposite. Because he was on good terms with his brother, Zachary just rolled his eyes. He came up with a way to distract Butterfly in order to contact Casper, and asked her to monitor the broadcast while he went to the bathroom. Using their connection, Zachary found himself in the residence of the judges. Adam in a rooster mask was waiting for him there. Wade immediately exclaimed that the Dragon Lord is ruthless and is going to kill Blanche. Smiling slyly, the guy asked Casper if the swordswoman was a member of the judges' organization, since on the internet they only write about her, as if she was Mr. Snake's girlfriend. Adam, unable to think of anything better, asked his godson not to believe stupid rumors, saying that the snake was already quite an old man. Zachary scratched his chin. An old man and a young maiden. Maybe Blanche was actually his illegitimate daughter, but if it's a secret, then he must pretend he doesn't know anything so as not to cause problems for his godfather. Adam promised that he would send his people to help. A joyful Zachary ran to deliver the good news, shouting to Adam as he went, not to worry, because he would be watching the broadcast, and if anything happened, he would immediately report it. Sinclair has extracted 2 abilities, allowing him to imbue the dragon with 2 more types of abilities. The pearls were A rank. First ability, Earth Control. Skills, Stone Weight, Earth Power, can sense earth vibrations, use sand to attack. Second ability, Light Control. Skill, Wind Blast, Levitation, Flow Fusion, appeals to the powers of the wind spirit. Sinclair wasted no time in creating his own double. Having given the clone these abilities, Adam sent him to Belt Perquis. Ethan walked slowly, like a cat, towards the swordswoman. He would give her time to call Casper Bart, because he did not want to kill the girl, because they were on good terms when it came to studying. The Seal Swordswoman interrupted him, coldly ordering him not to waste time if he wanted to fight. The dragon, stretching out his clawed hand forward, rushed at the girl like lightning. Let her prove to him what she was capable of. Blanche froze for a moment, trying to get her bearings. She pulled her sword from its sheath. The dragon flew past, barely missing him. Blanche leaned on her toes to create support for the jump. Ethan looked around, searching for his opponent. The sword entered the guy's back softly. He quickly pushed away, turning to face Blanche. The girl was about to launch another sword attack. She coughed. the damaged engines of the filming drones humming behind her. The presenter asked everyone to remain calm on air, as the equipment was damaged and the image was lost. A reporter would soon arrive on the scene and continue the broadcast. Breathing heavily, the swordswoman sank to her knees, and the dragon approached her with a grin, warning that without Casper's help the girl would die. The guy pushed off and flew down with a scream, straight at Blanche. She drew her sword, creating a protective aura around herself, which the dragon encountered. Tangible cracks appeared along the protection. Roaring with rage, the hero warned that this was just a warm-up. He tried to make a breach, but Blanche's strength gradually left her, and the hand holding the weapon trembled more and more. Lily Romero arrived on Belt Parkway, a drone buzzing above her, looking around every now and then and commenting on what she saw. Reporters had arrived in the thick of things, where everything was a little confusing. The Dragon Lord and Blanche were still fighting each other. At that moment, the dragon grabbed the swordswoman by the neck, lifting her off the ground and demanded that she summon Jasper Bart. Blanche could only croak out a weak but definite no. An angry Ethan threw her against the wall. The girl hit the surface hard and slowly sank to the floor, drowning in clouds of dust. The journalist winced, saying that after such injuries, Blanche might never get up again. While the commentators were horrified by what was happening, and some condemned Blanche, Ethan slowly approached the unconscious swordswoman. Explosive Fist screamed worriedly for the Dragon Lord to stop and control himself, because at this rate, he would leave her crippled for life. Ethan looked back and raised an eyebrow. Was his team really protecting a traitor? Blanche rose slowly, shaking, but finding the strength to make a sarcastic remark, asking if the heroes had finished their negotiations. Ignoring the trickles of blood running down her chin, she smiled and suggested continuing the duel. Lily walked carefully down the street, continuing to broadcast into the microphone. Blanche had sacrificed herself in the past for the safety of citizens. Her steadfastness was worthy of respect. Ethan swung and threw it at the swordswoman again, shouting that she herself wanted a bloody duel. Suddenly, an obstacle appeared in front of him, a thickness of water, where his palm ended up. The River Guardian loomed over the Dragon Lord. Blanche was sitting right on the River Guardian's water hand. The dragon clone folded his arms across his chest, standing opposite. He apologized to the girl for being late. The commentators were excitedly calling the swordswoman a traitor. The girl, incredibly tired, looked at him menacingly, asking why he included her among the members of the judges' organization. The dragon replied that if the swordswoman wanted to stay alive, then she had no other choice. Blanche looked away thoughtfully. The dragon landed in front of Ethan. He asked why Casper hadn't come, but the clone answered his question with a question, asking what cutie Blanche had done to him. The dragon chuckled. Does the hero really think that he can't handle it? And even if he defeats one of the judges, people who are much stronger than him won't keep them waiting long. The River Guardian's two huge water hands began to move towards the Dragon Lord. He growled, trying to push them away. The dragon, standing to the side, clenched his palm, controlling the River Guardian. How will Ethan cope with this? Suddenly, the huge palm seemed to evaporate. The Dragon Lord raised his head and looked around in surprise. But luck was not on his side. An even more enormous limb was descending on him from above with incredible speed. There was a bang. Everything around Ethan went dark and there was dust everywhere. It was already late. Adam was returning from the Craig family auction. He walked out of the building. There was not a soul around in complete silence. Sinclair looked around, making sure he would remain unnoticed. He moved closer to the garden and hid behind a large tree. Adam pulled out a notebook with a worn cover from under his coat. This thing was given to him by Dave Craig. It described the experience of one respected alchemist, Emmett, and something about his life. Seeing that Adam immediately opened the notebook, Dave emphasized the exceptional value of the material. It seemed as if even the lenses of Sinclair's mask were shining with such luck. He quickly slammed the notebook shut when he was pulled out of his thoughts by the head of the Craig family, who offered to borrow the artifact for a while. Adam apologized, as he had been a little distracted by the valuable contents of the notebook, and thanked her for the opportunity. Standing behind the tree, the guy eagerly read the lines. There is a secret entry in the diary that can be read by people of rank Z spiritual power. And above, Mr. Craig probably hasn't seen it. Adam pointed his finger at a blank area of the page. Right here. The page began to display the words, I came from the distant continent of the planet Odysseus, and am a member of the Cullen family. I ended up here by accident. The hero described his arrival on one of the planes of the Earth, where he discovered the legendary heroic stone. The hero stone, even for such unlucky people without magic as the alchemist, appears as a valuable treasure, capable of granting power to those of them who comprehend its true nature. Having extracted only a small part of this stone, the man surpassed the strength of his ancestors, quickly reached the 4th rank, and became one of the greatest gods. It was time to return. But before he left, he helped a group of human beings become stronger by teaching them how to open a portal to another world, the White Region. The lucky one who finds this diary, go in search of the heroic stone, which the hero of the diary hid on this planet. He will give it to people to prevent their imminent enslavement. The pages of the diary began to shine under Adam's hand. The light from the diary reflected on the boy's mask. Could this white glow be a clue to the location of the hero stone? Adam rose up on a metal plate and thought about what he had read. It seemed that their civilization was much older than the earthly one. This world still holds many secrets that the guy had yet to learn. He rose even higher, flying over the rooftops of buildings. Lily came close to the place where the heroes were fighting. At the moment, the Dragon Lord is still pinned to the wall after receiving some injuries. The new member of the organization, although he seems like a child, has incredible power. His strength is becoming more and more frightening. Suddenly, the dragon jumped out right in front of the girl. She stepped back in fear, but the masked man told her not to be afraid. He waved at the drone, introducing himself as the Dragon, one of the zodiac signs of the Chinese horoscope, an organization of judges called to fight evil, and only evil. He smiled at the camera. People shouldn't be afraid of judges. There was an explosion behind him. When the smoke cleared, Ethan stood before those present in his most terrifying form. A dragon in armor, red eyes glowing furiously, wings fluttering menacingly. The newly born dragon roared loudly, sticking out its long, sharp tongue. The judge dragon noticed that when the hero entered the 3rd phase of his transformation, he seemed to have lost his human mind, which was very dangerous. He asked Lily to stay away from him and watch over the safety of the others. He jumped up and rose into the air. Lily followed him with an admiring gaze. The dragon landed on the water pillar in front of the water guardian. An enraged dragon lord was running towards them behind them. Suddenly, a stone palm began to fall on him from above. The dragon caught her with his teeth. The long tail crashed into the windows of the nearest high-rise building, pinned by a stone palm. Meanwhile, in the Berkshire Combine, Fire Butterfly and Zachary Wade were watching the action. He raised his fist in the air, cheering for the dragon of the judges. She was about the age of Wade Jr. himself, but already so strong. The butterfly asked him worriedly if the guy thought it had become somehow colder. Ethan's destruction fell on their roof, which the hero tore off with his dragon tail. The girl went cold with horror. As befits a young master, he almost ground them into powder. The stone cracked under the Dragon Lord's powerful teeth. Finally, the stone hand cracked and split in half. Ethan was free. A large piece fell down right on Lily, who didn't even have time to react. Out of despair, the girl closed her eyes, but nothing happened. The River Guardian held the stone tightly in his hand, guided by the dragon of the judges. Lily, feeling awkward, mouthed a thank you. The dragon waved back at her. This hero's destructive power was much stronger. It seemed like it was time to end the battle. Suddenly, blood gushed from the guy's mouth and the tip of a sword appeared from his stomach. The lazy swordsman sneakily attacked him from behind, shouting that he must have been waiting for the moment when the dragon would let his guard down. He used the dangerous ability Wind Sword Chase. The swordsman began to fall to the ground and seemed to stop responding to the outside world. In the broadcasting room, the host glued himself to the screen. In order to crush the dragon, the lazy flourisher ignored all the consequences of the attack Wind Sword Pursuit and used an ability that reached S rank in strength. Now the dragon is defenseless. One more powerful attack will be the end of him. He acted recklessly, trying to protect an innocent reporter. This moment caused a controversial reaction in society. Commentators did not understand who the heroes were fighting for, why the savior of people, the dragon, was being attacked. Meanwhile, on Belt Parkway, Explosive Fist was trying to fight the water. She had already hit the River Guardian so many times that she had lost count. Eventually, the heroine ran out of breath and, trying to catch her breath, told the Dragon Lord that she had done everything in her power. Now the rest falls on Ethan. The Riverkeeper was not seriously but obviously injured. Her attacks even caused a local rain. Wet from head to toe, Lily fearlessly continued to broadcast live. By combining their efforts, the three heroes managed to injure the river monster Mr. Dragon. The place turns into a swamp. The Judge Dragon used the Flow Fusion ability, rushing straight at the Dragon Lord. He, as if he had been waiting for this, impatiently threw his tail up. Adam's clone flew very close to Ethan, who jumped back in surprise. The next moment, the dragon, using a stone fist, rushed straight at the dragon. The red eyes reflected a man flying at incredible speed. The stone fist fell straight onto the hero's chest. The dragon exclaimed that he had better give up, because this time the Dragon Lord would definitely be finished. Using the power of the earth, the Sinclair clone was able to grab Ethan in his fist, causing him to squeak awkwardly. The dragon growled, writhing in the steel grip. The fist came down one last time, pushing Ethan straight into the asphalt. In its place, huge clouds of dust formed. When they dispersed, Ethan, in his usual incarnation, was lying unconscious on the ground. Looking directly into the camera, the dragon addressed Oliver Wade, ironically claiming that he knew a thing or two about choosing, while the vines he summoned firmly bound the lazy swordsman and the Dragon Lord. In the Hero Association's meeting room, the mechanical hero tightly clutched the glass in his hand as he watched the broadcast. Anger filled him, and the glass cracked right in his hands. Lily, watching the dragon, wondered, did he mean choosing between the Dragon Lord and the lazy swordsman, or using two A-rank heroes for some kind of deal? She was surprised when Oliver Wade appeared on the horizon, dragging a figure behind him. With one hand, he held David Evans' suit. When he met Casper Bart, he asked the guy if, after all his story, he really only asked him to investigate the case of the blue pills. Casper replied that that was not all. He needed help to take part in the White Area operation, and as a reward, he would give the mechanical hero an A-rank elixir that would allow Oliver to become the owner of two abilities. This offer was so tempting that the mechanical hero decided to carry out everything according to the original plan, and came to a member of the Association of Judges. David, who had been silent until then, seemed to wake up, looking at the dejected mechanical hero, and hesitantly asked when his boss had managed to make a deal. Oliver replied that an agreement was an agreement. At first, he was overcome by emotions. That was why it was so hard to decide. But now that the Dragon Lord and the lazy swordsman were involved in this, the sacrifice of one subordinate was worth nothing. The blue-haired hero nodded weakly. If we were talking about two A-rank heroes, then any sacrifice was justified. Oliver Wade patted him on the shoulder, saying that if he thought so too, it meant he felt much calmer. Suddenly, David Evans turned sharply and tried to run away screaming. But not even a second had passed before he lost all his limbs with a slashing attack. It was a shocking sight for everyone. In Berkshire, the silent butterfly watched as Zachary rejoiced at what he saw. He should have done this a long time ago instead of waiting for something incomprehensible. He already saw how the new elixir of abilities waved its hand in greeting. The guy laughed out loud. Like a helpless insect, David lay on the floor, asking the mechanical hero why he attacked him. The man didn't answer, and with one throw, he threw the immobilized hero at the dragon's feet. Gritting his teeth, David asked why they were killing him since he had done nothing wrong. The dragon chuckled. Evans probably knew what was going on. Taking drugs, killing civilians. This is a kind of justice for such villains. Oliver Wade intercepted the dream and the lazy swordsman in his iron tentacles, telling the dragon that he had already expelled Evans from his organization and was leaving the rest to the judges. But suddenly, strange sounds were heard from the direction of the lying hero. Blue liquid was oozing out of the guy's mouth, and he was laughing madly. And then it exploded. A blue glow filled the entire street. The blast wave was so powerful that it made the dragon and Oliver Wade jump back. David Evans in his new incarnation soared upwards. The arms and legs that he had lost were now not made of flesh, but as if glass, ice. The guy asked how he could take revenge on his opponents for what they did to him. He seemed to lose the last remnants of his mind and exclaimed that the heroes were destined to die here and now. Oliver Wade suggested to the dragon that they join forces and kill the new incarnation of David, and he immediately agreed. Adam's clone used the ability of the phoenix bird. Fire filled the entire space around him. David, smiling madly, swung his sword. The power of the ice was enough to turn the fire monster into a servant of his ice eagle. He fired multiple ice bullets straight from his body. Adam's clone froze a small amount of water, and the bullets stuck into it. But this did not detain the scoundrel for long. He immediately cut the huge boulder in half with his icy finger. The blue-haired man turned and chuckled, too weak. He turned sharply and threw a new batch of bullets at Oliver Wood. He fired fire bullets from his suit at David. The bullets hit their target and a series of explosions were heard. The mechanical hero frowned. It seemed that under the influence of drugs, only the quantity of the ability increased, but not the quality. The enemy's figure appeared. Oliver activated deadly blue beams from his eyes and directed them at Evans. He screamed in pain as the beam pierced his eyes. Then he flew down like a stone and hit the asphalt. The dragon, with his arms folded across his chest, looked down at his defeated enemy from above. Is it really that easy to finish him off? Let's check. He went down to David and the mechanical hero landed next to him, saying that he had already sorted everything out. Suddenly, a bluish liquid began to flow out from under the unconscious guy's uniform again. It was as if the gum had melted and spread, but it looked incredibly strange. The dragon grabbed Oliver by the arm, throwing him back. Strange tentacles with sharp fangs at the ends whistled through the air. They wrapped themselves around the mechanical hero's arms, and he couldn't even resist. The dragon, who was also held hostage by the tentacles, offered to fire a couple of shots to blow up the strange things. He lowered his head and was amazed to see a large blue flower open from where the tentacles had been growing. And there was David Evans, safe and sound. He laughed, saying that the rumors seemed to be true. The mechanical hero cursed. And what a bastard that had turned into. The dragon realized that this must be Evans' secret. Watching what was happening from a nearby corner of the building, a man in a bowler hat and a space-like face was hiding. He hissed in displeasure. What a shame. It almost worked. Although number 52 officially failed, its destructive power is much stronger than the previous ones. Could it really be because of his own desire? Surely, the more he studied spiritual power, the more magical it seemed. With each new detail, the man became more and more convinced of his own incompetence. One must obtain the third stage of spiritual power in order to quickly reach the level of a great commander. He will wait until the end, and then take Evans' dark blue fragment. But now it is worth letting the heroes exhaust it so as not to waste their strength. The stranger did not know that Adam Sinclair heard him. He shouted that he was not the only hunter waiting for his victim. Lily, covered with a blanket, stubbornly continued to comment on what was happening. No aircraft can approach the battle site, so the film crew retreated to a safe zone. From the current situation, it becomes obvious that the ability of this type can subjugate people with its power, but perhaps only for a while. As for the hero David Evans, who knows much more than everyone else, his transformation is more like infection. Meanwhile, the dragon used the ability Flow Fusion, attacking the tentacles, which were becoming more and more entangled. These creatures successfully pierced his weapons. The mechanical hero was still immobilized. The ice hero laughed at him, mockingly asking why he was acting like this. Didn't he want David to join Berkshire? He began to ramble. After the heroes, he promised to deal with the whole company. Then he bowed his head in surprise, thinking that he did not feel disgust when talking about eating people, because they were just food for his dark blue race. But what race were we talking about? Evans grabbed his head. Why was it splitting like that? He screamed furiously. It was all because of the heroes. They set his brain on fire, making him feel pain. Suddenly, one of the tentacles seemed to start devouring the guy, and his voice was heard, which, like a wound-up doll, kept saying that after one dose he felt much better. The dragon watched this terrible picture. David's body was not real. It was different. Not the one that was quartered. He just didn't understand it yet. He needed to find the real body to deal critical damage to it. The mechanical hero spoke up, suggesting that they use an exploding egg to get rid of this monster. But then the dragon would have to figure out how to get it out of here. Adam's clone nodded and used the Phoenix ability again. The tentacles, writhing vilely, burst into flames, releasing Oliver. He rose up, dropping an exploding egg on them. The object, more like a mechanical ball, was approaching the monster faster and faster. Watching the dragon, who was close to the epicenter of events, the mechanical hero said that he forgot to say something. The explosion will spread over 500 meters and the guy will not have time to escape. The dragon raised his head and cursed. The explosive device glowed blindingly and activated. There was a deafening explosion. A funnel formed in its place, and the wind blew thick smoke in different directions. Where David had been, there were now small blue clots trembling, left behind by the infected body. The clone of Adam had his legs torn off at the knees by the blast wave. He was standing on his hands, thinking that he was lucky that now, instead of his real body, there was a double. The commentators were horrified by such a colossal damage to the organization of judges. Everyone agreed that Oliver Wade should have warned the dragon in advance, and in general, they could have united to defeat the monsters. What scared everyone even more were the tentacles, which did not die, but continued to wriggle. Huge and blue, people could not believe that even the exploding egg could not cope with them, and were sure that the end of the world had come. The tentacle, as if rejoicing at the second chance, swayed cheerfully in the wind. In the sudden silence and whispers of the night, heavy footsteps were heard. The hero of hot and sour noodles couldn't stand aside while the others were fighting such a monster. Explosive Fist appeared behind him, also ready to come to the rescue. The most surprising thing was that other voices were heard offering their help and support. Fearless Lily. Romero continued to do her job faithfully. Today, in her opinion, was the longest night in the history of the city. An unknown something invaded Louisville. Its destructive force caused enormous damage to residents, and now it is unknown how to cope with it. But we must not lose hope, because now many heroes have entered the battle, and dawn will surely come soon. The journalist in the studio rubbed his eyes wearily with his knuckles. Maybe it would be easier not to resist, but to nobly give up their lives. As the reporter said, one should not stop believing in the best. One must definitely wait for the sunrise. The commentators were also inspired by Lily, repeating her phrases with all their might. Louisville will not back down. The dragon mockingly addressed the newly arrived heroes, asking if they had decided to become feeding troughs for the monster. Explosive Fist rudely asked if he had a choice. Adam's clone nodded and asked everyone to disperse so as not to hurt anyone. He used the Wind Blast ability and was again glad that it was a clone fighting. He didn't want to die like that. Standing on a levitating layer of water, the dragon held in his hand a dangerous clod of air, which increasingly resembled a small hurricane. The heroes did not understand what he had in mind. The hot and sour noodles. Superhero guessed that based on the battle's progress, a long-range attack couldn't hurt the monster. Its skeleton was hidden deep. Someone had to come closer and deal the finishing blow. Explosive Fist stared up in surprise. The dragon put his hand forward and flew, controlling the wind blast. The mask on the guy's face began to crumble from the incredibly powerful flow of air. When the wind blast reached its target, the invincible tentacle, those present felt the ground shake. The heroes covered their faces with their hands. Explosive Fist turned away. The hot and sour noodles. Hero coughed from the smoke, but the blue tentacles are gone. The journalist could not contain his emotions and jumped up from his seat. No one expected that the judges' organization would stand up to this. Their member, Dragon, lost both legs and could have died. But he still wants to take revenge on the monster, risking his own life. Tears rolled down the corners of Lily's eyes. She was infinitely grateful to the dragon for giving the townspeople light. One drop of tears flew. A black-gloved palm caught a ray of sunlight. Adam Sinclair stood on the roof, talking to his new clone, naming him the new dragon, leaving him with the same A-rank abilities, control of water, earth, and air, as well as the king of fire. He nodded, obeying without question. The dawn sun slowly rose over the houses. The people's wish had finally come true. The crowd gradually dispersed to their homes. The streets were now deserted. Oliver Wade landed on the asphalt. He realized that he was not alone here. The man asked loudly who was nearby. Instead of an answer, an oval blue stone flew towards him. Oliver reached out his hand, intending to touch the object. Someone's cold, stern voice was heard. An unreasonable person is not allowed to touch what has been found. At that moment, a blue dagger pierced the hero's stomach. He slowly turned his head. How could it be that the armor was not broken, but damage was received, and the alarm system still did not work when the enemy was so close? The sword left the body with a muffled sound and returned to its owner. A man with a cosmic face, sauntering, turned to Oliver Wade as he thought, "All heroes rely on magical enlightenment." The journalist screamed in shock. Was the blue light sword really fighting on the side of the monster? Oliver, while nursing his wounds, defiantly asked who attacked him and how he managed to do it. The man reached for the stone, telling the mechanical hero that he was too weak to feel the attack. So let him watch as he drained the hero's nervous system, and nothing could be done about it. But the cosmic face didn't have time to lift the stone. It was snatched from under his fingers in one jerk. Adam clutched the find tightly in his hand, mockingly saying that he was sorry to admit that this dark blue stone now belonged to the organization of judges. The journalist immediately perked up and excitedly shouted, "Casper Bart! Casper Bart from the judges has arrived. With his help, the residents will finally achieve a peaceful life." The commentators joyfully greeted the hero, relying on his strength, which certainly exceeded the hero's capabilities. The man with the space face played with the dagger in his hand, convincing Bart that the organization Ultron does not want to feud with the judges, so the guy should return the dark blue stone, and then he can pretend that nothing happened. Suddenly, all the equipment on the film crew suddenly turned off, and the cameraman irritably tried to fix the situation. Lily leaned over the fallen filming drone, guessing that the equipment was most likely affected by some kind of spiritual type ability. They should report it. Adam thought that the organization that deals in blue pills was called Ultron. He deliberately disabled all the equipment so as not to reveal himself. It seems that he is driven by a larger goal. Bart challenged what would happen if he wanted to declare Ultron his enemy. The man jumped out at Sinclair, raising a blue lightsaber over his head, since Casper longed for death. then his wish must be fulfilled. Adam summoned a spiritual blast, sending ultrasonic waves from his face towards the spinning dagger. The spiritual power of the third stage caused the dagger in the enemy's hands to simply dissipate. He said with a puzzled expression that his leader had reached the third stage 15 years ago, and now he claims that only the dark blue trump card is capable of overcoming human limits. Ultron didn't think that there were other third stage holders. Adam remembered his sister Trisha in the hospital bed. It seemed that her spiritual particles were somehow connected to the dark blue race, and the guy couldn't let them go. The man adjusted his bowler hat. What a coincidence. He originally wanted to fight Casper, but the organization sent him on an urgent mission, and Bart will help him a lot if he saves the dark blue stone until next time. They will meet again, and then the owner will get it back. Adam, seeing that the man was running away, stopped him. No one gave the man the right to run away. He had to stand to the last. The space face stared at the guy in surprise. He was immediately hit by an attack of ultrasonic waves. He turned around, realizing that this spiritual explosion was too strong. His shield might not be able to withstand a few more blows like this. The man put a shield in the form of a blue flower in front of him, but it did not help him. Adam successfully dealt with this artifact, wounding the cosmic face. He growled, cursing the guy as loudly as he could. The attack completely disarmed him, and the man fell down like a stone. Adam flew up to him, straightening his cloak, and congratulated the representative of the dark blue race on the fact that they were now captives of the organization of judges. The space face turned on its side, taking the fetal position, weakly asked to kill him. If Casper wanted it that way, he was ready to admit defeat. Adam asked him about the sensations of what was happening. Maybe the man wanted to taste something like this again. He leaned over his defeated opponent. If he would obediently answer all the questions, perhaps Adam would spare him. Sinclair demanded to know how the hero David Evans was connected to this blue muck. The man coughed and said that nothing would happen if he told about elementary particles. Usually, the spiritual body of the dark blue race contains many of these particles, and with the onset of the period of change, these blue elements gradually change the soul of the carrier. Their sprouts track the location of areas of light in order to subsequently obtain the soul of a representative of the race, and the greater the spiritual power, the denser the particles are located in the body. The sprouts are cultivated, increasing in size. The more stable these sprouts are, the more particles of force a person can absorb. It can also unlock secret or combat skills. The dark blue race actively trades blue pills in order to find a suitable body for their migration. Of course, not everyone is able to withstand when the particles start to act. Once they fail, they lose their rank. For example, this happened to David Evans. Grabbing the man by the collar, Adam hissed, asking if it was possible to cure a person who was infected with these particles. He chuckled, asking why the guy had such a question, whether there was really someone among his test subjects that he valued. Adam roared, "If the man does not want to speak, let him be struck by the blades of spiritual power." The enemy stepped back and began to cough violently. A blue glow poured out straight from his face. In a moment, the beam shot up somewhere. Because of the thick smoke, Adam decided that the man himself had disappeared somewhere. But, as it turned out, the body remained lying on the ground. Adam turned his shocked gaze to the mechanical hero. The man was no less amazed. When the illusion dissipated, the man's place was occupied by the head of the Louisville Heroes Association, Greta Weasley. Sinclair said thoughtfully that it seemed that the Ultron organization had already infiltrated the Hero Association. Oliver Wade, beside himself with rage, announced that as for the murder of the head mistress, he would be able to testify in defense of the organization of judges. This would serve as retribution for the unintentional injury to the dragon. Adam shouted in irritation, asking if the mechanical hero could imagine the difficulty of cultivating a 4-ability user, something that couldn't be covered up with a few words. Oliver asked what Bart wanted then, and Casper immediately replied that it was necessary to allow Zachary Wade to replace the dragon and become the successor to the Berkshire Company. The man chuckled. "No problem. But in order to make his successors, he needs to reach at least A rank. Otherwise, the others will not support this decision." Adam, standing on the metal plate, agreed to this condition, and once Zachary becomes an A-rank hero, he will be immediately handed over to the Berkshire Company. Without waiting for an answer, Sinclair rushed away. A snake appeared right behind him in mid-flight. Adam asked him to deal with Blanche while he went to the hospital. After David Evans' death, Sinclair felt a strange wave forming. Being confused, he had to quickly check on Trisha. The plate carried him high above the high-rise buildings to his sister. That same morning, Oliver Wade gathered the remaining heroes in the main hall of the Berkshire Heroic Association. standing with his back to them. He gloomily reminded them that everyone was aware that headmistress Greta Weasley had been infected. This suggested that she was a spy for some secret organization that was responsible for the mutation of David Evans's hero. The man asked to answer questions about the heroes' associations honestly. The hero of hot and sour noodles nodded, and Explosive Fist grimaced and asked for permission to leave. As the others left the room, Oliver called his youngest son to him. Zachary approached his father, asking what was wrong. He put his hands on Zachary's shoulder, telling him about the deal with Caspar Bart. The judges want the boy to become the successor of the Berkshire Company, so he will now need an A-rank ability. The man ruffled his son's hair on the back of his head, asking him not to miss his chance. He grimaced. Isn't it the dragon who holds this position? Why did his father suddenly change his mind? This could ruin Zachary's relationship with his brother. Zachary thought his goal was to become a member of the judges, one of the zodiac signs of the Chinese horoscope, and fulfill the will of the dragon. Zachary pouted, telling the mechanical hero that his godfather had opened the way to a bright future for him, while his own father made him run around on family errands. He clenched his fist, shouting that he was wasting his talent. Oliver thought with annoyance that Caspar Bart had done everything he could, but he had underestimated his relationship with his sons. He impulsively clung to his son and hugged him, exclaiming that his son had grown up so quickly. The boy began to break free, shouting that he was already an adult and it was disgusting. On the city's Belt Parkway, a seal swordswoman leaned against the wall of a building, her sword lying nearby like a useless trinket. When the girl opened her eyes, she saw someone's outstretched palm. The snake bowed before her, offering his help. But proud Blanche leaned on her sword, refusing help. The injuries inflicted on her caused her to immediately fall back to her knees, letting out a loud sigh of pain. When the snake asked her not to be brave, the girl covered her face with her hands and cried bitterly. She asked for forgiveness, because it was because of her that the dragon died. The snake gently stroked her head, convincing her that it wasn't her fault, and urged her to come with him because the organization had sent a boy to help the swordswoman. Finally, Blanche grabbed the outstretched hand with her palm, meekly agreeing to be led away. Adam had already flown towards the hospital building, as he thought. There was a strange energy hovering there. The hospital was blocked by a barrier of dark blue light that was invisible to the normal human eye. There was not a soul in the hospital corridor in the morning. Suddenly, Adam's path was blocked by a dense blue spiritual matter. From there, as if from a portal, monsters emerged. Similar to people, but with frightening faces, pointed ears, and glowing blue eyes. Adam cursed. This wave turned all the victims of the incident into dark blue uniforms. One of them appeared behind Adam, throwing his clawed hand over his shoulder. The second one ran after the guy, threatening to eat him. Monsters began to emerge from the matter, one after another. He who dared to touch Adam did so in vain. The next moment, the guy, with a precise movement, threw the alien over himself, dropping him to the floor. He immediately swung his fist at the monster again. The blow landed squarely in the chest, causing blood to spray from the disgusting mouth. Without having time to count, Adam dealt with the monsters one by one. He danced and inflicted wounds with a long sword. When all the visible monsters were left lying on the floor like dead weight, Adam thought with relief that, fortunately, Trisha was not among them. Maybe she hadn't had time to transform yet. Sinclair threw the blue dagger to the side. Then he carefully opened the door to his sister's room. The girl was hovering above the bed, surrounded by blue bubbles. She became more transparent with each passing second, as if something was sucking the life out of her body. Is Trisha mutating? Elementary particles converging from one side of her body to the other? Suddenly, the girl's body began to tremble. She tried to break free with the help of willpower. Trisha suddenly screamed loudly, and then she softly sank down onto the bed. The fall had caused her shirt to slip off her shoulders. Her light hair had darkened, and her face had a pained expression. Adam put his hand to Trisha's nose to make sure she was still breathing and called her name. The girl suddenly opened her eyes, which were different colors. She immediately put a dagger to Sinclair's throat, asking who he was. The guy raised his hands in a conciliatory manner, replying that he was her brother. But Trisha was not convinced. Her brother had a different voice. Adam forgot to change his voice and immediately used his transformation ability to return to his previous appearance. Trisha chuckled. She still didn't believe it, since her brother couldn't even transform. Adam, blushing, adjusted his glasses and told a story from their shared childhood. His sister had described the sheet. And so that their parents wouldn't find out, she had lied to Adam and asked him to sleep with her. And then she had framed his brother, placing all the blame on him. Trisha immediately calmed down and, like a kitten, sat on the bed, surprised by her brother's ability to transform. Adam grabbed her hand and pulled her along. First, he needed to get his sister out of here, and he would tell her the rest on the way. Arriving at her brother's house, Trisha washed away the burdens of the past day in a hot shower. In the kitchen, Lily was preparing dinner for the family. Adam came up and hugged her from behind, noting the girl's efforts in cooking. Romero turned around, wrapping her arms around his neck. She was happy too, because Trisha was awake. That was something to celebrate. The girl instantly became sad, telling that today at work she felt how weak a person can be in front of an unknown force, even someone as strong as the dragon. But looking up at the guy, Lily smiled. She learned to value her love even more. She looked down in embarrassment as Sinclair pulled her even closer to him. The couple reached out their lips to each other, but from around the corner a clear girl's voice was heard. Trisha had already taken a shower and was asking if dinner was ready. Lily, extremely embarrassed, abruptly pushed Adam away from her, replying that everything was ready. The table was truly filling and delighted with the variety of dishes. Trisha was jumping up and down in joy. Lily had cooked her favorite food, and the girl exclaimed that she adored her sister. Without further ado, she grabbed the chicken leg and began to chew it. The couple looked at the girl and were glad that she was okay. Adam, propping his cheek with his hand, thought that he would give anything, just so that the people dear to him could live peacefully and happily. After dinner, having settled down on the bed in Trisha's bedroom, the girl worriedly asked her brother if it was true that she shouldn't tell her parents about her awakening yet. Adam shook his head. The hero associations are investigating the mutation case in the hospital. It's better to let them think that Trisha died. The more they knew, the more danger they were in, and they couldn't tell Lily about Adam's abilities. Trisha agreed and asked that from now on he not take everything upon himself, but allow her to help. Sinclair hung his head, blaming himself for failing to protect his sister by forcing her to become part of another world. Trisha, having created a blue dagger in her palm, did not agree with her older brother because now she had learned a lot. For example, the blade in her hands directly attacks the enemy's mental power. She grabbed Adam's hand, demanding that he use human control on her. Although the girl was completely healthy, she was afraid that she could be controlled by the dark blue race. Adam agreed, saying that her physical body was special and that she needed to improve her ability to S-rank first. An impossibly bright white pearl appeared in his hand. The ability Control uses an illusion spell to destroy an S-rank enemy, can brainwash A-rank and above targets to completely subjugate their will for 30 years. Daily, the spiritual body penetrates the controlled one and takes 6 hours from it. The girl sat holding her breath as the pearl made its way towards her. Adam closed his eyes. This feeling was different from the previous sensations. What is the solution to the mystery and what rules does it follow? Could what he sees be true? And how can he overcome this, being constrained by all sorts of restrictions? Adam found himself in an unfamiliar space, similar to outer space. And suddenly, hearing an unknown voice, he began to fall somewhere down. He screamed and came to, clutching his heart in fear. The guy cursed. They almost broke his spiritual strength. Trisha touched his shoulder, asking worriedly if he was okay. Sinclair took her hand without answering, but said that the check was completed, and now he had a task for his sister. Lily entered the room carrying a tray of fruit to offer to the boys. Adam looked at her with a smile and nodded. The couple were sitting at the table in the living room. Lily was working on the computer at the time. Sinclair asked what she was doing. The girl replied that she was given a new position because she had performed well last time. Adam couldn't help but ask if it would be as dangerous there. Romero smiled and replied that she wouldn't, because this time she was entrusted with broadcasting from a special booth. Adam stood up, preparing to walk out of the room past the girl. He squeezed her hand, imperceptibly giving her the ability. Lily looked at him in surprise. It was a B-rank ability, Green Snake Chain, which automatically activated a defensive chain when the owner was in danger, turning into a green snake and attacking the enemy. The Louisville suburb was famous for its mountains and hot springs. Swordswoman Blanche stared ahead dazedly as she sat in the hot water. The Craig sisters were swimming nearby. Jo smiled and told her guest that the spring was good for her health and would help her recover. The girl chuckled thoughtfully and scooped up some clear water into her palm. Then she stood up, saying it was time to meet with the organization. Water trickled down her body as the girl left. Blanche basked in the sun, not knowing what to guess. Was this really a new assignment? Regina exclaimed in admiration that, as befits a longtime member of the organization, the swordswoman was doing a good job of carrying out the mission of laying low. A little earlier, Blanche found herself in the Heavenly Palace. Adam, who was sitting on the high throne, asked the girl if she had heard of the Four Seas territory, because the organization was sending her there to learn more about the dark blue race. If the Seal Swordswoman passes the test, she will be able to become the 28th member of the organization. Blanche, kneeling on one knee, shook her head and said seriously that she was going to take the membership test and head to the designated location immediately. Adam was jubilant. His lie had succeeded, and finally a truly strong participant would appear in his little room of researchers. He became serious, nodded, and ordered her to first go to the Craig family to replenish her strength. The Seal Swordswoman bowed and disappeared. Charlie Rabbit watched her go. She asked Adam to speak, and he gave her permission. The rabbit jumped up and clapped her hands. She had met Blanche herself from the Knights of the Round Table, whom she really liked. Could she really even get her autograph? Sinclair chuckled. He was wondering why Rabbit was silent, but it turns out she met her idol. He patted Tricia, who was his designated Charlie Rabbit, and asked her to behave well and not let herself be exposed. The girl was delighted. Now she would work with Blanche. Then she has a better chance of getting her autograph. Adam frowned. Well, that's not the main thing. Charlie Rabbit turned to the boy and asked what he was going to do next. And Adam already had a plan. The Knights of the Round Table Company is closely connected with the Dark Blue race. He will let the hero of Hot and Sour Noodles and Zachary Wade investigate this matter. Blanche will go on a reconnaissance mission to explore the territory of the Four Seas. Joe Bloor is tasked with infiltrating the Hero Association and becoming one of the strongest there, becoming yet another black pawn in the hands of the Judges Organization. Adam just needed to visit an old friend. The boy sat on the bench looking tired. Adam appeared behind him, saying that he had been getting very tired lately and that if he had run out of strength, it would be better to rest. This scared the boy quite a bit. Bloor turned around and stood up, happy to see him again. He and the teacher hadn't seen each other for a long time. Sinclair asked the boy how he was doing. Joe was confused, answering that he still could not fully awaken the power. His body was only 7 times larger than a normal human's. Adam froze in admiration if that was true. Usually when this number reached 10, the hero was approaching A rank. Adam praised the guy for his excellent work and expressed his belief that he would become the next winner of the World Hero Championship this year. Bloor exclaimed that he would do everything in his power for the sake of the organization. Adam put his hand forward. He said that danger was close. He would have to use his control skill to temporarily subjugate the boy's body. Joe bowed. He was ready to fulfill any request the teacher asked. The boy's eyes widened. The control ability was activated. The petite blonde in the skirt landed abruptly, her hand pressing against the asphalt. In front of her stood 2 men, a horned giant and a brunette in a black jacket. He said with a threat in his voice that the Firecloud Club would not let interference and destruction of the organization's business go unpunished. The girl rightly asked the men since when is sending out postal responses to ordinary people considered a business, and their organizations get rich by imitating the criminal code of the region. Her opponents immediately pounced on her, faster than a shadow. The girl barely managed to dodge. She jumped up above the horned guy, flying over him with her sword in her hands. He suddenly realized that he had lost a piece of his horn. Moreover, blue blood started coming from his nose. The girl used poison. The stranger stepped on some detail on the floor. An explosion of enormous force alarmed the inhabitants of the nearby forest. The brunette in the coat coughed loudly. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed something very sharp flying towards him. The man leaned back, dodging the attack. He fell to the floor and hysterically asked what kind of abilities the girl had. How could she master so many techniques at the same time? The fighting lady, holding a gun in her hand, playfully asked to guess. If the man could handle it, perhaps she would answer. Dark energy was gathering around the stranger. He was very angry, but he didn't have time to do anything. He only saw someone's foot flying at his head. Joe dropped his weight onto the brunette with force. He told the puzzled girl that if she created another explosion, this place would be finished. But it would still be useful, because in 5 days, the entrance exams for an Ivy League university would be held here. The warrior noticed that since the guy easily dealt with a C-rank user, that meant he himself was a B rank or higher. The girl's name was Milana Broach. She introduced herself, expressed the hope that she and Joe would meet again at the entrance exams, and suggested working together. Bloor shook her hand. They would meet if they were on the same team in 5 days. Suddenly, Joe felt something strange and lowered his head. Their palms and Milana's were burning. The girl smiled radiantly. She wanted to invite handsome Joe to dinner. Joe froze, not knowing what to answer, but Adam's voice in his head told him not to panic. The guy coughed. Citing business at home, he decided to leave. Then he quickly removed his hand. Milana froze in bewilderment. Sinclair scolded Joe irritably, hoping he had learned his lesson. Don't hit on girls? What kind of example was he setting for his sister? Blur, blushing, nodded as he walked and thanked his teacher. Milana was not upset at all, on the contrary. She was inspired. It seems that this time there will be something to see at the tests. The next day, Caravania Street was noisy and crowded. Crowds of people gathered to watch the Ivy League University's admissions tests. The event was commented on by the lovely host Marla Murch, who waved her hand sweetly to the audience. She then introduced her new partner, renowned reporter Lily Romero, who smiled and said hello. Now the girls will explain to viewers the rules of the Ivy League University entrance exams to help them understand what is going on. The rules are simple. You need to complete the assigned task in a certain amount of time, using any methods. Marla winked at the audience. Do they really think that everything will be so simple? Not at all. It remains to be seen what obstacles and traps the organizers have prepared for the children. A red-haired guy twice his height came up to Joe, hugged him around the neck and bombarded him with questions. Why doesn't he have transport? Does he really have abilities that increase physical strength? And where are his windproof glasses? Blur briefly explained that he does not use such abilities because of his good speed, but he does not need glasses either. The guy smiled broadly, apparently. Today, there would be no shortage of miracles. He started pestering Joe again. Did he hear that the S-rank user, the Purple Panther named Mylene Garbo, and A-rank Amelie Lang were also invited? Milana quietly approached the boys and called Joe by name, which confused the boys. She greeted him with a radiant smile. That's how they met. It seems they even ended up on the same team. The girl approached the blushing Blur, reminding him of his promise to work together. The boy looked away and agreed. A red-haired acquaintance of Joe's immediately squeezed between them. He tried to impress Milana by saying that he had speed abilities. If they were together, they would easily cope with the task. The girl turned away from him and raised an eyebrow. He, a user with the ability to enhance physical strength, of which there are millions, dared to flirt with her. The red-haired boy opened his mouth and almost started crying. The host's voice rang out, calling on the participants to get ready for the race, and the countdown began. Joe gathered his strength and concentrated with utmost concentration. A shot from a sports pistol rang out, ready to go. 3 participants even took off into the air on jetpacks. One of them shouted down with a mocking voice that those who drive sports cars will never beat the flying participants. But suddenly a swan pounced on him in the sky. The swan began to peck at the guy with fury. He screamed and covered his face with his hands. The birds clearly felt like winners, instilling fear in the other participants. Marla Murch smiled and noted that if it were that easy to move through the air, then all the competitors would have brought flying machines with them. The presenter asked Lily if she recognized these monsters. The girl shrugged in response. These were probably B-rank summoned creatures, a flock of brown swans. Marla looked at the monitor and exclaimed that the flight team had dropped out of the race, with the sports car team in the lead. A red racing car was speeding down the street. The driver was talking to someone, asking how difficult the driving test might be. A similar black car pulled up alongside the red car, and the participants sitting behind the wheel saw a policeman blocking their way, placing traffic cones in front of the cars. One driver cheerfully suggested to another to speed up, and he agreed because the speed limit is 100 kilometers per hour, but no one forbade them from breaking the rules. The black lightning immediately accelerated. The policeman put his hand forward and blew his whistle. The cars screeched to a halt, creating clouds of dust on the road. A few minutes later, the employee was already scolding the participants, who stood at attention like little children. Heroes must save people, but they cannot break the rules during the mission so that no one gets hurt. The guys lowered their heads and asked for forgiveness. The red-haired guy, who had previously tried to please Milana, rushed ahead with his run, and seeing how the cars had stopped, he was delighted. He knew that it would be too generous of them to allow transport. Due to his inattention, he was completely unaware of what was happening ahead and noticed the old man crossing the road too late. Unfortunately, the participant collided with a passerby, and both were thrown in different directions. The old man lay on the ground, as if unconscious, with a trickle of blood flowing from his nose. The guy, who was wounded in the same way, sat leaning on his hands and asked himself in horror how the man had gotten such serious injuries. 2 passers-by were divided in their opinions. One offered to help take the old man to the hospital. The other hissed that it was none of their business and it was time to leave. Meanwhile, the inattentive participant tried to quietly crawl away and escape from the crime scene. Suddenly, the wounded man raised himself up on his elbows and screamed with all his might, pointing his finger at his offender. He hit an old man, and now he's leaving. Is this really how you become a hero? To have the conscience to run away after an elderly person was hurt through your fault. Joe Blur, meanwhile, landed on a skyscraper. He heard a sound behind him and turned around. Milana Broach, holding a small flying disc in her hand, landed softly and gracefully on the roof, smiling welcomingly. Joe looked down and noticed that the Ivy League school had gone to great lengths to organize the tests, even using illusion magic. The girl blinked in surprise. Could it be that the old man was just an illusion, not bad? Blore dropped to one knee and stood alert, telling Milana to get ready as two people appeared on the horizon. She smiled, because she was completely prepared. It seemed that this was the last test. On the neighboring roof stood two men. One was short and plump, holding a weapon that looked like a pickaxe. The other was tall and thin, holding one hand in his pants pocket. Lily looked closer. She didn't know these two heroes. Marla coughed into her fist, silently saying that the pair were not reportedly attending an Ivy League university, but mentors have already been sent after them to stop them if necessary. The participants are subject to various checks. The panoramic windows offered a beautiful view of the city, and the director of the university, standing with his back to the teacher Mikhail who entered, thanked him for his visit. The young man smiled and replied that the principal shouldn't worry. He would take care of those two kids, as if he had taken up his duties as a class teacher ahead of schedule. On the rooftop where Joe and Milana were standing, there was a great view of the strangers. One of them stood up straight and shouted that he would see the true power of the B-rank hero. He began to change. Gradually, though, the guy grew red sideburns and fangs appeared. Then a tail grew, and the eyes turned yellow and acquired cat-like pupils. The stranger meowed loudly and drawn-outly, dropping to his knees. Milana's eyes lit up. She was incredibly happy about the appearance of the cute kitten. Blur was not charmed by the werewolf, so he seriously told the girl that he would take him on himself and let her deal with the second one. Joe jumped up and ran towards the neighboring roof. Adam's voice sounded in his head, telling him to feel the movement of every muscle and bone in order to control his strength. In turn, a werewolf approached the boy. He irritably called out to his opponent, asking what he was muttering under his breath. He shouldn't have been cheeky, because the next minute the big cat received a painful punch right in the solar plexus. There was a disgusting sound of the upstart's ribs cracking. Adam chuckled. A black arrow, a bull's head. These were his friends from the Fire Cloud Society. These were truly crazy guys. Joe played with his fists in surprise. The guy seemed fast and agile, but his resistance and endurance were poorly developed. Maybe he shouldn't have hit him so hard. The boy extended his hand to the defeated enemy, asking if everything was okay with him, since he himself simply miscalculated his strength. Kneeling, the werewolf screamed that he had gone too far. He had defeated him, and now he was mocking him. But now Blore was also in danger. A flash of fire was flying at his back. There was an explosion. The boy huddled up and jumped to the side. He was attacked by the werewolf's partner. The flashes became more numerous, as if they were appearing from his hammer themselves. Milana Broach nimbly slipped past him. A real fire extinguisher appeared in the air right next to her. Joe, watching her put out the fire, guessed that the girl's ability was to create objects. Apparently, it only allows generating existing technologies. If Milana manages to create equipment, that would be just great. And that guy, the werewolf, simply disappeared. Blore looked closer. His opponent, thanks to his great leaps across the rooftops, was running away from the crime scene, holding the Catman under his arm. Lily, looking at the tablet where the battle between Joe and the werewolf was being broadcast, spoke about the data that the studio had obtained. According to the studio, these two heroes are members of the Fire Cloud Society. The flying beast has the ability to transform. He is a B-rank user. In the background, her colleague was chanting the newcomer's name at full blast. Now everyone should notice him and send him some kind of gift. Who knows? Maybe he will become a super strong hero in the future. The Fire Fist members landed in a safe location. One of them, a werewolf, was still unconscious and hung limply on his comrade's shoulder. They were met by teacher Mikkel. He spoke in a dangerous tone, unhappy that the boys dared to touch his students. Now they must answer for their actions. His eyes flashed dangerously in the semi-darkness. Meanwhile, Milana and Joe continued the race. The girl looked up at the scoreboard with the participants' scores and frowned. They were only in 15th and 16th place. Joe encouraged Milana, saying that this was also a good result in the battle. The main thing was that they were noticed. Adam had done all he could, and now said goodbye to his student's consciousness. He nodded, asking his mentor not to worry because he would handle the rest himself. In the endless seawater there was a small corner of land hidden, which encircled a forest, and now a long blue, brightly glowing snake was flying towards it. She maneuvered deftly through the dark mountain corridors. Finally, the snake found itself in a beautiful stone building, in the center of which, on a pedestal, stood a man all in black. His red eyes narrowed as the man turned to Rhodes, knowing he was still alive. blue tentacles began to grow around him, the same ones that were connected to the blue pills and the Ultron organization. One of them, clicking its sharp teeth and moving its small blue tongues, hung over the stranger, getting ready to tell its master something very important. Caspar Bart from the Judges has reached the 3rd level of spiritual power. The man's eyes widened in surprise and he frowned. He quietly said that, it turns out, another 3rd-stage fighter had appeared. In Adam Sinclair's apartment, his sister Trisha came to life. She, clutching the pillow, looked at him with huge eyes. Several dark sprouts woke up for a couple of seconds. It was unknown why. The boy was amazed that his sister could see through the eyes of other people. The girl nodded. She had only seen 3 episodes, and all of them involved representatives of the dark blue race. Adam turned on his laptop and asked his sister if she could remember where they were. Trisha, hugging the pillow, settled herself more comfortably on the bed and replied that the first time, it seems, was in the White Tower of Barakai City, in the 2nd region, the 2nd, in the clubhouse, and the 3rd, inside the mansion. Adam searched for something on the internet with great interest and attention for 5 minutes. Then he straightened up abruptly and shouted to his sister that he had found the clubhouse and asked her to see if it was the one she had seen. The girl looked at the screen and gasped. She nodded. That's right. People from the dark blue race came there to get their manicures or hair done. Sinclair wondered if these were women. And the Knights of the Round Table certainly had a girl who owned half of their shares. But she didn't even have powers. Trisha continued her story. In the 3rd episode, she saw a lawn, a fountain, and some antiques. There were no others there. She let go of the pillow, threw it aside, and leaned back on the bed, exhausted, moaning that she couldn't do it anymore, that she didn't understand the details. The girl suggested offhandedly to download her memory into her brother's head and check it himself. In the Berkshire boardroom, Oliver Wade sat at a long table with his hands clasped, flanked by his sons. He stared at his hands and remained silent. Then he exhaled and turned to his eldest son Ethan, who had called him here to tell him some news. He exhaled and said that he was entrusting the company into Zachary's hands and that Ethan would take the place in the heroic union. Zachary glanced at his brother on the sly, slightly worried about how he would react. But he reacted surprisingly calmly and, smiling good-naturedly, he told his father that he had finally recognized the talent of his younger son because he was definitely better suited for this role. With a warlike glint in his eyes, Ethan said that he simply wanted to become the strongest hero. Oliver carefully told his eldest son that he knew he held a grudge against the Judges organization for his defeat. He then asked if Ethan knew why all the members of the Judge organization were so strong. He even stood up, shouting sharply that this was a consequence of their hard work, and also that they were much more talented than the others. But Oliver hastened to put his son in his place, replying that he was mistaken. To the elder's surprised look, the father said that the Judges have the technology and equipment to create an elixir of abilities. They are also helped by forces from another world. Adam stood in the space where his sister's memories were being broadcast. He flipped through the memories like slides, but soon found what he needed. On one screen there was a statue in a fountain, a copy of the Torrid Venus. On the second, a rabbit on a box, Adam in a rooster mask, and Trisha, in the form of Charlie the Rabbit, carefully flew up to the firearms house on metal plates. The guy asked his sister to stand aside and not interfere. Trisha frowned and irritably reproached her brother for first agreeing to take her with him, and now he was suggesting that she be a decoration. Without answering, he patted his sister on the head, and she screamed in surprise when she didn't see the usual rooster mask next to her. Adam, in less than a second, turned into a snake. Trisha laughed. She knew about her brother's strength not from his abilities, but from his acting skills. On the terrace near the mansion, a guy with brown hair and a purple suit was sitting at a table. He was drinking tea in a relaxed manner. Without changing his expression, seeing an unfamiliar guest on his territory, he calmly asked why the sir had arrived without an invitation. In response, Adam wished him death and released several black arrows with blue glowing spheres at the end from his body. With their strength, they smashed the statue to pieces. A moment later, having flown closer, the table with the owner of the house's teapot also went off to the side. He himself was sitting, holding a cup of tea in his hands. The guy knelt down on one knee, preparing to attack, and spoke in a wheedling voice. In fact, he had always been interested in the fact that the organization of judges helped the dead, and at the same time they were supported by powerful families. The snake was amazed to think that he himself did not understand where this rumor came from and how it spread so quickly. The brown-haired man became serious and asked if it was true that the judges could return the soul to the body of a person who had died many years ago. Adam replied that the dark blue race had achieved great heights in the study of spiritual components. So why then were they asking him about this? The guy threw up his hands. It seemed there was only one answer. And the next moment he pointed the gun at Adam and fired, shouting that he no longer needed him and that it was time for him to die. Sinclair didn't lose his head, and before the bullet could reach him, he used his shadow cloning ability. Now there were many snakes standing in a row opposite the enemy. The bullet instantly shot through the chest of one of the clones. Then she flew right through, but didn't fall, but turned straight to the left in the air. Adam realized that the brown-haired man's weapon had a homing function. The speed was low, but throwing it back and forth would take too much time. Meanwhile, the enemy continued to fire bullets one after another, saying that if he attacked everyone at once, he would definitely not be able to dodge. Suddenly, the guy heard a strange voice behind him and felt the steel of a sword on his shoulder. He turned his head and slowly counted from 3 to 1. There was an explosion at the place where he was standing. The snake and his clones immediately took a few steps back, peering at the trace on the asphalt. The vanished enemy, who thought he would be able to escape, suddenly felt a cold touch on his hand. Then he was entangled in smoke that turned into electrical discharges. His whole body was pierced by such pain that the brown-haired man screamed heart-rendingly. On her throne in the air, Charlie the rabbit, legs crossed, calmly watched the proceedings. She went down to the snake. The guy raised his hands, saying that both of them really were able to teach him a lesson. He didn't expect the judges to send 2 heroes, Snake and Charlie the rabbit, so he called on his partner Monica for help. A long-haired blonde ran out onto the battlefield, clutching a long, blue-glowing sword in her hands. Adam cried out in concern, asking his sister to be careful. Trisha hesitantly took out her sword, lowering her head. Monica immediately attacked her, however. The girl defended herself, and the sound of clashing weapons was heard. The opponent jumped back, her hair flying from the sudden movements. Monica asked if the rabbit was of the dark blue race. Charlie chuckled and returned to her throne, crossing her legs. The guy whose arm was torn off in the attack, the other one held Snake at gunpoint, threatening to kill him if he came near. Adam closed his eyes, glad that Trisha was okay, but for now, he needed to figure out how to deal with the homing bullets. He continued to stand with his eyes closed as the bullet flew towards him. When the bullet came close, he pressed it down with his boot. Sinclair's eyes opened sharply. He understood. The bullet was cooling somewhere below and smoking. The next moment, he again dodged the danger flying towards him. The tree was damaged and immediately caught fire. A drop of sweat slid down the opponent's cheek. His gaze became gloomy. Could it be that the snake had figured out how to counter his ability? Adam ran towards the brown-haired man, a blue ball with a white haze levitating in his right palm. Trisha rushed down from her throne, sword in hand. Adam's ball flew straight towards Monica's face, but the girl managed to dodge and it whistled past. She suddenly put her hand out, protecting herself with her shield from the blow of Charlie Rabbit's sword. The guy, holding a handful of blue pills in the palm of his remaining hand, screamed indignantly, "How dare the judges hurt his wife?" The next moment, he stuffed all the pills into his mouth at once and swallowed them. The guy immediately grew a new, healthy arm. His hair turned blue, and he himself was illuminated by a blue glow. Monica turned around and was horrified to see the teacher in such a state and begged him not to do it. She immediately jumped up to the guy, clutching a long needle in her hands. The girl touched the teacher's forehead with the tip of the needle. His spiritual body is not able to cope with such a large number of particles. He can turn into a dark blue form. Monica pressed her lips to the boy's lips, absorbing the blue energy, his hair gradually becoming darker. Adam swung, throwing a dark blue ball. The boy watched in horror as the ball approached Monica. He turned around sharply and the blow landed right in the back. The teacher screamed in pain. The boy's body went limp. Monica cherished him, stroked his face while he lay on her lap, and asked him to wake up. He asked with dry lips if he would die soon. He sighed, opened his eyes, and thanked the judges for this moment, because the guy was very tired. When his wife died, life became worse than death. The teacher asked a crying Monica to restore his dead wife's hairstyle. Wiping away the girl's tears with his fingers, the guy said that the representatives of the dark blue race said that they would help return his wife, and in exchange he must betray humanity. If they can resurrect her, then this betrayal is a trifle, right? Monica sobbed and promised to voluntarily join the dark blue race in order to give her soul for the sake of resurrecting the teacher's wife. The guy coughed hard and blood gushed from his mouth. He was, after all, mired in his own lies. His wife had long since left her husband. When Charlie the rabbit and Adam flew up to the couple, the guy croaked that he would exchange information for Monica's life, because she was not guilty of anything except falling in love with an idiot who did not reciprocate her feelings. Shayton whispered that the judges were somehow connected with the Grandsville Chamber of Commerce. Finally, he lowered his head onto Monica's chest and fell silent. She began to cry inconsolably, begging him not to leave her alone. Charlie the rabbit leaned over her. Watching with interest, she asked her brother if they should get rid of the girl from the dark blue race. He raised his hand, cutting off her path to the girl, answering that they needed to wait. Swallowing tears, Regina said that when she decided to join the dark blue race, she was ready to give anything to her beloved teacher, and that was quite enough for her. With these words, she leaned on the deceased's chest. His pearl floated out of his chest and rolled across the floor like a small ball. Adam caught her and squeezed her in his palm. Trisha bowed her head and asked her brother if she would ever meet someone who would love her like that. The couple lay on the floor. Monica did not dare move. Adam didn't answer, turned around and called his sister to follow him. Both flew away on their metal plates. Trisha asked Adam where they were going, and was surprised to see that he had transformed back into the rooster. She exclaimed that her elder brother was a true master of transformation. A huge crowd gathered at the Ivy League University's stadium to watch the award ceremony for the winners of the fighting competition. A red and embarrassed Joe Bloor stood on stage, with Milana Broach showing off for the photographers next to him. Watching them from afar, Adam was pleased to see that Joe had managed to adapt, and had even managed to make friends. A little later, Sinclair came to visit the boy, praising him. He had improved his training skill well. Adam decided to reward Bloor by upgrading his ability to A rank and held out a green pearl to the surprised student. Ability, training, 5 senses, strength and speed become better through training. Limitation, superiority over an ordinary person by 64 times. Adam put his hand on Joe's shoulder, saying that the next goal was the entrance exams. The student had to try hard, and the teacher needed to leave for a while. Bloor asked worriedly where he was going. Adam replied that it was the territory of the 4 Seas. Zachary sat on his knees in front of the safe in the headquarters of the Dragon Lord of the Berkshire Hero Association. He scratched his chin thoughtfully, trying to figure out the combination of numbers. It couldn't be that the password was his date of birth again. The guy quickly entered the required numbers. The safe door slowly opened, and Zachary saw a lonely book. Information on the territory of the 4 Seas. The company's heir was confused. Why does his older brother use his birthday as all his passwords? He took the book and now walked down the corridor, whistling a cheerful melody under his breath. Ethan, safely hidden in the shadows and watching him, raised an eyebrow. He didn't know why Zachary needed all this information. The boy smiled when he realized that his younger brother became happier after receiving it. In the heavenly palace, the residence of the judges, Adam, in the form of a rooster, was already studying the book brought by his godfather. From time immemorial, there were 2 races on the planet, and they lived on different continents. After the war, creatures from another world invaded the southern lands and enslaved 1/3 of the entire civilization. In order to redistribute forces, the territory was divided into 4 parts: the Hero Association, the Iron Blood Army, and the Trade Organization Association. The Iron Blood Army's sea territory is under its control. The Heroes' territory is governed by the association of the same name, and the Free Union's territory is subordinated to the Association of Trade Organizations. In mixed lands, all these forces coexist, and its protection is ensured by their agreement. Whatever the relation of the dark blue race to one of the most important organizations, or to the Stone of Wisdom, everything points to the Free Sea territory. Adam decided that this was where he would head first. The guy patted Zachary on the shoulder. Good job. It was a sign of his growth. The godson's eyes lit up. He folded his palms in a prayerful gesture. Maybe now. Sinclair smiled to himself under his mask, guessing what Zachary wanted, and asked him not to worry because, since he passed the test, the organization would not shortchange him. The guy would receive the elixir of abilities that he deserved. Zachary asked what rank the elixir was, and quickly drank the liquid from the flask handed to him. As the boy slowly sank to the ground, squinting in discomfort, Adam replied that the elixir was B rank. In addition, it contained 2 types of B rank abilities. The first ability is Werewolf, which gives the wolf ancestry, provides great physical strength and powerful regeneration. When used, the ability to think is lost, but self-healing and speed are increased 3-fold. The second ability is Mask of Terror, uses people's fear to increase strength. Maximum possible value, 9-fold improvement. Duration of fear energy, 45 minutes. Zachary gave Adam a sudden hug from the joy that surged through him and began to fervently thank him and the organization, promising that he would do everything possible to live up to everyone's expectations. Later that evening, the sound of glasses filled with wine could be heard in Sinclair's apartment. Adam and Lily decided to have a romantic dinner together. The girl sighed, It was great to get a job abroad for a year. Sinclair assured her that he could keep her company and go with his beloved. Lily shrugged and smiled. She would take care of herself. Let Adam work for their common future. He became serious and nodded. The guy took a sip of wine and thought that when the situation in the world calms down, he will definitely be there. When they had finished eating, Lily came up to him, a little flushed from the drink, but just as beautiful, and hugged Adam, who cheerfully asked her to bring him a couple of souvenirs. They stood there for a while longer, still hugging, enjoying each other's company. A few minutes later, Lily's little black dress fell carelessly to the floor. Adam, lying in bed, pulled his beloved towards him. He whispered in her ear that he would miss her. Lily smiled and responded in kind. The sounds of kissing were interrupted by soft romantic music. The next morning, there was a knock on the door of the Craig family estate. A butler appeared at the threshold, greeted the guests from the judges' organization with a polite smile, and invited them to enter. Both Sinclairs stood at the threshold. Trisha was silent, only studying the situation with an attentive gaze. Adam, now without any suit, thanked the servant. In the office of the head of the Craig family, they were met by Dave, on either side of whom stood Regina and Joe. The man was glad to meet, noting that he had already had the opportunity to communicate with the organization of judges. Regina looked into Adam's face and exclaimed that she knew him, because they had flown on the same flight during their journey with the Starcloak. The guy nodded and pretended to be embarrassed and deliberately said that Caspar Bart had seen him. The master gave him an A-rank ability elixir and allowed him to join the organization. Regina asked with a barely noticeable sadness in her voice if it was really that easy to get an A-rank elixir. And what ability did Caspar give Adam? Her grandfather immediately pulled his hand aside, pushing the girl back. You can't be so rude and interrogate other people about their abilities. But Adam wasn't offended at all, saying that it was okay, because they were future allies. He didn't mind telling about his skill. It was called folding military suit in plum style, Joe said, confused that she had never heard of such a thing. Sinclair then said that this was normal because he combined both martial arts of the submarine army and a plum-style suit. Ability plum-style folding naval suit has both the power of underwater martial arts and 6-step plum transformation. Need to dodge enemy attacks like a plum flower. Regina pointed at Trisha, who was silently standing to the side, and asked what about her. Adam replied that this was Charlie the Rabbit's ward and that she was also an A-rank user. Trisha herself added that her skill is ice control. Adam immediately changed the subject, saying that Mr. Bart had told them to travel through the sea territory of the Free Union under the name of the Craig family, and what the leader himself thought about it. Dave scratched his chin and agreed. It was time for the Craig family to return to a free union. That same night in the port, Trisha sat on a box at the very edge, looking at the night surface of the water. Adam came up to her, put his hand on her shoulder, and asked what his sister was thinking about. The girl replied that she didn't know anything. She was just worried about their departure from the city of Louisville, to which Adam reassured her they weren't leaving forever. The girl thought about spending the rest of her life in Louisville, but she had no idea about the existence of the territory of the Four Seas. Her older brother chuckled. It becomes clear why all three forces and the government do not want to talk about these lands. Once people learn about the territory of the Four Seas, they will reach the point of war with another world, which will give rise to chaos and fear. Trisha just let out a sigh of relief when she heard this. She noticed that the locals had to endure stress on a daily basis, and that the lives of the awakened were much better in comparison. Adam stroked his sister's head, because the situation inside the Free Union was quite tense. She would have to constantly defend herself. Trisha asked her brother not to worry. In the morning, the huge 6-star ship Sea Dolphin was already sparkling in the sun in the port. Dave Craig stood admiring the ship, proudly telling Adam that the bottom of this ship was made from materials from otherworld monsters and protected by 4 different alchemical creatures. It is enough to apply spiritual power, and he will fly into the sky, shoot fire, create a protective barrier, or accelerate. Dave snapped his fingers and the butler came up to them. He held a tray with 3 items in his hands. All of these things would be needed by the participants of the trip to the territories of the Four Seas: sea clothing, light armor, and bubble. They allow you to walk on the surface of the sea, breathe underwater, and their appearance depends on the individual. Adam and Trisha were offered to try. The guys changed their clothes. Trisha smiled. She liked it. Adam asked where the others were, and at that moment, Regina, Joe, and the swordswoman Blanche came out to meet him in hero costumes. Joe herself seemed to be the only one who was embarrassed by her new outfit. Dave turned around and grumbled in displeasure as he heard a noise behind him. The butler replied that the Artavan group, the young master from the Rotten family, Gregory, and Jake himself were here. Adam tensed when he heard those names. Artavan Group came here, Dave muttered under his breath, wondering why he was making so much noise. The butler said that the guy initially planned to return on the 4-star ship Artavan, but upon hearing that the Craigs had prepared a 6-star ship, he immediately hurried here. Dave rolled his eyes and ordered that a room be given to him. The butler lowered his eyes and announced that the young master wished to occupy Mr. Adams' platinum room, 608. The subject of the conversation himself came out on deck, arms wide open, and walked towards Joe, saying that this was to be expected from the second beauty in the territory of the 4 seas. Dave coughed loudly, drawing attention to himself. A blonde guy in a suit, whose face was covered with a scattering of freckles, politely greeted the head of the Craig family. The man returned the polite greeting, saying that young Master Rotten was their honored guest, who was always welcome. A little later, Dave asked the butler to take good care of the guest. With a polite smile, the butler led the boy to the platinum room, as instructed by the head of the Craig family. Stepping aside, Jake Rotten conspired with his bodyguard to find out who was living in room 608 as soon as they got on board. Just think, that insignificant Craig family dared to go against his will. Meanwhile, Adam, sitting in his platinum room, looked at the sunset through the panoramic window and relaxed. Suddenly, there was a loud knock on the door. The guy quickly wiped his mouth with a handkerchief. He had decided to have a snack and drink a glass of soda. Without asking who was disturbing him, Adam opened the door. Standing on the threshold was that same young gentleman. Jake Rotten with his bodyguards? They did not look very welcoming. Despite this, Sinclair smiled, noting their sudden appearance. Jake immediately burst into curses. If the guy knew about the visit, let him take his things, or he will have to help him with it. Adam leaned close to the young gentleman's ear and whispered to him whether he would like Miss Joe Craig's personal photo album. Jake's face immediately changed and, blushing, he asked again if Sinclair had this album. Adam nodded. He wouldn't lie to the second master of the Rotten family. Jake blushed even more and quietly asked about the price. The guest of the room, with a sly gleam in his eyes, suggested that they first look at the photographs and only then find out the price. The young master immediately ordered the bodyguards to remain outside. Adam walked into the room without further ado, and his guest followed him, ordering him to show him the album quickly. A second later, he was already under the influence of the control ability. Adam found himself in a space where the young gentleman's memories swarmed on small screens. Sinclair's attention was drawn to the screen, which showed an image of a man with blonde hair and a mustache of the same shade. He was holding a glass of wine in his hand and talking to the people around him. Gregory Rotten, the son of the Rotten family, someone who plays a secondary role in the family hierarchy, suddenly gains power and authority, becoming a key figure. Despite Gregory's attentiveness and caution, he opens up to his nephew Jake. The bewitched young gentleman stood at attention, addressing Adam as a master. He gave the order to behave appropriately to a young master, to interact more actively with Gregory Rotten and the Rotten family, because they could be part of some organization. The guy bowed and unquestioningly agreed to pay more attention to the events happening in the family and to report on them. Finally, Jake left the room. One of the bodyguards immediately asked him whether to start taking the stranger's things out of the apartment. But for this, the unfortunate man received a slap in the face. Jake got angry, shouting that the room was not suitable for him, and he wanted to stay in the room of the head of Craig. The bodyguard, sweating from the strain, shouted back that he understood the order. The man tried to smooth things over by saying that the young master would soon be able to enjoy life, since he would arrive at an independent customs house. But in response, he received another portion of shouts and an order from Jake to spare him any instructions regarding what to do. The ship slowly sailed towards the large stone gates. The Sinclairs were standing on the deck. Trisha pointed her finger towards the shore and asked what was in the distance. Adam replied that it was an independent customs office. Immediately after these words, as if from nowhere, a man appeared on the deck. Number 97, the Soul Hunter, he kindly greeted the arrivals, informing them that he runs this place. Sinclair turned around, puzzled. So strong, even his appearance went unnoticed. Dave Craig, hands behind his back, was glad to meet Mr. Hunter. They shook hands. Hunter said that when Chief Craig first arrived at their customs, the man was sure that the guest would return one day. The hunter noted that there were many young people on the ship and invited those present to dinner. The light was bright in the spacious living room. As soon as Adam entered the hall, girls immediately rushed to him, vying with each other to note his beauty, offering to exchange numbers and keep him company. Sinclair, surrounded by so many beautiful strangers, immediately blushed. Regina, stuffing her mouth with food, muttered resentfully to her sister that she had no idea where these freaks got so much confidence from, since Joe was nearby, and they dared to seduce Brother Adam. Her younger sister blushed and asked her not to talk nonsense because Regina knew what kind of relationship they had. Trisha burst into the middle of the hall, pushing aside the girls. She grabbed Adam by the hand and dragged him away from the annoying company. Then she shouted to the stunned Craig sisters, calling for help in getting rid of the persistent girls. Joe suggested going to the famous Shell Hotel and having some fun. Regina clapped her hands, fully supporting this idea, because the special event of the Rakushka Hotel is especially popular among the 4 Cs. Adam blinked his eyes in confusion. A special event? Blanche was already there and silently pointed her finger at his cheek, where there was a lipstick mark. The swordswoman answered sullenly that the guy would come and see everything for himself, while he furiously wiped away the traces of the crime with a napkin. More and more people gathered around the huge panoramic window leading directly into the sea of the Rakushka Hotel with all sorts of sea creatures. The host, wearing an unusual outfit, pointed to the water and, smiling warmly, invited guests to a mermaid party that would begin very soon. Adam looked at Joe, puzzled. The ability to transform into a mermaid? The girl answered mysteriously that he would soon find out everything himself. Regina asked Adam to stay here while she changed. In an instant, people froze in front of the calm water. But a moment later, water from the aquarium began to pour directly into the hall through the opened hatches in the wall. The crowd buzzed with excitement, and no one seemed to be afraid. But Adam had no idea what was happening and was in a panic as the water flooded the entire space. Meanwhile, the red-haired host cheerfully announced into the microphone that the mermaid party had begun, and asked the crowd if everyone was ready to become a free mermaid. The water filled the entire space of the huge hall. Adam, as if in clothes, held his breath and looked around in panic. A small fish swam nearby, its bright blue scales shining. Regina swam up to Sinclair, happily wagging her real mermaid tail. She was surprised to see that Adam still hadn't transformed. The guy looked around and only now noticed that everyone around had long since turned into mermaids. They felt great in the water. Joe gave him a strange look, and Adam immediately felt awkward at his ignorance. And then, as if by magic, he felt himself changing, and instead of legs, a real fishtail with black scales grew. Sinclair swung it a few times under the watchful eyes of his friends, surprised to find that his lungs were no longer burning from lack of oxygen. He was still warily observing the situation in the hall. No, now in a real aquarium. Suddenly, Adam saw something that truly horrified him. Obviously, the dangerous fish remained behind the glass, but a huge, bloodthirsty killer whale managed to break through the glass, and now it was kicking, trying to crawl through the hole to feast on defenseless people. The mermaids immediately scattered in all directions, trying to save their lives. The killer whale, whose eyes glowed red in the blue water, had already set her sights on a target and was about to swim there. Adam kept his eyes on her, and still couldn't figure out whether this was a real monster or a transformed human. He used the ability of the ancient dragon. Swimming a little closer to the mammal, he grabbed it by the tail. Then, suddenly, breaking through the thickness of the water, he threw it upwards. The killer whale hummed, revealing a row of sharp teeth. She twisted and lashed out with her tail at Sinclair with all her might. The guy, wiping the blood from his split lip with his hand, suddenly realized that this killer whale had probably been sent here to test his and Trisha's fighting strength. You can't show off your skills, you first need to try to understand the habits of the killer whale, and then figure out how to overcome it. While he was thinking, the swordswoman Blanche decided to act. She appeared out of nowhere and attacked the whale with her sword. But even the killer whale, taken by surprise, deftly dodged and clamped the tip of the heroine's sword in its teeth. Joe screamed that since the monster was able to bite the sword, it meant it was S rank or A rank at the highest level. Blanche was attacked by a whale and thrown back by the enormous force. Seeing blood coming from the corner of the girl's mouth, Joe rushed towards her in fear. Regina swam up to her sister and drew her attention to what was happening nearby. Just in front of the orca, Trisha waved her arms, gathering a multitude of small currents around her. A moment later, the killer whale found itself trapped in ice. The boulder with the mammal inside began to settle from the cliff straight into the dark depths of the sea. The people lay down right on the edge of the cliff and looked carefully. Is this really the end? And are they saved? But it was too early to rejoice. The killer whale suddenly appeared in front of the astonished crowd, pushing off from the bottom. Noticing Adam, the monster immediately rushed at him. Sinclair turned and began to swim away from the orca, hoping to buy himself time to make a decision. With an A-rank ability, he wouldn't be able to break through the defenses, but there was no other choice. The guy, after some thought, transformed the glove of light. The killer whale opened its mouth wide. As Adam raised his hand up, the glove's ability created a huge explosion that hit the monster right in the stomach. Sinclair blinked in confusion when it was over. The whale was rocking motionless in the water. Was it really dead? If anyone finds out that Adam killed the monster instantly, he will be exposed. Adam decided to hit the carcass more before everyone saw. Blanche and both Craig's sisters watched from the sidelines. Regina thought for a second that Adam had won. Blanche raised an eyebrow and said that a high-ranking monster was not that easy to deal with, and Joe offered to help the guy. The girls were dumbfounded when they saw what happened next. The completely naked stranger began to fall as if he had just lost consciousness. Adam, having transformed back into a human, was left in only his pants, torn to the knees. The guy swam up to Trisha and tried to steal the ability without anyone noticing. The killer whale had an ability that allows it to transform into a mammal, increases physical characteristics, making the owner a dangerous sea predator. The skills present: sliding, dodging attacks. The sister worriedly asked her brother if he was okay. The guy touched his broken lip with his finger and smiled through the pain. Everything is fine. These 4 seas are really deep. Joe said that upon returning to shore, she would heal his wounds. It seemed their ally was seriously injured. Swordswoman Blanche picked up the stunned Sinclair in her arms, seriously telling him that there was no point in risking his life because they could have attacked together. Adam didn't have to take so much damage. He blushed slightly and thought that now all he could do was pretend to be seriously wounded. Adam was placed under the doctor's supervision in one of the cabins. He lay on a soft bed and rested. As Dave approached the head of the bed, Sinclair became embarrassed and began to make excuses about his wound. But the man put his palm forward. He immediately understood the guy's train of thought, since people were trying to reveal his true strength. Of course, the Craigs couldn't let them do it. Adam asked the head of the family about the killer whale, which side sent it. The man took a drag from his pipe, thoughtfully answering that they were being watched by many security agencies, and anyone could have done something like that. Come to the window, the man, looking at the sea, said that when they reach the island of love, they will be under the control of the organization of the same name, and therefore the Barton family. The Barton family. Adam thought that this must be the family of the guy who caused a scandal at the auction. As Dave left the cabin, he informed Sinclair that the Craig family would later spread the word that Adam was seriously injured, so he had to pretend for a couple more days. In the evening, as the sun was setting, Adam and Trisha decided to relax on the sun loungers on the deck. Suddenly the girl sat up abruptly. She saw them again. Another vision from the dark blue race. Adam took off his glasses, noticing that this was the second time. They needed to find the Stone of Wisdom quickly. Trisha happily reported that this time she remembered more details. When she gets better, there will even be a chance to find their base. Her brother shook his head, let his sister not even dream of helping him, because her safety and health were the most important thing. Trisha hugged his hand, smiling widely. She understood everything, so she asked him to read her memories. Maybe this way she could discover something new. Trisha froze in a trance as her brother entered her head. He found himself again in the familiar dark space, where pictures of memories replaced each other. The guy began to carefully look for the ones he needed. At first he saw some kind of base in the rocky area. Then a first-person scene, someone was strangling a man with just a piece of cloth. Later, the same hands poured blue liquid from a small bottle into the water. A crowd of young people in torn clothes stood in a row and shook with fear. This time, Trisha saw through the eyes of an old man from the dark blue race. He dissolved the powder in water to infect more people, and those teenagers are his subordinates? There was a man in a huge pool strewn with red rose petals. A dark-haired woman in a red dress slowly approached him. One of the top 10 beauties of the territory of the 4 seas, Anna Weish. As she entered the water, she turned to the smiling man, asking if he had missed her. The woman, with a seductive smile, handed her companion a berry and invited him to play. Their game was interrupted by a servant who reported to the lady that young Master Barton wanted to see her. The woman left the pool, ordering the man to wait for her. She turned around and promised him one last time that she would play a very exciting game upon her return. Entering the room, Anna's nephew walked towards her with his arms outstretched. He immediately asked if she was familiar with the owner of a spiritual ability named Caspar Bart. The woman lay down on the sofa and asked if he had mentioned her, and also asked if Caspar was handsome. The guy rolled his eyes, he couldn't answer exactly, and asked his aunt to lure Bart away from the judges' organization because it wasn't easy at all. The woman immediately stood up. Turning her back to her nephew, she asked to be given time to remember because in her travels Anna met many people. Returning to the room with the pool, the woman was dumbfounded. She saw with horror that the water was colored bright red, and the acrid smell of blood spread everywhere. The Rose Warrior, her fiancé, looked at her with clenched teeth, clenching his fist. He pointed his sword towards the traitor, promising to kill her for what she had done. The man waited for his bride to explain to him what was happening, but she remained silent. Then the woman put on an innocent face, accused him of insults, and pretended not to understand anything, suggesting that he first deal with her lover. The Rose Warrior chuckled, replying that the guy had just died, but Anna laughed back. It was a lie. Her fiancé would not dare attack her real partner during a conversation. This made the man quite angry, and he suddenly grabbed the bride by the neck, demanding to know who her real lover was. Anna, fearing for her life, named Casper Bart from the judges' organization, with whom she made fun of her unsuccessful fiancé. The Rose Warrior thrust his sword into the floor, and blood poured from his mouth as the man began to cough. He vowed to kill his unfaithful bride because she had crossed the line. Adam, dressed in a suit, stood on the deck in the silence of the night. Suddenly, through the fog, he saw the vague outlines of a foreign ship. The fog was slow to clear, but visibility soon improved. A submarine appeared on the horizon, sailing through the waves. Adam was immediately called by Blanche, who ordered him to return to the captain's cabin because the pirates had captured the Dolphin. The captain, standing before the assembled group, explained what was happening. The pirate group that had captured the ship was known as the Shooting Star Pirates, and their leader was an S-rank user, the undead mage, Boris Cart. He has 3 main subordinates: the Charming Fox, the Seaweed Monster, and the Tyrant of the Deep Sea. The captain bowed to Mr. Dave and Adam, saying that the defense would work in 3 minutes, so the ship and passengers were safe, but he still asked for help. The head of the family informed Sinclair that this time the pirates attacked to test the strength of the Craig family and the Judge organization, so they needed to be careful. Adam chuckled to himself. He had never seen people so eager to teach him something. The guy suggested leaving the captain of the Falling Star Pirates to him, and let the rest take care of the people on board. But Jo came forward, spreading her arms wide, and frowning she exclaimed that Adam had not yet fully recovered. Dave smiled, covering his mouth with his hand, and asked his granddaughter not to worry, because Adam was almost healthy, so there would be no problems. But the girl angrily stated that such severe wounds do not heal so quickly. Sinclair, feeling awkward, laughed, replying that it was better not to hesitate and attack already, because every second counted. A siren wailed loudly in the corridors of the ship. Red lights began to flash, indicating an emergency. A huge pirate frigate crashed into the Sea Dolphin. On board, wearing a long cloak and holding a staff with a human skull attached to it, stood the undead mage Boris Cart, loudly announcing to his fellows that the ship in front of them was the Dolphin of the Craig family. The man raised his staff, his eyes glowing green, and he shouted, asking the team what they wanted. The men raised their weapons and shouted in unison. They wanted gold, jewels, beautiful girls, and most importantly, to kill. Everyone took turns jumping from the deck straight into the water. Surprisingly, people did not drown, but confidently walked along the waves. Adam, without hesitation, also stepped down. He was smarter, and the pirate's head served as an excellent way for him to get to the enemy ship. The Charming Fox extended her clawed hand and breathlessly asked the guy, calling him handsome, how long he would continue to mock the poor guys. The woman burst out laughing and jumped straight at Sinclair. He squatted slightly and pushed off from the water. The fox swung its sharp claws, but the boy was quicker. Her hand only touched air. The woman turned around and angrily ordered him not to be a coward, to act like a man, and not to shirk. A red beam was immediately directed at Adam. He smiled. Using a spiritual skill to attack, you need to show who has the third stage here. Adam swung and grabbed the fox by the neck. The woman smiled. To her surprise, the guy was able to resist her spiritual attacks, but what a pity. Trisha, standing behind with 2 swords in her hands, called out to her brother, warning him of the danger behind him. A skeleton in armor was rushing towards him with a sword at the ready. The enemy swung, confident that Adam was unaware of his presence. The guy smirked. He knew what to do. Sinclair moved the fox in front of him, the blade of his sword hitting her stomach. A green pearl slowly floated out of the villainess's body. Adam deftly grabbed it, telling its dying owner that she would rest in the next world. In this life, she killed many people. Maybe in the next, she would suddenly become a good person. Ability, Fox Charm, turns the owner into a fox, uses spiritual power to stupefy enemies, increases its power by accumulating male energy, acquired skills, charm, bewitching opponents with the help of language and gestures, putting them into a trance. Meanwhile, Jo was about to be attacked by the Tyrant of the Deep Sea. It was a bald man in dark clothes with a mace in his hands. The girl directed a bright yellow beam at him straight from her eyes. She dodged the mace strike. Tyrant shouted at the seaweed beast, asking where the trap was. as the girl was very quick to dodge attacks. The seaweed monster, a guy with long hair, smiled. The trap was already ready. Joe screamed and cowered as the seaweed monster's hair, as if from the very depths, rushed towards her, ready to capture her. They immediately grabbed the girl, tying her hands and feet. The swordswoman Blanche was already running to help. She began to briskly cut the seaweed with her sword. The enemy roared. "No one can cut his seaweed." Blanche screamed in victory as she freed her younger sister Craig. But danger was approaching again. Trisha created blue lightning in the air and ordered them to freeze. Long frozen blocks formed around. The captain of the Dolphin watched what was happening through binoculars. Adam Sinclair killed one of the leaders, Trish, and Miss Jo Craig will deal with the others. Regina spread her hands. She wanted to fight, but unfortunately she could only watch. Their ship appeared in the center of the pictogram. It was as if a protective field had spread over the ship, cutting off the pirate's path. Boris Karta hit the floor loudly with his staff. Laughing madly, he promised to do something disgusting with Adam Sinclair's skull. He swung his staff, black lightning streaking from it, and shouted a curse. The armored skeleton that had tried to attack Adam earlier began to shake. He was covered in smoke. A transformation was taking place. When the smoke cleared, Sinclair was faced with a huge ape skeleton armed with 2 clubs. The undead mage shouted defiantly at the boy that he wouldn't last even 30 seconds against the S-rank villain. Adam grinned. That was what he was going to check. The monkey skeleton jumped up and swung both paws. Both clubs fell into the water, causing a huge splash. But the nimble Sinclair was already far behind the monkey. He ran up and jumped right onto the skeleton's back. Then he pushed off with all his might. Adam found himself behind the skeleton again. But he continued to stand, as if the guy's blows weighed no more than a fallen snowflake. Sinclair pulled on the glove of light. It seemed that if he didn't get rid of the skeleton's tail, he wouldn't be able to reach the spine. At that moment, the monkey's tail flew straight at Adam. Without moving, he managed to put his glove to the attacking tail. The wool began to smoke, but the skeleton seemed to freeze and did not turn around. Taking advantage of the moment, Adam took a running start. His foot struck the monkey's spine again. The huge carcass fell into the water a few seconds later. Adam shook off his glove, proudly lowering his eyes, and mockingly asked the undead mage what he had told him. The man shouted angrily that since he wanted to die, he would show the guy the true power of an S-rank. Boris pointed to the skull on his staff, saying that because of Adam's performance, he changed his mind, instead turning his skeleton into a knight that he would use to defeat the enemy's friends. Black smoke began to emerge from the skull's eye sockets. A pentagram formed on the water. The crowd standing on the deck of the Dolphin pointed anxiously into the distance, asking each other what was going on. A huge dragon skeleton appeared above the water, spewing streams of a strange substance from its mouth. Even the pirates seemed unprepared for this. They covered their faces with their hands and screamed in pain. They did not want to die. Adam whistled, looking up. What a cruel skill. Could this really be Boris Kart's unexpected move? His hand in the glove of light clenched. He would be very happy to fight with someone stronger. The man on board the Dolphin skeptically said that it was crazy for Adam to fight an S-rank undead mage, since even the best superheroes of the 4 seas did not dare to approach him. The dragon immediately used his dead breath against Adam. When it hit the water, Sinclair managed to jump back. The dragon tried to follow the guy, but he quickly ran straight through the air. His gloved hand flew straight into the monster's skull. Boris chuckled. What a coward, there's no point in evading. Adam flew up from below and hit the dragon's mouth. He let out his dead breath again, but the guy managed to cover himself with a shield. The deadly attack seemed to help Adam maneuver in the air. With the help of the shield, he moved higher and closer to the dragon. Finally, with his gloved hand, Sinclair grabbed the monster by the jaw. The undead mage who flew up to them said that grabbing them was also useless. Green lightning bolts flew out of the eye sockets of the skull on his staff. Boris prepared a new trap for the enemy. Adam smirked and turned to the magician. He decided that it was worth attacking Boris, since who knows what other creatures he would summon. Suddenly, the undead mage lost his confidence. He had no idea that he was Adam's target in the first place. The man turned to run away from the battlefield. But the glove of light had already passed through the magician, and blood gushed from his mouth. Boris can't believe he was knocked down before he could grab one of the judges. The dragon, having lost its magical power, fell into the water along with the magician. One of the pirates began to babble in fear that since their boss was dead, they needed to stop fighting and run. Adam, levitating in the air, watched as the pirates shamefully left the surface of the water. Suddenly, his gaze noticed someone moving below. One of the pirates swam deftly underwater towards the Dolphin. Sinclair decided that this guy was a threat to the ship and could even destroy it. He decided to send a clone, Rooster, to scout out the situation. Adam folded his arms across his chest and began to watch. His clone dived underwater and quietly pursued the pirate. The rooster realized that he was not running away, but trying to get to a certain place. Finally, the pirate came out of the water onto the shore. He headed towards the inconspicuous entrance to the stone cave. Emerging, Casper thought that this cave might be the lair of the shooting star pirates. The pirate who brought the bad news was picked up by the collar of his clothes by another guy. Shaking his fist at him, he couldn't believe that their godfather was an S-rank hero, and an A-rank user could defeat him. The pirate, cowering in fear, timidly said that their leader, along with the charming fox, the tyrant of the deep sea, and the seaweed monster, were all dead. None of them had returned. The pirates grabbed their heads. The strongest people in their gang had been gotten rid of. And why on earth did the leader need to attack the Craig family? The guy who grabbed the pirate by the scruff of the neck threw him away, shouting that it was necessary to avenge the godfather and the others who died in the battle. The pirate, rubbing his neck, suggested splitting up. The others laughed, continuing his thought. They said that it was time to split up and go their separate ways, because they had worked for the Falling Star Pirates for a long time, so they deserved it. The boy screamed when he heard these words. He punched one man in the gut, shouting that the godfather's inheritance was now in his hands, and everyone was subject to him. How dare they split up? Were they really tired of living? Grabbing the second man by the neck, the heir threatened him with the same fate. He advised to be obedient because the reward would be a good future. After letting the man go, he said that since many pirates had died, that meant those two B-rank beauties would be in their hands. The guy chuckled, asking what those present were afraid of. The pirates' faces suddenly changed, shouting that they agreed, especially attracted by the opportunity to have fun with the girls. The villains had two captives in captivity. They were sitting behind bars and trembling, dressed only in thin dresses. The bald pirate dragged one by the hand, licking her lips disgustingly. The girl begged for help. He began to hug the captive, who tried to fight off the rapist, screaming and sobbing hysterically. Casper, watching them from around the corner, sighed heavily. He picked up a stone from the ground and, swinging it unnoticed, threw it towards the pirates. The stone, imbued with the ability, hit the heads of all the pirates present, knocking them off their feet. A bald pirate fell on the captive, blood flowing from the back of his wounded head. The guy left in charge, who was not hit by the stone, looked around in panic, not understanding what was happening. The pirate, blood trickling from the corner of his lip, laughed heartily, assuming that this was the hero from the Dolphin, who must have followed him and found the island. The man, smiling madly, promised the boy, Marcus Witt, that nothing good was expected of him, and therefore he would take him to the grave with him. Marcus leaned down and began to strangle the pirate with a vengeance, cursing him for not letting the man die during the battle. The guy dropped to his knees. He crawled towards the exit, wondering who had come to the island, and was ready to show the stranger the greatest honor. He raised his hands up, speaking into the void, promising to be loyal to the stranger, to acknowledge him as his godfather, and to do whatever he wanted. In response, he received a sharp blow from a sword to the chest. Casper leaned towards Marcus's ear, whispering that he already had a godson, so it was necessary to say goodbye. The guy hoarsely said that he tried so hard to become a famous hero of the four seas. A few moments later, he fell to the floor dead. Adam's clone, as usual, reached for the pearl that appeared. Ability: Red Copper Armor. Armor created using red copper. After use increases strength, agility, physical damage resistance, and elemental power. Since the ability wasn't strong enough, Casper decided to test what would happen to it after upgrading it. Ability: Golden Armor of the Fire God, said to be made from an ancient spirit. After use, the owner gains incredible power, high speed, and almost impenetrable defense. Acquired skills: Flight, Golden Eye of the God, shoots fire, S-rank ability. Casper approached the dungeon and informed the girls that they were saved. He will leave them 1/3 of the treasure, which will be enough to survive. The girls cried and hugged each other. Finally, they were saved. Casper, having climbed out of the cave, stood on a rock and looked at the moon rising above the sea. Opening his palm, he thought that in the territory of the four seas, even an S-rank ability seemed a bit weak. Perhaps it would be worth upgrading some skill to SS rank. A black pearl rose into the air. Ability: Golden Demon Armor SS, the protective armor of the demon god. After use, physical strength will exceed the 3rd stage, speed will become incredibly fast, immunity to normal attacks and elemental abilities will appear. Acquired skills: High-speed flight, Golden Eye Fragment, allows you to see through objects. weapons in compressed form. Bart looked at the pearl, appreciating it highly, deciding to take it apart and improve its other abilities upon his return, and then test it. Suddenly, he realized that he couldn't figure out the ability. But I couldn't figure out why. Could the theft be SS rank? Still, thought Casper, it was necessary to improve other abilities. The potential of this one was much higher. The guy thought, maybe this is somehow connected with the third stage, or the power of the ability in the world is determined by it. He didn't expect that after reaching the third stage, the ability pearl couldn't be disassembled. Casper created another clone to learn more about this armor. The clone nodded. He will definitely help. The first step was to try out a new skill. Casper used the Demon God's golden armor, and now has new abilities and a golden monkey suit. The boy intended to use physical, spiritual, and elemental attacks at the same time. The clone punched him in the chest with all his might. The armor absorbed another physical attack again. The rooster sent waves of wind towards the monkey. The monkey immediately counterattacked with his staff. The staff also absorbed the S-rank wind element. So the third skill can be described as sword against sword. Now it's time to try the power of the third degree. Casper waved his staff, and the huge waves in front of him parted in different directions. In the distance, on a sailing ship, a man was sleeping in his cabin, holding a bottle of alcohol in his hands. When the ship began to shake from the storm, he woke up in fright. The man grabbed the binoculars and pointed them at the sea surface. It was quiet. Numerous fish flew here and there. The monkey was delighted. This is how powerful the third stage is. Now he's interested in fighting consecutive bursts and seeing who's stronger. Having risen even higher, Casper decided to try out the skill of flying. The rooster rushed into the water. There was a huge splash. The monkey also dove like a stone to the very depths. He immediately used the ability Golden Eye Shard. Several fish were immediately incinerated by bright yellow rays. A drunk fisherman saw through his binoculars a yellow spot spreading under the water. He abruptly pulled the binoculars away, babbling in fear that he had obviously been drinking heavily to start seeing things like that. The morning after the rescue, the ship Dolphin was rocking on the waves, with Adam and the Craig family standing on the deck. Dave looked into the distance, reporting that ahead was the first island of the archipelago, called Alger. Sinclair asked who was running it. The man replied, "The Family Association. Their leader, number 39, stitched spring sword, Asterion Bonte." The man also added that their power should not be underestimated, because when the Craig family fell, they offered themselves in their place many times. Soon the ship docked at the port of Alger Island. There, the arrivals were met by Asterion Bonte himself, along with a young girl, Lazel Bonte. He shook Dave's hand, saying that it was a great honor for them to have the Grandsville organization visit. Lazel, blushing, did not take her eyes off Adam. He didn't understand at all why the girl was staring at him. Asterion noticed that there were talented young people on the ship and asked the head of the Craig family to introduce them. The man smiled. These were his students, and the word talented was completely out of place here. Asterion leaned forward to the puzzled Sinclair, calling him strong and also informing him that in the future he would definitely take his place in the territory of the Four Seas. The man bared his teeth and introduced the girl next to him, Lazel Bonte, 43rd rank of the 4th Sea, saying that the young people should get to know each other. The girl blushed deeply again as she shook Adam's hand under Asterion's pressure. The man said that the family association had prepared a banquet and a comfortable hotel for the guests and offered to host them. At the banquet, Lazel did not leave Adam's side for a moment, which embarrassed him considerably. The local guys he met tried their best to get him drunk. When Sinclair tried to refuse, he was shamed and found disrespectful, leaving Adam with no choice. Late in the evening, he fell exhausted onto the bed in his room. The liqueur made him feel so hot. There was a knock on the door. The guy was surprised, but hurried to open it. Standing on the threshold was none other than Lazel, who was tipsy from liqueur. She, looking down in embarrassment, told him that there was a very beautiful place on the island and invited Adam to go there with her. When Sinclair asked again if they would go there together, the girl nodded. The guy smiled, apologized, said he was tired, and promised to go to the island another day. But Lazel held the door with her hand, asking him to wait. Meanwhile, in Asterion's office, Night Spider was leaning in front of his desk, trying to dissuade her brother from something. She hissed at the man, saying that Lazel had grown up before her eyes and she couldn't watch what was happening. But the man firmly said that without victims there would be no benefit unless they used the girl. How else could they lure Adam Sinclair? He promised Asterion to deprive the Craig family of the support of the judges and to make the unification of the family an organization. For this alone, Lazel is worth sacrificing. The girl was in a fever and was now lying in Adam's bed. He covered her with a blanket. He leaned over her, not remembering Laisel drinking much liquor, but then why was she so drunk? Moreover, he did not understand what was happening to him, why it became so hot. The guy decided to take a shower. Standing under the streams of cold water, he realized that even the shower did not help. Something was wrong. Adam walked out of the shower stall. He turned around abruptly. The guy was not alone in the room. The water was still running down his hot body. Laisel walked into the room completely naked. Her eyelids were closed. The girl whispered in delirium about how hot she was. Adam jumped out of the shower and quickly covered her with a towel, begging her not to touch him. But the girl clung to him, because the stranger's body was so cold. Sinclair, flushed, realized that since things had gone this far, there was only one thing left for him to do. The guy swung and left a slap on the girl's cheek. A few minutes later, he was sitting in a chair, fully dressed, with his hands clasped together. It seemed he had been drugged. And so had Laisel. Fortunately, the spiritual power of the third degree can suppress the psychedelic effect. But Laisel, the girl was lying unconscious in bed. The guy wrapped her in a towel, adding rope on top for security. Those who are behind this are most likely not from the Dolphin, but the people from the Family Association are also not capable of this. After all, Laisel is Asterian's own daughter. At that moment, a man burst into the room, covering Adam with vile words, and behind him stood Night Spider. But seeing what was happening in the room, Asterian suddenly fell silent. Both Bonte opened their mouths. Laisel, like a sleeping beauty, lay on the bed. Adam sat in a chair next to him, looking at the couple in surprise. The woman immediately ran up to the girl, untangling her from the ropes, and called her by name, forcing her to wake up. Adam looked at these people in horror. They were the ones who had drugged him and the girl, then waited outside. It was good that he wasn't a pervert. Otherwise, they would have cruelly set him up. Laisel slowly opened her eyes. She burst into tears on Aunt Mo's shoulder, screaming that she had almost done something incredibly stupid. Suddenly, she fell silent, staring at the people behind her. Laisel stepped aside, asking her aunt in bewilderment what both men were doing here. Mo coughed and looked away. Asterian suddenly shouted at the girl, accusing her of inappropriate behavior towards adults. The girl, in turn, screamed through tears that adults should not drug children. Laisel pointed her finger at Adam, who was quite surprised to hear that his unwitting seductress had promised to get closer to him. But she had not thought that the relatives would resort to drugs and the possible end of the evening in the same bed. Bonte Sr. could not allow his authority to be undermined in the eyes of others, ordering his daughter not to forget that he was her father, and ordered her to remain silent. But she, swallowing tears, replied that a good father would not send his own daughter to a stranger. Auntie Mo hugged her niece tightly and asked both sides to stop fighting. Since it was the elders who were to blame for everything, she also promised Laisel that in the future, if anyone wanted to use her for their own purposes, they would have to do so over Mo's dead body. Hearing these words, the girl's eyes filled with hot tears again. Kneeling on the bed, she hugged her aunt around the waist and began to sob even harder. An enraged Asterion left the room, slamming the door loudly. Adam, who was becoming increasingly uncomfortable, cautiously suggested that they leave the woman alone and move into another room. But Mo turned around and refused the offer, asking the guy to just go to the restroom for a bit so she could dress Laisel, and then they could all talk. When Adam was allowed to enter, the girl was already sitting dressed on the bed, her hands folded on her knees. Her aunt bent in front of Sinclair in a bow, apologizing to Brother Adam for what had happened on behalf of the Family Association. Adam, smiling, replied that the woman did not have to do this, since he had not suffered in any way from the actions of the association. But in such things, the consent of both parties was necessary. Mo grabbed the guy's hand and looked him seriously in the eyes, asking him to keep what happened to Laisel a secret, because she was the same victim. Adam nodded. He could be counted on not to allow Miss Bonte's innocence to be defiled. The woman's smile warmed, and hope glimmered in the corners of her eyes. She wanted the young people to get to know each other a little better. If possible, Aunt Mo hoped for their further interaction. Adam resisted the urge to grimace. They acted first and then discussed it in words. Laisel blushed deeply and forcibly dragged her aunt along with her, muttering that it was time to go. Sinclair, left alone, no longer understood anything that had happened that night. Suddenly there was a loud knock at the door. Adam let out a nervous laugh again. He opened the door carefully, wondering who had come to see him now. He didn't expect it to be Laisel at all. The blush didn't leave her cheeks. The girl lowered her head, thanking him for the protection. Not a minute had passed before she turned around abruptly and rushed away, burning with embarrassment. Adam shrugged, thinking that the girl was pretty cute after all. The next morning, a crowd gathered at the city's pier. Asterion squeezed Sinclair's shoulder. The man said with a smile that he could not come to terms with the fact that the guy had to leave them on such a note. He could stay in the city a little longer and become the man's son-in-law. But Adam just smiled politely, thinking that this man was playing very convincingly, while others did not suspect anything. A real professional in lying. The guy smiled slyly, asking if the head of the association was joking, since Lae'zel didn't even come to the meeting. Was she really feeling unwell? Asterion pretended not to understand what was being discussed and immediately changed the subject, saying that now was the perfect time to set out. Craig's team began to slowly climb the gangway. At that moment, a commanding male voice was heard, calling Casper Bart, asking if he had the courage to show himself right now. Adam and Dave turned around to see a tired-looking man in armor, with a long sword sticking out from behind his back. The crowd buzzed excitedly. People heard that there was a small conflict between the men, and why on earth did the Rose Warrior need Casper Bart from the judges' organization? Adam raised an eyebrow. They weren't even familiar with this warrior. Dave called out to him, saying that the Rose Warrior was number 72 and now had some kind of grudge against Bart. Sinclair replied absently that he hadn't crossed paths with Mr. Bart for a long time, so he didn't know what was going on. Then Craig Sr. turned to the Rose Warrior, saying that he knew Casper in some way, and asked why number 72 needed him. To this, the warrior exclaimed that he did not want to be at odds with the judges, but he was left with no choice because his fiancée, Anna Weish, had cheated on him with Casper Bart, so justice must be restored immediately. The people on the pier could not contain their surprise and began to talk among themselves. So, Casper Bart had seduced the bride of the Rose Warrior. Then his thirst for the place was completely justified. Of course, Casper was having an affair with one of the beauties of the Four Seas. Lately, everyone was talking about nothing else. Adam sighed heavily and cursed to himself. Why is he the only one being accused of something he didn't do? Meanwhile, the warrior chuckled evilly, realizing that Casper Bart would never show up, assuming that the judges' organization was just a bunch of cowards who were scared of his rating. He turned away, saying that if Bart didn't want to go out, well, okay. Apparently, he himself had acted thoughtlessly today. His goal was accomplished, and it was time to leave. But Asterion did not put up with such insolence. He called the Warrior of Roses to account, shaming him for insulting people, and also ordered him to ask permission from his sewn spring sword. The Rose Warrior exclaimed that this was his and Casper Bart's business. But Bonte Sr. could not be stopped. He was already heading towards the stranger, holding his sword in front of him. The warrior pulled his sword from its sheath. The blades clashed with a clang. The man hissed, wondering why the sewn spring sword needed to get involved in the conflict. Asterion warned that the judges should not be touched in the presence of the Alger Union. He also urged the Craig family to attack the alien and flee. The Rose Warrior grinned dangerously. A menacing-looking man with long blonde hair and facial hair appeared above the rivals. He loudly declared that he didn't give a damn about the spring sword and the antics of the other heroes of the Craig family. Let them call Casper Bart. Otherwise, there would be no avoiding the consequences. The Rose Warrior trembled with rage. Could it be that a high-ranking hero has sided with these people? Asterion lowered his head in defeat. He felt something was wrong and suddenly found that a small golden dragon was wrapped around his leg. The Rose Warrior turned his attention to Adam, who was standing at a distance and now rushed straight at the guy with his sword at the ready. Sinclair, in turn, raised his fist in a glove of light. The blow landed on the enemy's sword, but at the same time the warrior was thrown back. Adam decided it was time to teach the liar a lesson. His clone in a monkey mask appeared out of nowhere right behind the Rose Warrior, exclaiming that he had seen enough of this party, and that anyone who was not strong enough was destined to die. The man was sweating from the strain, and now he had problems because the members of the judges' organization had actually arrived here. He threw Adam away from himself. However, the warrior decided that it didn't matter, because he just wanted to lure the members of the judges to the side of Dragon George. He turned around and walked casually towards the monkey, addressing him casually, intending to introduce himself. But one of the judges rudely interrupted him, ordering him to be silent since he had not fought for a long time, and it was time to stretch his bones. The Rose Warrior put his hand forward, trying to reason with the monkey. That incident had nothing to do with him. It would be better to call Casper Bart. The monkey scratched his ear, saying that his brother's innocence was insulted, and if the warrior really wanted to meet, let him first fight the one standing right in front of him. The man, breathing heavily, silently glared at his opponent. The monkey rushed past him at the speed of light. Then he kicked the warrior right in the back, and he threw his arms and flew across the entire pier. there was a splash of water. The man shamefully fell straight into the sea. Being beside himself with rage, he could not believe that the enemy was not only fast, but also strong. Somehow rising above the water, he noticed a shadow above him. The monkey's boot came down over his back again. The warrior thrust his weapon forward, using the aura of the rose sword. Adam's clone didn't react to this in any way, continuing to move towards his opponent. Blood sprayed from the rose warrior's mouth as a boot landed hard on his chest. The impact sent both of them diving deep into the water. The monkey pinned the enemy with the toe of his boot, then pushed off. He emerged and flew high above the water. Floating in the air, the boy folded his arms across his chest and mocked the warrior's strength. The crowd watching the fight gasped. Monkey is much stronger, since he throws such a fighter from side to side like a bag of sand. Asterion opened his mouth slightly, seeing the monkey's abilities. He immediately thought that it would be more expensive for him to conflict with the power of the zodiac signs from the judges' organization. While the man was wondering if all the signs were so strong, number 25, the dragon George, was slowly approaching those present, maneuvering between the clouds. Asterion decided to simply observe, especially since the life of the hero with the ordinal number was at stake. This could not be missed. Meanwhile, the monkey, looking down at the rose warrior, challenged him to show all his power. Then perhaps the man would be pardoned. Leaning on his sword, he promised to demonstrate the power of his blade. As he raised his hand, gripping the handle tightly, a huge pillar of fire rose up from the weapon. It sparkled and blinded everyone who looked at it. The stranger who intervened in the altercation swore the beam hit him, and the man suffered a de-transformation in size. The warrior chuckled. He wasn't going to help anyone for their own benefit. It didn't seem like a good deal. The blond man sank to the ground in front of Adam. He introduced himself as Jack Waxenberg. The man was just passing by when he saw that the Rose Warrior was bullying the weak, so it was necessary to teach the scoundrel a lesson. Both Adam and his clone grimaced in disbelief. And who was this Jack trying to fool? Waxenberg glanced at the warrior and turned away. Then he sharply and loudly ordered Dragon George No. 2 to kill the ringleader. A huge gray dragon burst out of the intricately drawn circle and rushed straight at the Rose Warrior, purple lights bursting from its mouth. Hearing a loud roar behind him, the man turned around in horror. Unexpectedly for everyone, the monkey grabbed the dragon by the scruff of the neck, exclaiming that no one would touch his prey without permission. Jack turned to the unexpected savior with undisguised irritation in his voice, not understanding why he was interfering, because this was help for the Craig family. Adam's clone didn't answer but simply waved his hand in front of him, dissolving into thin air. Georg turned over in the air with interest and brought his muzzle closer to the ground, where the monkey looked at him fearlessly, folding his arms across his chest. The guy grinned. He had never encountered anything like this before. Meanwhile, the Rose Warrior pointed his sword at Jack Waxenberg, asking how he dared to attempt his life. The man was not frightened by this. He hid his grin in his thick mustache and calmly asked what the big deal was. The warrior spat on the floor in annoyance. He was unlucky. But since he had helped Jack lure people out of the judges' organization, now he could leave. Apparently, the blonde had other thoughts on the matter, because the Rose Warrior suddenly began to choke. He grabbed his throat, choked by an invisible vice, the powers of Jack Waxenberg. As the palms closed on the invisible killer, the outlines of a thick noose became visible, and blood flowed in thin streams from the warrior's mouth. He pointed the tip of the sword towards his neck, threatening to stab something. The man carried out his threat, but it was too late. The noose had disappeared. His own sword pierced the thin skin of his neck. Swordswoman Blanche asked Joe Craig what was going on, and it turned out that the warrior was being slowly killed by the third summon, the invisible dragon. The monkey approached Jack, accusing him of killing a man with a serial number, which was a violation of the law. The man smiled cloyingly, spread his arms, and declared that he had not killed anyone, and that the Rose Warrior had committed suicide. Adam's clone looked at Waxenberg again carefully. He was wearing the same clothes that Trisha had seen on the dark blue race. Was he really one of them too? The monkey measured the blonde with his gaze, expressing hope that it would be more interesting with him than with the Warrior of Roses. Jack advised the guy to keep his arrogance after he crossed him. Sensing movement behind him, Monkey turned there. The enemy was again trying to use an invisible attack. At that moment, Dragon No. 2 appeared out of nowhere in front of one of the judges, hoping to catch him off guard. Adam's clone used the ability Goldeneye Shard. Bright rays were directed at Georg, who disappeared, as if he had dissolved into thin air. The dragon materialized at Jack's shoulder, puffing angrily. The man praised the good boy, telling him not to be afraid, promising revenge. The man's eyes flashed angrily. He used virtual power when a large dragon appeared on the horizon. The man's body was illuminated by a bright yellow light. Thanks to this ability, he was able to transfer his consciousness into Georg and control him. Now in front of the monkey, there appeared an unusual, humanized dragon. Dave Craig noticed that George the Dragon was in 25th place and asked Adam if Mr. Monkey could handle it. The guy hastened to calm the man down, replying that this member of the judges had the best instincts and would not lose due to carelessness. Meanwhile, Jack and George's body was ready to attack. He stretched out to his full height and roared loudly and long drawn out. The monkey noticed this and did not waste precious minutes. The rays of the golden eye fragment were directed straight into the monster's mouth. Jack couldn't believe his eyes. Was this dragon going to be destroyed too? As the monster began to sink into the water, the man growled. The monkey has already finished off the second dragon, it's time to kill him. Jack created a huge circle in the water with complex symbols inside. From there, with a thunderous roar, a huge scaly dragon burst out dangerously close to the ship, its mouth wide open. The monster, releasing clouds of smoke, turned to Waxenberg. 10 years had passed since the last call, and asked what offering he had prepared this time. After thinking for a second, Jack suggested giving him 10 days, and then the catch would be 10% more. The dragon set his condition, 7 days and 20%. The man shook his head, clenching his fists in impatience. He agreed to the condition, ordering to kill the opponent quickly. The monster's long body stretched out, and in 2 counts he found himself in front of the monkey. He leaned down towards the man and smiled predatorily. Did this ant really want to commit suicide and leave its corpse intact? Or could the dragon simply eat it? Jo let out a worried cry when she saw that an ancient creature had been summoned. Trisha asked Dave if there could be problems. The man replied that the last time he helped people fight monsters, but then intentionally ate more than a dozen heroes with abilities. If Mr. Monkey loses, the dragon will eat everyone on the ship. Trisha mentally wished her brother victory no matter what, but the monkey didn't seem to be scared at all. He twirled his staff in his hands, exclaiming that he would have to check who would eat whom next. He fearlessly rushed forward towards the enemy. His staff, charged with ability, fell with all its might on the forehead of the ancient creature. Under the impact, the dragon's skin began to crack like stone. The monster roared in pain, stretching out to its full height. He descended, flying towards the guy threatening to kill. Adam's clone calmly watched the alien approach. With a warlike cry, he raised his staff up. The weapon collided with the enemy's body again and even bent slightly. The dragon flew back as if he had been struck by thousands of lightning bolts. He blew out clouds of smoke from his nostrils. His eyes glowed a dangerous yellow. Another powerful attack was planned. The dragon could not allow himself to be humiliated like this. Huge clawed paws headed towards the monkey. The guy egged on the monster and was ready to respond to attacks. Because of the clouds of smoke that the dragon kept releasing, he himself stopped seeing his opponent. The monster's eyes widened in surprise. He felt that his paws had not closed on the monkey. He was holding them at a distance with the help of a staff. Now it's your opponent's turn. The monkey jumped up, finding himself at the level of the dragon's huge glowing eyes. Without hesitation, he spewed blue flame from his mouth. But Adam's clone began to twirl the staff in front of him, with the help of which the weapon successfully absorbed the flame. A blue flame remained at the tip of the staff when the monster ran out of steam. The next moment, the shaft of the weapon, flashing like lightning, increased in size threefold. It then fell on the dragon's forehead with great force, breaking the damaged skin even further. The blows did not stop there. The staff tirelessly met with different parts of the monster's body, causing it to growl in pain. The final blow landed on the dragon's paw. This was the last straw. Tears gushed from the monster's eyes. He immediately refused Jack's offerings and demanded to be called back. But the monkey was not going to let him go so quickly. He shouted that it was too late to leave. He needed to stand still. Dragon meat was probably very tasty. The end of the staff, flashing with lightning, was directed at the dragon. He pierced the monster, going straight down its throat. A moment later, the dragon disappeared, dissolving into thin air. Jack Waxenberg glared at the monkey, clenching his fists, as he came down to him and asked what other tricks were in store. The guy needed to test whether he dared to use the skill of the dark blue race. Unexpectedly for the monkey, Jack broke into several small dragons, exclaiming at the end that he would still take revenge. The judge tilted his head to the side, noticing that the clones looked rather pathetic. He grabbed one of them, saying that if he begged for mercy, they would not kill him. Jack could not believe that his true body was captured so soon. The dragon asked the monkey, exhausted, what he wanted. The monkey chuckled. He knew not only Waxenberg's position, but also his personality, what it was like to be a traitor to humanity. Jack turned back into his human form. He was outraged by his opponent's words after all. He is a man and fights for the people. Where does betrayal lie then? Waxenberg pointed his finger at the monkey, accusing him of meanness, since those words were said only to justify the possible killing of the dragon. The guy grabbed the man by the throat, declaring that even if he was on the verge of death, he would not use the ability of the dark blue race. Isn't he tired of pretending? Jack croaked that he was from the Waxenberg family. Wasn't the monkey afraid of his nephew, who would kill anyone if he found out that something had happened to his uncle? Trisha frowned. Could this really be the super strong hero who couldn't defeat the enemy himself and use the name of his relative? Jo said that her nephew is the 5th ordinal number. His nickname is God of Wind, and his name is Raphael Waxenberg. Under his influence is the defensive front of the territory of the 4 Seas, the commander-in-chief of the army and the leader of the trade union. Trisha coughed into her fist and asked him to forget what she said. Meanwhile, Jack was still hanging in the air in the steel trap of the monkey's hand. In plain view, out of thin air, like a genie from an invisible bottle, appeared the number 5, Raphael Waxenberg, a man in a suit with reddish hair and a mustache on a mature face. His eyes narrowed dangerously in response to the statement about his uncle's murder. The monkey, obviously mocking, drew attention to the fact that he was already strangling Jack with his hand. Did this really look like a pretense? Dave Craig noted the monkey's unperturbed expression, and the blue-haired guy standing behind him chuckled. Jack reached out his hand to his nephew, asking for help with the last of his strength. But he was in no hurry to help. Calmly looking his uncle in the face, he asked if he had claimed that he would never ask for help again when he left the island. Also reminded about the dragon who needs offerings. Will he be able to withstand a fight with the top 20? Jack said that the dragon was finished. It was killed by the monkey. Hearing this, Raphael immediately asked the judges member to join the collaboration for him. It would be very profitable. The guy immediately refused, explaining that he would never betray the leader of the judges. Lazily picking at his ear, he asked to step aside if Raphael had nothing more to say. The man reminded that the monkey could be caught if he killed a person with a serial number without a good reason. They suddenly clashed with each other's furious gazes. Raphael asked with interest if the guy could defeat him. The monkey tilted his head to the side, replying that not now, but in the future. Who knows? Raphael laughed loudly. If that was the case, then Jack could be let go for now. Squeezing his hand even tighter, one of the judges shook his head. He had a reason for killing him. Waxenberg's hair and mustache suddenly changed color to blue. He flew off to the side, coughing violently, shouting that he would kill the monkey. Raphael couldn't believe his eyes. His uncle was from the dark blue race. He would never have thought that Jack was capable of bringing such shame on their family. Blue flooded the irises of the man's eyes. He hissed angrily that Raphael controlled the position of the head. But was there a place in the family for Jack? The nephew said that in recent years, his uncle had been using their name to achieve his own goals. So why is he now so quick to renounce it? Jack straightened his shoulders and declared that the Waxenberg family had become useless to him. There was a splash in the water. Jack turned around, not realizing who could have interrupted him. It was none other than Monkey, who had already swung his staff. The weapon shot up and came down hard on the face of one of the dark blue race. The man fell into the water like a stone. The monkey calmly turned to Raphael, saying that he had reasons, and quite good ones. The man offered a deal. He would forget about everything that had happened today, and the team of heroes would take control of the 7th island of the defensive front. Finally, the monkey jumped on board the ship. Continuing his game, the clone turned to Adam, throwing the mask into his hands, stating that he had proven himself well and had completed the Star Trek, and now he was called Moonraven. Sinclair found himself holding a mask with a silhouette of a raven on the left side. The monkey, having said goodbye to everyone, left the ship. Trisha and Dave continued waving after him for a long time. Sitting on the cloud, he thought that he would have to find new members because the organization needed to expand in order to further deal with the territory of the 4 Seas. After some time, Adam found himself in the Heavenly Palace. He thought that the organization of judges differs from other forces in that if other associations resemble a traditional market, then the judges are online trading. The sale of the elixir of abilities and the search for new members of the judges remains Adam's responsibility. First, he will try to improve the contract skill to S rank. A bright green pearl appeared on the boy's palm. Ability. Spiritual contract. Uses spiritual power to distract enemies and contact a person at any distance. Skill 1. Seal. Marks a special item, and the one who possesses this thing is recognized as a participant in the contract. Skill 2. Spiritual space. allows the body to stay in a special dimension for a long time. The pearl illuminated everything around with its glow. With the help of the seal, Adam will be able to create new masks and force all participants to wear them. Then, they will receive the right to enter the heavenly palace. Adam, looking at the white, faceless mask in his hands, decided that the team would have 12 signs of the zodiac and 28 constellations. Later, there would be lower positions. And now, he would use the heavenly spirits. Many masks appeared in the air. The guy controlled them with his hands. He will send them throughout the territory of the four seas. A mask with a scorpion design flew past. Those who want to get the ability elixir will switch to searching for celestial masks. The remaining fragments are enough to upgrade some ability to SS rank. But which one to choose? A gray pearl appeared in my hands. I need to try to improve my super brain. This ability increases the brain, improves the 5 senses, gives the 6th, intuition, and 7th, knowledge. Available skills, heart control, penetration, spiritual seal, justice. Adam didn't expect such rich characteristics. As befits a 3rd-tier ability, she has 4 skills. He could still understand the 6th sense. But what would the 7th be like? First, you need to check the knowledge. Sinclair felt the thoughts in his head materialize. A person could be created. It should work on the 5th or 8th time. A beautiful, half-naked girl appeared from the dark matter in the air. She looked around in confusion. Adam blushed. Could the ability really completely recreate what was in a person's thoughts? The girl lowered her head in embarrassment, calling Adam her older brother. He blushed even more than before. Why did they call him that? Was there really a mistake in her mind? The guy immediately ordered the girl to call him Sir. Other people will appear here soon, as the organization needs to expand. On the territory of the palace, there were small towers. The White Tiger, the Green Dragon, the Phoenix, and the Mysterious Turtle. The Green Dragon Fortress will control the Iron Blood Sea territories. The Phoenix will take over the Heroic Lands. The White Tiger will take care of the Free Alliance. The Green Turtle will take care of the Mixed Waters. 4 fortresses, with 7 constellations in each, where 9 heavenly spirits are temporarily located. Adam asked which fortress the girl wanted to be in. She smiled sweetly, answering that she is a part of the Master, his thoughts are her thoughts, so she chooses to be a phoenix. Sinilker scratched his cheek sheepishly, agreeing to leave the phoenix design to her, and also asked the new girl to put something on. And quickly, she nodded. The Master's wish was law, and immediately found herself dressed in a dark uniform and a golden mask. As the girl slowly rose above the ground, Adam thought with regret, what a pity that she was just a figment of his imagination, because such ideal girls do not exist in reality. Turning around, he threw a last word to Phoenix that someone was looking for him, and he was hoping for a new girl. The girl agreed without question. Adam's sister knocked on the door of his cabin to say that the Dolphin was sailing soon, and the head of the Craigs asked to invite the guy to the sea ceremony. When the older brother came out, the girl dragged him along with her. Dave, seeing Adam, said that everyone was waiting only for him. The ship's captain loudly proclaimed the beginning of the naval ceremony. All those present held incense sticks in their hands and read prayers. Adam heard familiar voices, surprised by their presence. It was the Bonte family. Lae'zel and her father Asterion, they came especially to see off the passengers. Dave bowed to Asterion to thank him for his help, who bowed back, saying that he was always ready to help in the battle against monsters. Pointing to Lae'zel, the man said that the girl wanted to go on a trip to gain experience. Dave and Adam stood there, hesitant. The guy thought it was strange. The girl went against her father, but now she had again become a toy in his hands. Lae'zel, blushing sweetly, bowed and asked to be taken under his wing. Sinclair thought with surprise that now it seemed she was acting of her own free will. Smiling, he extended his hand and invited her on board. The handshake took place. Lae'zel sincerely thanked Adam. A week later, the ship approached the island of Mirajo. Adam looked at the sea surface and the rocky surface of the island. Finally, the time had come to show the territories of the 4 seas what the organization of judges is capable of. The ship gradually approached the pier. The crowd cheered. They had been waiting for this day. The Craig family had gained strength and was back. As befits their leader, he would always find a way to deal with anything. Dave apologized for the delay and announced the beginning of cooperation with the judges' organization, which means that they have a bright future. Regina and Joe burst into tears from the overwhelming emotion. Finally, the Craig family and their entourage arrived at their estate. Sitting in the living room, Dave poured tea into glasses. Adam next to him said that when a person from the organization arrived on the island, the judges would begin the first stage of the plan. Dave asked who it would be and if the Craig family needed to prepare anything for his arrival. Sinclair thought the best candidate would be Phoenix. She is higher in title than the signs of the zodiac, and even the supreme judges. All the elixirs of abilities are her invention. Adam added that the Craigs needed to find some journalists to make a statement, to give the inhabitants of the Four Seas a chance to become stronger. The guy's glasses sparkled playfully, and he called the idea the plan of the heavenly spirits. Handing him a cup of tea, Dave thanked him for the idea and promised to prepare an incredible press release. There were lively discussions going on in the White Tiger Palace. The location was nice, but the system… Phoenix told Adam that there were 3 types of missions: a regular mission, an intel mission, and a secret mission. The normal mission is to collect daily resources, somewhat like a group of activists fighting monsters. The judges will extract the ability orbs along with the dark energy, then convert 10% of the loot into points and use them to upgrade weapons. Adam's mouth fell open. It sounded impressive. Phoenix smiled modestly, replying that her thoughts were merely a reflection of her master's thoughts. He blushed, coughed into his fist, and asked to continue. The girl went ahead, explaining that intelligence-gathering missions involved exchanging collected information for points, while secret missions involved assassination, espionage, and so on. Also, this type of task requires an exact place and time. Once it starts, the judges will transmit all the information using a spiritual mark. Sinclair asked, what about distribution of masks? This is a great way to draw attention to elixirs of abilities. The first weapon will appear very soon. Some time passed. On Candy Island, on a completely random pasture, a guy was lying on a pillow, bitter tears flowing from his eyes. He bit his lip and whispered hotly that he would become stronger and save his sister from the demon cave. Suddenly, the sky became covered with clouds. Lightning cut the clouds in half. The guy sat up abruptly, screaming in fear. A mask with the silhouette of a bird appeared next to him. The light coming from her was so bright that the boy involuntarily closed his eyes and cursed. A few seconds later, he found himself in a completely different space. A huge hall with a gate. Adam, with a mask on his face, came out to him, greeting the first lucky man. He ruffled the boy's hair, saying that he had now become a heavenly star, and if he cried, he would die. Sinclair asked the boy his name, and he introduced himself hesitantly. Adam ordered Augustus to put on his heavenly mask and instructed him not to answer next time if he was asked anything. The boy thanked him, and Sinclair offered to start by bringing him up to speed. An hour later, the guy was completely exhausted and sat down on the floor. Adam chuckled, looking at him, and asked him to be more positive because he had just joined the judges' organization. August coughed awkwardly, saying that he had no abilities and couldn't handle even the simplest task, like killing a D-rank monster. Adam scratched his chin, asking Phoenix what she thought. The girl came out to them, answering that the problem could be solved by allowing newbies without abilities to exchange the points they had collected for a C-rank elixir. But they would have to return the points within a month. With C-rank, they would be able to do D-rank missions. If you do the math, he would have to kill 1 D-rank monster per day. Adam continued that this was just the beginning. Wasn't it too unwise to force him to fight? Phoenix grabbed the guy's hand, smiling as she said that she was only voicing his assumptions. Moreover, no one was forcing the guys to fight. They could complete resource-gathering tasks. Sinclair threw up his hands. All he could do was agree. Now it would be a relief loan. Adam began to spin a huge golden wheel and offered Augustus, as the first lucky one, a chance to feel the lottery. Finally, he stopped the wheel with the lever. The arrow pointed to Gray Mist, a C-rank ability. The boy folded his arms across his chest, congratulating Augustus on his victory, and ordered the boy to return. The reward would be delivered to him soon. Not far from the forest peaks, there was a small village house. The rooster crowed loudly and harshly, proclaiming a new day. Ice water poured down on Augustus. A man with a whip in his hands hung over him, shouting that he had sold his sister cheaply, and the boy himself still dared to sleep. August covered himself with his hands and begged them to stop beating him. This only made the man angry. He swung his whip, cursing the boy and his sister, who could not understand words without the whip. Having shouted enough, the man finally left the boy, ordering him to return to work. Picking up his mask from under his pillow, the beaten Augustus did not understand what kind of organization of judges and B-rank elixir he saw. Apparently, he dreamed it all. Suddenly, a white, incredibly bright light poured out of the mask. Phoenix leaned over Augustus like a goddess, calling him Heavenly Star, and extended her ability, asking him to drink. The boy stared at the flask with the green liquid, not believing his eyes. Could this really be happening? He immediately grabbed the flask and drank it all to the last drop. In the house, the man had already started to harass the unfortunate girl. He froze when he heard the front door swing open. Seeing August in a mask, he raised an eyebrow. Did he really want to experience more blows? Or did he think that he would not be recognized in a mask? The man swung his leg and was about to hit the boy in the face with his boot. But Augustus, having the ability, grabbed the man by the ankle, asking who he sold his sister to. He, not expecting such a reception at all, muttered that he was going to the Star Club. The boy pushed the big guy away from him, saying with disgust that because of people like him, the territory of the Four Seas had turned into something incomprehensible. A few minutes later, Augustus was leaving the burning house, carrying a lit torch in his hands. His sister ran after him, begging him to save himself. But the guy replied that he came specifically to save her. A beast-like man in clothes ran out to meet him, the new owner of his sister Anastasia, who would never agree to let go of his property. He grabbed Augustus by the throat, promising to finish him off. The next moment, the beast's face took on a surprised expression. He fell to the floor, a hole in his chest from the shot. The people around were talking in surprise, discussing who was able to kill a B-rank user, a mysterious guy in a mask. It seems they are from the Judge organization. In the White Tiger's palace, Adam watched Augustus carefully. The first advertising tap went off with a bang. At this time, in the cave of the leader of the dark blue race, in front of the man in the dark cloak stood several blue flowers. One of the flowers was quietly humming something to the man. His red eyes sparkled with anger. The death of Jack Waxenberg forced the organization to change its plans for the territory of the Four Seas. Jack, who had turned into a blue flower, smiled. He was not guilty. The man who should have been dead had figured him out. The man shot a red laser straight from his eyes at the flower, angry that it was arguing with him. The flower whined pitifully. Since Jack has lost his body, it is necessary to find a new manager for Moonlight Island, and also to show the power of the sea territory. The flower happily jumped on its thin stem. As long as their plan was going well, they would definitely surprise everyone. The man smiled evilly. A press conference would be held soon, but for now they would continue to monitor the situation. In the White Tiger Palace, Adam lay on a lounger and drank a drink from a straw. He thought that maybe he should ask Arthur about the castle that Trisha saw. The guy used the puppet control ability. He mentally found himself on the island of the third chain, Timor, next to a man in a formal suit, a bowler hat, and a cane. He was surprised to realize that his boss wanted to contact him. Adam asked to report on the current situation. The man said crisply, "He's going to a family dinner." When Sinclair asked who would be there, Arthur replied that his brother Chris Grant, with the serial number 37, and his sister Veronica, an experienced B-rank user. Adam asked to first look at the photo of the castle that he had sent Arthur, and he nodded. 8 people gathered at a long table in the dining room. Arthur froze, mentally answering Adam that he did not know where the creator was, but he would try to find him. He pushed back his chair when his sister entered the room. The girl curtsied, lifting the hem of her dress with her fingertips. Arthur introduced his sister to the boss and asked him to kiss her on the forehead as a courtesy. At first, Sinclair, in the man's body, could not understand where exactly the girl was. When she came close to him and called out, her brother sighed heavily. Then he bent down and lightly kissed her forehead. Adam asked Arthur to talk to his brother while he took the opportunity to study all the guests. Arthur nodded and sat down at the table next to Chris. Sinclair sent an invisible blue glow around the table, gradually studying all the guests. The glow wrapped tightly around Chris. Adam asked Arthur if his brother's power could be higher than the 3rd level. The man didn't have time to think of anything in response when suddenly his brother shrugged his shoulders. It was as if he sensed that someone was using exploration magic. Sinclair asked Arthur to be careful with his brother and said goodbye. The man nodded again cautiously, taking a sip of wine from their glass. In the White Tiger Palace, Adam woke up from oblivion. Phoenix approached him with a folder of documents. Information about a new member of the White Tiger Palace appeared. The guy opened the folder, asking who would be coming to today's conference. The girl replied that all the major media companies and news sites would be there, and that several other large organizations would also send their representatives. She added that only the Waxenberg family did not send people. Firstly, it was too far from them. And secondly, they were unable to receive an invitation. Phoenix reminded him that the press conference was about to start and Adam needed to get ready. The guy smiled. It was his turn to act. A little later, Sinclair pushed open the door to the Great Hall, asking the other judges if they were ready. The monkey shrugged. From today on, no organization in the world could stop him. The door slowly opened in front of them. Both members of the judges slowly descended towards the crowd sitting on chairs. The people raised their heads up to greet the judges. Finally, they landed softly on the floor. Adam greeted those present, declaring the press conference open. His face was displayed on several large screens. The Barton family was also sitting in the hall, Anna with her nephew. The woman's eyes glowed blue. She glanced at the shaking guy next to her, asking with a sly smile if he felt uncomfortable around her. She asked quietly but sternly if he wanted to be like Walton. The one sitting in front of them, the Clinton family's director, an S-rank elemental ability user, turned around with a frightened expression as he coughed. The nephew trembled even more, babbling that sitting next to the lady was a great honor and good fortune. At that moment, Phoenix slowly descended into the hall. No one had seen it before, so those present began to buzz. They tried to guess the identity of the stranger, also noting her beauty and energy. Junior Barton noticed a familiar spiritual power. Adam bowed to Lady Phoenix, greeting her. Anna muttered thoughtfully that Phoenix was even higher than Monkey in the zodiac sign position, and why she didn't know anything about the girl. Meanwhile, Phoenix praised Mooncrow for his efforts and handed him a flask of green liquid. The organization had prepared a reward for him to advance in rank. Sinclair took the bottle. The elixir of abilities is different from digital goods. It does not need any information technology. It exists only physically. Now it was time to demonstrate. The guy drank the liquid in one gulp. The guests watched what was happening on the big screens, and after seeing the elixir, some began to doubt its miraculous powers. Adam spread his arms and smiled. He felt changes in his body. He obtained the S-rank ability. Plum-style marine combat suit has both the power of underwater martial arts and 6-stage plum transformation. Additional abilities: Ancient Demon Dragonclaw, Explosive Sea Wave, Sword. Adam stepped up to the microphone and told the audience that the judges' organization had heard about the monsters attacking humanity. Therefore, the judges decided to present the plan of the heavenly spirits. The eyes of the audience lit up when 36 vacant positions were announced for the owners of the heavenly spirits, which are represented in the form of masks. Adam smiled, adding that this was all part of the aforementioned plan. Those present began to talk among themselves. The organization of judges is so generous. They are ready to share even the elixir of abilities. This year, people will vote for judges in the vote for the most beloved organization. Now, the popular queries on the internet were only about the organization, the elixir of abilities, the plan of the heavenly spirits, and others. Adam held the heavenly mask in his hands, saying that there was only one left. All the other 36 pieces would be sent out today to different parts of the territory of the 4 seas. This mask will be a special gift for the one who can win a series of fights in the arena. Johnny Liu, number 4 of the top 20 on Riesco Island, stood up from his seat and exclaimed that he was protesting. Because how could newbies beat real professionals? Adam reassured him by telling him that he had prepared special gifts. Young people can obtain the B-rank ability elixir, Starcloak. Barton Jr. suggested to his neighbor, Miss Vicky, that she try first. Vicky from Roosevelt Island was number 5 in the top 16. The girl cheekily said that there was no problem. Let the guy stand here and watch. Rainflower. Swordswoman. Vicky took out her weapon. She rushed to attack Adam, and instead of one sword, several of his clones flew at him. Hiding his hands behind his back, the boy began to dodge the swords with the help of misty steps. Then the ability Ancient Demonic Dragonclaw helped him catch the sword. The effect of the ability elixir was simply incomparable. As it turned out, Vicky wasn't done yet. The girl didn't give up at all. She had a few tricks up her sleeve. Swords flew at Adam again, but they did not hurt him in any way. They only trembled as they approached. With the help of his abilities, he was able to rise even higher. Sinclair froze, waiting for the right moment. A few seconds later, he jumped up and raised his left leg over the girl. Vicky frowned. This guy is only in the top 30, but after the elixir, he became so strong. Even if she uses too much force and it takes its toll on her, she still has to try to block his attack. Adam collided with the sword and a loud ringing sound was heard. The audience covered their ears. It was so unbearable. Sinclair jumped right onto the knife blade. Balancing on the weapon with one foot, he bowed to Vicky, thanking her for the duel. An unknown man came up on stage and loudly said that defeating a girl was not a reason to be proud. Smiling, he offered his candidacy for the fight. Vicky chuckled indignantly as she left the stage. A bright lightning bolt appeared in the man's hand. He smiled arrogantly and offered to test his flying fire claw of the lightning god. His nails lengthened. Throwing off lightning bolts, the stranger rushed at Adam. The people in the audience were in awe of the man. Philip Moore usually used his lightning heart attack move to defeat S-rank monsters. Barely holding onto the other's fist, Adam recognized the other's strength and realized that he would need immediate improvement. Philip burst out laughing. Surely the enemy wouldn't be able to withstand it? He added cheekily that he had a lot of energy in his body, and it would easily be enough to defeat Adam. But then something unexpected happened. Sinclair began to absorb energy. Philip was dumbfounded, accusing the guy of hiding his true power. He fell to his knees and screamed in pain. Adam approached Chris Green, asking him to give it a try. The guy replied that he would do everything to win, because his sister Veronica, who was now sitting redder than a poppy, also wanted to feel what it was like to fly. Adam and Chris locked eyes. Sinclair thought that something was wrong here, because Green's spiritual power is above the third stage. During the fight, it is necessary to seal the sphere of abilities into his body in order to track his location. Chris stood up from his seat and assumed a fighting stance. Chris's ability is Bloody Viscount. He is weak against garlic and holy light, so Adam put on 2 gloves of light at once. Now is the time to put the F-rank orb right inside the guy. Chris immediately flew back. Multicolored lights flashed above the stage. Adam breathed heavily. This guy was doing nothing but avoiding him and not attacking. He was definitely weird. Sinclair activated his Blasting Sea Wave ability. Chris's body suddenly turned into an unknown substance as a beam of fire pierced him. People around started running away. The beam accidentally hit ordinary spectators. Chris's body had completely melted by this point and ended up on the floor. After a few seconds, he regained his human form. At this moment, Adam managed to get closer to the enemy. An F-rank sphere penetrated his body. Sinclair cursed. This guy has 3rd-level spiritual power, but he chose to hide his power. Adam was not used to giving in to anyone in terms of acting skills. The glove of light flew straight into Green's face, and he instinctively covered himself with his hands. Adam was pushed back by the blast wave. He managed to stay on his feet and was now breathing heavily, as expected from the strongest in the territory of the 4 seas. Chris convinced him that he was much stronger than the 2 who fought him before. Sinclair admitted his defeat and handed the boy the promised elixir of abilities, asking him to drink it as soon as possible. Chris was completely taken aback by this. He took the bottle and now looked at it in surprise. The guy's eyes darted around, and he offered his sister to try the elixir. Very soon, the technology of the judges' organization will become known throughout the world, and Veronica will be the first person to drink the elixir without being a member of the judges. Multiple screens showed the girl drinking the liquid. Now Veronica had a red cloak on, and the girl flew up in delight she could fly. The spectators began to discuss which was better, the improved elixir of agility or the regular elixir of strength, and they admired the girl for mastering levitation. Adam exclaimed that those present had seen what was happening with their own eyes. Now it was time to continue. Sinclair ceremoniously invited Cassiel of the Gooden family onto the stage. Cassiel flew up to him laughing, saying that he would receive the heavenly mask with a smile. He was interrupted by a gray-haired man who asked that Walton from the Chamber of Commerce come up on stage first to introduce himself. The crowd began to discuss the man who had interrupted Cassiel, that he had the courage to come here, and that ordinary S-rank elixirs were nothing compared to sequence. Adam looked at the stranger with distrust, noting his strangeness. He really did look unusual. A bloodless face, large eyes and gray lips. Anna Vaish decided that with such a stupid expression on his face, the man looked like a puppet. She added that it didn't matter because he was about to die. Cassiel rushed forward, cutting the air with his palm. Now he will show everyone his special move. The strange man fell on his back from the sudden blow. He lay there for a few seconds as if he couldn't get up. Junior Barton froze. This was too ridiculous. He just hit the stranger with his palm. Cassiel straightened up and grinned. But suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. The man not only stood up, but also held 2 maces in his hands, and the same stupid expression did not leave his face. He flew towards the enemy, waving his weapon. As the mace flew dangerously close to Cassiel's face, he didn't even have time to dodge. The man, struck by the steel, sank to one knee, covering his chin with his hand. He immediately, without getting up, took off. Then he pounced on the stranger with blows. 1, 2, 3! He was thrown back, and Cassiel began to taunt his opponent. Suddenly, the stranger let out a truly primal scream. He spread his arms out to the side and the screens cracked on their own. The man's head began to turn into blue liquid. Cassiel waited, not moving. Now that the stranger had transformed into an unknown consistency, his fist landed right in Cassiel's chest. Blood spurted from the man's mouth, and he managed to notice that his opponent was covered in something blue. People ran away in fear, some clung to their neighbors, unable to stay on their feet. The substance slowly crawled towards the calmly standing phoenix. The girl didn't react at all, as if nothing had happened. As soon as the stranger raised his hand, it was intercepted by the monkey, who appeared in front of the girl with lightning speed. With one hand, the judge member threw the man back. He took out his staff and now held it tightly in the middle. Then he threw the glowing weapon after the substance. The staff immediately pierced the blue figure. Anna Barton's voice was heard. The woman slowly approaching the monkey, laughing loudly. Were the judges capable of anything at all? The monkey froze in surprise. She grimaced. How pathetic. The staff trembled and the man came back together. A huge blue hand squeezed the monkey's entire body in a vice. But he fought desperately, and the substance spread across the floor again. Everything suddenly became illuminated by a bright yellow light. Anna chuckled and exclaimed that enough of this show was enough, then offered Phoenix a taste of her country of night ravens. A black beam, like the night itself, shot out of the woman's eyes, and feathers rained down. Darkness fell upon Phoenix. The girl heard Anna's voice and began to drown in the darkness. Many human skulls gathered around the girl and began to bite her, their empty eye sockets gleaming. But the light from Phoenix's body instantly scattered them in different directions. Anna raised her hands angrily. Even the third-level elite couldn't resist her power. Now the Phoenix fell into a field of colorful flowers. She couldn't move, she just looked at the purple sky. Flowers immediately pounced on her, clicking their sharp, steel-like teeth. They began to wrap themselves around the girl's body with force. Anna's face looked down from the sky with a predatory smile. No one could escape from her country of night ravens. But the imperturbable Phoenix could not be defeated. The flowers around her began to glow. Anna screamed. The girl was supposed to fall. Then she continued the attack, placing Phoenix in the third dream world. The girl began to drown in the depths of the sea. In the fourth dream world, she was burning alive. In the fifth, it was sealed in ice. It seemed to Anna that now she had won and everything had worked out. But this did not last long. The judge's participant managed to free herself again. The face in the sky was filled with rage. Anna screamed that she was almost on the third step. The girl stood and looked up. Then she raised her hand and a snow-white beam burst out of her palm. He immediately turned black. Anna's face disappeared. The woman could not understand what kind of monster was in front of her. The whole world gradually disappeared, turning into blue crystals. Phoenix stood over Anna, who was sitting on her knee, and asked her real name. The girl proclaimed the trial of Leonora Ram, who committed a crime against honor. Reaching out her hand, Phoenix used fire torture. Leonora screamed, writhing in the fire, the pain excruciating. A blue arrow shot up, screaming that it was time to run while the leader was here. If the mission failed, she would not suffer a severe punishment. Adam watched her go, realizing that it would not be so easy to escape, since he had previously fenced off the space around her with spiritual power. Chris Green threw his hand forward, shouting that the enemy must not be allowed to escape. The red cloak covered the blue arrow, and a long cry was heard. The cloak tied itself, and whatever was inside began to writhe terribly in panic. Then it gradually began to disappear. As it turned out, Adam was now holding a red lump in his palm. Chris admired his strength. Leonora's body, reduced to one bloody lump, was dying. Sinclair didn't understand why the guy didn't use the vampire energy to kill, and that raised even more questions. Adam wondered what would happen if he tried to take the ability from the dark blue race. It was worth the risk, and he took advantage of the ability theft. A green pearl appeared on Adam's palm, an S-rank ability that originated from the dark blue mother plant, and had the following attacks: Blade Mastery, Black Shield, Soul Possession, Initial Flash, Light Release, and the last one was Night Crow Country. Sinclair grinned. Not bad. This time he got a good catch. Phoenix said in an even tone that the problem was solved, said goodbye, and gradually disappeared into thin air. A monkey jumped out of a hole in the stage. He shook the blue substance off his hands with disgust. Putting his arm around Adam's shoulder, he said he would leave the rest to him. Cassiel frowned, clutching his wounded hand. Suddenly, a mask appeared in front of him. Adam solemnly handed it to the man, with the hope that it would be used for good purposes. Cassiel accepted the gift with surprise. A little later in the palace, Adam asked Phoenix how many people had already received masks. The girl replied that in a free union there were 6 people. In the heroic lands there were only 3. In the Sea of Iron Blood and the mixed territories there were 2 people each. The girl added that among the heroes of the 4 seas, there was one of their acquaintances, the Dragon Lord. Sinclair was surprised. When did this guy manage to move to the territory of the 4 seas? Phoenix assumed that the owner wanted to get rid of him, but Adam shook his head. Let him work for the judges and bring at least some benefit to the organization. He still had free places. They have collected enough S-rank orbs and can now upgrade the Parallel World Cube to SS rank. This ability can store things and move them around the parallel world. The first skill, the Gate of Luck. The second, space scanning. Adam wondered, If living beings cannot penetrate into the parallel world, then only non-living ones can. Or will those life forms that get there die? He decided to see for himself. He created a portal and took a live fish in his hands. Then he threw her into the portal. After some time, the portal spat out a dead fish. Adam understood. The parallel world collects life energy. It is clear why it cannot move living beings. What if we try to attack them? The guy used the Gate of Luck, and the live fish stared at him. World Vortex is a space-type skill, meaning it can absorb the enemy's attack. Adam decided to give this SS rank ability to the pig. It will provide good combat power. It's time to start creating the image. The foot of a new member of the judges stepped onto the ground. A pig appeared before those present, a clone of Adam in a pig mask and in the same thematic uniform. Phoenix spoke dispassionately. The latest news is that the Hero Association is taking over other worlds to gain the status of a mediator. Pig added that the dark blue race also came from another world. And it wasn't like they needed a middleman. Aren't people from another dimension and the dark blue race on the same side? They have different ways of transmitting abilities. Phoenix also said that Trisha, Joe, Regina, and Blanche had arrived at Turtle's palace. The pig was waving his fists at her. Why didn't she say so right away? A little later in the Turtle's palace, swordswoman Blanche noted that so many missions and tasks were required to obtain the ability elixir. Regina added that a D-rank ability would cost a whopping 450 points. According to the rules that award points for killing monsters, her sister Jo will have to fight 18 creatures to obtain an S-rank elixir. She said that it was too complicated. Trisha said that this is not a fact, because there are also missions for collecting resources, rescue, and special assignments. For them, they also give good rewards, but at the same time, they are easier than killing a monster. Casper Bart suddenly appeared and called for silence. He called everyone to discuss the Zodiac sign plan, and the girls would receive a loan as startup capital. Blanche and Regina turned to face each other at the same time. Jo waved her hands happily. Could they really buy ability elixirs right now? Casper nodded and pointed to the list of abilities, advising him to quickly choose one of them. The stronger the key participants are, the faster they will collect all the information, and humanity will have a better chance of defeating civilizations from other worlds. In the port of Banana Island, a huge ship was rocking on the waves. Adam and Raphael Vaxenurg stood on the shore. Jack pointed the guy to the river. This was the last island where they could rest before reaching the 5th defensive front. Sinclair dropped to one knee, noting the picturesqueness of the pond. Raphael said that this is the Moon River, the largest water resource of Banana Island, and it is said that those who drink from the river will gain good luck. Adam scooped up some water in his palms, cheerfully replying that since it had such an effect, he should try it too. He noticed something unusual in the water. There were a lot of tiny particles there. Could it be that a third of the episode in Trisha's vision took place here? He wondered in confusion. Why would people from the dark blue race pour blue powder into the Moon River? The boy asked Raphael where the source of the Moon River was. The man replied that it was in the middle part of Mount Eiger on Banana Island. Adam was later transported there, given the concentration. An ordinary person would not be able to reincarnate or achieve mutation, even if he drank this water for half a year. Sinclair had no idea what the dark blue race had in mind. Perhaps it would have been worthwhile to establish a secret headquarters on Mount Eiger, so that it would have been easier to track their actions. He summoned the snake to keep an eye on the place. The clone immediately replied that he would do it without any problem. Finally, the ship arrived at the 7th island of the archipelago, the 5th defensive front. On the embankment, many men were carrying huge boxes. The guests were greeted by George Weeks, the stonekeeper and the firefighter. George asked if Monkey or Casper Bart had arrived with the esteemed organization. Adam replied that the organization had sent him as one of the constellations to temporarily defend the 5th defensive front. The man was surprised. Not a single zodiac sign, only Sinclair. The guy smiled awkwardly. He couldn't say that he was the Monkey, Casper Bart, and even Charlie the Rabbit. He pointed at the girls standing behind him. They were S-rank users. George coughed. S-rank or not, you can't take anyone's word for it. The Guardian of the Stones, a young guy, did not believe that the girls had an S-rank. They needed to find out during the test. Because they would have to fight shoulder to shoulder, it was better to avoid misunderstandings before the fight. The firefighter did not hide his dislike, exclaiming that he would not fight these girls if they broke their limbs. The man would not compensate for the damage. Adam asked to choose one of them to fight. If the man wins, he will give him the glove of light. The stonekeeper pointed at the swordswoman Blanche. A red stone appeared in his hands. The guy smiled and offered to admit defeat. If Blanche loses, it will be bad. He raised his hands up and a carousel of sharp rocks began to spin in the air. The keeper mockingly said that he would not hit him in the face because he was a real gentleman. The stones headed straight for the girl. Blanche held her sword out in front of her. If this young man knew what she had been through, he would understand. His words had no effect on her. The girl's eyes glittered dangerously in the reflection of the sword. She ran forward, breaking the circle of stones with her weapon. The keeper was surprised but did not show it. He held out a shield of jewels in front of him. It immediately fell to the floor with a clang. The sharp end of the sword appeared right before the guardian's eyes, causing him to jump back. George immediately smiled unctuously at Adam, suggesting that they finish the duel and look into the commander's house. The battle was over and the guests were cordially invited to come forward. Adam thought that in this world one must have strength to negotiate. Meanwhile, the recruits fought hard against the monsters to get their masks. Ethan Wade fearlessly dove into the sea. He had information that people from another world were hiding there. He could earn a lot of points by capturing what they looked like. At the bottom of the sea, there was a huge shell in which sat a beautiful elf. She thought out loud, "What stupid creatures, so much power, and they still rush around with people." If the city authorities hadn't sent someone like the elves to train them, they would have been killed long ago by humans with their own plans and strategies. Shell widened her eyes, replying that thinking about the crystal cave should make her feel better. The elf sighed. She just needed a very transparent crystal. Then she could reach the second rank. The crystal cave needed to be returned to the Osid Plain. Then they could earn incredible wealth. She raised her head. Someone was approaching. She needed to run away. The shell slammed shut. The Dragon Lord released a purple flame from his hand. It was too late to run. The flames engulfed the entire surface of the shell. The elf jumped out from there and aimed a fiery green arrow from her bow at the alien. Ethan barely managed to dodge the deadly attack. But suddenly the arrow turned and hit him straight in the back. The girl smirked. Did the alien really think that homing arrows were so easy to dodge? She ordered the arrow to grow. Now the Dragon Lord was wrapped in a huge green vine. The elf swam back into the shell. This stranger didn't even have magic, and he still wanted to fight her on equal terms. He had definitely overestimated himself. The shell swam away at great speed, disappearing into the blue water. Adam watched what he saw on the big screen. Ethan sent the recording to the judges. Apparently, people want to fight against the inhabitants of the Osid Plain, but first they need to become stronger. They are better not only in using energy, but also in upgrading abilities. Phoenix noted that, fortunately, there are many people and new geniuses are constantly appearing among them. Sinclair asked what was going on with the Celestial Spirit's plan, if everyone had received their masks. The girl replied that 3 clans had already found them, and the mask was stolen by people from the Waxenberg family. Raphael held the mask in his hands, handing it to the girl standing next to him, reminding her not to cross the boundaries of the judges' organization. Audrey said that the judges have taken possession of the technology that allows them to create ability elixirs. If they are not captured, they will go to other families. The man replied that the judges could not cope with the army of Iron Blood and the Heroic Association. The girl asked if she should bring the man the elixir of abilities that she had exchanged. He shook his head. He still had things to do in the clan. Top 3 of the 4 Cs. Rayton Waxenberg meditated, sitting on the floor. A few moments later, the boy opened his eyes. Audrey approached him, giving her nephew her mask so that he could check the authenticity of the ability elixir. But he couldn't wear a mask because Rayton was the heir to a trading association and therefore couldn't risk himself. In the office of the commander-in-chief of the Iron Blood Army, Roger spoke about the judges, indicating that Max Waxenberg would deal with them. The shaved-headed guy with a scar on his left eyebrow looked closely at the man. Among the trees spreading out in the clearing in the Association of Heroes, 2 men were sitting at a small gaming table. One of them turned to the interlocutor, saying that people from another world are increasing their strength while their heroes are weakening. This is a difficult situation. What if, as that man said, the method of meditation is the only way to save all people? What a pity that, having mastered the method of meditation, they cannot teach it to others while people from another world can do it. The long-haired man held out a chip and asked if his friend had heard about the elixir of abilities. Perhaps it could replace their method. The second man had heard of him, but it was still unknown whether he would be able to create masters equal in strength to them. Longhair laughed. It would be better if they surpassed him, a lesson to be learned. Both decided that the issue of organizing the judges would be left to Legolas, the apprentice of one of the players. Adam watched the conversation on the screen. It seemed that everyone, instead of looking for the Stone of Wisdom, was trying to find out more about how people from another world were leveling up, and the judges should have. Rayton felt that someone had come to him and asked the person who had entered if he had received the ability. Phil Waxenberg nodded. He chose the dragon messenger. The guy scratched his head. He never thought that he would have such an opportunity thanks to Rayton. Suddenly, Phoenix appeared next to them. The girl slowly walked towards both of them. Rayton frowned. He couldn't even feel her. Phoenix addressed Phil, calling him Sky Star, asking if he was ready to take his ability elixir. A flask of liquid was placed into the hand of the puzzled guy. He plucked up his courage, asking only if he should do it now. Without waiting for an answer, Phil drank the elixir in one gulp. The guy decided that he should first summon a dragon, and he succeeded. From the inscribed shining rune, an animal slowly appeared, as if from water. It was not a big and formidable giant. The dragon turned out to be tiny and was the size of Phil's hand. But this made the sorcerer immensely happy. He even cried from the overwhelming feelings and from the fact that everything worked out for him. Phoenix was about to leave, but Rayton called out to her. He wondered about the masks of the heavenly spirits, whose job it was to kill monsters. Rayton also knew that some part of their corpses was an ingredient in the elixir of abilities. Suddenly, Waxenberg froze in surprise. Could this really be the activator that was mentioned in alchemy? The girl looked back, clarifying that what they called an activator was called an ability gene in the judge's organization. The guy slowly stood up, repeating what she had said. Adam, watching him through Phoenix's eyes, noted to himself that in the future it was worth considering the young man as his subordinate. In the judge's secret base called Area 52, Snake was lying on a lounger and reading a book. Adam approached him, noticing that it was very convenient here, and asked to take SS rank Plasma. Sinclair held out a green pearl. The ability Plasma controls plasma to fight enemies. Skills: Plasma Storm, creation of a plasma worm, Plasma Apocalypse. Suddenly, Adam became alert. He felt that something had happened. The F-rank ability sphere detected activity in Chris's body on Banana Island, so it was necessary to check how things were going with him. Adam immediately used his control ability on Arthur. He, in the mind of his agent, found himself at an internal meeting of the Green family members. Right in front of him, Chris was waving his arms angrily as he emotionally talked about how the last time after the Craig family was defeated in battle, the organization had a second chance to get a third-tier elite. The boy raised his head and, looking into the distance, solemnly proclaimed his hope that his entire family would one day become masters of the dark blue race. After all, only by sacrificing the body can humanity be saved. Adam wondered why Chris wanted to make the betrayal of people look noble. A 10-year-old boy jumped up from his seat, clenched his fists, and declared that he did not want to become a monster, demanding to be allowed to go home. Chris glared at him, asking who he was calling a monster. The boy, who was the blonde's brother, replied that he was not afraid of him. The guy grabbed the child by the hand and dragged him somewhere, saying that not all family members supported his decision. The boy began to babble in fear, asking where they were taking him, whether they wanted to beat him up in front of so many people. Chris touched his brother's chin. Any sacrifice was worth it to keep the human flame from going out. His hand suddenly fell on his interlocutor's neck and squeezed it with such force that blood began to flow from his mouth. When the boy fell to the floor, the blonde looked at his relatives with a triumphant look. What would they say about this? Arthur, sweating profusely, said slowly that he would follow him to save civilization, and the rest of the family repeated what he had said in hushed tones. Chris chuckled, incredibly happy about what was happening, then invited everyone to Banana Island to pick seasonal fruits. Adam, in Arthur's mind, found himself in a VIP room on Banana Island. He had 3 hours to spare, but it was still unknown what the dark blue race had planned. Number 68. Derek was tied up on his knees, desperately trying to find out what his captors wanted from him. Chris lounged in the chair in front of the man, picking dirt from under his fingernails with the sharp blade of his knife, and said with a smile that he had not invited the prisoner here out of bad intentions. Chris stood up and walked over to the window, saying that one of the reasons for number 68's presence was to see the big show. The man cried out in surprise when he heard the words of this madman. Meanwhile, on the street, a truck crashed into a passenger car. Fortunately, the driver of the car was not hurt. He opened the door and cursed the traffic violator with choice expletives. The driver fell out of the truck in a very strange state. His head and arms were down, he was laughing, and his legs were twisted in different directions. The victim's arrogance subsided and he stepped back, shouting that the second man's legs were broken. As he slowly approached on broken limbs, the driver of the car continued to retreat, threatening to call the police. At that moment, his silent interlocutor transformed into a real monster. The green head, showing a row of sharp, knife-like teeth, roared deafeningly. Derek, watching this scene from the window, realized with horror that the Green family was spreading the virus throughout Banana Island. Chris smiled. They don't use such methods, but use 3 driving forces for the dark blue mutation. He said that residents of Banana Island have been drinking water with tiny particles for several months now. Despite the small concentration, there are thousands of inhabitants on the island, and these 3 provoking factors will grow to the 3rd rank. The monster below raised its hands up, collecting blue particles from the driver it had killed. Adam saw everything and decided he had to figure out how to stop them. Number 68 was shocked. The Greens are using living people to create 3rd-tier elites. In a rage, he tore the ropes off himself, shouting that he would make any sacrifice, just so that the worst would not happen. Without hesitation, Chris jumped up, missing the attack. He waved his hand, releasing a blue bolt of light at his opponent. The man immediately tried to block it with his forearm. His hand was seized with a burning pain. Derek grabbed the damaged area with his palm. Meanwhile, several more clots flew towards him. They dug into the clothes, passing through them, taking the pain into the body. Chris, breathing heavily, promised that he would cut off the man's limbs and break the neural connection in his brain so that he would become food for the dark blue race. Turning around, he left the prisoner with his Uncle Rix to check on the others. Number 68 couldn't believe this was happening to him and continued to curse through tightly clenched teeth. Adam, still in Arthur's mind, walked up to the man, studying him. The boy had been tasked with dealing with the 8-armed fist fighter, which meant he would help him restore his nervous system along with his arms and legs. Smiling, he approached his uncle, asking if he was sure they could do without retying, since Derek was, after all, a hereditary master. He replied that when injured, only the spiritual power of the 3rd stage is capable of stabilizing the condition. Still smiling, Arthur grabbed the ropes and headed towards the prisoner, all the time for safety. The immobilized one called out to them at the top of his lungs for humanity, accusing them of indifferently watching the monsters that were destroying their own civilization. Leaning over the man, Arthur asked in an indifferent voice why the food was still chattering. He raised someone else's hand. It gradually turned blue, a blue disease spreading through the veins. A smile appeared on the blonde's face. The blue entity began to split. Number 68 suddenly realized that they were not going to kill him at all, and his eyes widened as he peered at his guard. A few minutes later, he was already lying tied up. Arthur dusted his suit, telling his uncle that he was finished. He leaned towards the fighter, praising the work done. The last thing he heard was a death wish. Chris, leaving the building, cursed and froze. He immediately felt that his uncle was dead. Using his dark ability, he found himself on the other side of the glass like a flock of bats. The ominous silhouette transformed into a man once it was in place. Looking at his uncle's body, he realized that the wound had been inflicted by the 8-armed fighter. Chris had to sever the neural connection and cut off the limbs. There was a rustling sound, and the blonde's eyes were glued to that place. He immediately hunched over, trying to be unnoticeable. In the darkness, the guy did not immediately notice that he was not alone in the room. An 8-armed fist fighter jumped out at the guy, but his blow landed in the void, where a multitude of bats appeared. Chris told Arthur, who came out to him, that he was wrong about him. In response to the silent question, the guy began to change. He was already feeling the spiritual village of the Phoenix for the 3rd time. His brows furrowed as Chris angrily asked if the island was under the control of the judges when he arrived on the island. Laughing as the blue clot lit up in his hands, the blonde said that the leader wanted to deal with the judges' organization, and the death of one of them would be an important step in that direction. He ran forward with an improvised blue blade in his hands towards the calmly standing Arthur. Adam in his body remembered that the snake was sent to eliminate the 3 causes of mutation. He needs to detain the madman now. He immediately jumped to the side, leaving the puzzled enemy with nothing, stating that if he attacked, Chris's younger brother would die. Chris's face began to be covered in black stripes. He smiled, answering that he would not regret it at all because one must die with honor. Black smoke poured out of his eyes, the ability of the country of night ravens. Phoenix appeared in front of Arthur, raising her hand. She made the blackness dissolve into the air. The 8-armed fist fighter, noticing her, shouted that he was counting on the girl, and in the meantime he would deal with the monsters outside. Chris cheekily asked if she was going to run away. He changed tactics abruptly and jumped out for number 68, not wanting to let it go so quickly. The man understood that he might not have time to escape. Adam, in someone else's body, thought that of those who were capable of dealing with the mutants, only he and Derek remained on Banana Island. A blade appeared in his hands and he knocked the blue essence away from his ally's back. But he himself did not get off so easily. Suddenly, the guy felt a burning pain in his chest and saw blood in front of him. Chris, who had stuck his dagger into him, smiled. Arthur was his main target. On the street, the monster, feeding on someone else's power, grew several times in size, and now slowly walked along the streets, continuing to kill ordinary pedestrians. One boy even decided to broadcast live from his phone. He hid around the corner and pulled out his phone with a shaking hand. Filming the monster, he introduced himself to his subscribers, briefly retelling his version of what was happening. His broadcast was steadily gaining more and more views, and now the monster was faced with an opponent, a man in a cowboy hat. The guy, without stopping filming, announced that his brother, Sheriff Ferrero, was currently fighting the monster and began to beg the eight-fisted fighter to join in quickly. The sheriff, shooting back at the enemy, kept in mind the thought that he only needed to hold off the alien until a fighter appeared who would kill him. The monster dropped to the ground and, on all fours, avoiding the bullets, ran towards the man. He was dumbfounded when he saw that he had not caused any harm to his opponent. Moreover, the monster, sticking out its tongue, ran straight at his brother, somehow miraculously noticing the hiding guy. He screamed, unable to move from horror. The last thing viewers saw was a terrifying green blur. A terrible scream filled the street and the broadcast ended. The boy fell on his back, begging for help. At that moment, 3 arrows whistled through the air. All 3 hit the monster with precision, piercing its head and arms. The guy, not believing in his luck, looked at himself nervously. Towering above him was none other than the snake. He raised his hand and a purple flame blazed in his hand. It fell upon the monster, burning it. The snake went down on one knee to steal the ability. S-rank extracted ability. Dark blue bloodline, with mutation. Mutant of the dark blue race, skills, berserker, movement, and collection of tiny particles, and their extraction. Adam wondered if this ability could rid Trisha's body of the traces of the dark blue race. But in her spiritual self, the sprouts had already taken root, so the situation was not that simple. The fighter from the Craig family has a similar situation. It was worth trying on him. Suddenly, the same guy who was filming what was happening grabbed the snake's legs. He thanked the stranger for saving him and asked him to take him with him. The snake began to shake its leg, trying to get rid of the annoying admirer. Adam, in Arthur's body, was still fighting Chris. He was also incredibly angry because things were not going according to his plan. Phoenix's voice was heard, proclaiming herself the boy's judge. Chris didn't recognize her and began to look around fearfully, searching for the source of the sound. The girl hovered above the ceiling, asking him if he would admit his guilt, because Chris had committed the sin of greed. Chris grabbed his head. A strange feeling came over him. Sweat began to pour into his eyes. Phoenix extended her hand, causing a lightning bolt of torture. The guy's body was pierced by multiple lightning bolts. He screamed and writhed in terrible pain. Even through this torture, he understood that if this continued, he would have to say goodbye to this body. Phoenix flew out through the broken window, wishing Chris a final remorse for his agony. After some time, the guy, exhausted from the lightning, crawled to his unconscious brother. Chris picked him up, rocking him slowly. He didn't understand why he was so angry, but nothing could be fixed. Arthur remained lying on the cold floor, while Chris turned into a flying mouse and flew away. Another monster was ready to attack a group of people. The boy hugged his mother tightly, not taking his eyes off the monster. The spawn, sticking out its blue tongue, growled, ready to attack. An 8-armed fist fighter appeared behind him with lightning speed. The blow of his fist fell straight on the monster's head. Unexpectedly, the huge carcass fell face down onto the asphalt, crushing it. The head sank into the ground, but the monster's body writhed, trying to get out. Derek couldn't hold it for long, which he warned the crowd about. Finally, the alien was able to break free. He suddenly raised his head, the man could not hold on, and flew back. The monster turned around, hoping to grab its prey. But Derek tried to avoid this at all costs. The fighter flew into a neighboring building, breaking through the thickness of the glass. The alien did not hesitate, but walked into the room with wide strides and now growled loudly in search of an enemy. Crouching down on one knee, the man decided that he would have to use that very skill to kill the monster in one go. Activating his power, the fighter literally glowed as he broke through the ceiling of the hospital they found themselves in. Number 68 screamed loudly and harshly, pouring out all his pain, rage, and hatred. The monster that had climbed onto the roof watched as the prey came into his hands. The man, unable to see anything from all-consuming anger, flew up, piercing the alien's carcass right through. The crowd, seeing the battle, rejoiced. This was the best attack of the 8-armed fist fighter. Confrontation! They were saved! The man, trying to catch his breath, still smiled at such a desired victory. But fate decreed otherwise. Turning around, a blue light hit the fighter in the forehead. Chris suddenly moved forward and thrust his alien blade straight into his opponent's forehead. The fighter fell from a height and flew like a stone down from the roof, straight to the feet of the people standing below. People stepped back in fear. Chris, who also returned to the street, where he dragged the 8-armed fist fighter by the hand, calling him a fighter because after such a long time he had not even reached the 3rd stage. The monster's open mouth absorbed a multitude of blue lights. The blonde smiled. Soon he would be able to absorb this useless trash. There was no point in wasting energy on healing it. The monster rose up and now, its eyes flashing and teeth clicking, it growled loudly. Claws sank into his head, sucking out all his energy. Chris felt this unusual and pleasant surge of power. He smiled. Madness played in his eyes. The guy thought how much superior he now was to his master. Suddenly, someone's voice was heard complaining about being late. Chris glanced in that direction with displeasure. He saw the snake and asked if he was one of the signs of the zodiac of the organization of judges, because then he would have the opportunity to test his strength. The guy was theatrically upset, sadly asking why the snake doesn't start attacking. Because he's getting stronger with every second. Why give it? The judge replied that he was waiting until he was completely filled with strength, because when the opponent was too weak, it became boring. Chris smiled. It sounded interesting. With the energy, he could cut the enemy's body into 3 whole pieces. A long blue sword appeared in his hand, meaning that his strength had reached the 3rd level. The beam immediately pierced the snake through and through, but he did not die, but became a shadow, from which several arrows shot out in different directions. After spinning several times in the air, they, engulfed in flames, flew towards the blonde. He blocked them with his dark shield. Chris began to look around, trying to figure out where the snake had gone. Finally, he managed to catch the movement to the side and ran there. The clone was surprised that the guy was able to predict his position. It seems that all he can do is play for time to save himself. Snake used plasma storm. Chris cursed as he saw many blue spheres about to attack him from the sky. Then the guy transformed into several bats. However, this did not help him because the spheres began to attack the hovering rodents. Pulling himself together, Chris realized that the power of skills doesn't decide anything. Tactics are needed in battle. With them, even a weak opponent can defeat a strong one. Several blue arrows appeared in his hands. The blonde smiled, asking the snake how many more times he could use such a powerful attack. Suddenly, a staff poked him in the back. 2 more zodiacs arrived to help. Monkey and Adam's appointed leader Phoenix. Chris decided to hide and escape by turning into blue light. The monkey noticed that the enemy had left the battlefield even with the spiritual seal activated. Phoenix took a closer look and replied that it had come at a great cost. Chris had spent many tiny particles to open a hole in the seal for escape. Both zodiac signs rushed to help people. Phoenix stood in front of Adam, explaining what had happened. After the incident on Banana Island, the organization had become more famous in the 4 seas. This meant that more people wanted to join the judges, but the number of spots for the Heavenly Spirit position was limited to 36, so some switched to the Craig family. Phoenix noted that the ability users who came to this family would definitely send spies for their own purposes. Adam replied that they would handle it themselves. Sinclair was adamant that it was time to return to Louisville. Adam, dressed as a rooster, stood on the roof of a house in Louisville, his arms outstretched to the wind, happy because he had long missed the smell of the city. The guy decided to improve his control ability from S to SS rank. Now he had as many as 36 subordinates. The SS rank gradually became gray. Received SS rank ability, 3rd level, iron control, extends to 30,000 meters, affects weight up to 1 million tons. Skills, divine metal. Sinclair thought that the divine metal would definitely come in handy. The calm atmosphere was interrupted by someone's cries for help. The rooster glanced down. Another monster was breaking through the window and making its way into the house. It opened its huge mouth from which saliva flowed, frightening the owner of the apartment to the point of madness. The night demon fox, an S-rank monster, quickly ran down the windows. From the large drone that was filming everything that was happening, a voice amplified by speakers was heard, warning the residents about the monster, and it also called on heroes of A rank and above to rush into the fight against evil. Real chaos began to happen in the city. People fell from destroyed apartments, miraculously remaining alive. A bright red car suddenly slowed down on the street. The heroes from Berkshire, Lazy Swordsman, and Zachary Wade arrived to help. The swordsman immediately rushed at the huge fox. Zachary transformed into a wolf, ripping his clothes off. The reporters were not asleep. The live broadcast began. The host said that every time an S-rank swarm appeared, it would take 2 hours to get here. Would the others be able to hold out until it appeared? Meanwhile, only 2 heroes stood against a huge demonic fox, from whose mouth a deadly green beam burst forth. The lazy swordsman miraculously managed to jump to the side, dodging him. He turned and called out to Zachary, seeing that he was also in danger. The monster's huge paw almost knocked the werewolf off his feet, but Wade was able to hold it. He hurried the swordsman, buying him some time to counterattack. The man, looking into the alien's burning eyes, swung his sword. The sharp tip of the weapon was dangerously close to the fox. Enraged, she began to beat her tails against the walls and floor with all her might. Her mouth, with sharp, blade-like teeth, could accommodate several heroes at once. A second later, an arrow pierced the monster's eye. This, if it didn't kill him immediately, weakened the alien, and the fox fell to the ground with a crash. Not far from her stood Amelie Lang, clutching an arrow in one hand and holding a bow tightly in the other. Adam saw her and was surprised that the girl's ability had improved to S rank and even reached the second stage. According to the spiritual scan, this happened in a very short time. Very interesting. The host delighted the viewers by saying that everyone on the street where the battle took place was alive. According to eyewitnesses, the mysterious man used a metal attack to help the heroes present. The presenter wondered, a hero who uses metal. Has Caspar Bart really returned? People raised their heads, staring at the sky. Strange blue clots were already gathering there, not at all like clouds. It seems that the fox has activated its hidden ability, Night Uprising, and has now become even stronger than before. She howled, and the space was cut by ultrasound, spreading out in waves. Ice Mountain Archer. Amelie was confused, but was still ready to fire the flaming arrow again. The monster deftly jumped along the walls of houses, rising higher and higher. The presenter scratched his chin in confusion. The night demon fox knows how to hide in the dark. She uses the darkness of the night to deftly dodge any attack. Because of this, it is much more difficult for Amelie to aim at her. Meanwhile, the monster was gaining strength and accelerating more and more. Zachary grabbed the fox by the hind legs, trying to hold it back. He tried his best not to let her go so that the Ice Mountain Archer could hit the monster. The girl took aim and released the arrow. She struck the fox's second eye with her fiery power. The alien roared and closed his eyes, in which flame from the arrow splashed. The fox's hind leg pinned the werewolf down, stepping on him. Lying on the ground, he began to sob, upset that he had never met his godfather. Suddenly, someone clearly and loudly called the werewolf an idiot. Shaking like a leaf, Zachary raised himself up on his elbows and asked in a stuttering voice what he had called him. At that moment, a metal plate flew into the fox's forehead. The alien fell to the ground once again, and the rooster, as if from nowhere, descended towards him. Covering his nose with his paw, the werewolf couldn't believe his luck. His godfather, no, his dad, had come here to save him. First, Caspar approached Amelie, praising her for her efforts. The girl didn't answer. Bart rose to the sky again. The main news anchor put his hand on Lily Romero's shoulder, saying that today's report on the metal savior was very important for the channel. The girl tried to say goodbye to her annoying colleague, thanking him for the praise and saying that if he didn't need anything from her, she could leave. She had barely left the office when the same colleague called out to her. He began to praise the girl again because she was doing so well. She would probably become the main reporter soon. When Lily thanked him modestly, he smiled, raised an eyebrow, and invited her to dinner. This was better than any thanks. Romero blushed and began to apologize haltingly. At this awkward moment for her, Adam grabbed Lily by the waist, saying that he had already promised his girlfriend a romantic dinner. Lily exhaled, asking why he came. Sinclair replied to pick her up. This touched the girl so much that she almost cried with happiness. The main presenter, clenching his fists, looked after the cooing couple as they left. Lily asked her beloved how long he would stay with her this time. The guy assured her that there was nothing to worry about. They had enough time. Romero wanted to go to the Japanese store, which she had dreamed of going to since it opened. It turned out that Adam had sent his clone to Lily, which the girl, of course, did not know about. So he himself, wearing the rooster mask, watched the girl. This was for her own good and the good of the city. The door to the judge's office opened hesitantly, and Zachary Wade stood in the doorway, biting his lip. Seeing Caspar, he was happy because he missed him. The head of the organization immediately invited the guy to go with him to the territory of the Four Seas. Bart stood up from his chair to go to the window. Zachary thought about the offer. Caspar clarified that all the masters and the elite live there, and it will be an incredible adventure. He glanced at his godson, asking what he thought about it. Zachary suddenly fell to the floor, got up on all fours, and began to bow to the man, thanking his godfather for his concern. Caspar picked him up and patted him on the shoulder, assuring him that there was no need to thank him for that. But his current rank could hinder his abilities in becoming Bart then offered to lend his godson some of his points, thereby allowing him to exchange them for an S-rank ability elixir. They were transported to the Turtle's castle, where Rooster asked Zachary what S-rank ability he wanted. Having learned from experience, the previously unintelligent boy chose the bloodline of an S-rank werewolf. He decided that quality was more important than quantity, so it was better to develop his existing ability to the very limit. Casper praised his godson. He really acted wisely, then asked if he remembered, in addition to the elixir, the promise he made to his adopted son. Zachary beamed, but his ears did not express their expectations. Could it be that the godfather really wants to become his real father? The rooster laughed and handed his charge a mask with the constellation of the woodwolf. The guy was embarrassed. This was not what he expected. Apparently, they would be able to become father and son only when the judge's organization completed its formation. But he didn't want to seem ungrateful, so he sincerely thanked his godfather. He knew that the day he was so eagerly awaiting would soon come. Casper, of course, caught the sudden change in the guy's mood, and he became interested in what exactly he was thinking about. He took a few steps back and explained that the Timberwolf belonged to the White Tiger Castle, so Zachary and one other man would be heading west to the Free Alliance. Bart added that Zachary needed to sort out his own affairs and then follow him to the Four Seas territory. His protege was unable to keep up with so many tasks, and had even managed to lose sight of his mentor. Not waiting for an answer, he shrugged his shoulders and put on his mask. It seemed that a new adventure awaited him. He punched the air with his fists, loudly exclaiming that his father should not worry, because soon the judge's organization would be theirs alone. Flying on a metal plate, Adam sneezed loudly, and who missed him? On the roof of the city building, Joe Bloor trained hard, and as he had promised, he developed both his spiritual and physical strength every day. He felt a strange presence and thought that the aura was very familiar to him. Finally, Adam came out of the shadows, having watched his student for several minutes before. Joe dropped to one knee and greeted the teacher with a respectful gesture. Sinclair nodded approvingly, saying that he had heard about the first place in the competition. He also asked if Bloor had received an invitation from the Hero Association yet. The guy nodded, replying that his friends had received them too. Adam asked if Joe knew one of them, Ice Mountain Archer Amelie, and the boy replied that they had only had lunch together. The rooster asked if the girl had any special habits. Joe thought for a moment and remembered that Amelie liked to meditate. Adam was surprised. Could the archer have mastered the method of meditation on her own, and if so, he absolutely had to meet her in person. Once again standing on the metal plate, the rooster said goodbye to the boy, citing business, and also gave him instructions to continue training. Joe Bloor's eyes sparkled and he smiled. Sooner or later, he would become the most powerful weapon in the teacher's hands. In the silence of the night, a loud sneeze was heard again. Adam wiped his nose with his sleeve. Was he really sick? In a forest clearing in the city of Louisville, Amelie sat on a large flat stone and meditated, black steam slowly spreading from her body into the air. Adam, watching her from the shadows of the trees, was amazed by her meditation technique. No wonder she had gotten S-rank so quickly. Amelie opened her eyes abruptly, felt someone else's presence, and loudly asked who had disturbed her peace. With a sharp, practiced movement, she pulled the bow onto the string, ordering the stranger not to hide but to come out. Adam came out to her with his hands raised, assuring her that he came in peace and simply wanted to offer the archer a deal. Amelie frowned, asking what deal they were talking about. The rooster smiled and said that he knew the secret to her rapid growth in skills. The archer didn't answer, but in a moment of confusion, she realized that she had been exposed. Adam offered her a deal to make the girl an SS rank hero. She would be protected by the judge organization for the rest of her life, or receive endless luck that would never run out. Amelie asked if the SS level would come after S. Adam nodded, adding that this level was also known as the third stage. The Ice Mountain Archer didn't understand. Since the organization had a method to make people into SS rank ability users, why did she need its secret to become stronger? Turning away, Rooster replied, "The elixirs of abilities can only strengthen a limited circle of people, but their main purpose is to increase the overall combat readiness of humanity." Amelie raised an eyebrow in disbelief as she looked at the masked man and the human. Was he really telling the truth? The girl lowered her head and thought hard before giving her answer. She agreed, and said that she had discovered by chance that her spiritual skill of meditation could increase human strength in a very short time. She warned that her own hunting magic meditation was not universal, as it only suited her abilities. Adam scratched his chin. Was Amelie really trying to say that the ability only helped her develop her own unique skills? The guy assured that this shouldn't be a big problem. With the hunting magic meditation and copies of the Ice Mountain Archer Amelie's abilities, a powerful army can be created. Sinclair was apparently so pleased with his own thoughts and thought for a long time that Amelie began waving her hands in front of his face to attract attention. She had chosen the organization's lifelong protection. Adam shook his head and handed the girl the mask of the moon deer, the constellation of the Phoenix Castle, promising that in case of danger, Lady Phoenix would save the archer. Amelie accepted the mask, reminding that the meditation method is not universal and only works for its owner. Sinclair replied that all he needed to do was take a sample of her ability gene, turn it into an elixir, then give her the magic hunting bow skill, and the problem would be solved. Amelie backed away sharply, embarrassed, and asked if having a gene sample taken from her would have any effect on her body. Adam waved his hands. Of course not. He would only need 2 or 3 minutes. The girl nodded and lay down on her back on the stone. Stretching her arms along her body, the guy began to move his hand over her stomach, reminding her that she couldn't use any mental resistance. Amelie closed her eyes and obediently agreed. Not even 20 seconds had passed when Adam gave a voice, announcing that everything was ready. The girl sat down on the stone, surprised that the process went so quickly. The rooster froze. A strange association flashed through his head. A little later, in the Black Turtle Castle, he opened a scroll glowing with multicolored lights. Chi energy, activity, magical power, and the names are different, but the essence is the same. The archery scroll depicted a man in a long robe. He was drawing a bow on a string. Adam was asked if what he said would work. Sitting cross-legged, Sinclair was ready to channel the spiritual power and see how meditation gathered dark energy. The scroll in front of the boy began to shine with incredible power, casting a bright light far to the sides. In the front world, among the dark and gloomy places, several monsters had gathered, vaguely resembling gorillas, an evil expression frozen on their faces. Long tusks stuck out in place of ears. Fangs jutted forward in their jaws. The three-eyed demonic god, a fair-haired youth in a long robe, pulled a burning arrow onto the bowstring, wishing for the enemy to disappear, to become ashes from the fire. The arrow, cutting through the air, flew forward rapidly. Having touched the monster, she continued on her way, triple acceleration, and next to her, as if from nowhere, a large phoenix bird appeared, flapping its red and yellow wings. Adam woke up from the vision in the Black Tortoise Castle. Wiping the sweat off his face, he realized that this meditation helps F rank quickly break through to D rank. Black smoke began to come from his hand. The guy looked at his palm for a long time. He was used to large-scale absorption of dark energy. Meditation works worse for him. The flow of meditation and the spiritual power of the body enter and exit. With their movement, they preserve the dark energy. Thus, gradually, the person became more and more filled with teaching. Normal people can meditate and collect cubes of dark energy and then use them, but it is unknown how much they can store. Sinclair understood what the limit of the hunting magic meditation might be, but he still wondered where the power of meditation came from in people from another world. Questions rained down on him like a pile of heavy stones. How did the blue star ability appear? What was its basis? Did the meditation method of people from another world grow out of the skill meditation? Adam will be able to get answers to all questions only when he masters the meditation of the other world, or conducts research on the plane of Osid. Finally, Zachary joined the Godfather on the way to the lands of the Four Seas. He was surprised that there were so many professionals here. Casper replied that they were in the territory of the Free Union, the 7th island of the archipelago of the 5th Defensive Front, because the organization took on the defense of this place. As Zachary and Bart flew together on a metal plate, Wade clung to his godfather in fear, who asked him to pull himself together because they were heading to meet the other signs of the Zodiac. Finding himself at the port of the 7th island of the archipelago of the 5th Defensive Front, the clone of Adam left there greeted the arriving Casper Bart. He introduced the woodwolf he had brought here and asked him to always take care of his son from now on. Zachary was extremely embarrassed, but he still found the courage to introduce himself to the strangers, expressing the hope that they would certainly get along. Adam's clone spread his arms, welcoming the boy into the Four Seas. Zachary was confused when he realized that a member of the judges had revealed his name, and asked Bart if there was anything wrong with that. But Casper put his hand on his shoulder, reassuring him that he had personally trained Moonraven, and before arriving he had given him some information about the Godson. He also revealed that Mooncrow is in charge of the defense of the 5th Front, so the organization sent Zachary here to learn from Mooncrow. The guy thought that apparently the Godfather is not on the best terms with Moonraven. He is so arrogant because the Godfather cannot control him? Rubbing his chin, Zachary had a hunch as to why his godfather had sent him here. Surely he was afraid that the pawn would get out of control. Smiling, Wade was glad that, as he thought, Rooster trusted only him. Turning to Adam, he assured him not to worry, they would definitely get the territory back. Zachary suddenly ran up and hugged Moonraven. Adam was embarrassed. Was he sure that he understood everything correctly? And did he not need to worry about anything? Sinclair went to Dave Craig. They needed to talk. In the reception room, the men sat around a table to discuss business. Adam told the head Craig that the organization wanted to conduct an experiment and asked if the man's family would be interested in participating. He leaned lower over the table, asking, first, to explain the essence of this experiment. Sinclair asked the man if he had heard of meditation, and Dave was surprised to ask if the organization had that method as well. Adam leaned back in his chair. This meant the old man understood what was being discussed. Dave took a sip of tea from his mug and told him that he had learned about the meditation method from his son Brandon, which only a true expert could master. And their method of meditation is very different from the one used by people from another world. It is just an unfinished version. Adam replied that the judges' organization now has a hunting magic meditation that allows ordinary people to develop and gain new skills. In order to speed up the development process, the judges still plan to use low-rank elixirs. This almost made Dave jump out of his seat, wondering how he could help together with the judges. Sinclair said that for the first experiment they would need 100 young men and women, preferably the most resilient, able to withstand heavy loads. Craig Sr. smiled into his mustache. There was no need to worry. His family had some work underway. A week would be enough to recruit the best students. You just need to agree on a place. Adam replied that when the time came, they could meet on Banana Island. The boy returned to the Heavenly Palace, where he was met by Phoenix, who told him that she had found out something about the archery scroll. During meditation, spiritual power also changes, and this change is caused by the absorption of dark energy by the body. Its collection in its true form and in the form of cubes differs significantly. The girl suggested calling it magical energy for now. When it penetrates the body, it begins to flow along a special stream. As the abilities increase, most of it disintegrates, turning into the dark energy of the true form. The archery scroll can not only regulate the process of gathering dark energy, but also use it for individual skills, requested by the corresponding abilities. Adam smiled, realizing that this scroll had an irreplaceable effect, especially considering what could be achieved from Ice Archer Amelie's spiritual power and the scroll. Sinclair realized that he needed to create his own, through the concentration of spiritual power. A long scroll of yellowish paper rose above the ground. The guy was happy. The transfer of the space of the Heavenly Palace and visualization made everything much easier. The sun was shining brightly, warming those present with its heat. Not a single cloud was visible in the sky. All the students in the area who were meditating received a charge of energy from the scroll that was spread out above them. Sinclair looked around the crowd, encouraging them to experience the feeling to the fullest. Phoenix asked what the name of the group of people that belonged to the Black Tortoise Castle was. Adam, looking into the distance, turned around sharply and loudly pronounced the name Hunting Magic Squad. Ethan Wade, wearing a new mask, walked through the crowd, asking if everyone had come here to donate their ability genes. He emitted such a powerful, murderous energy, as if he had just returned from battle. Heavy, sharp steps were heard on the soft grass. Two guys came out into the clearing. One of them was wearing a mask. The second asked if the judge's organization was in this area. The crowd began to whisper, not understanding who had come to them, especially since everyone was surprised that the assistant of the man who spoke was wearing a mask. The voice of Casper Bart was heard, who had arrived unnoticed on a metal plate. He saw that everyone was assembled. Ethan asked if the judges had sent him to take samples of the ability genes. To this, Bart replied that he had not seen his old friend the Dragon Lord for a long time. The guy chuckled. Now he is in no way inferior to the rooster. Perhaps one day he will even defeat him. Under his mask, Adam smiled, a good mood for a puppet. But out loud he only said that he would wait with impatience. He patted Ethan on the shoulder, informing him that he would begin collecting ability genes from him. Feeling the young man tense up, he advised him to relax his muscles and not try to resist his spiritual power. Rayton looked at them silently from the side. He had to figure out how the ability gene was extracted. After a few seconds, Casper let go of his interlocutor's hand, and he exclaimed in surprise that everything was simply too fast. Bart chuckled, asking if Ethan had thought he'd have to skin him to get it out. Rayton didn't understand what was happening. The ability gene had just been extracted, and he hadn't taken part in anything. He stood calmly, waiting. Next time, it will definitely work out. Meanwhile, Adam called warriors to him one by one to extract the ability gene. The sun was almost below the horizon when Sinclair finished. Adam, rising on a metal plate, announced that the organization would make elixirs with improvements for those present and send them to the parallel world. People left one after another. Rayton fell to his knees. He was so exhausted from the whole day. He slowly raised a weak hand, calling for Mr. Casper to stop. The boy barely raised his heavy head, gritting his teeth to ask about the study of ability genes. Stopping in midair, Adam bowed his head. He was forced to refuse the young disciple of the God of Storms. Since the genes are connected with elixirs, information cannot be disclosed. Rayton raised 2 fingers, swearing on the honor of the Waxenberg family that he would not tell anyone. Moreover, putting his hand to his lips, he leaned towards Mr. Casper Barth, who had come down to him, saying that he had secret information, offering to make an exchange. Adam wondered why Master Rayton needed information about the ability genes. The guy perked up and quickly began to tell. Does Casper know that the top heroes of the 4 Seas use something similar? Whoever it is, even his father, the God of Storms, they all use a technique similar to meditation. The strongest call it the Way, and these ways differ for different heroes. Adam asked if Rayton wanted to use the information from the judge's organization to find his own path. He also added that if the brown-haired man wants to advance a little in meditation, he can help. Hugging the guy by the shoulders, Sinclair said that in a few days the organization would conduct an experiment on Banana Island, called Hunting Magic Meditation. Rayton clapped his hands, warmly thanking Mr. Casper for his help. And if the judges needed any information he had, he would be happy to share it. Taking the guy further away from the clearing, Adam offered to discuss business over a cup of tea, but he didn't dare refuse. A disconcerted Phil held out his hand, calling for them to stop. He looked sadly into the distance, not understanding why they didn't take him with them. The liner arrived at the port of Banana Island. Opening his eyes, the guy saw a beautiful girl in front of him, who woke him up rather rudely. They went down the stairs together, and the guy called out to the stranger. On the go, he introduced himself to the girl who hadn't even turned around to look at him yet. Brandon was offended that they had been on the same ship for so long, and he didn't even know her name. The girl stopped, muttering irritably that they had been swimming together for so long, and she only remembered about their acquaintance when it was time to get off. She folded her arms across her chest and stated her name, not forgetting to add that she was quite likely related to the well-known Adam Sinclair. The boy laughed mischievously, whispering to her whether Michelle was Casper Bart's aunt. Michelle laughed, shaming Brandon. If he calls Adam his brother, and she is his aunt, then what should she call Brandon himself? Let him call her grandma. The boy smiled and said that his grandmother often gave him pocket money when they met, so, hearing a cough, the couple turned around and froze in fear. Staring straight at them from a few meters away was none other than Casper Bart. But after a few seconds, he turned around, continuing to chat with someone from the crowd. Michelle breathed a sigh of relief. He scared her. She had already thought that Casper had heard everything, but Brandon assured her that there was no need to be afraid. They were just joking about Sinclair's brother. It had nothing to do with him. Adam didn't react in any way, but he clearly remembered this couple, his aunt, and the arrogant guy. Finally, he gathered a crowd of future warriors in front of him, loudly asking if they wanted to become stronger. The boys and girls shouted in unison, asking to choose him and her. They will do everything to become stronger. Adam was pleased that his decisions were being responded to. He straightened up and used the spiritual power wave skill. Some people started to fall over, others started to get headaches, but no one understood what was happening. Brandon reached out his arms to Michelle, who crawled towards him on shaking legs. Soon he himself could not withstand such pressure and fell face down. Rayton, descending the stairs, was still standing on his feet. He never thought that the judges would conduct the selection using such cruel methods. Casper, with one of the last to fall, Brandon, lying right in front of him, announced that the 18 people who had lasted the longest would be tested. A day later, in the Heavenly Palace at the Summit of Knowledge, Casper Bart congratulated everyone who had reached the Summit of Knowledge of the judges' organization. Moreover, the future of humanity literally depends on the experiment in which the best of the best are taking part. The young people knew that the ability was awakened by chance. But now the organization has a meditation. It helps to receive and develop abilities. The method that the lucky ones will try to develop is called Hunting Magic Meditation. Brandon asked if this meant that ordinary people would be able to gain superpowers. Several flasks with red liquid appeared in front of Casper, levitating in the air, and he announced that in order to understand how effective meditation is in different conditions, the young people will be divided into teams. 9 people will receive the F-rank ability, Magic Hunting Bow, while others will have to awaken the ability out of thin air. Bart asked those who could cultivate the unknown ability and wanted to practice the hunting magic meditation to step forward. Casper used the mind control ability. With surprised faces, Michelle and Brandon stepped forward, proclaiming that for the sake of the human race they chose meditation. Bart smiled. Everything was going according to plan. It was time to begin. The crowd took the empty seats on the floor and immersed themselves in meditation. The universality of this meditation is too small. If anyone could develop it, the situation would be completely different. Adam felt that the island chain and the southern continent were calling him at the same time. A thought crossed his mind. Hadn't what he was just talking about happened too quickly? Several monsters have gathered in the vast expanses of the four seas. The Moon Raven, behind whom, in addition to the crowd of ordinary people, the swordswoman Blanche, George Winks, and the Guardian of the Stones had gathered, ordered everyone to follow the commands and prepare for battle. There were deafening explosions. The sea raged, agitated by what was happening. Zachary jumped high, ready to pounce on the stone monster. When he extended his fists towards the guy, he grabbed the alien by the arms in his animal form. He swung his arm, spinning the monster around and throwing it into the water, shouting loudly that it had no right to attack a werewolf. Moonraven, watching Zachary's victory, thought that while the battle was going well, it was necessary to choose a suitable animal. A huge, shaggy paw suddenly appeared in front of his face. A large monster with long ears, resembling a bear, attacked the guy completely unexpectedly. Not having time to react in time, he fell straight into the water and sank to the bottom. A huge crocodile caught his eye, and Adam decided that it was an excellent candidate for a fight. An elf swam out of a large pink shell, and Raven quickly hid. She swam up to the crocodile, asking him if he wanted to hide here and rest. Adam chuckled. He had originally planned to pretend to be a being from another world and go to the back front, but he managed to find people from another world. What a lucky guy. Sinclair decided to make the elf his puppet in order to learn meditation. He used the ability Control, which can create illusions for SS rank targets, distract, brainwash SS rank, and below, completely subjugate the target for 50 years, and allows him to inhabit the body of the controlled person for 9 hours a day. Putting her foot on the animal's mouth, the elf did not understand what was wrong with this fighting crocodile. Not a single wound on the body, but pretending to be dead. When the crocodile looked up, the girl covered the top of her t-shirt with her hand. Where was he looking? Suddenly, all her thoughts disappeared somewhere. Adam used the ability Control. Sinclair found himself in the dark space of the elf's mind, full of many white screens memories. He decided to check if he could find any episode of memory associated with meditation. The guy's attention was drawn to one screen. That was what he needed. As soon as he touched the screen, it became covered in cracks and broke, almost injuring Adam. The elf had a strange glowing pentagram on her forehead. Adam screamed in fear, not understanding what was happening. The girl woke up in her shell, getting up on her knees with some difficulty. She remembered that when she tried to interact with the memory of meditation, it seemed that some kind of magical seal worked. Adam knew that in order to protect the knowledge of her, the body of a person from another world burns to ashes. It's good that he fixed everything quickly. Otherwise, it's scary to imagine how this could have ended. The crowd on the island buzzed with joy, congratulating each other on their victory. The shell, together with the elf, left the coast, cutting through the waves. The girl smiled. She was leaving this place temporarily, so she didn't plan to say goodbye. They arrived at the 9th island of the archipelago, Red Ice. The elf was not wearing shoes. Her foot stepped onto the hard sand. Bones and skulls, washed by salt water, were scattered everywhere. This is what it was like on the captured islands. It was even difficult to breathe here. Apparently, the other world did not restore these territories. They allowed the city to become a gathering place of various creatures. The elf thought sadly that only in the center the guild building had been built. 2 more administration buildings and a military fleet. But this was only a small part of the entire colony of the new continent. The girl came to the building of the Island Guild. Mistress Anastas was greeted by a charming demoness, who asked if she wanted to receive a reward for the mission. The elf nodded affirmatively. Who would refuse something like that? The demoness extended her palms, on which lay 10 purple-colored gamma-rank magic crystals. The girl thought, about 100 units of dark energy, but she had no idea how to reveal all the power, how to use them at all. And so, Anastas refused the reward and left the guild. She would rather find the Stone of Wisdom because she already feels its energy. Shaking her head, the girl rose into the sky. Having flown a little further, Anastas landed at the entrance to the cave. A huge snake's head poked out above the entrance, hissing threateningly at the newcomer. Anastas stared at the reptile for a few seconds. The girl was not frightened by this. She grimaced and ordered the snake to snap shut. The snake suddenly fell silent, hid its long tongue, and slowly crawled away. Adam, still in the elf's mind, thought that if he could figure out how she made the animals from the other world obey, he could easily defeat their army. The girl walked slowly forward across the cold floor. As expected, people have been living here for a long time. But will there be a master daemon inside this mountain cave? Anastas opened the metal doors. The room, decorated in gray, cold tones, looked like an alchemy laboratory. A projection of a tangled labyrinth appeared right from the elf's forehead, frightening and discouraging Anastas. The same drawing of a labyrinth appeared on the wall opposite. The projection and the drawing completely coincided. It seemed like it was a map on which what Anastas was looking for was marked. Having gone a little further, the elf saw either a depression or a separate room without doors, in the middle of which stood a brown box. She approached the box, looking at it with curiosity. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a genie appeared in front of the girl. A fair-haired, bearded man in a vest. He praised the elf since she had already found his gift. The genie asked if Priyat was from the elf family. Surprised that the colonists from the Ossed Plain were able to get through the island's defensive front thanks to an alchemical handbook, the man sighed dramatically. What a pity! He had so hoped that the blue star would work a miracle. Adam immediately transformed. Revealing himself to the genie, he found the reference book that Master Daemon had compiled, and the guy also said that he was from the Blue Star race. Jin burst out laughing, curious about what had happened, and asked the stranger's name. Adam smiled slyly and introduced himself as his godson, Zachary Wade. His godson sneezed loudly. Who remembers him? Daemon demanded to talk to him before his new acquaintance could receive the Stone of Wisdom. Adam thought it was just a projection, but she needed to chat too. Adam decided to agree with the rules of the game and asked what the projection wanted to talk about. Daemon asked to tell how things were going with the Blue Star race. An hour later, Adam was already sitting on the floor, tired of the conversation, and still reminded the master of the purpose of his visit. The Stone of Wisdom. The man asked him not to rush, because in order to get the magic crystal, you need to go through several tests. Daemon raised a finger, assuring that Zachary could handle them. He pointed to the brown box, calling the boy to get ready to see the great wonder of the plane. The box opened slightly and a bright light poured out, illuminating everything around. Daemon began his speech slowly. He is filled with magic, life, constantly changing, not obeying any rules. In the box, on a white pillow, lay an oblong pink-colored stone of wisdom. Adam knelt down in front of the box and slowly reached his right hand towards the stone. And suddenly, he failed to touch the enticing surface. His fingers passed right through the stone. Daemon swam closer and impatiently urged the boy to hurry up and not wait. Sinclair hesitated. It was so strange that he couldn't get the object into his hands. He made another attempt, but unfortunately nothing changed. His fingers still passed through the stone, as if it was woven from the very dreams. The man chuckled. It was a situation in which the stone can be seen but not touched. Just don't say that the Stone of Wisdom itself hates someone. Adam realized in the back of his mind that someone was approaching them, and he urged the projection to quickly hide. But the master stubbornly shook his head. No, he had waited too long for this, and he did not intend to hide. He would not. That's it. Then there was nothing to be done. Adam created doors with the power of thought and closed the space from prying eyes. Daemon's angry and offended face appeared in the doorway. He was shouting that Zachary simply couldn't do this to him. Adam quickly transformed back into an elf. The son of the Lord of the Bright City, Andvari D, was walking quickly towards her, asking Miss Anastas what she was doing here. Sinclair realized that the handsome young man with bright blue hair and an intense gaze was one of the elf suitors, who wanted to marry her because of her noble pedigree. The girl sharply said that it was none of his business. The guy, being much taller than her, came closer. He was hurt by Anastas's words. He said that he had already done a lot for her, and asked how much longer she would turn up her nose. Having cut off the elf's path, he demanded, give up, and become his wife for the sake of procreation. At that moment, two thug guards appeared behind him. The guy transformed into a half-reptile. Horns grew on his head. Huge teeth appeared on his face. A long tail hit the floor with a crash, and the claws on his hands were sharper than a knife. The elf flew up to avoid the tail strike and shot a fire arrow at the unlucky groom. Andvari immediately found himself under a blanket of blazing fire. But, as it turned out, it didn't harm the guy much. The fire simply curled up, as if it were not a raging and dangerous element, but a puddle of sour milk. Andvari looked closely at the bride, asking her to think once, if she gave in, he would be more gentle. The girl screamed that she, Anastas, would not give herself to him even if she died. And with these words, she jumped straight into the fiery pool. The guy couldn't believe his eyes. Why did she jump there? She'll die. He decided that he had to save her and dived after her into the fiery milk. The flames died out as quickly as they had appeared, and Anvari sat on the floor, transformed back into a human, and scolded Anastas. His thugs consoled the boss. What if the elf just ran away? The second guard advised calling important people from the city who could help with the search. But Adam, who had managed to transfer his consciousness into the guy, decided that it was better to come early than to be late, especially since it was much more convenient for him to disguise himself as Anvari than as Anastas. He spread his arms dramatically, ordering the thugs not to waste time and to leave. At the end of the corridor, someone's voice was heard. He was talking about how, unexpectedly, the young gentleman had failed in love affairs and even killed his bride. Anvari replied that this was none of the stranger's business and demanded that he introduce himself. The silhouette in the distance replied that he was an ordinary mercenary. Looking closely at the stranger, Adam realized that, judging by Anvari's memories, this man was a wanted criminal in the Bright City, whose hand his father had cut off. A man came into the light. A man with shoulder-length hair and a scar on his face, armed with 2 knives. He said that the return had come at a very high price for him. He swore to return this pain to Anvari and his father. The thug reminded the boss that when the criminal was hunting the young master's father, he was close to rank 3, and now he was most likely already rank 3. Suddenly there was a loud knock and the man disappeared from sight. Anvari felt movement right next to his face and raised his head to follow it. The man landed nearby and asked in surprise if the guy could see his movements, but he replied without turning around that he had simply predicted them. Everyone present was surprised to realize that the walls and floor around them were shaking. Anvari realized what had happened and cursed silently. Master Damon had broken through the wall and was now rushing towards them, shouting that this alchemical matrix could actually be used. He flew up to Anvari and winked at him. Look, he was giving him a hint. The criminal took a fighting stance, shouting that Anvari should expect no mercy, since he had the Stone of Wisdom. One of the thugs told the young master that he would detain the man, and he should report everything to his father as quickly as possible. The second guard pushed the first one aside, saying that he should take the young master away, and he would stay here, since his daughter-in-law was waiting for him at home. Adam thought that they also have their joys and sorrows. In this world, there is no difference between good and evil. There is only a difference between the strong and the weak. Damon thought that this was not enough. 2 third levels and 2 second levels would not be able to stop him. He approached the criminal, urging him to hit harder. Only by allowing the matrix to absorb enough energy would he be able to move faster. The man walked up to the box and extended his hand towards the stone, saying that it belonged to him. But his hand, like Adam's, passed straight through the desired object. The criminal roared with indignation. "What is happening?" Anvari said with a grin that this meant that the Stone of Wisdom did not choose the criminal, and now it cannot be touched. The thugs instantly turned into half-monsters, ready to defend their master. One of them attacked the thief, but he fought off the attack with a knife. The thug cursed and fell on his back, clutching the bruised area of his body. The second guard put his paw forward, holding a sharp sword in his palm. He turned to the young master, urging him to burn the criminal to ashes with his dragon breath. Anvari did not hesitate, and a stream of raging flame burst from his mouth. The fire touched the back of the man's head. He didn't even have time to react to it. The criminal rolled across the floor, trying to avoid the deadly attack. The knife remained right in the hand of one of the guards. He was shaking like an aspen leaf, frightened by his wound. Master Damon raised his hands and violet energy reached out to him, which he began to absorb. The man's finger caught the attention of the others. He pointed upward. A crazy, huge stream of purple energy burst out from the mountain into the sky. This flow formed a perfectly smooth, round hole in the rock, and Damon looked into it dreamily, noticing that he had not seen the sky for a long time. The master urged the greedy strong man to return quickly, and the sooner the better. The blue electrified bird flapped its wings and screamed loudly. She flew over a crowd of people who, suspended in the air, looked around in surprise. The guy was surprised. What are these pink rays of light, from which so many frightening animals crawled out? The second added that if they are so strong, then probably some treasure lies there, and animals are much more sensitive to energy than people. The daemon flew up to Anvari, ordering him to listen carefully, otherwise the man would reveal his true form. Anvari looked at the projection with a grin. That means the Stone of Wisdom is his work. Diamond folded his arms across his chest and was surprised that the man had managed to expose him. But Anvari replied that he could be useful, if only he would tell him what he could do. The man replied that it was simple. You need to make people fight. The more people die, the happier Damon will be. Adam thought that he wanted to use his cursed stone to collect the energy emanating from them during the battle in order to escape later. But the guy was fine with that. The guard who had been injured first, who had transformed back, cleared his throat and told the young master that Mr. Snake would be arriving soon. The assassin with the two-handed dagger would definitely die, because Mr. Snake was almost a fourth-stage expert. The criminal staggered back slowly. This time they were all lucky, but if he stayed alive, he wouldn't leave them alone so easily. The man quickly ran away, saying goodbye as he went, but the light of purple and painful energy did not let him go, forcing him to slow down and scream. The criminal fell down, shocked by the current. Even his hair stood up from the voltage that hit his body. Anvari's guard hesitated, not understanding whether the enemy was dead or not, and asked the owner for permission to come up and check. Adam didn't understand why the stone killed him because it would have been more logical to subjugate it. Something didn't add up. He needed to see how things would go further. But at that moment, the criminal's body went into convulsions, subject to the same purple energy of the stone. He jumped to his feet, swinging his sword, boasting that he had the ability of infinite recovery. Master Diamond winked again at the hesitant Anvari. Meanwhile, the criminal, making a face, threatened Anvari with violence, because he was now immortal and nothing was scary to him. The young master silently pulled the knife out of his guard's hand, causing him to sob. Then he threw the weapon, tossing it into the hole in the ceiling. The knife plunged straight into the chest of a large electric bird, which screamed loudly. The criminal looked down at his knife, the thought taking a long time to form in his mind. It was too late to think. A blue lightning bolt, conducted by the first knife, was already rushing towards him. The bright blue light made those present in the cave squint. As Anvari and his guard watched the man being pierced by the bird's electricity, they talked among themselves, wondering if their opponent would survive. The one standing on his feet looked terrible, but was still conscious, screaming that he was completely invulnerable. Adam's people began to fly in one by one right through the hole in the roof, but the first one to enter the cave was the White Serpent, the master of the sword. He looked around with interest, asking how his nephew Anvari ended up there. The man narrowed his eyes and with a dangerous intonation in his voice, asked who dared to offend his nephew. Anvari ran up to Uncle White Serpent, complaining that the killer did not have the courage to go to his father, and he decided to finish off his son. Putting his hand on the boy's shoulder and squeezing it tightly, the White Snake promised that his uncle was already here, and now no one would harm his beloved nephew. The maddened criminal stood in front of the crowd, counting each one, threatening to kill them all together if anyone came near him. Licking the blade of the knife with the tip of his tongue, the man promised to show them who a real expert was. Those present frowned. They understood that this was a provocation. The swordmaster, possessing an inhuman calm, said in a soporific voice that no one would have to attack the villain, because he himself would cut him into pieces with his white snake sword. With a precise movement, he drew the sword through the air, his other hand gently running his fingers over the surface. Let's see how long the criminal can hold out after the attacks. A white and bright light emanated from the tip of the sword. Something long whistled through the air, and a white snake appeared before everyone. As it descended in front of the enemy, clouds of lilac smoke burst from its mouth. The man realized that this was confusing him and shook his head. To wake up, he stabbed his dagger into his left leg without a second thought. The criminal realized with horror that this did not help him come to his senses. He could neither run away nor attack. The white snake, having grown in size, squeezed the man in its deadly embrace as if he were a desired prey and began to strangle him. Twirling a lock of hair near his face, the swordmaster asked his nephew if that purple crystal was really the legendary Stone of Wisdom. Anvari shook his head. He didn't know for sure, but be that as it may, he belonged to Uncle White Serpent. The man laughed. The curls around his face shook slightly, and through his laughter he asked Anvari not to worry, because when he had the stone, he would definitely share it with his nephew. Master Damon, watching the battle from around the corner, sighed quietly. This killer with daggers is still useless even after receiving infinite regeneration. Is he really tired of enduring pain? He gave the criminal a chance, but it was all in vain. Now he will have to act on his own. A ray of energy from Master Damon himself entered the man's eyes. The enraged captive, having escaped from the deadly clutches, turned to the snake, furiously ordering it to die. The criminal had 2 daggers in his hands, with which he cut the unfortunate snake into several large pieces. Laughing madly, the man asked if this was all that was in store for him. But the white snake didn't even bat an eyelid. He replied that the enemy was lucky. They would soon show him what a real decisive blow was. The swordmaster threw his weapon up into the air, causing a snake waterfall to appear with a loud cry. The ceiling was illuminated with white light. Everyone present closed their eyes. The flame burned their eyes so much. The snakes multiplied, intertwined their tails into a large ball, and rushed straight at the enemy. One of the warriors, transforming into a were-dog, tried to carefully step over the many small snakes crawling under his feet. He complained that the final attack of the white snake had an uncontrollable radius of action, and the hero had to watch where he hit. People were frightened by the fact that the Swordmaster's snakes were crawling around, and there were an incredible number of them. Moreover, the snakes that remained in the sky wrapped themselves around the limbs of the sky whale, causing the mammal to roar and begin to spin in different directions. The whale opened its mouth and a destructive beam of light burst out. The snakes below were burned by the deadly scorching beam, not having time to crawl away. Anwadri's guards stepped back in fear so that the beam would not hit them. But one was still unlucky. Unfortunately, the beam burned exactly half of his body. A surprised expression froze on the man's face. It remained to hope that his last minutes passed without pain. The surviving thug shouted his partner's name in despair, and Andvari cursed. The guard immediately transformed into a dangerous monster, threatening to kill the one who killed his comrade. Andvari tried to stop him from certain death, promising that he would deal with the blue whale and avenge his friend. The man stopped and was surprised to see that the corpses were beginning to disappear, and a huge, bright yellow alchemical pattern appeared on the floor. The body of some guy lying nearby began to decompose into pink particles. These particles settled on the rest of the warriors, who laughed happily. Noticing that these things seemed to improve their fighting ability, one of them reached the second stage. Adam thought that the death of one makes all the others stronger. That is what cultivating the wisdom stone is. The white snake approached Andvari and urged his nephew to stay close, as the situation was getting a little out of control. It turned out that each dead fighter released energy that strengthened those who were still alive, meaning that the skills of first and second level experts had greatly increased. At the third stage, the strengthening has less effect, which means that if these people are allowed to become stronger, the gap between the snake family and them will decrease with each passing minute. Then it will no longer be clear who has the advantage. Master Damon, eavesdropping from around the corner, chuckled quietly. Now they had no reason to stand aside and not interfere, did they? The warriors stood opposite each other, waiting for someone to die at the hands of another person. The master called for this, to fight and kill each other. The more deaths, the better. A snow-white sword was thrust into the demon's back. Before he could even shout a word, he fell to the ground, with the swordmaster standing over him. They, together with their nephew, managed to wound many, so those who remained decided to save their lives and began to run away screaming in different directions. The white snake told Andvari to follow his uncle because that was the only guarantee of safety. The guy replied that the snake probably had his own reasons for doing so, but he wanted to remind him that he never killed his opponent. The nephew simply hoped that the master would be able to deal with the bastard. The swordmaster chuckled. He didn't expect such loyalty from his nephew. It seems his family has an heir. The criminal, who was still alive, sat over the corpse of another warrior. He shouted to the snake and Andvari to immediately kill all the people of the second stage. This will reduce the gap. He stood up and looked at the men, saying that if the enemy attacked, there would be no chance of mercy. Pink particles rose up. The criminal, with obvious pleasure on his face, took them into himself. People continued to run, screaming at the top of their lungs that they wanted to be killed and eaten. Suddenly, the entrance to the street was blocked by a wall of pink energy. The chances of getting out were becoming less and less. The Queen of the Plucked Lotus and Mr. Benjamin Rowe flew up to the crowd, mockingly asking where they were going to run. The queen swung her leg and sent down a multitude of deadly rays. The white snake tried to protect the people because he knew that the villains would resort to such baseness as the mass extermination of innocent people. Benjamin replied that if the snake were in their place, he would have acted much more ruthlessly. Master Damon, watching the chaos, was amused. A bunch of idiots continue to kill each other, and it only makes him feel better. The bodies kept coming in numbers and they continued to decompose. Benjamin, enjoying what was happening, laughed loudly. His plan was to reach the third step and then fight the white serpent. The swordmaster flew up, swinging his sword. A smile lit up his face as the man ordered something to explode. He headed down through the purple mist. At the very top of the mountain, there was an explosion of incredible power. After some time, the fog began to slowly clear. The wounded Benjamin, who had lost one limb, and the Queen of the Torn Lotus, clutching her bruised side, rose to the sky. Benjamin angrily shouted that the white snake was completely crazy to do such things. The swordmaster, who also found himself under his own blow, smiled, preparing to respond to his opponent. He didn't have time to finish his sentence when a vile criminal jumped out from behind him with a blade in his hands, intending to hit him right in the temple. But the man didn't succeed. The white snake turned out to be quicker, and his sword passed right through the alien body the next second. He laughed, referring to his endless regeneration. The swordmaster smiled back, raising an eyebrow in disbelief. The criminal lowered his head. It can't be. His wounds won't heal. The swordmaster's lost arm has grown back. It seems the wisdom stone has given him preference. The criminal wanted to argue with dry lips. How could this be? The stone had chosen him in the first place. The swordmaster pushed the lifeless body of his enemy away from him with disgust. Straightening up, Whitesnake looked at the monsters surrounding him, led by the Queen of the Torn Lotus and Benjamin Rowe. The man exclaimed that although their strength was equal, he was now immortal, and they were no match for him. Pointing at him, Benjamin gave the order to seize the young Master Damon, because the swordsman Whitesnake is on good terms with the head of his family, which means the guy can be taken hostage. The opponents slowly approached the gentleman, intending to put the man's plan into action. Andvari waited calmly, and when they were already close, he smiled faintly. It was time to end this circus. Spreading his arms out to the sides, his face darkened, the boy ordered the monsters to look at him carefully. A few moments later, a huge fire dragon with golden horns and long whiskers appeared in the place of the man. Bendageman's mouth opened in surprise. What he saw was incredible. This man had a third-level ability. Meanwhile, the dragon did not hesitate. He grabbed one of the warriors right across with his mouth and began to swing him from side to side. Another one flew far back, when Andvari's powerful tail descended on the man sharply and suddenly, from somewhere above. The hero with the fire ability was simply torn to pieces by the dragon. Only fiery flashes remained. A girl from the crowd fell to her knees and began to tremble, unable to withstand the werewolf's power. Andvari roared, throwing his head with sharp spikes back. And, like thunder striking the sky, he began to talk about how even though his enemies possessed the third degree, he himself was from a noble family. Could some pathetic second degrees really capture him? Small pink particles began to rise into the air from the dead warriors. The dragon turned to Uncle White Snake, who was standing next to him, and told him that if they both worked together, they would easily defeat all the monsters. A shadow of doubt flashed across the swordmaster's face. If his nephew had managed to kill 3 third-stage people, he had enough strength to not need help. Maybe, he thought. Andvari doesn't know that the third stage, having lost its fighting ability, gives the serpent its greatest advantage. What if he wants to kill more people to increase his power? After weighing the pros and cons, the swordmaster laughed briefly and agreed with Andvari, deciding to unite to win. Damon, who had been watching them unnoticed, decided that Adam was useful, one attack, and there were no 3 third-stage users. Bendageman, without further ado, suddenly and vilely attacked his now former partner, the Queen of the Torn Lotus. The girl was tightly wrapped in purple ropes extending from the man's body, and she screamed in fear, asking what he wanted. The ropes were tightened on the Queen's limbs and body, with the intention of strangling her to death. A few seconds later, Benjamin clenched his fist. The girl and several other warriors who were squeezed by the vice with incredible force exploded under incredible pressure. Looking at this with disgust, the serpent shouted at his opponent that his ruthlessness knew no bounds. The man suggested to his nephew that he first take control of this madman with ropes, and Andvari agreed. Adam analyzed the enemy, realized that Benjamin is still a trickster, and if he continues to strengthen, it is unclear who will ultimately win. At the moment, the new continent has lost 90% of its troops, but at the same time received 3 users of the third stage. Andvari, in his dragon form, stood up to his full height and heard Benjamin suggest that the white serpent join forces against the 3 remaining living monsters. The dragon knew that the enemy was very cunning and shameless. He would not rely on luck alone in matters of his survival. But the white snake was not going to give in to other people's tricks, he shouted to his nephew, ordering him not to listen to flattering talk, but to attack quickly. Benjamin soared up to where the dangerous sky whale swam, shouting as he went that he had no time for the games of stupid rivals. The snake had not yet made any attempts to defend itself and was watching its opponent. The whale did not wait for the stranger to approach him and released from his mouth, along with a loud roar, a blue cloud of energy. The swordmaster shouted worriedly to his nephew that a 4th-degree enemy had appeared, which increased the level of danger. It turned out that Benjamin didn't expect such a surprise either. He looked in shock at the angry sky whale. At that moment, everything around was illuminated by a bright white light coming straight from the sky. A tall man with a clean-shaven head and wearing a long white robe, the Master of Light Eclipse, slowly and majestically descended onto the battlefield. Both Benjamin and White Snake screamed in unison upon recognizing the newcomer. It was a fourth-stage user from the Alfonso family. They bowed before the newly minted warrior, greeting him respectfully. The man didn't even seem to notice their presence. He said thoughtfully that Damon hadn't lied to him. The Stone of Wisdom had really been found here. Alfonso burst out laughing, tears streaming from his eyes. Finally, he would be able to revive her, his beloved daughter. Having calmed down and wiped the salty moisture from the corners of his eyes with his knuckles, he decided that even if Damon was not satisfied with that plan, he himself would do everything to resurrect his dear daughter, even if because of this the whole world would lose hope. The man slowly extended his hand, which was glowing with white light, towards the wall of stone energy. The projection of Damon, who continued to sit in ambush and watch, narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Why was Alfonso, like Diamond, making people hate him with his smell? The projection's eyes widened in a terrible guess. The body of the fourth stage user possesses absolutely identical energy. It is capable of removing the Damon seal. He laughed as he saw the Light Eclipse Master pass through the wall. Even God was his ally. If he used his full potential, perhaps he could break free. Casually putting his hand in the pockets of his robe, the man from the Alfonso family easily passed through the energy without blinking an eye. The dragon? Anvari's white eyes sparkled as he looked at the man. He was surprised by the power of the fourth stage, and how the man easily passed through the barrier that no one could cross. The crowd of remaining warriors heard a voice that came from nowhere but was heard everywhere. They were offered a triple healing in exchange for attacking the fourth stage Light Eclipse Master. And if they did not obey, the voice would take all the accumulated energy for itself. Anvari, the White Snake, and Benjamin appeared in front of the master, blocking his path. The Sword Master tried to talk to the stranger, cautiously suggesting that he wanted the Stone of Wisdom. Then, rising into the air, he aimed his sword at Alfonso, demanding first that they engage in battle. In response, the Master of Light Eclipse also flew up to the clouds, finding himself on par with the warrior, spreading his arms, suddenly surprised that someone dared to stop him. He turned to the others, raising a thin eyebrow, skeptically asking if they were all on this swordsman's side. Anvari remained silent, remembering that he still had a secret technique, but Adam in his body wanted to feel the full power of the fourth stage. He immediately flew up to his uncle, slightly covering the man with his dragon back, assuring him that he would fight on his side. Unexpectedly, Benjamin, who was standing not far from them, was throwing a clot of energy in his hand, with which he intended to attack the alien. He was smiling slyly, because he also wanted to experience the power of the fourth stage. Alfonso smiled and promised his opponents that he would first do a little warm-up before playing with them. White Snake's hand gripped the hilt of his blade tightly. With this movement, he summoned a huge snow-white snake, which stood like a mountain behind its master, sticking out its long, thin tongue and hissing threateningly. The Light Eclipse Master seemed unimpressed by these moves, narrowing his eyes as he asked if the opposing team was fully aware of their level and still wanted to go against him. Apparently, they don't know the difference between the third and fourth steps, because he only needs one finger to repel all their resistance. Finally, the man fell silent and snapped his fingers lightly. A small white sphere separated from his hand and floated away. The snake, opening its mouth wide, hissed even louder, and the sphere flew into its throat. The mouth snapped shut with a loud click, and the reptile shook its head in bewilderment. In a quiet, ingratiating voice, Alfonso ordered the sphere to destroy the enemy. The snake, not having time to make an extra movement, began to disintegrate into particles, driven by the force of the fourth stage. At the same time, the acquired limb of the white snake also fell apart. He did not expect this at all, and was horrified when he felt that he had lost his hand. Fortunately, thanks to the energy of the Wisdom Stone, the hand was immediately restored. Snake cursed tiredly, wiping sweat from his forehead. Extending his hand, the Light Eclipse Master created a new spell designed to destroy his opponents. Benjamin screamed desperately as his body was cut in half by the snow-white deadly stream. He cursed, sweating profusely, belatedly realizing that he shouldn't have fought against a fourth-tier master in a team with these fools. Anvari tried to regroup, change position, surprised that the master's ball of light was so scary. As if to confirm his suspicions, the sphere flew closer to his tail and simply destroyed it. Half of his tail was gone in a second. With his arms folded across his chest, Damon's projection calmly watched the battle. Even the trace of the newly arrived master's complete purge could wipe out his opponents. It seemed that only a true fourth-degree fighter could defeat him, stop the complete extermination, and weaken the seal. White Snake began to be covered in white scales, activating his abilities. He couldn't believe that the Light Eclipse Master was stronger than him. Hiding behind a broken rock, half turned into a reptile, he hissed quietly, burning with rage. He began to confidently block the approaching white sphere with his bare hand. Alfonso raised an eyebrow again as he watched the attempts to defeat him. It was entertaining, but the snake still wouldn't succeed. Damon looked up incredulously. Was the Swordmaster about to reach a new level? The man hung in the air, having lost a limb. He clenched his remaining hand into a fist. How much longer can this go on? But suddenly he was overcome by a strange but pleasant feeling, forcing his limbs to recover, and the master himself seemed to be reborn. He turned back into a human, but not only became stronger, but was also able to summon several huge snakes, which immediately rushed to attack after their owner. The Damon projection genuinely cheered for him, urging him to use more strength and break through the seal. The Light Eclipse Master cursed. His opponent had almost leveled up. How could this happen? Damon, having transformed back from the overwhelming weakness, realized that the White Snake Swordsman had reached a new level, and this unstable wave made him feel vulnerable in his ability to steal abilities. Adam, in his mind, was seriously thinking, standing to the side without moving. Could his uncle split, melt, or turn into energy? The Light Eclipse Master was seriously angry. It seemed as if the air itself around the sky was melting, and the white spheres were becoming more and more numerous. He shouted that as soon as he got the stone, he would be able to resurrect his daughter. Damon gritted his teeth. Why couldn't they hurry? There was still a little bit left. The seal had already weakened. Suddenly, he noticed something that made him flinch. The Light Eclipse Master was using a sneak attack. Oh no, he wouldn't let him do that. Meanwhile, the Master actually rose into the air and released several advanced spheres that looked like daggers at the White Serpent. But they were not destined to reach their goal. On their way, the daggers were blocked by a pink barrier that appeared with the help of Diamond's projection. He stood to the side, unable to contain his joy, because thanks to his barrier, these arrows became weaker. The last word was enough to stop them. The Light Eclipse Master's eyes were already burning like two fires. A stone is a stone. This barrier is too naive a solution to stop it. And indeed, the arrows of his deadly energy broke the barrier. It crumbled around like expensive porcelain. The daggers reached their target. The White Serpent fell to the ground as his entire body was pierced by the energy weapon. He could only sob in pain. He had almost reached. Raising his hand up in exhaustion, the snake's eyes opened in surprise, as if he had seen a ghost. He cried out that he saw him. In an instant, there was an explosion of incredible power, and it seemed as if the Swordmaster's body was burned in a fire. When the smoke cleared, a new user of 4th stage abilities appeared before those present. The Swordmaster shone in the clouds, dressed in snow-white clothes. Even his gaze became older and wiser. The Light Eclipse Master appeared before him, noticing that his attacks were a little late, allowing his opponent to successfully reach a new stage, to which the snake replied that without the pressure and ridicule of the opponent, he would never have been able to achieve this. Scratching his chin, he wondered how he could thank Alfonso, perhaps by causing him twice as much pain as he himself had experienced. But first the snake had to do something else. Benjamin, still screaming in pain and humiliation, hanging in the air, became even more worried when he saw the attention directed at him. They wanted to attack him. A second later, he found himself in the mouth of a huge snake, which acted on the master's orders. The white snake turned to his nephew, ordering him to look more carefully because, after he defeated the master of the Light Eclipse, he would definitely share the Stone of Wisdom with Andvari. Alfonso calmly advised the men not to rush, because they themselves felt that 2 more would come here. The snake turned its head sharply. He really did somehow sense the approach of 2 strong energy fields. Not far from them stood 2 strangers. One was young, with a bare torso, which was encircled by white bandages, the same ones he had on his wrist. The second was a man, 40 years old, in a formal green suit and with a stern expression on his mustachioed face. The guy, the dark blue lord, seeing the Stone of Wisdom, thought out loud with bated breath that with its help he could become a noble. The Light Eclipse Master created a dozen small purple gems behind his back, offering the dark blue lord the opportunity to exchange the Wisdom Stone for the Alfonso family's jewels, especially since there were 2 other people fighting for the stone. The guy decided that they were making fun of him because Alfonso's family are rich aristocrats on the Ocid Plain, and they want to take the planet's treasure too. The Light Eclipse Master gritted his teeth, irritably replying that he did not need the opinion of a dirty dark blue insect regarding their family's affairs. The man, number 003 Wind God Jack, stepped forward, hands on hips, and called for no unnecessary talk, because the Stone of Wisdom should still belong only to their group. Damon's projection rolled its eyes. These four just keep talking and talking, they'd be better off fighting. Flying up to number 003, he, like the voice of reason, whispered to the man that it was time for him to think about how much harm that guy from the Osid plane had caused and that he needed to deal with him quickly. A shadow fell across the man's face, and he decided to use his clear wind right now to eliminate the threat. Number 003. Jack suddenly flew up to the white snake, who took a few steps back in surprise. The wind. God thrust his fist forward and was about to strike the swordmaster, but his hand passed through nothingness, and the snake's waist dissolved into thin air. The light eclipse master clenched his fists and chuckled briefly as he flew closer. He rose high up and activated the shield of the righteous light. Everything around him was illuminated with orange fire. Number 003 remained, standing there in a daze, not lowering his hands. The swordmaster's body recovered for a moment, and he muttered in confusion, surprised that the two forces had absorbed each other. Sitting down in a respectful pose, he looked slyly at the light eclipse master's brother, offering him to forget their past grievances, even offering to do him a favor. Suddenly, the man felt a sharp pain in his chest. Lowering his head, he saw that a clot of blue energy in the form of a sword was sticking out of his chest. The snake didn't even have time to make a sound before it fell to the floor. The dark blue gentleman dealt him a crushing blow from behind. Anvari heard a heavy sigh, turned around, and saw with horror how his dear uncle lay prostrate on the ground. With dry lips barely raising his head, the man whispered to his nephew, urging him to run. Adam shook his head. Okay. Snake had been his uncle for half a day already, so he had to kill the Dark Blue Lord in the future to avenge the Swordmaster. From the box where the stone lay came a loud, even somewhat maddened laughter. At first, no one understood where the sound came from, but the stone really did acquire a human voice and began to laugh. A strange rectangular mark appeared on Anvari's forehead, and he froze warily. It was nothing more than a demonic letter. Meanwhile, the stone jumped out of the box, soaring upward. He screamed at the top of his lungs that he was finally free, still laughing madly. He jumped so far that everyone present began to jump like children, trying to reach him, each shouting that the stone was his, and that the others should not even look in his direction. Suddenly, a completely alien voice was heard, which made all the warriors turn around. It claimed that the Stone of Wisdom belonged to the Organization of Judges. Above the hand of the Pig of Judges, a card appeared that Adam had previously had, and he immediately called the stone to himself. Surprisingly, he began to slowly approach, cursing at Damon, who had tricked him again. The pig grabbed the pink stone in his hand, tying it with thin golden ropes. While he obediently levitated on someone else's palm and remained silent, all the warriors lined up around the judge participant, ready to attack the impudent fellow at any moment. The Master of Light Eclipse was the first to speak up, asking who the stranger was, and immediately demanded that he show wisdom and give him the stone. The dark blue gentleman frowned and assumed that it was one of the zodiac signs of the judge's organization. Number 003 raised his hand up, smiling unctuously, saying that he was in business with the judges, and if the pig shared the stone with him, the man would help him escape. The guy turned to the wind god and asked him to forgive him for his forced refusal, all because the organization really needed this stone. Jack asked why the judges needed the stone and what they would do with it. The pig asked if he remembered what happened to the dragon. The judges needed the Stone of Wisdom to revive him. The man was amazed at what he heard. Could this cursed stone really resurrect people? The dark blue gentleman replied that it could be used in many places, and originally this magical artifact of the plane could bring a person back to life. The Master of Light Eclipse impatiently hissed and demanded that they not chatter, but rather give him the stone, otherwise he would destroy the entire organization of judges. The dark blue gentleman with a bloodthirsty smile on his face said that his dark blue race would help the Alfonso family, since the judges were their sworn enemies. Then he himself would not mind killing one of the zodiac signs. Jack looked at the guy, frowning, and said that the artifact belongs to all of humanity. How can the dark blue race behave like this and want to steal it? The man placed his hand on Pig's shoulder, and Pig gently but firmly threw it off, turning to the wind god. 2 measly 4 feet won't do anything to him. The god repeated the judge's words hesitantly, without taking his astonished gaze off him. In the end, he gave up. Since the pig was so true to himself, together with the Master of Light Eclipse, they could do whatever they wanted. Alfonso and the dark blue gentleman looked at each other. They understood each other without words. The pig looked around and sighed. If no one was going to attack, perhaps he could go. The Light Eclipse Master released a white energy beam from his hand towards the boy. He hit Pig right in the left rib, but he didn't even stagger. Behind him was a huge black cube of abilities. Without letting go of the stone, he praised the man with poorly concealed irony in his voice for his demonstration of strength. But, unfortunately, it was harmless to him. A second later, he used his teleportation ability, shouting at the end that everyone present was awaiting a visit from the judge's organization. The pig disappeared into a dark portal, which closed behind him with a bang. The bewildered opponents were left with nothing and simply stood there with their mouths open. Jack said doubtfully that this guy should have been dead for a long time. The dark blue gentleman chuckled. Are these people really that strong and the guy is just a pig zodiac sign? Standing to the side, Anvari shook at their assumptions and prayed to keep from laughing out loud. On command mission number 5, Pig was spat out by a black teleportation cube, falling face down on the floor. He realized that the wisdom stone remained in the virtual cube. Adam silently digested the information that after so many trials, after many deaths of ability holders, he finally received the Stone of Wisdom, and now she will be able to use her purchase to the fullest extent. The wind. God turned and waved his hand, since the Stone of Wisdom was in the hands of the judges. Then he would go. He flew away, and Alfonso, looking thoughtfully after him, firmly decided that this stone was his only hope for the resurrection of his daughter, and he would never give up. The dark blue gentleman standing next to the man suggested that he go to the territory of the Four Seas and find the judges if he wanted. But Alfonso boldly replied, turning his back to the guy, that he hated them, the dark blue insects, even more. He didn't answer. He just smiled in response to the rudeness. The man, illuminated by white light, gradually disappeared into space, moving somewhere to a certain area known to him. The dark blue gentleman shook his head. How reckless. Hearing a noise behind him, the dark blue gentleman turned around abruptly. Adam froze, a drop of nervous sweat running down his cheek. What if this villain could predict the future? The guy with a condescending smile on his face spread his arms and asked Anvari to remove the corpse of his relative. He needed to be buried with dignity, as a user of the fourth stage. Of the countless people, only a few can comprehend the true deep meaning, and accidentally obtaining the fourth level means nothing. Finally, he left the battlefield just as Jack did, and Adam was left standing alone. A little later in the mysterious turtle's castle, Adam sat on a chair, his hands on his knees. He frowned, looking ahead and periodically cursed at something, asking to stop pretending to be dead. The Stone of Wisdom, tied with thin ropes, lay motionless on the floor. Tired of waiting, Adam exhaled. The lenses of his glasses flashed unkindly, and the guy, in a tone that did not bode well, asked how long he would pretend. The stone immediately, as if it had been shaken, began to spin and cried out that it surrendered. It also asked to be untied, otherwise it could be strangled to death. The next moment, Master Damon appeared in the same place, holding his head. He collected that energy mainly for the regeneration of bodies, and only a small part became the source of energy. Sinclair became serious and asked what the power source was needed for. The old man flew closer to his interlocutor and hoarsely asked him to give him access to oxygen in exchange for information. He said that he turned into a magic stone because he was filled with all kinds of energy and turned them into internal sources. And the source of energy allows one to fulfill wishes to some extent. Seeing Adam's puzzled look, the master said that the previous owner of this body used 1/3 of the stone's resource, receiving incredible magical power. Sinclair could also receive the same amount of energy to fulfill wishes, but in exchange, he must let go of the stone. Adam scratched his chin, slyly agreeing to the condition, but only if the stone did what he wanted. The projection straightened up proudly, saying that there were no problems. Whether the magic boost would decrease or the learning speed would increase, he would help with everything. The guy paused and said that he wanted to become the strongest on the plane. The master's expression changed noticeably in a split second. Then Sinclair, raising his finger, demanded the second option. Change Osid so that no one could get to the azure plane. Damon froze, not saying a word. What was that guy even asking him for? Adam began to offer other wishes, to which the projection did not react in any way, due to the impossibility of fulfillment, peace throughout the world, the strongest in the azure plane. After several hours of tormenting the stone, Adam sighed, saying that he just wanted to make fun of it, but now it was time to actually fulfill his request. Otherwise, the consequences could be fatal. The guy sternly told the stone that if it disobeyed, he would grind it into powder and then brew tea from it. A few minutes later, a puzzled Trisha came out to the noise. Adam immediately ordered the projection to turn his younger sister into a normal person. Damon gave a thumbs up and winked. No problem. The girl was engulfed in a magical flame. A stream of air that came out of nowhere was ready to lift her up. Trisha fearfully called her brother for help, but he smiled, calling her to calm down. she would soon return to normal. The sister soared into the air, engulfed in bright flames. Adam watched her tensely, clenching his fists. This time he really had to make sure that nothing bad would happen. Soon the girl landed softly on the floor, unsteadily on her feet. Her eyes, which had become different colors as a result of the influence of the blue race, now shone with their native green color. Her hair had changed from dark black to the color of the sun. The girl looked at herself in surprise, unable to believe what she saw. Then, overcome with emotion and fatigue, she lost consciousness, but Adam managed to pick her up in his arms, screaming in fright to Damon, asking what had happened to his sister. The old man calmly replied that there was no need to worry. It was just that the process of getting rid of the dark blue particles was draining the energy. She was sleeping and would soon come to her senses. The guy smiled happily, looking tenderly at Trisha. Her brother's dream had finally come true. He carefully laid the girl on the bed, let her wait. There was still a lot ahead. The dark blue race, the people from the Osid plane. If Adam did not kill them, they would not leave humanity alone. The master's voice rang out. He coughed, reminding that he had already used 1/3 of his power, returning Sinclair's sister to human form. It was time to let him go. Adam turned around in surprise, asking with disbelief in his voice if Damon had really used that much of his energy. Stone folded his arms across his chest, seriously stating that they, unlike humans, never lie. And Adam should know how strong the dark blue race's shoots were and how hard it was to eradicate them. Suddenly, the projection opened its eyes and felt a painful jolt. Adam squeezed the stone in his hand so hard it creaked. As if he were mad, he shouted that he wanted to learn how to control life force by right of stealing abilities. The guy laughed. He thought that the stone would not be able to refuse him this request. The stone in his hand glowed, growling that Sinclair was as greedy as Damon. The guy found himself in outer space, with long arrows of energy of the same color as the stone itself stretching around him. He, blinded by the radiance of the stars, extended his hand, and everywhere the voice of the stone was heard, shouting out the abilities given to Adam. The right of preservation, the right of rupture, the right of energy. Sinclair felt how these 3 paths were filled with different types of energy from 0% to 5, which meant that he would open another path and would be an expert of the 4th stage. With dry lips, he whispered that he wanted. Suddenly, his body was filled with burning energy. Adam screamed desperately at the top of his lungs, unable to bear this pain. The stone, which was still clutched in his hand, gradually became transparent. A pink wall appeared in front of the guy. He cautiously extended his hand, realizing that the way of stealing abilities is the law of grip. Adam lost consciousness, lost in his own thoughts, his face illuminated by a bright white color. He was lying in his bed, carefully covered with a blanket. Trisha was kneeling at the head of the bed, worried sick about her brother. Sinclair's eyes slowly opened. Painfully reacting to the bright light, the girl carefully called his name. The guy sat up abruptly in bed, touching the back of his head. He asked inappropriately what his sister was doing in his room, and his mother made breakfast for him. Trisha looked at her older brother affectionately, carefully suggesting that he finally return home. Adam said with sadness in his eyes that he was no longer the same as he had been before, that he could no longer just eat, sleep, and sit at home all day long. After all, he was now the leader of the judges' organization, a 4th-level expert. Trisha's eyes filled with tears and the boy gently ruffled his sister's hair, telling her not to cry. As he had only fallen asleep for a short time, Adam also asked how she felt after returning to her human form. The girl, smiling through her tears, joked that she felt as if her appearance had suffered greatly since her return. The elder brother flicked her forehead. What a heartless girl. Does she know that she was turned into a human by the treasure that all the 4th stage experts are hunting for? Trisha asked seriously if this meant that her brother had also reached the 4th stage. He thought, rubbing his chin. It wasn't quite like that. The ability-stealing skill didn't take away the string sphere that would have helped him develop to the 4th stage. Then the sister asked how the 3rd step differed from the 4th. Sinclair explained that abilities are equal in power, with ranks 1 through 3 only able to use them, and rank 4 beginning to comprehend the process of creating them. This artificially developed move is similar to the right of self-study. In other words, rank 3 cannot defeat rank 4, who has it. Trisha smiled gratefully. Now she understood everything. She drew his attention to an object lying on the floor near the bed. His stone. It became completely transparent. A quiet voice came from there, cursing at Adam, saying that their conversation was not over. Sinclair stood up from the bed and folded his arms over his chest, hovering over the stone. Now that they were alone, they could finally sort everything out. The physical body suddenly emerged from the stone, shaking its arms. Little brat Adam had sucked out all the power from his relatives. He must prepare for death. Adam fearlessly poked his finger into the old man's forehead, advising him to transfer his consciousness if he did not want to disappear. Because if the guy was alive, the stone would live too. The part of the forehead where Adam's finger was began to shine, and the man instantly fell silent. Changes were taking place in the semi-ghostly body of the projection. Consciousness was gradually being freed. The stone itself cracked the next moment, breaking into several pieces. The moment has come. The legendary Stone of Wisdom has been destroyed. The men found themselves in a square in the space of the organization of judges. Adam said that he transferred the consciousness of the stone to this world. Now he can live a free life. The old man looked around nervously, not understanding how this could have happened. Sinclair pointed to the tall towers with the signs of the zodiac, suggesting that he choose any association. The guy would find a way to give the stone a normal body. The master, his voice trembling with excitement, asked if everything was really happening in reality. Adam replied seriously that he was talking to him now as the head of the organization, and he had absolutely no reason to joke. Stone stared blankly at the boy who was old enough to be his grandson, asking again what kind of leader of the organization he had been. At that moment, Adam seemed to become taller, showing his majesty to the stone, thereby confirming his words. The old man thought, with this guy's cunning, deceit, and many tricks, he will definitely have great success. Perhaps it is worth following him. He folded his hands behind his back and turned around as if he was still pondering Adam's words, saying that from that moment on, there would no longer be a stone of wisdom in the world. Pointing his finger at one of the towers, the former stone shouted out that he chose the black turtle. Sinclair hid his smile behind his hand. It was finally time for the turtle to return to his place. The old man, having acquired a new body, suit, and mask, rose into the air laughing. Adam watched him fly away and thought he could finally get down to business. The white serpent's body continued to lie on the plain. The boy remembered this. He returned there, bent over the man, respectfully asking him if he would mind if his body was used for scientific research. After all, it is for the good of humanity. Perhaps the swordmaster can help many. Sinclair is sure that his selfless spirit will agree. Of course, the deceased could not answer anything, so if there were no objections, Adam would assume that he agreed. He used the ability to cleanse by running his hand over the body. An unusual transparent gray pearl appeared on the palm of his hand, and it didn't look like a fourth-level power vessel. Adam was shocked to realize that the vessel of imprisonment contained the power of the white serpent, and it was capable of weakening other skills. It was somewhat reminiscent of a genetic chain. I had to try to absorb it. Sinclair gritted his teeth as he did what he planned. All the knowledge stored in the chain would pass to him. To absorb it would be to force himself to accept an experience beyond human knowledge. Clutching his heart, Adam admitted that it wasn't that easy to absorb the power of the fourth level. Maybe we should try splitting it and see what happens. Sinclair extended his hand, clenched his fist, and disintegration occurred. The chain, resistant to dark energy, split apart, although it should have been divided into parts. Adam immediately began to absorb the fragments. His eyes widened at the sudden, previously unfamiliar sensations. He felt like he was getting closer to understanding the world, and it felt just incredible. After training in the Void Cube, Adam grabbed the gray pearl, which now cast lightning. The last time he used copying was in front of the Light Eaters. He had to first bring the copy to level 4. And now that the guy realized what the power of emptiness represented, could he really try to transform the very realm of emptiness? Adam looked at the black pearl, from which a white glow emanated. He needed to test what this world was capable of. He was hovering over a dark gray space. Everything was completely different here, and the guy felt an unknown power. Is she trying to tear him apart, greedily absorbing the life energy because of this? All living things cannot exist here? Luckily, the law of the Void Realm protects him. Otherwise, the guy would have been dead long ago. Sinclair thought it was too empty here, as if something was missing. He, as if wound up, enthusiastically began to build and construct something. Finally, after many hours, Adam shook the dust off his hands, looking around with satisfaction. In the deafening darkness, a palace of incredible beauty towered on a mountain cliff. Adam lay on the ground, his hands behind his head, and admired his creation. It was the safest place in the world. What a pity that only he could enjoy the rights of the Void Realm. Ordinary people can't even breathe in this space. So lonely. Sinclair jumped up, struck by a realization. If a strong ability user were placed here, the highest level of mastery could be achieved. We need to find someone to check this urgently. Meanwhile, on the random island of the Mixed Seas, in the salt water, The A-rank North Sea toad creature croaked loudly and shot a purple stream of dangerous liquid upward from its mouth. The attack was aimed at the red-haired girl in the black and white mask, the warrior Mateo. The girl protected herself from the attack with a combat shield, and the purple liquid spread over the entire surface of the shield. Falling to one knee, Mateo was breathing heavily, covered in slime. This creature was so stubborn, if this continued, the warrior's energy would be completely depleted. She decided it was time to finish off the monster and made a big jump towards the enemy. Her fist flew straight into the toad's stomach, and it croaked loudly and sharply. But the long tongue that stuck out, with a suction cup on the end, turned out to be more agile. The toad tied this weapon around Mateo's waist, trapping her in a strong trap. The girl cursed in surprise. The toad began to twirl its tongue like a whip in different directions. When the monster once again swung its head, throwing the girl high above the water, she, exhausted by the attacks, exhaled heavily, asking herself, would her end come soon? The toad squeezed Mateo's body. She clenched her teeth. Perhaps this was destined to happen. I wonder who would get her mask. When she was almost unconscious, a black portal of emptiness appeared high in the sky. The girl perked up, feeling someone else's energy. A pig emerged from the portal, turning to Mateo, praising her for her efforts, and asking her to leave the rest to him. The girl turned towards the voice with the last of her strength, smiling. The pig snapped his fingers loudly. A dark portal appeared right in the middle of the long, extended tongue, and the toad's huge eyes widened. Not a second had passed before the tongue, like an arrow, stretched and broke with a loud sound, accompanied by the creature's plaintive croaking. The tip of the tongue, which served as a noose for Mateo, broke off and, together with its victim, flew down from a great height. The girl screamed desperately, calling for the master's help. The pig immediately picked her up in his arms, firmly embracing her thin body. The warrior blushed deeply and quietly thanked one of the judges. The pig carefully lowered himself down onto the soft sand. Mateo jumped out of her savior's arms and stood on stiff legs next to him. She was still very uncomfortable. The girl wanted to say something and began to stutter from excitement. Pig interrupted her racing thoughts, asking her to put on a mask before anyone saw them, and advised her to leave quickly if she didn't want everyone in the Four Seas territory to know her true identity. Mateo, still blushing, nodded immediately, promising that she would leave right away. Soaring upward, she turned around and waved to the pig, shouting that she would definitely meet the master again. The pig returned to the toad lying in the water, thinking that compared to the monsters of the same rank on the defensive front, there was something wrong with this monster. It was even more aggressive, and seemed to want to tear the atom clone into pieces, as if it was being controlled by someone. Suddenly, the monster released a purple ball of slime at the unexpected enemy. Under the mask, the guy smiled, then described a circle in the air with his hand. A void portal immediately appeared in the air in front of him, instantly absorbing the dangerous attack. A few seconds later, a portal appeared right behind the monster, shooting at him with his own weapon. The toad croaked in surprise, struck by the sudden attack, the stump of its tongue moving comically in its mouth. The pig nodded as he watched this. This was his usual use, and now he could try the latest type. The monster, swaying heavily, stepped back, took aim, then with his entire corpulent body, he leaned forward and jumped on the enemy. The portal was still in front of the pig, and seeing this jump, he cursed. The monster that was planning to attack the guy ended up right in the portal. Finding itself in a dark space, the toad resisted the flow, twitching in the air as if someone had crucified it. Adam sat on the lounger with a glass of juice in his hands and relaxedly watched from afar as the monster tried to escape. Finally, the toad ran out of air or strength, his eyes darkened, and purple foam came out of his mouth, the consequences of mucus retention in his mouth. Looking at his watch, Sinclair made his verdict. The Void Realm needs 3 minutes to kill an A-rank monster. He got up from the lounger and stretched sweetly, thinking that it was incredibly boring here alone. He could try to change the palace so that at least there was oxygen in it, and Adam could invite guests. Suddenly, he perked up and realized that he had forgotten something very important. Nodding to himself, the guy realized that he had decided on the black turtle. It was time to help him find a physical body. Joe Bloor, dressed in a tracksuit, walked down the hallway and looked around. Unexpectedly for himself, he came across a male figure in a similar uniform. The boy did not immediately realize that it was Casper Bart. But a few seconds later, recognizing the teacher, Joe bowed respectfully. The mentor smiled at the boy, asking if he had gotten used to life in the territory of the Four Seas. Blurred and scratching the back of his head, Bloor admitted that not quite, adding that he and Milana Broach were planning to settle down here. Casper replied with a smile that he knew about their relationship in general terms, and asked where Joe's girlfriend was and if he could give her to him for a while. Blore stared at the teacher, looking shocked. Bart suddenly realized what he had said and waved his hands. He hadn't meant anything like that. He just needed to extract the ability gene from her body. Clearing his throat, he added that Joe shouldn't worry, because it wouldn't harm Milana at all. The boy bowed, promising to call Broach here. A few minutes later, Milana arrived at the meeting place in a university uniform, asking if Casper Bart was looking for her. Looking in surprise at Adam, whom she had never seen without the rooster mask, the girl asked Joe in surprise who this man was. Adam smiled as he greeted Milana, introducing himself as Joe Blore's teacher. The girl kept looking at the guy in surprise, asking if he was the head of the organization Joe was a part of. But Blore apologized, saying that he could not divulge such information. Adam said that the boy could tell everything, but they just needed to go to a quieter place to talk. He added that as Joe Blore's girlfriend, she had a right to know some secrets. Milana stared at him, wondering what secrets the mysterious Casper Bart was hiding. Adam moved the entire company to the Void Realm with a low survival threshold. Milana asked what Joe Blore's secret was. The boy smiled awkwardly, apologizing to her, saying that he had been hiding something from his girlfriend. Broach jumped up, screaming that this couldn't be. She paused, looking at the boys, who even looked similar to each other. Joe froze, the smile never leaving his lips. He only hoped that Milana wouldn't misunderstand them. Broach heard a commanding voice behind her, inviting them into the realm of the void. Turning around carefully, she screamed when she saw Casper Bart in front of her wearing a rooster mask. The girl repeated his name loudly once more, as if she still couldn't believe her own eyes. He finally revealed Joe Blore's secret. The boy was a member of the judges' organization. The girl quietly asked her boyfriend if this meant he was one of them. Feeling infinitely guilty, Joe apologized again, saying that he had not meant to hide it from Milana. But the girl's reaction was hard to predict. She beamed, saying that it was great, and that he should have told her about everything earlier, because Broach is a devoted fan of the judges' organization. Casper turned to Milana again, saying that he had called her here because he had one request. The leader of the organization needs her unique abilities, in particular the ability gene, to use it for research. Of course, not for free. The organization will provide the girl with a bottle of the elixir of abilities. It will allow her to rise to S rank. The girl shook her head sadly. Casper was surprised but didn't show it, and asked if that wasn't enough. Adam thought that since Joe's girlfriend was so greedy, he might have problems. He wondered what conditions she would set. Milana pressed her hand to her chest, seriously telling Mr. Casper Bart that she did not need the elixir of abilities. Only the opportunity to join the organization of the judges was important. She immediately took the guy by the arm, making him blush, and smiled sweetly. The girl also wanted to carry out missions with Joe. Adam cursed as he saw the couple holding hands sweetly. About an hour later, left alone, Sinclair exhaled. He finally got rid of this sweet couple, and now it was time to study the ability he had received. Sue's skill is transformation. As long as the user understands the structure of an object, he can transform it. Everyday objects that he imagined began to levitate above Adam's palm. A few seconds later, a men's magazine with a bunny girl on the cover appeared in their place. The guy blushed, shaking his hand. This was clearly not it. Adam became serious and forced himself to concentrate. Serious, dangerous weapons began to appear in the air, piece by piece. But apparently the guy's knowledge was not enough. The more complex the item, the higher its power. It won't be easy, but since that's the case, Adam should try to increase the power to the third level first. He stretched his arms forward and strained to create the same thing again. Adam realized that his actions were somewhat reminiscent of a 3D printer. The precision and accuracy entirely depended on the quality and quantity of dark energy. After some time, the black clots of energy that had appeared in different parts of space finally began to merge together. Sinclair's goal was to create a new body for Damon. He tried his best, and finally he really succeeded. A new avatar hovered among the clouds. A naked, strong body of a man in his 40s. After assessing his creation, Adam decided that it was quite good for a black turtle, just right. Putting his finger on the forehead of the body and looking at the crystal that appeared there, he realized that the next step was to strengthen the spiritual appearance and allow the black tortoise to penetrate the human body through a spiritual contract. Now all that remains is to wait until he tries out his new body. A little later, the men met on the grounds of the judge's palace. Damon looked at his new avatar, asking Adam for permission to examine it, then nodded. With a loud laugh, the projection flew towards the body. An unusual fusion occurred. Multicolored streams of energy blossomed in the air like a beautiful flower. Finally, the man opened his eyes, taking a deep breath. The naked Damon threw himself on his savior's neck, trying to embrace him for the new body he had received. But Sinclair did not share his joy and began to push him away from himself in embarrassment. Covering his eyes with his other hand, Sinclair demanded that the man get dressed. The man, dissatisfied with this attitude, grimaced. But a few minutes later he appeared before Adam in a new uniform. A beautiful, long, dark coat with a standing collar, white pants, and black boots. Sinclair asked him if he liked the new body, looking at Damon, who pretended to be displeased. But it was still clear how happy he was. It seemed that the master had gone mad with happiness. He was laughing, then shedding tears, and also complaining of a pain in his nose. Adam said that he gave the man a water-type ability and part of the fire dragon heritage. These abilities are quite strong and should suit his character. Diamond made a sweet face, telling the boy that after such an incredible transformation, he would be able to call him his father. But Sinclair did not share the joy. He became serious and reported that the organization had an assignment for Damon. To Adam's surprise, the man also suddenly dropped his cheerfulness and asked in the same tone as Adam what was the matter. The boy tapped his knuckles on his chin and told Damon that he knew something about the people of the Osid Plain. They were not one, and it was necessary to understand from the inside what differences they had. Handing Turtle a black and white mask with a snake design, Adam said that the organization was going to use this opportunity to invest in the development of the 72 Earth Dragons. He also tossed the man a black hooded cape, ordering him to head to the Mixed Seas territory as Star Deku, to later begin promoting Project Deku. Star Deku makes waves in the Mixed Sea. She is still one of the 3 most influential figures. The guy smiled, continuing to tell that this was enough to make the outside world even more confused about the division of the ruling forces. It turned out that Diamond was only half listening to him, asking with a half-hearted interest if the head of the organization wanted him to go to the territory of the Mixed Seas. The man himself, meanwhile, had hidden himself from Adam behind a fashion magazine. Sinclair asked in surprise what was wrong, afraid that the new member of the judges would not agree. But Damon swore that he would carry out his assignment, hearts dancing in his eyes, because he learned from the magazine that the local girls were very beautiful. The dark-haired man's neck was wrapped in strange hands that would cause his death in a few seconds. The Master of Light Eclipse dealt with those he didn't like in the Free Union territory by simply killing them. Another lifeless body fell into a pile of similar ones. The dead people were immediately attacked by various monsters that Alfonso had summoned. In the military headquarters meeting room, Jack Waxenberg watched the action on the big screen. He couldn't believe his eyes. He never thought that a master would do this. Jack was approached by Audrey, who informed him that the 22nd front line had fallen when a huge horde of monsters invaded the settlements. Many were wounded or dead. The man clenched his fists. The master was a 4th-level user. An ordinary hero would not be able to deal with him. Fortunately, it became known in general terms where he was heading. The girl asked if the 22nd front line was his target, but Jack replied that Alfonso was aiming for the 5th defensive front and the judges' organization. Meanwhile, other events were taking place in the Heavenly Palace. Adam lay on the lounger and listened to Phoenix's answer. According to the rules of reincarnation, if a participant is on the verge of death, he can request power that will cost 100,000 points. The guy asked if there were cheaper options. The girl replied that the participant could send his spiritual body directly to the Heavenly Palace, and it would cost 90,000 points. A small screen appeared in the air, clearly showing what had happened to the black tortoise. Phoenix pointed at it and began to explain what happened when one wanted to be reborn. One's spiritual power had to reach at least the 2nd stage. Sinclair leaned back on his lounger and said in a relaxed tone that it was no big deal. The lower-level members wouldn't need it anyway. Let them behave nicely and obey their elders by doing chores around the house. In confirmation of his words, small clots of energy began to wipe the stairs in the palace with redoubled force and carry buckets of water. Adam chuckled, saying that he could let them gradually accumulate points. Maybe he could find a way to strengthen their spiritual body in the future. Phoenix asked if there would be any further amendments to the reincarnation provision. Adam became serious and quietly said the most important thing. The agenda was the resurrection of the dragon. The rooster, cutting through the air on his metal plate, thought about resurrecting the dragon. New information needed to be spread. Such things were best left to the Craig family. They could handle it best. With these thoughts, the guy flew on, leaving behind the plains and mountains surrounded by green trees. On the Banana Island, there is a training center for the team of mage hunters. Michelle and Brandon were meditating there with the others. Casper watched them closely and unnoticed. These two had succeeded in such a short time. They even managed to surpass those who used ability spheres. The guy decided that, after all, Talent plays the main role in the advancement of abilities. He noticed Dave Craig and greeted him. The old man was casually watering the flowers in the front garden of his house. Seeing Casper, he almost jumped up in surprise and immediately, greeting him in return, invited him into the house. The man, pouring hot tea into glasses, asked if Casper had come here for anything specific. Adam, clutching his glass of drink with his left hand, admitted that he had come to visit because he needed help from the head of the Craig family. The old man smiled and replied that there was no problem, and that she would be happy to help the judges in any way she could. Sinclair, without further ado, announced that the organization was going to resurrect one of the signs of the zodiac, the dragon. Dave spat out the tea he was about to swallow in surprise. He stood up from his seat, suddenly approaching Mr. Casper Bart, suspecting that he was joking, because how could one resurrect someone who had died long ago? Adam calmly replied that this task had been key for the judges for the past few days, because the dragon had been chosen as the heir. Dave trembled at the news. Was it really true? And was it really possible to bring people back to life? Sinclair replied that he understood the man's thoughts, adding that resurrecting the dragon would cost the depletion of the only treasure on the entire planet. Sitting down in a soft chair, the old man muttered that he had been rude, of course. Only those who were truly lucky could return. He promised Casper Bart that he would definitely tell everyone about it. The next morning, the internet was flooded with news about the situation with the Sutty. People were vying with each other to discuss it, without getting out of their mobile phones. The charming waitress served the guest his order, hot and aromatic coffee with milk, wishing him a bon appetit. The master of light eclipse immediately tried the drink, praising its taste. The calm atmosphere was interrupted by the scream of a stranger. He was running away somewhere screaming, escaping from the monsters that had suddenly appeared. The watermelon warrior, a huge living watermelon waving a dagger, charged at the crowd with a mad laugh. The waitress girl, waving her mermaid tail, excitedly cried out that she had just taken the elixir of transformation. And with this tail, she couldn't run far. She shouted at the light eclipse master to run away quickly, but the man sat quietly at the table and did not move. Unable to hold on, the waitress fell to the ground with a crash, almost injuring her face. She took her mobile phone out of her pocket and, sobbing, began to write a suicide note. A monster had invaded Cloud Island and no one could save her. If the judges' organization could resurrect the dragon within 5 days, the girl begged to be brought back to life. She felt a huge shadow looming over her, still lying down. The girl turned around and saw the watermelon warrior in front of her. The next moment, the master of light eclipse appeared before the monster, asking the mermaid if she had spoken of the judges. Watermelon, angered by this reception, attacked the people with knives, wishing them a quick death. The girl, sobbing, shouted to Alfonso that he himself could read about everything on the social network. The master, noticing Arba's flickering behind his back, chuckled with displeasure. How annoying. He turned around and made one movement with his left hand towards the monster. The girl, seeing this, screamed in amazement, not expecting who the man would turn out to be. The watermelon immediately turned white and turned into a pile of sand, which gradually melted. The master of light eclipse put his hands in his pocket and turned to the waitress, suggesting that they go back to where they left off. The day before the press conference, Adam was relaxing, lying in the sun. Suddenly, something made him sit up on his lounger. He felt 2 four-step steps approaching. One of them was Jack Waxenberg, and the other was unknown, but with even stronger energy. He immediately called the rooster, the snake, and the pig, and disappeared from sight. Casper met the guests and greeted them. Jack folded his hands in a respectful gesture, saying that they had the courage to come and watch the ceremony, hoping that the hosts would not be offended. His companion, a long-haired young man named Peter, said nothing and looked somewhere to the side. Bart replied that he was glad to welcome guests, especially those who were the most elite heroes of the rating. Joe Bloor looked up at the sky and whistled as he saw the top brass of the judges, Peter, and the Windlord together, and wondered what the men could be talking about. The boy and Milana were talking, assuming that they were discussing the latest events. Ethan Wade was also watching from the sidelines, and he was angry at Casper, wondering what he could have been talking about with Peter and the Windlord. Explosive Fist approached him, saying that the judges may be fearsome, but in Louisville they still acted like weaklings. The girl sighed, remembering the dragon, because he sacrificed himself to save the city. She leaned on the high fence, remembering that tomorrow the judges would resurrect the dragon. It sounded incredible, but Fist hoped that they would succeed. Casper asked Jack why they came now, since there was still 1 day left before the dragon's resurrection. The man replied that he wanted to tell him something. The pig was probably familiar with the 4th level light eclipse master. Bart asked where he was from. And Waxenberg replied that he had already invaded the territory of the Four Seas more than once to obtain the Stone of Wisdom. And now, finally, there was a chance to kill him. Suddenly, Peter spoke up, offering to help, but only on one condition: he wanted to resurrect someone, so he would need the stone for an indefinite period of time. The judges were dejected. Did the warrior really come here to create problems? Did he even have any brains? Didn't they discuss this beforehand? Casper firmly replied that the stone was needed by the organization, so they could not agree. At this, the magician turned around in an offended tone and flew away, saying at the end that the judges might regret this. Meanwhile, on Moonlight Island, in the Dark Blue camp, the Dark Blue Lord spoke to the group of selected warriors. He said that the plan developed by the camp leadership was to make the Dark Blue race stronger. The spiritual power of the warriors was stimulated to increase their power. Today they must pass a test. They will have to fight with others for their body. If they fall, their soul will be absorbed and made into an additive. But if the warriors manage to win, they will become completely new representatives of the Dark Blue race with enormous potential. Blue clots of energy flew out of the flasks on the table. The gentleman offered Chris, Ross, and Michael to choose any of them. Small energy balls scattered around the room, illuminating it with bright light. The boy's eyes turned blue. The clots rushed and hit the human body. The warriors screamed, and dark blue light shot out from their ears, eyes, and mouths. A minute later, 3 guys stood in front of the Dark Blue Lord, introduced themselves by name, and reported that their combat power had increased and reached the 3rd level. The last to speak was a stranger, introducing himself as Bruno. The gentleman rolled his eyes, not seeing Ross. He was no use if he got lost. The man allowed Chris, Michael, and Bruno to take 1 day to get used to the body, because tomorrow they would go to the 5th Defensive Front to fight the Judge Organization. The Light Eclipse Master, with an inscrutable face and a waitress girl he was holding tightly by the waist, was heading somewhere in flight. She did not take her eyes off the mobile phone in her hand, and suddenly loudly warned her companion that they needed to turn a little to the right, a little more, and they would arrive at the judge's press conference. The master sped up upon hearing her words, and they flew even faster. All the action and press conferences took place on a huge resurrection stage in front of a huge crowd. Regina Crane, in a charming dress, fearlessly spoke to the audience, calling on everyone to listen to her attentively. The Heavenly Spirit's plan has gained great popularity. The judges have decided to launch another program, the Earth Devil's Plan. Today, 5 Earth Devil masks will find their owners, B ranks, A ranks, 4 C's ranks, and ordinal numbers. Each of them can get a mask by defeating all representatives of their group. And for the additional group, you don't need to fight with anyone, just win the prize draw. Regina took out a card with the number 4396. This number will become the first lucky owner of the mask. A purple-haired girl named Angela jumped up from her seat and raised her hand. She was the winner. The girl burst into tears from the overwhelming emotions, turning to her brother. She whispered that she had finally received this mask. Regina continued, "Next comes the B rank battle. You just need to hold on to victory for 3 fights in a row. The mask can also be obtained automatically if no one else decides to challenge the participant." Anastasia Green stood up from her seat in the auditorium and decided to throw down the gauntlet first. The audience began to whisper, "This is a girl from the Green family. It seems she received the ability thanks to the elixir." Michael, standing next to her brother Chris, turned to him, asking if he thought his sister could win. Bruno was surprised to learn that this beautiful creature was Chris's younger sister. A red-haired giant with an axe over his shoulder came out in front of the girl. He smiled confidently and said that she would lose. Anastasia clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. She fervently begged herself not to cry. Because she had no older brothers who could protect her, she had to be strong. Chris, whose face was hidden by a hood, watched her carefully. Even Lazel participated in the A-rank battle for the mask. She defeated the big guy who fought against the girl, politely thanking her for the battle. Adam's clone handed her the mask and praised her for completing the task perfectly. The girl's cheeks turned red and she sincerely thanked the guy. He shook her hand, cordially inviting her to the organization of judges. Lazel replied that she would try. Her father, watching his daughter, thought out loud. Maybe he should have supported her, but in such a way that she would not find out. Jack supported him, because the future belongs to the young. Jack felt Peter's energy and turned around sharply. He couldn't believe that this bastard actually dared to come. The magician sat on a cloud and looked closely at those present. He said that if the judges agreed to give him the Stone of Wisdom, then he would help them. In response to this, the rooster informed the others that it was better to conserve their strength. The Light Eclipse Master was only at a pathetic 4th level, and could be dealt with without difficulty. Finally, The one everyone was talking about appeared in the clouds along with the red-haired waitress. He dropped to the ground right in front of the pig, challenging him to a fight. The rest of the judges, along with Jack, immediately lined up behind the guy, but the pig flatly refused to accept help. They called only him. He had to go. Jack cracked his knuckles, got into a fighting stance, and challenged him to a race. The men simultaneously approached their enemy, who was calmly waiting for them. Alfonso stood motionless and did nothing. The pig said that they had already dealt with this on the island during the battle for the Stone of Wisdom. Why did Alfonso come to the Four Seas? Wasn't he afraid of dying? The man continued to stubbornly repeat that he would do everything to resurrect his daughter. Jack, who was immediately engulfed in the flames of his ability, shouted that if Alfonso was eager to fight, let him come forward. Today would be his end. The young warriors looked up at the energy streams and began to chatter excitedly. Experts would be fighting today. How lucky they were. But the power of their energy was such that their heads were aching from just one wave. Peter gave a skeptical laugh. The Sword of Immortality, enlarged several times, appeared above him. The magician said that it can change infinitely, but it is very convenient for killing. But now he uses it to save people. Peter made a special movement with his hands. The shadows from the sword scattered in all directions like burning flames. The light eclipse master kept his gaze on the guy, deciding that he was probably an expert too. A red shield, the result of the shadows from the sword, stretched out above the people standing below. Alfonso hissed. A level 4 expert decided to protect a bunch of bugs. How funny. Jack, looking at this, sighed heavily. If only the warriors would join the battle, it would be much easier, but the pig advised to look at it from the other side. Now they can fight without worrying about anything. The light eclipse master was tired of playing games, straightening up. He was illuminated by a bright light, ready to attack. He pointed his hand to the side, creating energetic bright waves that were just waiting for their master's command to rush into attack. However, they did not cause any damage to the pig. On the contrary, the judge created a portal that successfully absorbed the energy. The pig drew his finger through the air, creating a black line, and urged the master to watch closely. This is called using the opponent's technique to defeat him. Many portals began to appear around the man, completely surrounding him, trapping him. And suddenly his own energy arrows appeared from there. Alfonso cursed when he saw this. Jack watched the attacks with admiration, and even muttered that he never thought it would end so quickly. As if from nowhere, the dark blue lord appeared, wounding those present by attacking them with his deadly blue energy. He rushed to help the light eclipse master, the boy's eyes glowing red. Alfonso's voice ordered him to kill the pig first, and then deal with Caspar Bart. The warrior smiled slyly, froze, and asked the pig to show him his lifeline. A long blue line appeared in front of the judge, imitating the lines on the hands. Laughing madly, the dark blue lord ordered the line to cut through human flesh. He flew up himself and cut his own creation with one of the knives. Jack only had time to shout out a warning to Pig. He couldn't react to the attacks any faster. Indeed, the pig was cut into 2 parts exactly along the waistline. The audience stared in shock at the unfolding tragedy. They did not understand what had happened to the zodiac sign, since no one had cut it in reality. The 2 parts of Adam's clone began to fall into a black spinning portal. A few moments later, a guy's hand appeared from there. The dark blue gentleman, watching this, laughed loudly. The judges are really worthless. Jack narrowed his eyes as he peered into the portal. He couldn't quite believe that the pig was actually dead. The dark blue warrior approached him, confirming that the judge was dead, and said that the man should now consider his own death. The Master of Light. Eclipse, without descending to the ground, asked the boy if he had studied the lifeline technique. Adam remembered hearing about such a technique. Because of it, he had a deep wound in his body. Apparently, the secret technique can determine the end of the victim's life. Then if you stop his attack or change direction, can you simply defeat the enemy? A dark blue gentleman stood before Caspar, and he imperiously asked the 4th-degree judge expert to give him the wisdom stone, otherwise he would kill all the members of his organization. The rooster slowly raised his head and asked if the warrior was really threatening him. Peter, standing behind Caspar, said that he was no match for the magician, and that it was time to give up. Or better yet, let him use the stone of wisdom to resurrect the man, then the magician would help the judges. In response to this, Caspar flew away on a metal plate, saying that he was able to deal with several pathetic ability users without anyone's help. Stopping in the sky in front of the Light Eclipse Master and the Dark Blue Lord, he ordered them to beg for mercy before the attacks began. Otherwise, it would be too late. Alfonso laughed, replying that Caspar had become completely dull from despair after the death of the pig. The gentleman, flexing his muscles, said that he considered Caspar Bart not such a stupid idiot who was unable to come to terms with reality. It would probably be too boring to kill him now. The Master of Light. Eclipse mockingly told Adam that they held no grudges. It would be better if he simply gave the stone, and then the time for mercy would come. Caspar stood on the plate, listening to his opponents, and did not move. He took a glowing pink stone out of his pocket. Adam said loudly that if the men were not afraid, they should come and take what they needed themselves. The stone levitated in the air, casting soft pink reflections in all directions. Peter looked with all his eyes at the desired object. Could this stone really resurrect people? And could it even resurrect Rachel? Caspar smiled behind his mask. Great. Everyone mistook the fake stone for the real thing. The veins on the Light Eclipse Master's face bulged with anger, and he flew forward, shouting that the stone belonged to him. Caspar extended his hand, using the ability Create Metal. A sharp metal tip appeared in front of him. The Master shouted as he walked that Bart would not succeed if he wanted to stop him with a third-level skill, since everyone below the fourth level was worthless. The dark blue gentleman burst out laughing. He thought that Caspar was being arrogant and pretending to be cool, but in fact he was using a third-stage skill. Adam smiled. Let the enemies feel the power of the secret technique of creating metal with 1% control. He raised 2 fingers up, unnoticed by the others. A huge green sphere appeared above the small tip, and Alfonso froze in shock. The dark blue gentleman also froze, indignant that the judge had feigned weakness in order to lower their guard. Alfonso walked against the green sphere with his energy, scolding Caspar Bart with all his might. Adam snapped his fingers with complete calm. Unexpectedly for everyone, a whole and unharmed pig appeared on the field. Bart reported that when the dragon returned, the enemy would no longer be able to hide. The dark blue gentleman desperately screamed that this couldn't be. After all, he himself had cut off his only lifeline. At that moment, Caspar reached out his hand to the stone, commanding the dragon to rise again. The stone began to split into pieces and shine brighter than before. The Light Eclipse Master screamed in horror as he tried to circle around the green sphere to get to Caspar. The man, almost sobbing, shouted that the stone belonged only to him. Something happened. He suddenly fell silent and began to wheeze. A small portal of emptiness appeared in Alfonso's chest. It seemed to mark the end. The dark blue gentleman attacked Caspar with a knife, wanting to kill him. Bart waved his hand and the iron tip shot upward towards his opponent. It entered the guy's body sharply and flew out from behind, piercing him right through. In these tense seconds, the miracle of resurrection from the dead took place. The Master of Light. Eclipse began to cry and whispered that he was late. Realizing that he had nothing to lose, he began the process of self-destruction. Lightning and bright light began to separate from the man's body. He passionately wished for everyone and everything he saw to die. Jack screamed in horror that the Master wanted to self-destruct. If they continued to do nothing, the 5th defensive front would disappear entirely. Only the 4th stage experts would survive. The man rushed up, trying to help the judges in some way. Behind him, a huge, long-haired, airy figure made of Jack's energy appeared, ready to protect people. The 2 destructive forces of the wind, God and the Light Eclipse Master, clashed with each other. Trying to suppress each other, the energies each wrapped themselves in a ring around their opponent. It seemed that the wind god's energy was prevailing. The yellow power began to gradually split. Jack fell to his knees, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, and the wind god whispered that he had accomplished his purpose. Holding his side, he slowly walked towards Alfonso, wheezing that he would never be able to break the barrier again, no matter how hard he tried. Meanwhile, the revived, completely naked, masked dragon was slowly descending towards the judges, still unconscious. His heart beat loudly and animatedly in his chest. Caspar ordered the dragon to rise again and threw him a cloak to put on. The Atom clone's eyes opened sharply, and the boy took a deep breath of fresh air. Having dressed, the dragon looked around, not understanding where he was, even assuming that he'd ended up in hell. Seeing the pig and the rooster, the boy was surprised by their presence in the supposed hell, and asked if the judge's organization had been wiped off the face of the earth. The pig frowned and asked the dragon not to act recklessly next time, because his resurrection cost the judges a lot, while Caspar assured the guy that he really died. But this is the territory of the 4 seas, not hell. Jack told the silent Alfonso, who was kneeling in front of him, that he must surrender. Then he would be sent to the Supreme Court to serve the punishment he deserved. The man didn't answer, but looked at the revived dragon with pain, whispering that the judge had indeed used the stone, killed his last hope. The Light Eclipse Master's eyes glowed yellow, and he screamed hysterically that if he died, he would take everyone with him. Gathering all his strength together, he rose again, releasing yellow arrows into the air. Jack cursed, sure that Alfonso was about to self-destruct. The maddened master laughed. No one could stop him. Peter summoned a huge sword, determined to kill Alfonso before he could do it himself. The young warriors began to run, shouting that if they were hit, it would be the end for them. Some pushed each other, trying to escape as quickly as possible. Suddenly, dark blue warriors appeared on the battlefield. Chris began to vilely attack the running people, wounding them in the back. The guy heard unfamiliar sounds behind him. His sister Anastasia walked slowly behind the huge hero, an animal in a formal suit. Chris turned around and spat out mockingly that these people were useless trash. Seeing the hero, he was surprised that the old man was still alive. Anastasia threw herself on her brother's neck, sobbing that he had finally returned, and everyone had missed him very much, and she was very tired. Chris took her by the chin and looked her over, mockingly saying that she had confused him with someone else. The girl cried, looking into the guy's eyes, and said that she would recognize him among 1,000. She didn't notice at all what her brother was about to do, and only a few seconds later she felt a burning pain in her stomach. Chris pierced her with a dagger. Even the guy's palm ended up in the girl's stomach. She froze and asked with her lips why he did it. The boy approached his sister's ear, whispering that in this world you can only trust one person, yourself, and let her remember this. Anastasia fell flat on the floor, face down. Chris walked up to the hero and plunged a dagger into his neck. He fell to his knees, badly wounded, his arms hanging at his sides, the animal unable to move. Anastasia was dying. Bitter tears were flowing from her eyes, and the girl did not understand why her older brother had treated her like that. The Master of Light Eclipse was ready to commit suicide and take everyone's lives. His energy light copy, magnified several times, collided with Peter's sword. Casper realized that with their help, he had learned the true purpose and could now obtain the golden substance from Alfonso's blood. And now the eyes are like electron microscopes. This golden substance laid out all the cards that Bart had in front of him. He pointed his finger at the man and firmly said that it was time to finish. Then he lowered his finger into the middle of the glowing portal. The energy that the Master had spread over the earth returned to him. The Master of Light Eclipse looked at his hands, wondering what had happened to him. Peter thought. He had mastered the true idea. In this world, energy was worth nothing compared to him. Alfonso desperately asked Casper what kind of monster he was, but he kindly replied that he was just an ordinary man. The man sighed heavily, saying that he took his words back. If Casper managed to free himself from the shackles of the blue planet, then rumors about him would spread throughout the plains. He stood up straight, spreading his arms, saying that he was no match for the leader of the judges. The energy particles around him began to dissipate. Finally, the Master's body flew down. Jack, looking at him, thoughtfully asked, "Does this mean that the expert of the Osid Plane simply fell on the blue planet?" Alfonso caught Adam's metal shield. He extended his hand, using Ability Steal. This is a 4th-level ability sphere. It needs to be delivered intact and studied thoroughly. A strange hand fell on his shoulder, asking for the opportunity to take the body of a person from another world, because it was valuable for research. Adam agreed, because he had to repay the Windlord for his service. And he also asked Jack to keep an eye on his organization in the Free Union territory. Casper had already extracted the sphere of abilities. Why did he need a body? It would be better if someone was in his debt. Jack suddenly happily grabbed him by the shoulders, saying that since they had fought shoulder to shoulder, and the age difference between them was not that big, could they call each other brothers? Bart agreed, immediately calling the man brother. He approached the motionless Anastasia. Finally, after some time, Casper arrived at the palace in the Void Realm. He sank heavily onto the lounger in front of the palace. The door behind him swung open, and Anastasia ran out, holding her side and calling his name. The guy turned his head towards her, asking if the girl was awake. He stood up and walked over to Anastasia, telling her that when he found her, she was unconscious. So the judge brought the girl here to heal her. And during the operation, a mask was found inside her stomach, which means that now the girl is an external member of the judge's organization. Taking the mask in her hands, the girl began to cry, remembering her brother. At their last meeting, he caused Anastasia so much pain, she fell to her knees, telling them that she had seen with her own eyes how her older brother killed their grandfather, and she hoped that Mr. Casper Bart would be able to catch him. Suddenly, Anastasia unbuttoned her dress and spread her arms to the side, exclaiming that she was ready to pay any price for this. She, swallowing tears, said that Adam could do whatever he wanted with her. The guy turned away abruptly, ordering her to get dressed immediately, because her brother was from the dark blue race and was already an enemy of the judges. Now the Green family's influence has fallen. Now, Anastasia would be better off strengthening her position, and the judges will help her. The girl got dressed and said shyly that Casper could turn around if the judges would help her family. She would do everything for them. They shook hands. Bart said that he was glad to cooperate with the Countess. Trisha bathed in the hot springs with Lady Blanche and the Craig sisters. She almost sank into the water, thinking that the next time they went swimming together, she should use her image change ability to show off her beauty to her sisters. Suddenly, she felt that her older brother was looking for his sister. The girl ran into the room, calling Adam. She threw it around his neck, and the guy immediately began to lecture his sister that she was now a big girl and it was time to behave accordingly. Trisha laughed. She was still young, but the Craig sisters were already adults. Adam easily threw his sister onto the bed, laughingly saying that it was time to teach his older brother a lesson. The girl screamed that she was wrong. The guy became serious, saying that he had come to see her on a very important matter. Trisha asked if her energy could reach the 4th degree. Adam stroked her head, replying that the crystal only helps her comprehend the new laws, but it does not give a 100% guarantee that she will become 4th degree. The girl stubbornly said that she was confident in herself and there was no need to underestimate her. A bright flash of lightning lit up the night sky. Trisha rose above the bed, her body glowing with a bright light, particles of energy spreading throughout the room. Trisha sank softly to the ground and exhaled heavily. Apparently, the process had not been easy for her. However, this state did not prevent her from perking up, cheerfully winking at her brother and sticking out her tongue at him, saying that everything worked. Adam asked what law or true design she had mastered, and at what level. The girl replied that the 2% law of resurrection. Sinclair was glad about this, because resurrection is almost equal to healing. Trisha frowned, replying that it wasn't just healing, as she felt that resurrection had great potential if used in an evil state. Adam waved his hands, saying that she needed to practice more to reach the 4th stage. A little later, he returned to the realm of emptiness. A gray pearl levitated above the guy's palm, casting streams of light around it. This time, Adam studied the magnetic law. Suddenly, he turned around sharply, sensing something was wrong. There were some waves behind him. At this time, a blue beam stretched towards the entrance to the cave. Chris Green stood with his hands casually in his pockets, surveying the battlefield strewn with monster body parts. A dark blue particle with a human face flew towards him. It screamed at Chris and scolded him. The guy didn't seem to react to the shouts, but only greeted the gentleman with a smile, saying that he had to wait a long time. An alien creature in the form of a pipe stretched out from Chris's mouth, becoming a part of him. It had a huge, toothy mouth. The dark blue particle screamed that the guy had opened the absorption skill, but had completely forgotten about the difference between the 3rd and 4th stage. No one had given him the right to do so. From the depths of the young man's body, his guttural voice was heard, mockingly saying that he could not forget about such a thing, because he had waited too long for this day. The dark blue particle was furious that Chris had the power to absorb him. In response to this, the huge mouth swallowed the master, not letting him finish. The pipe gurgled as it was sucked back into the human mouth, and the face returned to its original state, as if no transformation had occurred. A shining crystal flew out of the guy's forehead. Catching it and tossing it in his hand a few times, Chris told himself that it had become lighter. Let it lie there as a last resort. It would be better not to use it for now. Inhuman eyes burned with a dangerous red fire. The guy said contentedly that now there was much more in his brain. Caspar Bart flew high in the clouds on his metal plate. Jack and Peter were waiting for him at the entrance to the cave, Jack waving at him, muttering that he expected to see Pig, but not Caspar. Upon landing, Caspar replied that Pig was busy helping Dragon regain his form, then asked what had happened here. The man said that he had arrived earlier but had not found any traces. However, there was a suspicion that someone had broken through to the 4th step in this place. When Caspar asked Jack if he was sure the expert was human, he shook his head, wondering if it could have been someone from the judge's organization. The guy said that no one had risen above the 3rd level in the organization recently. Peter, who had been silent until then, suddenly said mockingly that this was inaccurate information. Jack felt embarrassed by his companion's behavior. He immediately changed the subject and suggested going and sorting everything out. In the new hot continent of Bright City, a meeting was held in a secret hall at a long table. The head of the mercenary guild, a red-haired man with a white blindfold, asked those present if they had any thoughts on the planned retaliatory strike from humanity. According to the available data, their counteroffensive will happen soon. If the guild does not prepare in advance, all plans for the territory of the Free Union will collapse. The Beast Alliance member Purple Crystal Python hissed that the guild was keeping the humans in check. Even if they risked a counterattack, they would still not be able to break through the defensive line. Bay City Federal Alliance member Platinum Deacon Greg shrugged and turned to the Python, saying that the Free Alliance was no longer what it used to be. If the emerging leading forces sided with the people, they would have more than 4 steps than the guild. Sticking out its long tongue, the Crystal Python asked if the Deacon was sure that this so-called organization of judges would participate. And all of the monsters that the guild sent out had the Seal of Rage on their foreheads. This spell affects them in such a way that they no longer fear death and are willing to risk their lives to attack. With an army of such monsters, the guild would be invincible. But if they were to continue to worry about being attacked by humans, then it would be better to focus on ensuring security during the technical blockade. That's what the Python thought. The leader confidently stated that any highly developed civilization would sooner or later crack. Since the mercenary guild possesses a secret seal, this time is greatly reduced. The organization of the judges has become an unforeseen factor, so the guild needs to consult on whether to send one 4th-tier expert from each side. The Tower General from the Bernadotte Empire raised his hand, shouting that the Red Empire Lord had said that they would not participate in the Free Alliance affair. The Platinum Deacon did not understand what the Bernadotte Empire was planning. The Python also asked, if they did not send their forces, then the Beast Army could retreat. The Tower General scratched his head, advising him to clarify this issue with his lord. From their dialogue today, he only knew that the man would not participate. The leader thought that the Red Empire Lord had sent this idiot on purpose. It seemed that Bernadotte's participation could not be counted on. He asked those present out loud not to quarrel, then said that he was going to introduce someone. Chris entered the room with a smirk on his face. He had returned to his previous appearance. The Platinum Deacon contemptuously called the newcomer a dirty scum of the dark blue race. Python was not happy with such a guest either. He turned to the head of the guild, asking why he had dragged the Dark Blues into the matter, since they could kidnap the subordinates of the Crystal Python. But the red-haired man smiled and ordered everyone to calm down. Since the Bernadotte Empire didn't want to help, this guy from the dark blue race could take their place. Pointing his hand at Chris, the man assured him that he would be loyal, because his brain already had the seal of the Alliance, so he would definitely not become a traitor. In confirmation of his words, a seal glowed blue on the guy's forehead. The Deacon's face changed and he smiled when he saw the seal. Everything was fine. Since the guy had it, he was now a brother. Welcome to the big family. The Crystal Python hissed happily that there are good and bad people in all races, and he thought that brother Chris was a good person. A barely noticeable smile touched the lips of the subject of their conversation. Chris thought that everyone present here was a fool. If he wanted, he could easily free himself from this seal. He smiled widely and promised the guild his help. But first the guy wanted to play with the victims a little. The red-haired leader suggested discussing the plan if no one had any objections. The cave that Jack, Peter, and Casper entered still contained the remains of the monsters. Showing them on the big screen in the headquarters, Jack said that he and his team arrived too late. But judging by the current situation, it is not difficult to guess that a change has occurred. It's time for humanity to strike back. If things go this way, it will be more beneficial for people. The man at the table spoke about the need to attract the forces of the defensive front on the Red Frost Island and calmly attack. The one following him loudly announced that more people were needed and that the island was to be used as a breakthrough point to defeat the forces of other worlds. The first man approached him, accusing him of placing a risk on all of humanity by offering this option. His opponent stood up from the table, emotionally responding that even though they didn't know the enemy in detail, it was really better to stand still and wait for them to attack, and do nothing. Jack shook his head and said that all the problems were because they didn't understand people from another world well enough. It was hard to even predict whether they would send a couple of 4th-degree experts or more. Suddenly, a muffled voice was heard in the room, suggesting that the companies could help the judge. Everyone suddenly stood up from the table. Jack noticed a figure in the corner standing with his back to them. Could it really be Casper Bart and the judges? Adam reported that the organization would send Pig, who would infiltrate the enemy base and gather the necessary information about them. It seemed like the adult mustachioed man was about to burst into tears. He muttered that he was no longer alone, that in such difficult times one could always rely on the judges. How wonderful it was to have allies. Adam, in Anvery's mind, arrived on the island of Red Frost. He stood on a rock looking at the scenery and smiled. Finally, he was back. A few seconds later, the man disappeared. In his place appeared a huge red dragon, which roared and, flapping its membranous wings, flew into the air. He was surprised when he heard a similar roar from afar. 2 other dragons were flying straight towards him. He turned into a human, and then strangers did the same. They turned out to be a man named Carl and a young girl named Jessica. The boy ran up to the man, delighted by their presence, and told him that not only had he not died, but he had also received third-stage combat power. He laughed, saying that the family no longer had 3 steps, and that was great news. The girl clicked her tongue in irritation, turning away. Anvari shook his finger in front of her face, laughing and saying that she wasn't strong enough. She had to try harder. She stamped her foot and shouted that he shouldn't worry. She would definitely get the 3rd degree, and it would happen at an earlier age than her brother. The man patted them on the shoulders and sympathized with Anvari because he had been through a lot, then sent him off to rest. When his uncle asked where the rest of the family was, the boy hung his head, bitterly replying that they had all died in battle. The uncle supported his nephew, saying that for the family they are heroes, and he should not blame himself because Anvari is the head of the family. The 3 figures proceeded home so that the boy could rest. Adam mused that the people of the Osid Plain were gradually becoming imbued with the culture of the Blue Planet. But when it came to resources, a fight would be inevitable, and their battle would only end after the death of one of the parties. At the same time, in the port, 2 strangers were chasing a boy who was running away from them faster than the wind. The pursuers had to catch the fugitive at any cost, because his ability to use lightning had awakened. This would be a great reward. The boy, breathing heavily, ran past Anvari, who immediately paid attention to him. Apparently, this boy awakened the ability quite a long time ago. He probably planned to escape for a long time. But he is about to become a victim of slave traders. He must be saved. Finally, one of the men caught up with the boy and threw him to the ground, firmly grabbing his arm with one hand and pressing his head into the asphalt with the other. Anvari immediately transformed into his second form, a huge red dragon. The man, hearing a loud roar, suddenly raised his head and stood up. The next moment he fell to the ground in a deep bow, kneeling, and asked the dragon how he could serve him. The dragon, stunning his pursuers, asked why he had to wait so long to catch an ordinary human child. When the men began to ask for forgiveness and promised to kill the boy, the dragon sent them away with a snap of his claws. The dragon turned to the fugitive and mockingly asked where he wanted to die, in his mouth or inside his belly. Having grabbed the boy in his paw, he flew back with him to Jessica. The girl asked with displeasure how much longer she could wait for him, and ordered that the fugitive be finished off as quickly as possible. Anvari got angry at her for such a commanding tone, looming over his sister. Jessica clenched her fists, saying that the boy stunk and that he needed to be killed quickly. The dragon squeezed the boy sharply in his palm. In it, he seemed like a small reed. He screamed in pain. Suddenly, he stopped torturing the little man, loosened his grip, and said that he had changed his mind because he needed someone on his team who could be entrusted with dirty work, and the fugitive was perfect for this. Having turned into a man and entered the room, Anvari came across a crowd of girls who surrounded him like a flock of birds, each one clinging to his shirt, asking if he was bored. He, not paying attention to the girls, turned to a boy standing nearby, asking his name. He remained steadfastly silent, as if he had forgotten his name out of fear. Anvari hovered over the boy, sternly telling him that he should think more about the consequences of his actions. If he wanted to go against him, then he should try not to die, because the boys still had to save their family. At these words, the fugitive immediately began to speak, saying that his name was Boris. Leaning towards Boris, Anvari said with a smile that since he was under his power, he should work hard. Perhaps if the boy liked him, he could be free. Anvari was interrupted by the butler Humphrey, who called the young master to a meeting with the patriarch. Tramp Keith listened silently to the boy as he told him how the battle had gone. Anvari finished his story with information about Uncle White Snake, who had died due to an attack by the 4th stage holders. He handed the snake scale to the patriarch, saying that his father and uncle were inextricably linked to each other, which is why he brought this. The man raised the scale to his eyes, looking at it thoughtfully. He said that when he first met the White Serpent, they were convinced that they would both become 4th stage experts. He looked at the guy seriously, measuring him with his gaze. The man emphasized that the most important thing for the family now is the position of the head of Bright City. Not long ago, a meeting of 4 associations took place in Bright City. The next one to take this post will be the commander-in-chief of the forces of the new coalition, and he will have access to all key processes. It is imperative to take this position. Adam grinned. He had been thinking about how to get the information, but he didn't expect it to fall into his hands so quickly. The patriarch frowned and said that Jessica had complained to him that Anvari had brought the prisoner here specifically to irritate her. He objected to his father because he had misunderstood everything. Anvari only saw talent in the boy, and this had nothing to do with Jessica. The man turned his back to his son, asking him not to upset his sister and to kill the boy. Then she would be happy, because this fugitive was just a slave. Anvari muttered the man's last words quietly and angrily. He clenched his fists angrily, so much so that his palms began to hurt from the nails digging into them. At this time, Jessica was having fun with one of the servants in her bedroom. She was feeding the guy cherries from her hands. The door slammed, the girl saw unexpected guests in the doorway, and became terribly angry, screaming that they were making fun of her again. Anvari stood in the doorway. He smiled, greeting his sister because he did not think of offending her. The girl herself complained to her father. The guy had a sword in his hands. Behind him stood the butler and Boris. Covering herself with a sheet, Jessica replied irritably that she was only telling the truth. Anvari turned sharply to Boris, exclaiming that now his father wanted him to make his sister happy by killing Boris, and the tip of the sword ended up right at the boy's neck. Jessica's eyes lit up, and she enthusiastically asked to kill him finally. And then she could tell her uncle that the matter was settled. Anvari bowed his head and said that for the sake of his dear cousin, he would kill the boy right now. Boris closed his eyes, certain that his end had come. Suddenly, a girl's long, drawn-out scream rang out throughout the room. The servant she shared her bed with lay face down on white sheets with a hole in his back from which blood was oozing. Anvari, wiping his sword with a white cloth, told his sister in a threatening tone that to touch this slave would mean humiliating Anvari himself, and that everyone who did this would die just like this servant. Jessica screamed that her brother was crazy and only knew how to hurt her. He grabbed the girl by the hand, saying that if she was not satisfied with something, she should make more efforts to reach the third step. Tramp Keith turned around in shock when he was brought the news of Anvari's murder of Jessica's servant. The butler bowed his head respectfully, adding that this was the girl's favorite servant. The worried father asked the man if he had thought Anvari had changed a lot since his return. The butler said that, in his opinion, the young master had become somewhat more rigid. Before, if the master had ordered him, the boy would have killed that prisoner, contrary to his own opinion. Suddenly, Keith burst out laughing, replying that he had noticed it too. After that massive battle, Anvari had finally matured. The man dismissed the butler, ordering him to find a new servant for Jessica as compensation. Adam Anvari lay in his bed and thought about the fact that only a representative of the four main forces responsible for this has information. Everyone has the fourth level. When trying to do something, they immediately find out about everything. There is only one way. Let Kate's family take the position of the head of Bright City. Then, thanks to Father, Adam will be able to get information without anyone noticing. The guy sat up in bed and scratched the back of his head. Damn secrecy rule. It will take a long time to figure it out. If only it was possible to understand how people from the Osid plane use the meditation method. There was a knock at the door, the butler announced that dinner was ready, and the young gentleman asked for food to be served to him. He smiled to himself. This Humphrey really is very quick. The guy opened the doors, and the butler entered the room with a cart, asking if he needed to call someone else for dinner. Adam used his control ability on the man at that moment. Sinclair found himself in the dark room of the man's memories, looking at the large screens of his thoughts. The pictures quickly replaced each other, and finally the guy found what he was looking for. The patriarch looked at the crystal in front of him, saying that this was the moment when the family bestowed upon Humphrey the Milo Ali Dragon meditation method. During the ceremony, they gave the man a magical crystal with gold engravings, called the Ancestral Stone. It has images of maps, circulating currents, and meditation poses, and is different from the hunting magic meditation method that Adam received. He looked skeptically at the stone's markings on the screen, folding his arms across his chest. Was that really all? But the patriarch continued. He handed the butler a bottle of blood essence left by the founder of the Kate family, and promised to give the servant 1 drop. The man dipped his finger in the blood and made a dot on Humphrey's forehead. Adam was surprised to see how the people of the Osid plane were passing on the method of meditation, for it was the key to everything. According to the memories, the distant ancestor of the Kate family created 433 pieces of essences. Humphrey alone killed many more people. Sinclair began to quickly scroll through the memory screens, searching for another way to restore the spiritual flow in the human body. Finally, what he was looking for appeared in front of him. The method of activating the magic crystal. First, you need to stimulate the body with crystals. Then, there will be a chance to get the same safe effect as from the blood essence. The higher the quality of the magic crystal, the better the effect. And if it is an alpha rank crystal, then it is easy to restore the spiritual flows in the body. This is very important knowledge. For the people of the Blue Planet, it is a necessary step in order to unlock the knowledge of the inhabitants of Osid. Adam thought that perhaps he could create a method of meditation by making a deal with the 3 forces. And then the day would come closer when the judges would take over the entire blue planet. Suddenly, he realized that the hereditary stone could not be bought on the new hot continent. The butler bowed to the young master, who waved his hand, telling him to behave as usual so as not to be exposed. Humphrey nodded, and Anvari let him go. He turned his head, feeling something strange from the side. The guy peered into the door of another office. A very unusual aura was coming from there. The Clark family was gathered in the hall, with the father of the family at the head of a large table laden with a variety of dishes. Joey Clark, the young beauty of the family, showered Anvari with unwelcome attention, asking if he had really been on the brink of life and death. Jessica walked up to her brother with a smirk, mockingly asking him to tell his sister Joey more about it. The guy smiled, trying to change the subject, and replied that there was really nothing to talk about. They were interrupted by the voice of the tramp Kate, who, together with her brother, informed the head of Clark that it was late and time to leave. Anvari, unnoticed by the others, breathed a sigh of relief. He could finally finish the conversation with Joey. The girl was upset. She was interested. Jessica patted her on the shoulder, assuring her that Anvari loved talking to her the most. The beauty suggested that she go to visit the guy so that he could finish his story. Anvari smiled. He just couldn't say no to the girl. A motorcade of cars accompanied Kate's family on their way home. Anvari squeezed Jessica's neck lightly, accusing her of insolence. The girl winked at her brother, replying that compared to the murder of her beloved servant, this was nothing special. At that moment, a massive explosion occurred right in front of their car, causing the young people to flinch. Figures in gray cloaks flew up to the glass, loudly announcing that the day of their father's death had arrived. The man lay on the ground, shaking from the lightning on his body. Rising up on all fours, he sharply asked how the figures dared to attack Kate's family. The man immediately turned into a huge red dragon with membranous wings. Uncle Carl ran to his brother, shouting at Anvari to take Jessica and run away. He turned into a blue dragon of dense build. The beast rushed to help the tramp Kate. Anvari asked Jessica to run to her family for help, while he himself would stay to help his uncle and father, who would definitely not defeat the enemy alone. The girl had tears in her eyes, and, unexpectedly even for herself, she ordered her brother not to die, because he had just received the 3rd level. Anvari patted her on the head, saying that he would definitely become the head of Kate's family, and that he had no intention of dying. A red dragon with yellow membranous wings flew into the air. He flew towards his uncle and father. Jessica pressed her foot on the gas pedal, trying to get home faster. She couldn't stop her tears, but she tried to control herself so that nothing would happen to her father, or even to Anvari, whom she hated. The patriarch roared, dodging the daggers flying at him. His son flew up to him, almost getting attacked by strangers. Tramp Keith was furious that Anvari had flown to him. The boy asked for forgiveness for arriving so late. Uncle Carl asked not to quarrel. Now is not the time for squabbles, and if Anvari had not arrived, the situation would have been much worse. The elder dragon said that he was wrong. He didn't think that the cloaked figures would be crazy enough to attack right in the city. He didn't know who it was, but he knew for sure that the families that sent out the 3rd and 4th level experts were very strong. Carl guessed that they were the protectors of Bright City. But Keith objected, because the Murphys family, Gerald, and even Clark could have betrayed their family. Otherwise, how could they have chosen the right moment for a surprise attack? He noticed movement out of the corner of his eye and immediately warned his son. The father released a column of fire on the enemies, trying to protect Anvari. He roared loudly, shouting that if they wanted to kill his father, they should first ask his son's permission. The red dragon roared again, fireworks flying from its body. His father and uncle looked at each other in surprise. Had Anvari really moved to a new level? The dragon showed his steel-like teeth. He was forced to do it. Daggers flew from one of the figures towards the dragons. Anvari could not be left alive. He had to be killed. He was immediately surrounded by all the figures, and each one attacked with countless daggers and pillars of fire. Adam smiled. It was time to move on to the next act. Soon the enemies would see the birth of the fire super dragon. The forces of earth, ice, and fire simultaneously fell upon the dragons. The brothers stood back to back, attacking the enemies together. The patriarch shouted at his son to leave the battlefield. But a crowd of cloaked figures was already about to attack Anvari. They were advancing from above, not allowing him to fly away. But he was not going to. Both elder dragons realized that they had been deceived and desperately called out to Anvari. Tramp Kate angrily shouted that they would have to fight with all their might, and most likely they would not be able to escape alive, while the cheerful Carl laughed and also hurried to help his nephew. The figure urged his comrades to ignore the old men and focus on Anvari. Now he was surrounded by figures again. urging him to prepare for death. The air around the young dragon became electrified. He cheerfully called on his father and uncle to look at him, because now he was invincible. Andvari used the ability Energy Burst, and now a huge ball of fire emanated from his body. The figures recoiled in fear when they saw this. Could it be a fire super dragon? One of them decided that they needed to retreat. Now Andvari couldn't be killed. Fortunately, at least their identities remained a secret, especially since people from Kate's family would come here soon. They would definitely be punished. Meanwhile, Andvari detransformed, falling heavily to the ground. He noticed his father and uncle slowly approaching him, and he did not know at all how to explain his sudden breakthrough. The guy couldn't think of anything better than to faint so that his relatives would forget about everything. Carl picked up his nephew, checking his breathing. Probably this happened because of the first breakthrough in his life. He did not know how to use the force correctly, and therefore lost consciousness. After some time, Andvari slowly opened his eyes. He was lying in bed, wrapped in a blanket, with his tired father sitting next to him. The patriarch exclaimed that what happened was expected from Kate's family and asked how his son managed to make a breakthrough. Andvari paused before weakly saying that it was all due to a collision of time. Tramp Keith became serious and replied that he had assumed the same, then added that he had something to tell him, something he had not even told Carlos. There are 4 clans fighting for the position of the head of Bright City, and the entire family is actually just pawns. The real battle is between the 4 forces. Among these clans are the Warriors Guild, the Bernadotte Empire, the Beast Union, and the Federation of 100 Cities. Originally, the Bright City was supposed to go to the Federation of 100 Cities, but the other forces did not want to give up this important position to the new army commander. Even the defenders of the Bright City were involved in this. Since his father trusted Andvari more than anyone else, he decided to tell them, and those who supported them were from the Warriors Guild. This surprised the boy quite a bit. The patriarch confirmed that their family was only temporary allies. The guild would help him become the head of the Bright City, and in exchange they would get what they wanted. The man was very confident about this battle. When the full colonization was completed, they would have enough resources to return to the Osid Plain. Andvari turned to the other side and made a face. With him in the role of a spy, victory would definitely be their family's. The guy burst out laughing and told his father out loud that under his leadership, Kate's family would definitely be successful. The next day, Kate's family had a large gathering around a long table. Carl pressed his hand to his heart, angrily exclaiming that he did not agree. He was not even allowed to interfere. Had his brother really forgotten about the last attack? But he was adamant and asked Carl not to worry. Now was not the right time to take many people with him to visit the Platinum Dragon. Andvari thought that the Warriors Guild had given something to his father, and he was going to use it. And that was also why he was so confident of an easy victory. 3 hours later, Andvari was slapping his angry sister on the cheek as she yelled at him. The girl tried to push his hand away from her bored brother and threatened that he would see no mercy if he didn't stop. Carlos paced the room, worrying about where his brother had gone after so much time. Andvari and Jessica heard a strange roar from the side. A worried Carlos ran out of the meeting room. Meanwhile, dragons of all stripes were already gathering at the city mayor's building on Myrtle Avenue. Near a tall building, the dead head of the family lay on the floor, his empty eyes looking away unseeingly, and blood flowing from his mouth. The Blue Dragon. Carl clenched his fists in rage and shouted loudly, asking who did this. He reproached himself for not insisting on a joint sortie. Andvari thought that since the patriarch was a 3rd-level expert, he was either killed by a group of such experts or by a 4th-level expert. He went to meet the Platinum Dragon, and he just happens to have the 4th stage, so his strength would be enough to kill his father in an instant. People in uniform ran out of the city mayor's building onto the street, looking around in fear. Andvari noticed that there was someone's shadow standing on the roof. Could it really be the killer himself? If this is true, then it means that Kate's entire family was killed at his hands. General Albert Barnes stepped forward and told Carlos that his men had nothing to do with his brother's death. But the hot-tempered dragon could not be convinced. He shouted that it was a lie, because only his people were on the street at that moment. The man gritted his teeth and said angrily again that the organization had nothing to do with the murder. Carlos pointed to the man on the roof, asking if the stranger was tied up. Standing on the roof was Platinum Deacon Greg, who immediately began to defend his reputation, offended by such an accusation. The dragons were attacked by sound waves from his side. This attack did not hurt. It just caused discomfort. Andvari shouted that since his uncle's emotional state was unstable due to his father's death, let their dispute be settled by battle. The blonde seriously replied that he would not kill Carl and confirmed that he did not kill the head of the family. Anvari thought that his father might have died because of the item that the warrior guild had sent. But could the Federation of 100 cities take such a risk? Jessica asked the guy worriedly what they should do now. The other dragons immediately turned to Anvari, asking him to give them orders. The red dragon folded his palms in a respectful gesture and asked the general for forgiveness for his uncle's behavior. He also said that he would take his father's body and leave with the others right now. The guild watched the multicolored dragons, each thinking about their own, that there were traitors everywhere, and that Anvari seemed to be a master at resolving conflicts. In a wooden coffin, wrapped in a white shroud, lay the body of the head of the family. Carl, who was standing nearby, quietly told his dead brother that now he was the only one left. Jessica tied his hand, reminding him that he would always have her and Anvari, while the man called his brother's son to him, saying that now their family needed a new leader. He placed his hand on the boy's shoulder, declaring him to be a father. Anvari began to deny it, saying that Carl should take this place. Adam thought that he was only pretending to be his son, and how could he now head the family? Carl stubbornly shook his head. Only Anvari should become the leader, and no one else because he is calm, reasonable, and has the potential to use the fire super dragon. Anvari, putting his hand on his heart, swore to his uncle that as long as he lived, the family would become stronger and stronger. The uncle was delighted by his words, hitting his nephew on the chest. Excellent. This is in the spirit of their family. Jessica frowned artificially. And what, now she was calling Anvari her brother chief, somehow strange. Carlos led the boy down the corridor, saying that he would take him to his ancestors. The company ended up in the temple of the ancestors of Kate's family. Carl said that throughout the entire existence of the family, thousands of warriors gave their lives. But only those who have reached the third level can enter the temple of their ancestors and honor the immortalized heroes. A bald old man named Evans approached those present with a lantern in his hands and greeted Carl and Anvari. Carl introduced Evans to Anvari, saying that he was the personal butler of the previous head and is now in charge of the ancestral temple. Uncle said that he and Evans were the only ones who knew the location of the ancestral stone and the blood essence, so he brought Anvari here in advance just in case. The old man asked if Carl felt anything strange. He replied that it seemed like Kate's family had become the target of some powerful force. They could only plan ahead. Evans invited the young master Anvari to follow him, because he must find out where the ancestral stone and the essence of wisdom are right now. Adam was jubilant. He would be told the main secret so quickly, he didn't even have to waste any effort. The old man opened the tall double door. Here, Kate's family has the ancestral stone and the blood essence of the expert. Putting on the glove, the old man asked Anvari to remember not to touch the stone and essence with bare hands until it reached the 4th degree. Evans approached the stone and took it. It rose into the air and began to glow purple. It was also possible to see a projection, a large-scale silhouette of a dragon. The butler said that this was the original form of the heritage, figures, steps, and asked if the young master remembered them. Weighing the bottle of essence in his hands, Evans also said that, compared to other families, Kate's background is rather meager, with some families having essence created by multiple ancestors. The butler asked Anvari to learn all the subtleties of etiquette in order to present himself with dignity at the ceremony of transferring the title of head, which will take place after the funeral. Adam Anvari, in a white suit, under the cover of night and rain, holding a black umbrella in his hand, wondered why people from another world like to hold funerals at night. A young man with glasses approached Carl and asked him to accept condolences on behalf of Deacon Lord Greg. The man thanked him and asked to also convey his thanks to the Lord for his concern, as well as greetings from Kate's family. Strangers in white cloaks appeared among the crowd, clearly late and perhaps not invited. Anvari watched their leader from afar. That secretive guest was up to something. 4 major forces had arrived here, and all 4 were closer to Kate's family than her heir. The man in the white suit and wide-brimmed hat looked very familiar. Finally, Adam remembered where he had seen him. It was General Albert Barn. He also assured that he had nothing to do with the death of Tramp Kate. Maybe he came for that very thing. And the aura is familiar, the Warriors Guild. And the second person is probably a member of the Beast Union, or the Bernadotte Empire. Jessica approached the guy, catching him off guard. Anvari chuckled nervously, lying that he had a stomach ache. The girl began to lecture her brother that he needed to go to the toilet in such a case, but Anvari quickly covered her mouth with his hand, whispering that someone had infiltrated the family and he was spying on them. Jessica's eyes widened and she nodded slowly. When she was released, the girl, blushing from lack of air, asked her brother why he hadn't told their father, But the boy replied that the 4th stages were in operation, so calling his uncle would be useless. The best thing to do now is to warn him so that he can quickly prepare and come. Jessica ran away, asking to be careful. Adam thought that the girl was only preventing him from taking her family's secret safe for the snake from his organization and for all the people of the Blue Planet. In the Great Hall, Evans encountered uninvited guests. It seemed that all the organizations had flocked there. 2 figures asked the guy sitting on the floor if he was helping his master restore order. The guy with glasses and a sly look in his eyes replied that he was there solely because of his interest in Kate's family property. After all, Tramp Kate made a deal with Lord Greg to ensure his own safety. He gave several orders regarding the mysterious item. It must be taken before the leader's order is carried out. But the man in the cloak was not at all afraid of the threats he later heard from the guy, and assured him that he would take the item himself. He was interrupted by the butler Evans. Clenching his fists, the old man could not believe that someone with bad intentions dared to set foot on the territory of Kate's family. He was immediately attacked by one of the unexpected guests, illuminating everything around with a purple light. The old man froze for a moment, his eyes glowing a bright blue. The next moment, instead of the decrepit man, a huge blue dragon appeared. Cursing, the figure extended its hand and cast a spell, clothed in blue. The guy with glasses exclaimed that the enemy could compress the lightning element to his own size. The dragon did not move, defended the door to the special room, and waited to see what the enemy would do. The man in the cloak pointed his hand with the compressed lightning and sent it straight into the dragon's chest. And how surprised the figure in the cloak was when his attack began to be countered by a stream of fire. The opposing elements were trapped in a black sphere to avoid an explosion. Anvari, who had appeared suddenly, calmly shamed the uninvited guests for attacking the elderly man in 3, while Evans, who had transformed back, was already standing next to him, surprised by the appearance of the young master no less than the others. The guy with glasses, on behalf of Greg, was amazed at how it was possible to gain such great power in such a short time, even if this guy had great talent. Anvari asked the butler to hide the things, and he would take care of the rest himself. The guy went to his opponents with outstretched arms, saying that for him there was nothing more important than his family. If they promised not to touch his relatives, they would be allowed to search the secret safe. The guy with glasses burst out laughing. He clearly underestimated the heir of the Kate family and his cunning. The guy counted those who wanted to get to the artifact, 1 item, but 3 people who wanted to, and also General Albert outside. He even felt good about this thought. Those present looked at each other, considering the proposal. The general overheard this conversation. Meanwhile, Anvari said that there was no need to be nervous. First let them watch, and then decide whether the enemy had agreed to his proposal. Albert emerged from his ambush when Anvari invited everyone to follow him. Walking down the corridor, everyone noticed a soft blue crystal ball hanging in the air in the room. As if mad, the figures in cloaks and the guy in glasses rushed towards the object, overtaking and pushing each other, arguing along the way. Anvari wondered why they were hunting for this ball. Because the people from the Osid plane invented the ball to record pictures and sounds. Why would they need it? One of the figures reached the object faster than the others, but taking it in his hand, he sighed in disappointment that this was not what they were hunting for. The second figure angrily exclaimed that the ball was not here either. The man grabbed Anvari by the collar and, cursing, accused him of deliberately hiding the desired item from them. The guy raised an eyebrow, saying that he had already opened his family's safe for the aliens, being too kind, and in return received suspicion. The guy with glasses immediately asked the young master for forgiveness, as he had forgotten himself due to his desire to possess the crystal ball. The figures began to leave one after another because they had only come to test the loot, and since Kate's family did not have the necessary item, there was nothing to do here. But the butler quietly told Anvari that these people would definitely not abandon their goal, no matter what they said. Anvari replied that the final word rests with force, and that the most important thing for the family now is to survive these events. He asked Evans if he knew where his father had placed the item, but the man replied that he had no such information, but that it was definitely not in a secret room. Adam thought that these 4 would definitely not leave the island. The man from the Warriors Guild headed to the office, but changed his mind and followed the others. In one of the offices of the house, on a stand, stood the armor of a warrior who was holding the very same ball in his hands. The cloaked figure extended his hand towards the artifact, whispering contentedly that he had finally found it. The man from Lord Greg, who appeared at the door, caught the figure off guard, saying that, as he thought, the Warriors Guild was covering for the Patriarch. The guy asked to give him the artifact in a good way, or else he would face death if Mr. Greg got angry. But the figure said that now that she had the item, she would make a deal with the master and he would kill the guy and he would not be able to refuse it. On either side of the figure, two chimeras emerged from the shadows, clearly hostile to their opponent. Another figure threw off his cloak, revealing toxic shooter Harvey, a warlike centaur who was about to attack the enemy with poisonous arrows. The arrow flew into the chimera, essentially making a large hole with its poisonous tip. The centaur laughed loudly, confident of his victory. However, he didn't expect that his hooves would be trapped by black ropes. The man was completely stuck. The crystal ball slipped from his hands and rolled in the other direction. He was immediately picked up, not allowing him to get lost or fall into enemy hands. Anvari looked at those present with a smile, and even mockingly apologized to them, saying that he was taking the ball. The centaur, cursing, tried to get to the guy to take the artifact, but he completely forgot what position he was in and fell at Anvari's feet, who triumphantly put his right foot on his head, throwing the ball in his hand. He became interested in what kind of artifact they wanted to steal from him. He placed the ball on the table, and a projection appeared from there, broadcasting the platinum deacon Greg with a knife in his hands. His knife ended up in the chest of the man in the suit. The blonde did it to another man without regret. The ball then showed him moving further, stepping on another man who was crawling away from him with a look of horror on his face. Before he could even blink, the blade pierced his stomach, spraying drops of blood across his face. With an impassive face, the deacon put the stolen artifacts in a bag and left the room. Anvari shrugged. Had so many fighters really fought for a pathetic video? The white-cloaked figure behind him clapped his hands, cheerfully noting that the man who had killed the wife, son, and son-in-law of the 100 City Federation chairman was Platinum Deacon's subordinate, Mr. Greg. The figure suddenly fell silent and began to cough. The guy with glasses and Gunner Harvey looked up sharply when they saw Mr. Greg in the window. He, shaking his fists, began to ask those present for forgiveness. After a pause, he narrowed his eyes and said that all these people would die today. The guy with glasses screamed in despair when he heard this. He didn't understand why they would do this to him, because he was loyal to his master. The centaur answered for the deacon, mockingly saying that he was too naive, because only dead people can keep secrets. Folding his arms across his chest, the blonde turned to Harvey with a chuckle, asking why the Warriors Guild had done such a thing. Was it really for the sake of the Bright City's position? The centaur, slightly embarrassed, pretended not to understand the question. But Adam understood everything. The Warriors Guild wanted to see the deacon's reaction after watching the video, if they could make him their doll. But it would be worth it. But suddenly the tramp Kate died, and to prevent the video from falling into the wrong hands, Harvey was tasked with stealing the ball. Greg took out a flute and began to play it, attacking with sound waves, intending to kill Harvey. He shouted that he couldn't be treated like that because a centaur obeys the law. Someone's heavy sigh was heard. A protective field instantly formed around the centaur, through which the waves could not break through. The head of the mercenary guild told Greg that he was too cruel, Harvey lied, and the crystal ball was the business of the Warriors Guild. It was the boss himself who told Kate to make a deal with the blonde. The boy turned to the man, asking what he meant. The guild leader asked Greg if he killed the leader of the Seven, Kate, but the boy objected to this accusation. His killer is probably a 4th-level fighter. There aren't many fighters like him in Bright City, so the circle of suspects is greatly reduced. Chris joined the conversation and asked right away if he was suspected, but since the guy works for the Warriors Guild, he has no motive to kill the Patriarch. Adam was surprised how the guy managed to become the owner of the 4th level, and what he was doing in Bright City. The head of the Mercenary Guild confirmed that Chris would not kill the man. Greg had said earlier that the killer could have been the Amethyst Python, or the Iron Tower. The head also offered a deal. No one would know about the orb. His spies would infiltrate the Federation of 100 cities and take such high positions. But Greg didn't agree, only offering 10 extremely valuable pieces of information, nothing more. The guild leader smiled and agreed to this deal. Suddenly, someone's fiery fist flashed in front of the men. A golden-haired man appeared in front of them, the chairman of the Federation of 100 Cities, Norton, who asked Greg if he had killed his son. The guy bowed down before the chairman, asking for the opportunity to listen to him. But Norton had tears in his eyes and swore that he would kill this 4th-level possessor because his son's father would avenge him so that he could rest in peace. The man created several fists of fire and rushed towards Greg with them, screaming. One of the fists hit the blonde right in the stomach, and he coughed in pain. Immediately, there were explosions and flames raged everywhere. Greg fell to his knees and called on the others to unite and defeat the chairman together. Norton, hearing this, asked the leader if the Warriors Guild planned to stand in his way. The man asked the chairman to let Greg go, because the chairman had heard how difficult it was to develop the 4th stage strength. But Norton was adamant. He only asked the red-haired leader to get out of the way, or he too might get hurt. A water dragon appeared behind the guild leader. He asked the enemy if he intended to fight him. Norton replied that he would finish Greg off here and now. Those present looked at each other. They didn't want to get into trouble at all. The water dragon flew towards Norton, clinging to his sleeve. The man threw him away, shouting that the Warriors Guild didn't have the courage to fight him face to face. Occam, holding his hand to his stomach, shamed Norton for his strength, which he uses to humiliate the weak. Meanwhile, Anvari looked at Chris, who was standing to the side, and thought that the guy was the only fourth-level possessor who did not get involved in the battle, although he could have greatly influenced the situation. Greg ran up to Chris, shouting and asking why he was just standing there and not helping. The boy smiled, replying that he could not interfere in the battle without a direct order from his patron. Adam thought that from an information-gathering standpoint, Norton's presence would be a great help to Kate's family. For his personal interests, it is necessary for the owner of the fourth stage to die in order to obtain the genetic chain. Greg will probably die today if he's attacked secretly. That could work well. The blonde's sound waves traveled towards the chairman, injuring him. The man released a column of fire at his opponent in an attempt to stop his game. The head of the mercenary guild protected his ward, encasing him in an impenetrable sphere. Greg laughed evilly and asked if this was all Norton was capable of. Adam thought that he needed to increase the man's strength first. When the fiery fist increased in size several times, Norton was surprised to himself. What a strong blow it was. Did it really break through the unknown during the fight? The guild leader shouted, warning the blonde about the danger. Meanwhile, the fist slammed into the protective sphere with all its might, causing a surge of energy waves to erupt. The hiding guild members' mouths dropped open upon seeing this. They didn't expect the chairman to strike with such force. As expected, the sphere disappeared. Greg lay unconscious on the ground, covered in wounds. Norton looked at his hand in amazement, certain that he was under the influence of some spell. Turning around, he noticed the figure of the rooster, realizing that it was the one who had given him power. The guild leader stood over the shocked Greg, wondering what to do, because without the latter's help, he would become a laughingstock if he stayed. Together with Harvey, they took to the skies to escape the battlefield. Chris felt the energy of the hated Casper Bart, clenched his fists. The guy decided to follow one of the judges. Norton approached Anvari and asked if Tramp Keith was his father. The guy nodded timidly, embarrassed under the chairman's intense gaze. The man placed his hand on his shoulder, praising him for reaching the third stage at such a young age, and expressed hope that the fourth stage was not far off. Suddenly, Norton raised the boy's hand and shouted that, from now on, Anvari Keith became the new head of the Bright City, and this was not a joke. A little later, Advari came to the meeting in another world. The head of the Mercenary Guild was delighted to see the boy and introduced him to those present as the new mayor of Bright City. Also present in the hall was the Platinum Deacon, His Holiness the Thunderer. The Purple Crystal Python suggested that they discuss the main topic as quickly as possible, since with every day wasted, the front line loses some of its fighters. The head of the Mercenary Guild asked what the ratio of people sent to the battlefield from the three guild forces was. Thunderer replied that the 100 Cities Federation had sent 5,000 elite ability users. The military guild should have sent at least. Python rejected the offer because the Beast Alliance had been sacrificing its members for hundreds of years, and the Deacon was demanding that even more be sent for this most murderous attack. The debate was very heated, with everyone trying to defend their point of view. Adam thought that there was quite a serious internal division among those present. Jack Waxenberg asked his interlocutors at the discussion table if they had read the information received from the judges. There were 4 4th-level holders and 33rd-level fighters on the Ossid Plain. How to fight them at all? The man asked Peter if the Hero Association could send reinforcements. The guy replied that the situation on the field left much to be desired, and this answer was quite evasive. Peter asked if the military couldn't bring in his younger brother's troops, but Jack waved his hand, saying that it was better to ask the judges for help than anyone else. The man thought that if you look at it that way, they really are fighting with people from another world, and the few who can resist them are the judges. Only they are capable of fighting on equal terms with the enemy. Andvari sneezed loudly while sitting at the table. Scratching his nose, he wondered who could be remembering him. A man burst into his office and fell to his knees, demanding attention. Andvari demanded that he rise, saying that he had called him as the commercial director in charge of the slave trade. He smiled slyly, replying that he had been told the reason for the visit, and that the order would be carried out no later than tonight. The most beautiful slave would be delivered to the master's estate. Adam rolled his eyes. How far had the rumors spread that Andvari was a pervert? He became serious and asked angrily if the man really thought he had been called here only for this reason. The man fell to his knees again, begging for mercy. Andvari ordered the male merchants to watch their behavior and stop abusing the slaves, and he replied that there was no need to worry and that he would pass on the request. The guy ordered them to get lost and asked them to convey a request to the inspector to bring the recently captured leader of the rebel army. Apparently, Adam thought, there were survivors in another world who were organizing resistance, but it was unknown whether they deserved support. The door to his office opened cautiously. When he allowed them to enter, it swung open and a dark-haired girl appeared on the threshold. Andvari immediately asked the stranger's name. The girl remained silent and only angrily turned her head in the other direction. The guy smiled, saying that if she didn't want to talk, she should keep quiet. But he already knew everything. The man who had visited Andvari earlier pressed his cheek to the door, glad that the gentleman was still crazy about girls. He ordered his assistant to double the number of slave girls for Lord Andvari, and that one should be better than the other. Meanwhile, Andvari invited Jane to sit down, noting that she had been tortured, and it was because of that that one of her legs did not work. The girl sat down on a chair and irritably asked the guy what he was trying to achieve. Andvari handed her a glass of water, saying that he knew not only her name, but also the location of her rebel army, its number of fighters and resources. Jane slammed her fist on the table. This is impossible. Adam thought that the girl was very young. He needed to continue testing her loyalty to his army. Andvari replied that nothing was impossible, and if the girl did not believe, he could tell her everything. Jane's pure and bright rebel army is hiding in the Gamma 59 Mile, which has been abandoned for many years. It is 50 miles from Bright City. The total number of participants is 678. Jane interrupted him while he was talking about resources, ordering him to remain silent. Andvari listened and stopped listing the stages of the participants. Jane grabbed him by the collar of his shirt, shaking it violently, and asked who dared to give her away. The guy calmly replied that it was her deputy Joey, originally from Bright City. Some of the failed rebel operations over the years were directly related to him. The girl screamed desperately that she would never believe these words. Andvari shrugged. It was her right to believe him or not. The guy used the will suppression ability on the girl. Looming over the frozen Jane, he ordered her to prepare for the test, to submit to him, or she would die. The girl resisted with all her might. Clutching her head, she screamed that she would not join the people of the Osid Plain for anything, even if she had to die. Finally, she could not stand the pressure on her psyche and began to fall, losing consciousness. Andvari picked her up in his arms, realizing that Jane had quite a strong will, and that he needed to take care of her together with Boris. Leaving the office, Andvari ordered Boris to clean up there. The boy, having made sure that the gentleman had left, ran to the table. He immediately, as if by magic, found what he was looking for. A paper marked Top Secret. Andvari, hiding behind the door, saw this. Let the boy think that he was doing this in secret from him. There was no need to specifically expose him. It was time to begin the test. Boris went outside and met a green humanoid in armor. He forbade him to go further, saying that idlers were not allowed. But Boris showed the gold card of Kate's family. The creature became confused, asking the master why he had come to the territory of the Western Dungeon. He, having gone further, replied that he had come for a girl for the head. The humanoid immediately offered to take the boy. Boris approached the cage with Jane. He was warned that this girl, although she had the second level, but while she was wearing a collar, she would not be able to do anything. Boris said that the chief asked to bring the key to the collar and hurried the guard. He slowed down, saying that after Jane was freed, she could fight at full strength. Boris shouted at the guard, asking if he really thought the gentleman was afraid of the second step. The humanoid handed over the key, asking the boy how Gabriel from the Kate family, who was a friend of the boss, was doing. Releasing the girl, and without thinking about what he was saying, Boris replied that he was busy, but he would convey his best wishes to the man. The humanoid shouted that there was no one in Kate's family with that name, since that was the name of the prison warden, and demanded an explanation. Without waiting, Boris pulled Jane along with him to escape from prison. Holding her hand tightly, the boy shouted that if they could get into the secret passage, they could escape from the guards. The girl was silent in surprise and for the first time asked if the guy was really not from Kate's family. The guy irritably shouted that no, and asked them not to ask any questions at all. He would answer everything when they escaped. Suddenly, Jane pulled her hand away and demanded that he stop. Their way was blocked by the boss, a huge fat man. He was laughing, shouting that he hadn't practiced for a long time and would just play with the guys. Jane then released a stream of flying blades at him, but they simply shattered against the big guy's body and he laughed, calling Jane a weakling. The girl screamed at Boris, ordering him to run forward. He said sheepishly that he only had the first level and any guard would stop him, let her run alone. The girl still had hope for a successful escape if she found a secret passage. Jane replied that she was from the rebel army and therefore was not used to abandoning her partners. The boss chuckled again, mockingly saying that it was very touching and that he shouldn't worry. He would turn the two of them into the perfect meatball. He ran up to deal a crushing blow to his opponents. Pig appeared behind Jane and Boris and laughed quietly. The boss, noticing him, stopped and angrily asked who he was and what he was doing here. The guy raised his hand, demanding that the annoying guard shut up. The man was immediately sucked into the portal of emptiness. He didn't have time to say a word. Boris's mouth opened in shock as he watched this, and blood splashed in his direction. Jane turned around asking Pig who he was. The judge remained silent and motionless, looking at the girl. Jane turned around irritably, snapping that if he remained silent, they would leave. Having generated flying daggers in her hands, the girl asked Boris where she needed to hit to find the secret passage. The boy pointed with his hand where exactly. The daggers flew in the indicated direction and an explosion was heard. But it turned out that there was only a stone, slightly cracked wall, and no passage. Boris glanced nervously at the secret document. He couldn't read it wrong. Here it was. The secret passage, marked on the map. Jane looked at the paper, assuming that the map was a fake. The document fell from the guy's shaking hands. He realized that the paper was fake from the very beginning. Of course, there were too many coincidences today. Jane supported Boris. She put her hand on his shoulder, telling him not to blame himself, because the boy was still young. And this would be a lesson to him, not to worry. Jane would take him from here. Adam, watching the boys, thought that he had done everything possible to organize this operation and test Boris. He never had secrets. The boy has great potential in courage and acting skills, which are necessary for a permanent member of the judges. But he is young and careless. The pig approached Boris and Jane, calling them. Both of them were suddenly sucked into a portal of emptiness before they could even squeak. A portal opened on the other side of the night sky. The couple fell to the floor with a dull sound, right next to the huge palace. They stood up and looked around. Boris asked the girl if they had managed to escape. Gritting her teeth, Jane was indignant. What if so? The bright and pure rebel army is just a toy for the city mayor, which he can break and throw away at any moment. Looking sadly into the distance, the girl whispered that there was no point in living without principles. The pig's voice was heard. He asked those present if they had rested. Jane, exhausted, once again asked who the man was and why he saved them. The pig introduced himself, saying that he came from the territory of the Four Seas. Boris interrupted him, exclaiming that their defensive front was now winning. Pig replied that they had managed to gain an advantage. He had secretly penetrated this continent to gather information for a counterattack. Adam asked if the two wanted the rebel army to join the rest of the occupied territories. Jane interrupted him by exclaiming that even if she did not dream of it, it was impossible to achieve. The pig quietly asked what would happen if he could do it. The girl screamed at him. She was sure that the guy was deceiving her, promising her mountains of gold. This desire was very naive. Then the pig asked Boris if he wanted the army to unite with the occupiers, if he wanted to help his companions escape from slavery. Boris exclaimed that he agreed at any price. If only the pig was not lying. Adam put his hand on his shoulder, telling him not to worry. The judges could always be relied upon. Hearing that they were talking about the judges, the boy and girl's expressions changed. Entering the portal, Pig gave the guys 3 days. This would be enough for them to return to the rebel army, where they would all meet. After some time in the rebel camp, Boris and Jane, dressed in long black cloaks, looked down on the rebel army base from a tall building. There were even children on the premises playing with small multicolored balls. But the boys noticed that the children looked as if they were poorly fed. Perhaps it was unlikely that they would fill their stomachs with anything at all. They heard Pig's voice behind them, saying that Jane and Boris had arrived just in time. While the girl stood with her head held high, Boris bowed to Mr. Pig. The guy handed them the ampules. The liquid in them had to be drunk in order to become the owners of the third stage, and then they would have to immediately begin the operation. Boris drank the liquid in one gulp, feeling a surge of energy. The pig asked if he already felt the third stage. The boy joyfully exclaimed that he now understood what it was like when the whole body was filled with energy. He dropped to one knee, sincerely thanking Mr. Pig. Jane froze, not expecting the judges to have such miraculous elixirs. The pig handed over a list of those who had betrayed the rebel army. After a pause, the judge recommended killing them all. Jane ran her eyes down the list, not believing what she saw. The pig asked, If they didn't betray the army, how come the army lost 50% of its fighting strength in just 10 years? Weren't those dead people companions? The pig threw 2 masks to the children, asking them to put them on. Having fulfilled the request, both ran away. Jane attacked the first opponent, punching him in the chest. Boris created concentrated lightning in his hand. It shone brightly in his hand, casting a purple color around it. The enemy screamed as he was thrown far back by lightning. With just one movement of his finger, Pig drew a black dot in the air, briefly ordering his opponent to disappear. 3 people were sucked into the void portals at once, and the men began to scream for help. Boris asked Jane how many traitors were left. She replied that there was only one, with 3rd-level abilities. Right on the tent stood a guy covered in bandages. He was shouting and asking if the enemy really thought he was from the resistance army. The deputy commander of the rebel army rushed to run at the boys, threatening their death. But he didn't manage to get close to the couple. Boris immediately threw him back with lightning. Hearing strange sounds, the deputy commander turned around abruptly. Behind him, the old man had already released a huge stream of fire in his direction. The man, burning alive, screamed terribly and asked the leader why he had betrayed him. The old man, scratching his beard, said that he knew that several years ago the deputy commander had betrayed the organization and had become a big boss later, so it was not easy to attack him. Along the way, 3 strangers dealt with the enemy's henchmen, but left the rest alone. The rebel army was purged of traitors. The man spread his arms in front of Jane, inviting her home. The girl took off her mask. Tears flowed from her eyes. She immediately recognized her leader. The old man turned to the pig, bowed, and sincerely thanked him for helping the army get rid of the rats. The pig, when asked what the army could give in return, replied that the best solution would be to hand over his post to him. The army members became alarmed, shouting that they respected only the old man and recognized his leadership. But he burst out laughing as if he had heard the best joke of his life and immediately agreed to step down as leader. "But not for myself, but for him," said the man, and pointed at the puzzled Boris. The pig asked Boris to take off his mask of the judge's organization. The boy obeyed and slowly removed the mask, pressing it to his chest without saying a word. People could not contain their anger. Everyone protested, shouting that they were ready to fight. The leader immediately ordered everyone to be silent, because their young organization needed an equally young and energetic leader. From now on, none other than Boris will lead the rebel army, and Jane is appointed his deputy, replacing Joey. The men from the organization looked at each other, deciding what to do. Finally, the crowd roared with joy, applauding their new leader. The pig drew attention to himself by saying that they would definitely need food. He created a void portal from which various boxes of food began to fall out. He called on those present to quickly take them. There were so many boxes that they were passed from hand to hand by the joyful participants. The pig approached Boris, saying that this food and water would be enough to support an army for 3 months. He hoped that the people would use it wisely. Boris asked Mr. Pig what was next on the agenda. He replied that it was time for him to return to the 4 seas, because there had been such a long preparation for the war, and it was about to begin. At this time on Banana Island, Dave Craig looked at the alchemical matrix through a magnifying glass, pleased that it lay just perfectly. Casper asked the man if he could take it off, and he replied that Bart had too much of an opinion of the head of the Craig family. In addition to the fact that it is necessary to control a significant number of alchemical matrices simultaneously, the work is further complicated by their small size. The rooster asked if there were any other abilities. Dave said that such a discovery could be announced and alchemists from all over the world could be invited to conduct joint research, but it would probably be a secret matter. Casper exclaimed that the judge's organization had never thought about the consequences, so they should do as Chief Craig advised and call the best alchemists from all 4 seas. Let everyone who wants to work on the creation of the people from the Ossid Plain come. Bart handed the ancestral stone to a puzzled Dave, asking him to find out how it worked. The man beamed and said it was incredible, then asked what kind of stone it was. Casper replied that it was an alchemical artifact that was found in the occupied territory of the southern continent. The man couldn't believe his ears. The guy added that the ancestral stone is one of the greatest achievements of the Yossidian civilization. One could say that it contains the technological gap between ordinary people. Dave asked if it was worth announcing this to everyone, since with these 2 artifacts, it was entirely possible to become the owners of the world. Casper left the matter to the man's discretion. Jack Waxenberg's assistant came into his office to report on the invitation letter from the judges' organization. Jack muttered thoughtfully that war was coming, and the judges had another new idea. Peter grimaced, saying that there was clearly nothing good about this idea. Jack asked him not to blab too much because without the support of the judges, the probability of winning would drop by 30%. After reading the note, Jack could not contain his emotions. He praised Mr. Pig for his excellent espionage because he incredibly quickly found out about the meditation method. Thanks to the organization of the judges, the gap between humans and the inhabitants of the Osid plane can be reduced by 100 years. Peter, as always, questioning other people's words, skeptically suggested that the judges were bluffing, since Jack had not seen the artifacts with his own eyes. Jack abruptly handed Peter the letter, saying that it was about the invasion and was an official appeal from the judges to the Hero Association, the Trade Union, and the Iron Blood Army, asking them to come to a common agreement on the method of meditation. And anyway, Jack added, the judges' organization is more far-sighted than they are. Peter was puzzled. He never thought that the judges would go so far as to resort to something like this. 3 days later, Peter, Jack, and Bart were sitting at the same table. Casper said a decision had been made to make the information obtained from the people of the Osid plane publicly available, but on one condition. Jack drew the boy's attention to the fact that he was not a stranger and asked him to tell him what he wanted. Rooster replied that the organization wanted to settle in the territory of the Mixed Sea. Jack froze, not knowing how to react to this statement. Peter smirked, noting that the organization had quite a large appetite if they wanted to take over another sea. Jack coughed and told Bart that his business association was prepared to hand over 15 islands that he owned to the judges. Everyone turned their attention to the woman with piercing green eyes, Mary Jane, who had joined the company. She had agreed to temporarily hand over control of the Mixed Sea. But the time of the judges' dominance in this territory must certainly be limited. Otherwise, it will take years, which will undoubtedly be a huge loss for the entire race. Casper asked how much time she thought needed to be set aside. Peter did not let the woman speak, and himself said that 1 year could be set aside. With this Lord of Chaos, it would be difficult for the judges to take possession of the Mixed Sea. Such a person does not care about saving people. He is more concerned with girls, wealth, and entertainment. Peter added that according to the gentleman, humanity will never defeat the people from the Osid plane, and he is not in danger of death because he is on the 4th level, which means he must take everything from life. Mary Jane smirked. Sure, there were some really strong people, but look at what the Mixed Sea had become under his leadership. Casper asked if the countdown had started, but Jack said that it was too rash to start now, and that it would be better to wait until the battle was over. Mary Jane seriously suggested that it might drag on forever. Bart laughed, saying that a year would be too long, and half would be enough for the judges. Peter added angrily that 1 year is 1 year. It would be better to start counting after the War of the 4th Stages. Mary Jane agreed that the Lord of Chaos was not so easy to deal with, so it was time to discuss payment. Casper introduced to those present the blood essence of a strong ability user that Pig brought from the southern continent. It can help master the meditation method at the initial stage. Bart added that there was a possibility of sending everyone a drop of essence as a sample when the company suddenly rose from the table. Rooster also suggested telling how to develop a method of meditation. This is quite fair. Mary Jane asked Jack if he had asked her for help in the battle last time. The man happily asked the woman if she agreed. She smiled, but in return asked for a few drops of the essence. Jack was immediately upset, replying that this was not the way to do it. But this time he promised to pay out of his own pocket, providing her with the latest alchemical accessories from Master Jaw. Mary Jane asked the man to use his tricks to fool girls with big breasts and small brains, and all she needed was the blood of the strongest. Peter mockingly suggested to Jack that they redistribute the blood essence, and why not give Peter and Captain Mary 1 drop each as a reward? Jack slammed his fist on the table, scolding Peter for his greed. Adam thought that the race for profit was apparently inevitable, despite the appearance of the creatures. Once again calling his companions ruthless, Jack agreed to give them a drop of essence each. Later, Adam returned to his palace of the judges' organization. He considered new possibilities. After improving the spiritual contract to the 3rd stage, he discovered a new skill called spirit summoning. It allows you to make the material immaterial in a special space and temporarily move it to the real world to attack. After thinking for a second, the guy realized that it sounded somehow useless. But after thinking a little more, he realized that Phoenix could also be classified as a spiritual body. Maybe it was worth trying out the ability on her? The girl appeared at Adam's first call. The guy used the summon spirit ability. There was an explosion that raised clouds of dust. Adam's eyes widened in shock, not believing his eyes. In front of him sat Phoenix, or rather, her smaller copy. The girl rose into the sky with small, fiery wings behind her. Adam blushed and noticed that although Phoenix had shrunk in size, her appearance had not changed. Phoenix said she felt like her body could be changed again. She closed her wings, causing bursts of fire. She called her master and appeared again as an adult, but naked, covered only by fire. Adam looked away and waved his hand, realizing that the transformation still drained spiritual strength, and asked the girl to transform back. Phoenix mockingly remarked to the guy, who was burning with embarrassment, that she was a figment of his own subconscious. There was no need to go crazy. But suddenly, Sinclair heard some explosions in the distance and decided to go closer to see what was happening. The sea was raging. Here and there, something exploded, causing numerous birds to fly away screaming. Anvari looked through binoculars at the green dragon, which was breathing fire. General Albert Barn noticed that the battle had reached a stalemate, and the men of the Warriors Guild asked if the enemy wanted to continue. Adam thought that the purpose of his new infiltration among the enemies was to increase Acid's losses on the battlefield. Anvari shouted that it was a shame to disrupt the rhythm because of some low-level fighters. Let Albert give the order for the army to continue moving at the same speed. The Warriors Guild also wants to save their people. The city mayor allows them to send an elite rescue team. The man lowered his head, promising to give immediate orders. Anvari mentally wished for the strong member of the military guild to go to the island of Red Frost and die there. The waves cut through several multicolored ships. One of them contained Howard, a member of the Red Demon race, who boasted that once this human trash met the monsters, it took 3 times the number of men to achieve a draw. The master of the green flame element, Patrick, replied to Mr. Howard that when they arrived on the battlefield, they would immediately cut everyone down. Patrick, coming out on deck, shouted to his subjects that they needed to speed up. They couldn't wait to deal with these idiots. He laughed bloodthirstily, promising that the last one to reach the island of Red Frost would be burned by his wonderful fire and would receive a lovely mark on his back. The board with strategic pieces began to wobble. Jack slammed his fist on the table, shouting that he was the commander-in-chief of this counterattack, not the Iron Blood territory. Mary Jane yelled back, telling Jack not to be a fool, because if they wanted to land on Red Frost Island, they had to use crowd tactics. The man said that the Free Army would split into 4 detachments that would head towards the island in different directions. Then the people of Acid would not be able to escape. The Hero Association also sent people there under the guise of an elite team. Jack asked why they were nowhere to be seen. Mary Jane shouted to Peter, who was calmly drinking coffee, ordering him to go to Red Frost Island and fight them, because newbies like his soldiers would not survive there. The guy mockingly replied that he shared Waxenberg's concerns. Let Mary Jane go to the island herself because it was an excellent opportunity for training. The woman clenched her teeth, glaring at Peter. She asked Casper if he was willing to sacrifice those important people from his leading organization. The guy threw up his hands, exclaiming that he was for the second option. Jack burst out laughing, saying that since it was now 3 against 1, it meant that they had to immediately send an elite team to the island. Adam looked at the restless sea, thinking that he had a restless feeling, but soon he would show everyone. The ship was heading straight to the battlefield. 2 hours later on Red Frost Island, Snake, Zachary, and the girls were walking somewhere. The young werewolf said that he heard that 10 elite teams had been dispatched and that the Hero Association was coming here from the west. But for some reason, no one was in sight yet. As they reached the plain, several groups of people and creatures collided. Snake said his command from the judges was called Nori Sandwich. Zachary rolled his eyes. Joe Bloor, the leader of one of the teams, froze, feeling the familiar aura of the teacher. He folded his palm in a respectful gesture, introducing his team, Dark Knight, from the Hero Association. Swordswoman Blanche noticed that they sent 3 high-ranking people, the weakest of them being an A rank. Joe asked the captain if they were going the right way. The snake nodded, replying that although there were a couple of weaklings left on the island, they still needed to be on guard. Adam thought that the guys didn't yet know that a strong army of Acid was coming here to help. A fierce battle was simply inevitable. Suddenly, the snake ordered everyone to stop. There was a military guild ahead. We needed to prepare for battle. Zachary immediately turned into a werewolf, letting out a long growl. Swordswoman Blanche drew her sword. Lae'zel assumed a fighting stance, ready to fight. The snake released a metal ball into the sky. It opened slightly, revealing a complex structure, and an elongated chamber emerged from the ball. A member of the association, the team of Wolffan, Hawk, came out to the judges and demanded that they wait outside. A girl from the Ironblood Army, Team Bright Energy, rudely interrupted Hawk, ordering him to shut up before he was eaten. The bird threateningly moved its beak, asking the girl if she wanted to repeat what she had said. The girl from the Ironblood Army, holding a deadly weapon on her shoulder, dismissively offered the bird-headed man a fight with her. Their squabble was closely monitored by an inconspicuous round surveillance camera, gently swinging in the air. Caspar Bart and his partners stood silently at the table watching what was happening on the big screen. Jack Waxenberg broke the awkward silence with a forced cough. Meanwhile, the snake explained to the fair-haired girl that he only had time to ask if the strangers had penetrated, but they immediately ran away. The bird and his accomplices ran headlong out of the portal. The girl with small red horns on her head noticed him and shuddered, sensing danger. The demoness screamed shrilly and ran away, escaping from her pursuer. The huge bird with a human body did not lag behind. He waved his arms wings and shouted, asking if the girl wanted to run away. Finally, he caught up with the demoness, wrapping his huge clawed hand around her waist, pinning her to the ground. The bird winked at her without removing his hand and asked her not to worry, because she wouldn't just die like that. Those present looked around warily, hearing a suspicious crackling sound. Apparently, everything around them began to break due to the intense battle. The monsters finally broke through the walls of the building when their friend Miss Kaylee Bailey found herself in the clutches of the Birdman, one of them furiously threatening to kill anyone who dared to touch the demoness. They reached the battlefield with huge leaps, the monster named Patrick promising to use the most sophisticated method to turn the enemy into ashes as he ran. The bird belligerently placed his foot on the girl's stomach, calling her to come and take her, holding the demoness while she clenched her teeth in pain. The demon's forehead bulged with rage as he screamed even louder, promising that he would kill anyone who stood in his way today. The bird took a few steps away from the barely breathing Kaylee, flapping his wings, the corners of his lips twitching mockingly. Bailey rolled heavily onto her back, blood dripping from her mouth as a result of the blows. The bird pushed off the ground, moved his wings and flew up. He did not understand where the monsters got so much courage to call him a freak. A clawed hand reached forward towards the grinning face of the monster, intending to grab it by the neck, just like the demoness. But someone's fist struck the bird straight in the side, completely confusing him and knocking all the air out of his lungs. Another demon, with red skin and hair, struck Bird with such force that he was slammed into the wall, drowning in debris and a thick cloud of dust. The monster, flashing a sharp row of teeth, laughed shrilly. He didn't even use all his power, and the enemy had already flown away. Jack Waxenberg, leaning on the table, shouted that the situation on Red Frost Island had changed. These Osid people were difficult to deal with. Since there were third-level holders on the island, every death was a huge loss. Mary Jane sighed heavily, replying that she would definitely think of something. She gradually disappeared, moving in space. Caspar noted that this was exactly what one would expect from the owner of the fourth stage. If Mary came, then the enemies could be dealt with faster. The blue demon, hovering in the air, folded his arms across his chest. He dismissively called his opponent a pathetic spawn, suggesting that, while it was not too late, he fall to his knees and beg him for mercy while the resident of Osid was in a good mood. The bird, who had been humiliated in front of everyone and beaten, opened its beak wide and flew forward with a powerful jerk, cursing the demon. In an instant, he fired a fiery beam into the blue monster's chest and flew on, leaving him blinking his eyes in bewilderment. The red demon laughed at Patrick. He was beaten by an incomprehensible creature. What a weakling! Patrick, with a hole in his chest, muttered with a frown that he didn't expect such strength from the bird. Now he would have the honor of being eaten. The next moment, Bird realized that he had lost sight of the demon. There was no trace of him. Only a trace of sand remained on the floor. It turned out that he had broken through the roof of the building, flying out into the night sky, and the bird immediately rushed after him. The silence of the twilight was broken by methodical blows, with which the opponents covered each other right in the air. Finally, Patrick managed to get close to Bird, grabbing the man by the neck. He threw his head back, and for some reason suddenly went limp in his arms. The demon hissed that the enemy was a strong warrior, but the gap in their combat power was too great. It could not be reduced by willpower alone. The Osid resident smiled broadly and predatorily. Since his enemy had lost, Patrick opened his mouth so wide it was as if he had rubber skin, and leaned towards Bird, intending to devour him. Suddenly, a searing, deadly beam pierced his lungs. The monster's mouth returned to its usual position, and he screamed shrilly. The Iron Army warrior held the bulky weapon on her shoulder, indignant that this damn monster dared to eat the people of the Azure Star, and was not even afraid of losing his teeth. The bird fell to the ground and did not move. People ran up to their team captain, concerned about his condition. The bird weakly suggested that perhaps the attack of the elements would change the course of events. The girl shouted at the captain, ordering him to be silent. She herself would find a way to win. Pointing the gun at the enemies, the girl screamed that she was coming. And at that moment, multicolored bullets continued to appear from the barrel of the gun. The red demon found himself under attack from unusual bullets, which exploded near his body, turning into clouds of deadly smoke. A few minutes later, in place of the monster, there was only a huge dust cloud. Catching her breath, the warrior pushed back the hair that was stuck to her forehead. Finally, the demon was dead. When the smoke cleared, an eye with a small pupil, torn out of the body, lay alone on the floor. But suddenly, a hand with long nails reached out to him. The red demon, almost unharmed, chuckled that he had acted too recklessly and put his eye back in place. Distraught by what had happened, he spread his arms out to the side, causing streams of fire to appear. Everyone present began to run in fear in different directions. A demonic cough was heard, and the eye that had just found its owner flew out of its socket with a smacking sound. Little hero Joe Bloor destroyed the red demon with one blow, literally dissolving it with his blow. Patrick stared in bewilderment at the place where his comrade had been a second earlier, and stupidly asked if he was really dead. Behind him stood a horde of the same monsters. He clenched his fists, admitting that he did not expect such fervor from his opponents. His comrade died at the hands of such stupid warriors because of his own arrogance. Perhaps his army would kill all the Ossids today. With a hammer at the ready, wrapped in bandages, a small demon next to him waited for orders because they could not ignore the honor of the people of Ossid. After thinking for a few moments, Patrick spat on everything and ordered his army to kill all the enemies. Not a single one could be left alive. The Iron Blood army saw a whole horde of monsters running towards them. The man from the squad became worried because the opponents had 9 owners of the third stage. The snake, holding his hands in the pockets of his cloak, shrugged. Now he insisted on their exit. Zachary Wade, having turned into a werewolf, in his own style asked the demons who would dare to attack a wolf from the judge's organization. Patrick grinned. He didn't expect this meat grinder to turn into anything interesting, but it always becomes more fun when the owners of the third stage appear. Zachary raised an eyebrow, asking the green-haired freak if he knew who his godfather was. Patrick rolled his eyes, but still asked who the young werewolf's godfather was. With his hands on his hips, Zachary asked Patrick not to be afraid of his next words, because his godfather was Caspar Bart himself from the judge's organization. But this didn't bother the demon at all. He had never even heard of such a thing. But he did promise to cut off Zachary's wolf head to make shashlik out of it. Wade was furious at these words. He shouted that his godfather, Caspar Bart, was the head of the judge organization and was a very powerful user of the fourth stage ability. The monster's ardor subsided when it became known about Caspar's level. He urgently needed to see the man with his own eyes. Suddenly, Zachary did the unimaginable. He pierced his chest with his paw, screaming that the enemy would regret it. His own heart was beating in his fist. This is how the young werewolf wanted to prove that he could fight even without a heart. Patrick's eye twitched, questioning Zachary's sanity. Snake shook his head. Zachary was such an idiot he couldn't be allowed to disgrace the honor of the entire organization. He flew forward using the ability Plum Blossom Steps. A string of ghostly plum blossoms followed behind him. Patrick roared in dismay. He never thought that someone so strong would be here. The snake's fist landed with a clang on the hammer of one of the demons. The warrior thus jumped forward, covering Patrick from Adam's clone, so that his leader could prepare for his final blow. The demon nodded and silently took a fighting stance, creating a green flame in his palm. The snake turned sharply to the side, ordering his men to prevent the preparations from being completed. Joe Craig, sweating from nerves, began to generate ghostly threads with his palms. A few seconds later, Patrick found himself in a huge web, realizing that a non-verbal attack had been used against him. The fire was still burning in his palms. He knew that there was no way he could let this continue. He released the flame upward, calling upon the power of the green lotus, and the flame immediately took the shape of a flower. The flower began to descend gently but quickly towards Joe, who was running towards it. Unfortunately, the girl did not have time to escape, and the light landed right on her left eye. Joe screamed in pain. The snake picked her up in his arms, stroking her back. He promised his partner healing. Joe paused, breathing heavily, and realized she could see again. There were still pinkish scars on her cheek. Mary Jane was in no hurry to come out of her hiding place, and was surprised by what she saw. The deep penetration of light. The judges had 3 users of the fourth stage. She clearly underestimated their mysterious organization. The walls around those present began to crack and the floor shook. The earth opened up, and the body of an ancient saint appeared before the crowd. A huge blue avatar, led by a short boy. Joe Bloor, his clothes torn but his eyes warlike, was literally ablaze in blue flames. The snake looked at him with wide eyes. He could not even imagine that this boy would grow up like this. Patrick, standing on the burning lotus flower, shook his head. What a shame. If the boy had not been his enemy, he would have pardoned him, making him his guard. But now he will be the first one the demon kills. This will be the reward for bravery. Let Joe remember who exactly killed him. Blore pushed off the ground, ready to strike at the one who talked too much. Using his abilities, he jumped high into the air, flying straight up towards the burning lily. The entire building instantly collapsed. The dome shattered into small pieces. Patrick roared, "This couldn't have happened. How did the boy manage to block his blow?" He loudly wished him death, then began waving his arms, causing the petals of the fire flower to lengthen. Joe lunged at the lily, striking straight into the center of the deadly fire. Meanwhile, the petals began to attack the human teams. A guy from the crowd started running away, escaping from the beam. He screamed that he didn't want to die. Joe, without thinking twice, suddenly dropped down straight into the clutches of the bloodthirsty lily. Landing at a distance, he picked up a heavy stone. The random weapon immediately flew into the lily beam. It was aimed straight at the man sprawled on the floor. The stone, imbued with the power of blur, instantly destroyed the deadly beam. The man on the floor covered his face with his hand to protect himself from the bright flash. This only seemed to anger Patrick more, and he smirked and hissed that the boy was very strong, since he could block his flames. Now the attacking lily petals have increased in number several times. People scattered like ants, and the demon laughed at their attempts to escape. Joe clenched his fists and exclaimed that he hated the monster who hurt innocent people. Still hiding in the shadows, Mary Jane decided to take action. It seemed the time had come to intervene. The snake watched Joe, eager to see how the boy would get out of this situation. Joe, after thinking for a few seconds, rushed forward towards the monster to teach it a lesson. Zachary howled with delight, shouting that it was a great job and it was time to finally teach that lotus a lesson. But the snake replied that it wasn't that simple. From the outside, it might seem that the lotus was not surrounded by anything, but in fact there was a dense fire defense around it. The faster the enemy moves, the stronger it is. Wade asked, confused, if Blore was going to his death. But Snake said he trusted the boy's decisions. Suddenly, the boy's body was engulfed in a green fire, similar in color to the flame of a lotus. Patrick chuckled. The judges were just ordinary, stupid children. They had little combat experience, they were so naive and stupid. Suddenly, the monster's expression changed dramatically. He saw something that made him wince and be amazed. The boy clenched his fists. Even the veins on his handsome face bulged. He found himself in a cocoon of blue flame. Seeing Joe flying straight at him, Patrick cursed, not understanding what kind of unkillable monster he was facing. When the boy rushed at the alien, he released a lotus at him. He shouted that although the advantage was on the enemy's side, he still would not be able to reach Patrick. The monster laughed, flashing his sharp teeth, egging Blore on, asking what he would do now. But the boy did not give up and did not pay attention to the evil words, but continued to rush forward, surprising the enemy. Another explosion was heard inside the tower, sending clouds of dust and debris into the air. When the dust settled, Joe was standing calmly on the floor, with Patrick lying weakened on the floor in front of him. Blore silently looked at his defeated opponent. It seemed as if the boy had matured by several years in a couple of hours. Patrick, barely moving his lips, whispered that he recognized Joe as the strongest warrior, the owner of an extraordinary ability, and being defeated by him was not a shame. The monster, with his last breath, asked Miss Kaylee Bailey for forgiveness. They lay close, but they were so weak, Patrick regretted that he was never able to thank the demoness. Fate has always been known for its cruelty. Joe straightened up and ordered his team to move forward to kill all the enemies. The demons were not going to give up. The remaining leader also drove his warriors, ordering them to hold on, because when reinforcements arrived, they would have a chance to return. On the endless plain, powerful forces tried to crush her. The so-called good and evil, truth and lies come to different results if they choose opposite guidelines. Mary Jane ran as fast as she could. She couldn't believe that the fourth-tier Osid plane holders could stand by and watch as hundreds of their people died. Suddenly, she heard someone's voice behind her, saying that he had finally found the owner of the fourth stage, who, moreover, turned out to be a girl. Releasing green wings from behind her back, Mary flew into the air, seeing a red-haired man with a blindfold on his eyes. When she asked who he was, the man only noted that the stranger had light-type abilities. The head of the mercenary guild smirked, said the word explosion, and snapped his fingers. The ground opened up and streams of energy shot into the air, one of the pillars hitting Mary Jane. The second one hit the girl straight, the enormous force pushing her away, causing her to cry out in pain. But it wasn't just her that got it. Other people were also attacked. They were simply scattered around the clearing. Swordswoman Blanche fell on her stomach, her left leg cut off by the current. The girl, clenching her teeth, turned over on her back, Lazel and the snake ran up to her, who promised the girl healing. He began to move his hand along her leg, a soft glow emanating from his palm. Blanche thanked him, and a few seconds later the snake turned to Lazel, asking her to watch over the wounded woman while he looked for Zachary. Adam's clone found only the severed head of his godson in the rubble. The head, however, had not lost its ardor, and was now loudly complaining, demanding to be pulled out, not understanding where the rest of the body was. The snake mockingly asked how he could help if Wade didn't even have hands, but he began to demand help even louder. A few moments later, the werewolf's body began to recover. He jumped up, twirling for now, only the stump of his torso. The snake grabbed his godson by the left arm, telling him that a fourth-degree enemy had attacked Mistress Mary Jane, so they needed to retreat now, to avoid being drawn into a battle they might not get out of alive. Holding her injured arm, Mary called the guild leader a vile rat who could only use dirty tricks. But the man was not affected at all. He replied with a smile that he simply attacked first. If the girl had been in his position, her attack would have been more ruthless. Mary raised her head proudly, demanding that the stranger introduce himself so that she could kill him. He just laughed at the girl. Did she really think that the leader came alone? Turning away, he flew sharply past Mary. She didn't even have time to react. The red-haired man snapped his fingers again, when countless bubbles with demons sitting in them appeared behind him. He burst out laughing and promised the stranger a quick meeting. She couldn't let him escape. That couldn't be allowed under any circumstances. The guild leader shouted at the monsters with all his might to stop waiting and attack. Unexpectedly, the aliens flew in the opposite direction from Mary Jane. She did not expect this. The redhead turned, saluting her, shouting that he had managed to deceive them and would allow the strangers to remain on the island for 3 more days. Mary Jane dropped to the ground in anger. Clenching her fists, she realized that she had been deceived, and there was not a single fourth step nearby. Jack, Casper, and Peter flew up to her. He asked what to do, let the leader escape or go after him. Jack replied that he shouldn't do that. He should act carefully. There might be an ambush hidden here. Jane told about the plan to surrender the island for 3 days. But doesn't that mean they will attack again only after some time has passed? Jack suggested that the aliens could have lied, but they still needed to be fully prepared. Casper added that they couldn't be distracted by the enemy's words. Bart saw Zachary cut in half and asked what happened to him. The werewolf lowered his eyes, replying that he had been deceived by the owner of the 4th stage, and immediately asked his godfather for forgiveness for letting him down. He replied that everything was fine, because being defeated by a 4th-degree holder was not considered something bad. Let the godson try. He had potential and talent. These words brought genuine tears to Wade's eyes. He hugged Casper's legs, sobbing loudly, and assured that he would bring glory to Casper Barth's group in the judges' organization, even if it cost him his life. Adam, in his usual clothes, sat relaxed on the seashore. Joe Craig approached the guy and asked if he had slept that night. He replied that he could not sleep, so he came to the shore and asked the girl what she was doing there. She could not sleep either, and Joe did not expect to meet Adam on the shore. Sinclair praised Chief Craig's granddaughter for helping him fight the fire monster from the Ossid Plain. But Joe suddenly burst into tears, whispering through her tears that she had never saved anyone. Even the swordswoman Blanche had suffered, and the girl had not been able to help her. Adam put his arm around the girl's shoulders. She shuddered from the unexpected touch. The guy told her important words, that Blanche fought with the owner of the 4th stage, and no one could help her. Joe was very embarrassed and jumped up from her knees, muttering in a strangled voice that her clothes were still dirty, while Adam, smiling, replied that he would wash her clothes in the washing machine later. Joe blushed like a poppy. Sinclair stood up, asking worriedly if the girl was okay. Craig, extremely embarrassed, ran as fast as she could, shouting as she went that everything was fine and that they would see each other tomorrow. Suddenly, Adam heard the crunch of sand under his feet. Turning around, the guy saw Lazel standing nearby. There were tears in the girl's eyes. She turned around abruptly, just as Joe had done before, and ran away. A little later, Adam found himself in Anvary's mind. The guy thought distantly that it was hard to be handsome. The secretary came into his office, informing the commander-in-chief that high-ranking guests wished to meet him in the roof garden. Anvary thought that this meeting was too unexpected. Could it really be somehow connected with the suddenly returned member of the judges? On the roof of the building, members of the guild sat on thrones. Andvari stood straight in front of them and immediately greeted the 4 gentlemen. The head of the mercenary guild said that on the island of Red Frost he encountered the owner of the 4th stage. The platinum deacon clarified what kind of girl this was. The red-haired man replied that he was lucky. The stranger had the element of light. In battle it turned out to be quite weak, and as for the other 3 and 4 steps, he was only able to see them from afar. but they should also be feared. Adam thought that the guild leader had fled like a coward, but he decided to embellish his experience. The man added that the pig Chris had told him about never showed up. Crystal Python asked if there was any need to worry. Even if they had 4th tier holders, they would never surpass the guild in understanding the deep meaning. The leader replied that they should attack in 2 days and target the leaders, killing the 4th tier fighters. The Platinum Deacon shouted that this was wonderful, as it would allow him to capture even more enemies. Chris, who had been silent until now, grinned at these words. Casper was thinking about cloning, which opened up many prospects for obtaining information. After all, the number of enemies, the strategy, and the timing all depended on him. But the human race on the blue planet was not in the best position. On the Ossid plane, there were forces that surpassed even the 4th stage. There are more advanced power structures, for example, the 5th level heavenly position, from the point of view of the Ossidians. The 4th level of the human race from the blue planet is not the 4th level in the full sense. They do not know many basic things, and these laws cannot be comprehended by chance. Peter interrupted his thoughts, noticing that the guy seemed completely calm. After all, they had a difficult mission, and with his vast combat experience, Peter himself is still nervous before the war. Bart chuckled, guessing that it was because Peter had more wars behind him than he did. Jack straightened up and asked Casper's permission to thank him for his help. He replied that it was not worth it, because in the end they were all fighting for the name of humanity. It was their duty. Jack put his arm around the guy's shoulders, laughed, and said that if everyone shared his worldview, then humanity would have a better chance of winning. Casper frowned, thinking that Max was more open than his sly father. A huge modern ship sailed on the sea waves. The captain stood on the deck, looking intently through his binoculars, wondering when the people from Ossid would come, because the warriors stood guard every day out of fear of them. Meanwhile, the warriors were calmly talking among themselves, offering each other a drink, and were completely unaware of the danger lurking overboard. Before the blonde could finish speaking, a huge tentacle emerged from the depths of the ocean and grabbed his waist. It dragged the boy into the cold water, he screamed, begging the captain to save him, and the man rushed after his warrior. Suddenly, he saw something that made the commander shudder with horror. 3 unimaginably huge monsters rose from the water. One of them had an alien on his head with a body similar to a human one, but which was crowned with tentacles, like an octopus. The monster folded his arms across his chest and laughed at the people who couldn't see through even such a simple trick, while a first-degree fighter would be turned into meat. Narrowing his eyes, the alien ordered the monsters to kill the man. A huge shark, opening its toothy mouth, flew out of the water straight at the man. The warriors standing on the deck screamed in horror as a large fish swallowed their captain. The alien chuckled, laughing dismissively at the pathetic man who wouldn't even hit back, but would just wait to be eaten. A few seconds later, the ship and the alien were separated by several beams. They reached into the sky straight from the water. Jack clenched his fists. Ready to fight to the last, they had finally arrived. Let the enemies prepare for death. The warriors on the ship shouted with delight that the owner of the 4th degree had arrived, which meant that the battle was about to begin. Now they had nothing to fear. Finally, the 2 opposing forces collided. Adam's team and the guild leader looked at each other, hanging over the sea depths. The red-haired leader calmly said that his army needed talented heroes, and if the judges asked, they would have a brighter future than death in the middle of the ocean. The deacon added that the 100 Cities Federation was interested in cooperation. Mary Jane brushed off the offer, saying that she would not stoop to their level, abandoning her own race, and would run to her enemies like a dog with her tail between her legs. Jack pointed his finger at the head, saying that he didn't expect such naivety from the Federation. Were they really going to get rid of their opponents with chatter? But when the deacon heard Jack say that either the guild would die or the judges would survive, he suspected something was wrong. The man thought that they were being used. The leader hissed, assuring his partner that the opponents wanted to confuse them. Infuriated beyond measure, the Platinum Deacon released clots of colored energy into the air, wishing death upon his enemies. But Jack parried the blow with a powerful stream of blue energy, laughing at the man's attempts. Mary looked at the red-haired leader carefully, accusing him of running away, and mockingly asked him to show his skills. Peter ran towards the purple crystal python with his sword at the ready. Chris was the last one left, hanging calmly in the air, and greeted Casper in the same tone, noting that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Chris looked behind Bart with a smile, asking him to turn around to meet his old friend. And indeed, right behind Casper, closer to the water, a man in a blue robe was descending. Bart was amazed by the appearance of Craig Sr. He was sure that the dark blue plant had absorbed him, and suspected that Regina's father was being controlled by someone, so he needed to penetrate his mind. The man's eyes widened as Adam carried out his plan. Sinclair found himself in a completely dark space, not realizing at first that this was Craig's inner world. Raising his head, he was genuinely confused, frozen in midair. A huge blue face looked at him. The face came closer, recognizing the alien as an interesting bug. While Adam, led by the power of the creature and its tentacles, was flying into the trap, he thought that he should not fall into the abyss. Was his abilities really only good for testing such things? The boy found himself in the strong grip of the tentacles. The face whispered to him what he could gain with the help of the dark blue knowledge, tempting him with strength, power, and talent. Anvari suddenly began to tremble, right in his office. Fear also overwhelmed the snake, who began to look around nervously, not understanding where the danger was coming from. The last one to panic was the pig. What was that? Uncle Anvari ran into the office, sensing something was wrong, and began asking his nephew what had happened. The rest of the staff hurried after him, but Carl ordered them to return to work because the commander was very tired and needed rest. The man asked Jessica to take her older brother to his room because he needed to rest. Meanwhile, Snake and Zachary stood back to back. The werewolf didn't understand why the snake was standing motionless, because a man with a sword was trying to attack them right now. He raised his weapon right above the snake, ordering him to burn in hell. Wade turned to the swordswoman Blanche in a panic, realizing that Casper's psyche was being attacked by some supernatural being. Blanche raised her sword, ordering the squad to form a line to protect the captain first. Trisha ran up to Pig and shook his hand, asking her older brother not to scare her. Chris, standing in front of Bart, laughed. His opponent acted like a complete idiot when trying to penetrate Craig's mind. Now his mind was absorbed by a dark blue consciousness. Mary Jane asked in a trembling voice if it was done on purpose. Craig stood silently, not uttering a word. Taking advantage of the situation, Chris raised his dark blue weapon over the motionless Casper, shouting that he never thought that the famous Bart would die today. Suddenly, someone's attack whistled right past his sword, creating a cloud of dust. A disheveled Joe Bloor rolled up his sleeves, shouting that the third stage was seeking death if it was going to fight the fourth. The boy called on them to protect Mr. Casper Bart at the cost of their lives, because the holder of the fourth level is the most valuable thing they have, and it is impossible to win without the judges. Chris's blue weapon knocked the fighters off their feet. The guy even whistled at such a number of warriors. He was immediately attacked by an angry werewolf, who was outraged by the attack on his godfather without his permission. The dark blue weapon instantly cut off his arm above the elbow. Zachary only had time to bite his lip in pain. Chris lowered the dagger down, cursing at Wade, asking if the wolf knew who he was. As if by inspiration, he was thrown up. Everything around him was illuminated with a bright blue color. The guy shouted that he was a highly respected holder of the fourth level. Zachary was thrown away from Chris, falling awkwardly with one arm flailing. The werewolf fell, leaning on his feet, but it cost him incredible strength. Joe Bloor immediately rushed to his aid, waving his sword. Chris appeared in front of Casper, who was frozen in midair, and extended his blade towards his opponent's face, announcing that it was time to end this. A stranger's palm grabbed the sharp blade. Thick blood flowed, spreading in a stream across the floor. The werewolf gripped the weapon tightly. He was truly ready to give his life for his godfather, and despite the incredible pain, he could not allow Casper to die. Chris looked at Zachary with disgust, hissing that he shouldn't test his patience unless he wanted to die in agony. When a person is consumed by the dark blue entity, their mind becomes like Craig's, losing its independence. Casper wasn't going to give up. He knew that the mother dark blue plant was too advanced to escape from its captivity. He would have to use a power that was superior to his level. Is it possible to find something more advanced than the true meaning of the law? Zachary and Joe Bloor now stood in front of the immobilized Bart, Chris openly mocking them, asking why they would risk it to save someone who was already doomed to die. Bloor replied that whether he was doomed or not depended only on himself, and the task of Bart's partners was to protect him in battle. Zachary confirmed his words, shouting that this bastard would only be able to touch the godfather over his dead body. Chris, fed up with the senseless verbal altercation, promised to fulfill the werewolf's wish. He immediately ran straight towards Zachary. A sly smile appeared on the guy's face. He seemed to have decided to deal with Joe first, but suddenly changed his direction, shouting that he would finish off this pathetic wolf. Wade shouted that he should not be underestimated, and with a powerful kick of his right leg, he repelled the attack of the dark blue pawn. He smiled awkwardly at Joe, groaning that he suddenly felt sleepy because super fast generation had its limits and his energy was running out, so he left Chris with Bloor. Joe, feeling his eyelids sticking together, was ready to sleep too. Chris, hearing this, burst out laughing. Since the enemy can no longer maintain his previous body, he will finally finish the job. Joe stepped forward and covered Zachary, who had fallen to his knees, and Casper, who was frozen. The maddened Chris attacked the boy with a dagger. There was a brave man who dared to block his path. Suddenly he realized that something had gone wrong, and his thin eyebrows drew together questioningly. Casper Bart was no longer trapped in his own mind, and with one sharp movement of his leg he pierced the blonde through and through. Shaking off his coat, Bart apologized to the happy boys for being late. Chris looked at his opponent with wide eyes, swearing. He asked how he escaped from the influence of the dark blue entity. Casper shrugged. He could thank the enemy, but if he hadn't relaxed, most likely nothing would have worked out. The guy put his hand on the confused Joe's shoulder, asking him to take a good rest. At that moment, the guild leader's loud cry was heard. He ordered Chris to finally kill this impudent masked man. But the blonde was completely taken aback. He had never felt a flow of such power before. Chris spread his hands in front of Adam, admitting that he was not his opponent and was surrendering for the good of the human race, causing the red-haired leader to cry out indignantly. The man screamed that he didn't expect such betrayal. He thought that the dark blue insect would stay on his side much longer. Mary Jane immediately flew up to him, urging him not to be distracted from the fight with her. Was he really reading that the girl was good for nothing? She closed her eyes and crossed her arms over her chest, saying that light is not only a wave but also a stream of particles. And today, she will perform a baptism of light. Mary lowered her hands and directed an explosion of destructive particles at the head in the form of a bright light beam. The man immediately created a barely visible protective dome around himself, simply by raising one hand up. But despite this, a deafening explosion was heard, which even threw its creator back several meters. When the thick smoke cleared, the guild leader was surprised to find himself without the lower half of his torso. Mary Jane grinned. So the people of Osid were quite tenacious. It seemed to only anger her. The red-haired man only responded to this. He didn't care at all about losing his body. He mockingly said that scum will always remain scum. Behind the girl's back there was a clone of the leader, but completely healthy. He mockingly said that no matter how effective her decisive blow was, it would only work if it hit the target. The girl did not expect such a maneuver at all. She did not even have time to turn around to see the enemy. She was beside herself, not believing that this was possible because she herself had used spiritual power many times and attacked the flesh itself. The guild leader chuckled, asking if it had ever occurred to Mary that he himself was not real, since water could refract light. Mary was already gathering small flashes of power in her palm, narrowing her eyes. She glanced at the figure of the red-haired man, saying that she did not believe him. In Casper's hand, a dark crystal from a black cube levitated. The guy turned to Chris, saying that they had known each other for a long time, and he acted so generously towards Bart. It would be very rude not to reciprocate. He added that the attack seriously injured the leader Chris. Now let him show how much stronger he himself has become. With these words, a dark crystal suddenly flew at the guy. The blonde barely had time to react. Spreading his arms, he created a large shield, not expecting what he would have to face. Gasping for breath, he continued to ask Adam what he was doing, because the guy was pierced even through the thick surface of the shield by a long spear made of crystal. The next moment, Bart turned to Craig, who still hadn't moved, tossing the crystal in his hands. He warned that he was giving the man one last chance. If he surrendered now, he would be guaranteed mercy. But Craig was not a man of easy compliance. The dark blue entity had taken possession of him, and now the blue clot in his hands was ready to attack the judge. Jack and Mary suddenly realized that they were under the influence of a dark blue force. They could not move. The small blue tendrils took advantage of the moment and instantly slipped into the open mouths of the people. The guild leader laughed. He was happy that his ally from the dark blue race would be another person. The man called his fighters into battle and told the girl that he would kill her instantly. She would not even feel pain. The guild fighters, seeing that their leader was about to attack with his signature whirlwind hell, began to discuss what was happening with admiration, because such a technique makes the victim feel terrible pain. And this is the master's favorite thing, torturing beautiful girls. Warriors with Mary Jane's wings flew to her aid, ready to do anything for their commander. But the girl, who was still being attacked by the dark blue parasite, turned with difficulty to her army and ordered them not to come closer, because she did not need senseless self-sacrifices. The guild leader, smiling broadly, was somewhat envious of Mary's loyal subordinates, and before he killed her, the man wanted to get to the dessert. Tears of helplessness flowed from the corners of Jane's eyes, and with her last breath she cursed and demanded that he attack her if he had the courage. Two deadly streams of energy gushed from the hands of the red-haired leader. They headed straight towards his victim's subordinates. One of the fairies froze in disbelief. She understood what the power of the fourth stage was. The girl could not resist. In the last seconds, when she was sure of her death, a black portal appeared right in front of the warrior. Everyone was familiar with this distinctive sign of one of the strongest participants of the judges. The hero himself appeared in front of those present and immediately headed towards the head of the guild. He shamed the red-haired man by saying that he mocked those who were weaker than him. When the man mockingly and questioningly pronounced the name of this clone of Adam, he waved it off. There was no one else with that name except him, and extended his hand. A huge portal appeared behind the head, which immediately sucked the man's energy flows into itself, and after a few seconds ejected them, launching them straight into the owner. He, realizing that he could be attacked with his own weapon, began to fly away, screaming loudly. Having flown further away, the man turned around sharply and, laughing, attacked the pig with the force of a whirlwind hell. Unfortunately, he was too careless to see a strange hand reaching out to him from behind, straight from the black portal. The pig immediately appeared in front of the guild leader, grabbed him by the throat, and said that he was checking the man out of boredom. A chuckle was heard from under the mask. So that's what the leader's methods are. It's really hard to resist them. Turning around, Pig noticed another figure of a red-haired man in a dense energy cocoon. As it turned out, this coward had another clone. Of course, the head of the guild was pretty tired of these games. He ordered Craig to kill the opponents, but he suddenly asked to wait. The right time had not yet come. Suddenly, the dark blue parasite's tail snapped off right in Mary Jane's mouth. A few seconds later, the same characteristic sound was heard. Craig rose even higher, spreading his arms to the sides. He felt a new strength. It was coming from his palms. Meanwhile, the Platinum Deacon raised his hand to attack Jack Waxenberg, pathetically saying goodbye to such a weakling. The man lowered his head and whispered that he himself never thought that he would ever find himself in such a situation. It was the first time he felt helpless after becoming strong. Suddenly, he sat up straight. Blue light pouring from his eyes, Jack ordered the deacon to prepare to experience the full force of his wrath on himself. An endless number of blows fell on the Platinum Deacon. He did not have time to count them, and was amazed at how Jack's attacks became stronger after the seal was applied. Waxenberg growled like a beast driven by an unknown force. He promised to release all his anger, even if it would cost him a lot. Deacon barely managed to escape from the flow of attack, using his energy to fly away from Jack, threatening him as he went. The man approached Adam and Pig, suggesting that they team up to kill Craig. Casper doubted this decision. Their opponent was an excellent resource for quickly obtaining energy. Jack was burning with impatience and hurried his allies. There was very little time left. Bart calmed him down, asked him not to panic. There were other ways to defeat the enemies. With these words, a green sphere appeared on his palm. Jack coughed, calling Casper aside. The guy's artifact was probably very expensive, but the man had spent his entire fortune on this battle. Bart responded irritably that it was Jack's reward, and in general they should talk later, because it was impossible to check yet whether it was possible to stop the flow of the man's life energy. Waxenberg sat in the lotus position, and Adam's green sphere flew up and froze above him. Now the man is not in the best position. As soon as the energy source catches fire, the flames immediately spread everywhere, so Casper asked to give him time to find a way out. By the ocean, Peter fought a purple crystal python, pointing several huge swords at it. The daggers immediately obeyed their master and pierced the python's body and mouth, causing it to wriggle. Casper saw this and mentally praised Peter for killing the main enemy force, thinking that he should send a clone to steal the ability later. Peter approached the head of the judges, assuming that the experiment with the elements was their main one, but the Supreme Judge did not look like the master of the clones. Bart confirmed his partner's guess. There's nothing to think about here, everything is so. A sly smile touched the long-haired warrior's lips, and Peter suggested killing this traitor first. Craig turned to the guildmaster and deacon, asking why they were watching their only healer being killed. The man's face showed no emotion as he offered to sacrifice the rest of himself for him. A dark blue race larva immediately crawled into the deacon's mouth, and he was caught off guard by Craig's attacks. The head of the guild suffered the same fate, but he managed to hide behind a large stone. Jack, watching the events from the sidelines, did not expect that Craig would be able to find the main body. According to Casper's calculations, the judge should have been in another place at this time. The red-haired man stood in the ocean on a platform, holding his throat as the larva tried to penetrate his body. Adam frowned. The more he looked, the more it seemed like the chapter was fake. Craig smiled, The stupid and arrogant people of Osid had not yet been honored with the dark blue race participating in their schemes. Casper's team surrounded Craig. Jack Waxenberg ordered an attack. The dark blue ray frowned and cursed. Several blue tendrils appeared behind his back. Bart was the first to attack them, cutting one of the appendages into pieces. Jake then used his dark blue race influence to attack. With a long dagger, Peter cut and shredded the blue tentacles. Mary Jane used an aerial attack in combat. Bright butterflies that bit into blue flesh. Peter told Casper that their attack had worn Craig down enough that it was time to send Pig to kill those two first, since if Craig died, the two with the 4th degree would simply run away. Suddenly, Adam noticed that the guild leader had personally killed the platinum dragon by piercing its neck. The man trembled in his arms, screaming that the chief was mistaken if he thought that by killing him, the dark blue infection would not affect him. Craig fought back with all his might against the oncoming attacks of the judges and their partners. The red-haired man chuckled, replying that he had his own reasons for doing so, and that it was no longer the deacon's business. It was his own fault for choosing the wrong side. He turned to his warriors who had just arrived, asking if an attack had been made on the enemy. One of the strongest warriors burst out of the water along with Chris. He cursed that he had to wait so long to attack. Mary Jane flinched in fear. She couldn't believe that Chris was still alive. The guild leader's warriors were unhappy that they couldn't finish with their rivals for so long, but Chris reassured them. After all, the leader was doing everything possible. Coughing hard, the deacon realized that the military union had long ago decided to join the Bernadotte Empire. The red-haired leader replied that the 100 Cities Federation had done too much. Fairmont would make a breakthrough, then Norton would be in trouble. The deacon did not expect such an outcome. He was sure that Fairmont would not be able to break through. The guild leader noted that after the Lord was given a gift of a 4th-level soul essence, he would definitely be able to reach the 5th stage. His warrior clenched his fist in approval. It should be an honor for the leader to assist Lord Fairmont in breaking through to the 5th step. Mary gloomily noted that events were moving too fast and asked Casper who this lord was. The guy replied that in the depths of the southern continent there was a Bernadotte Empire, and Fairmont was its leader. Jack scratched the back of his head, asking if there was a way to increase someone's strength by absorbing the energy of others. Bart coughed, saying that he had probably figured out some of the true laws that made it possible to collect souls. What an amazing idea. Jack rose up, calling on everyone to take their positions, even if they had to die, but they must not give up their energy. Mary Jane spread her green wings, ready for battle. Craig looked at her, asking what she had used to awaken her power. Didn't the girl know what the consequences would be if this continued? The girl interrupted him mid-sentence, ordering him to remain silent. Does he really think she can't use her energy properly? The man shook his head, threatening his accomplices with leaving if they pressured him. But Chris replied with a smile that with the help of the guild general, they would definitely come to victory. Chris became seriously angry and rushed at Craig with his sword, intending to absorb his energy in order to control his own destiny. His partner also generated destructive energy by rolling it between his fingers. Craig, panicking, immediately shouted that he could be useful to the warriors. But the Platinum Deacon could not be stopped. He attacked the man with his fists, screaming, even though the man did not dream of mercy, because first they would deal with him, and then with the others. Chris smirked. Craig shouldn't expect them all to unite against him and attack. It seemed like people hated Craig the most. Mad with rage, Mary Jane directed energy at Chris from behind his back, accompanying it with screams of death wishes. One of the warriors of the guild leader's army shouted loudly, and a black shadow stretched upward. The red-haired man and Chris seemed to be under the protection of a huge dark figure. Peter and Adam were surprised by this. Sinilker assumed that this entity was created to isolate the judges. The guild leader rolled his eyes under his blindfold. There were so many 4th-degree people here, how could anyone survive? A fist flew into Craig's chest, knocking the wind out of him and causing a strangled, muffled cry. It was Chris. He mockingly thanked his uncle for collecting so much energy for him with his hard work. It was finally time to use it. Streams of blood ran down the man's chin, and he asked, barely moving his lips, if Chris wasn't afraid of getting infected with a dark blue infection after eating him. The guy winked at Craig, replying that he had his own ways, and that there was no need to worry at all. Chris advised his partner to turn away, as the sight ahead was not a pleasant one, but he only grinned, muttering that he himself would have tormented Chris long ago, if not for the order of the Red Emperor. Chris grabbed his hostage by the throat, squeezing with such force that he couldn't even utter a word. When it seemed that luck was in the bag, the ill-fated dark crystal of the judge's participant appeared in front of the guy's face. He flew so close that he made Chris let go of Craig, and the guy cursed loudly. Seeing that the freed Craig had dived into the gap that led to fresh air, Chris called his accomplice for help. The man flew out of the gray entity, happy with this outcome of events. Although it took most of his energy, thanks to Chris, his consciousness was not completely infected with the dark blue infection. He immediately dived down to find Peter, and when he caught his silhouette, he immediately went on the attack. Casper tried to stop him, shouting that Uncle Craig seemed to be conscious again. Mary didn't believe what she heard. She demanded that Peter stop, but the guy protested, "Does returning to consciousness really cancel all the deeds committed?" Craig, falling on his back, trembled, looking at the sharp blade in front of his face. He begged to wait and pay for all his mistakes at the end of the war. The sword immediately flew into the owner's sheath. Peter chuckled. He was interested to know what the man had achieved by abandoning the human race. Craig looked down and sighed sadly. He was ready to give all of himself for the atonement of sins. Now Chris found himself in the crosshairs of Peter's swords. As the weapons were aimed at the dark blue slave, he was promised retribution for betraying humanity. But Chris wasn't going to give up just like that. He rushed at Peter, bypassing the swords, offering to get to know his fists. How would he defend himself with his sword from a melee attack? Something went wrong with Chris's plan. He stopped and coughed hard, feeling a strong pain in his stomach. Peter's fist passed completely through Chris's body. He quietly asked why he thought that Peter fought only with a sword. Because from the enemies that these fists killed, an entire army could be created. The second fist flew straight into Chris's stunned face. Peter screamed and sent his opponent into a total knockout. The blow was so strong that the dark blue henchman fell unconscious like a stone. The dark-haired warrior who helped Chris turned out to be a loner. He knew that the dark blues couldn't be trusted. If he wanted to fulfill the Red Emperor's mission, he had to rely only on himself. The guy was enveloped in dark matter, from which he emerged completely transformed, with a new, beautiful face. This was his true form. The warrior swung his fist as he saw Jack flying towards him. He was in his defensive state. The attack power in that form was not comparable to the current one. At first, Jake mocked the warrior, but quickly regretted it when he tore his shirt with one blow and hit him in the chest so hard that he simply pierced his ribcage. The guy laughed. His enemies were just pathetic trash, but they wouldn't understand it because a warrior could easily defeat them with his bare hands. Raising an eyebrow, he turned to Mary Jane, offering to test her strength. The girl shouted at the Iron Tower general, asking if he had even a drop of dignity as a fourth-level leader. But the general was unstoppable. He bragged about his strength, adding that he had heard about the light superpowers of people like Jane, and that she had excellent skin, because he himself had never seen the fourth-level light element. Jack turned to the girl, cursed, and ordered her to fly away from the battlefield as quickly as possible. Mary Jane hung her head, resigned to her fate. She told her brother Jack that she was, first of all, a warrior who represented the army of Ironblood, and only then a woman. The army never runs away when confronted with the enemy. They have been humiliated for decades, and now a major victory is needed. Mary Jane let out a battle cry, vowing that she would never back down, even if it cost her her life. Humanity must win. Suddenly, a huge and very bright flash blossomed on the horizon. Craig covered his eyes with his hand, unable to bear the sight. Jack was stunned. He wiped the bloody trail from his chin with the back of his hand, noticing that he saw Jane fly straight in that direction. It seemed that now they had lost two holders of the fourth degree. Casper clenched his fists, exclaiming that he did not believe the girl was dead. It turns out there was nothing to think about because at that moment Craig self-destructed. He was in the air in front of Mary, who was encased in a cocoon that gave her safety. The man wished her luck, saying that meeting her was the best thing that ever happened in his life. Hot tears flowed from Craig's eyes. He asked for forgiveness for the fact that last time he failed to stay with the girl until the end. And now too. The man began to fade, his body disintegrating into tiny pieces before the final words of farewell could be spoken. Mary screamed hoarsely. The girl's hoarse voice resounded in the heavens. She pounded her fists on the protective sphere, unable to see anything in front of her because of her tears, and begged Craig not to leave her. A few seconds later, the sphere disappeared. Mary caught the ashes that remained from Craig. With her fingertips lowering her head, she groaned that she herself should apologize to the man for dragging him into this war. A chuckle came from the young warrior, general of the Iron Tower. He seemed to have restored Mary's composure, wiping away her tears, and she screamed that she would kill the general and then definitely find her dear Craig. Jack couldn't stand by and watch this battle. He knew he had to help Mary, so he asked Casper to take care of his son if he died. Bart cut him off briefly, saying that he wasn't promising anything, and that the man would be better off taking care of himself. A disheartened Waxenberg heard from his partner that Max was not someone to take care of. The man flared up, shouting that Max didn't need anyone else's help. He himself could protect all of humanity. The Iron Army general appeared before them, holding an unusual item in his hands. The keys of cruelty that the alchemist had created, and the Red Emperor had given it to him to deal with his opponents. Suddenly, he squeezed the key in his fingers and it shattered into many pieces. These pieces immediately flew straight into the general's mouth, and he swallowed them all to the last one. The head of the mercenary guild screamed in horror that the general had done something bad, because under the influence of the key, he would no longer be able to distinguish between allies and enemies. Casper sighed. Why is he so unlucky to constantly encounter enemies who use third-party items to gain strength? And indeed, the general's face darkened, and his eyes lit up with a strange red color. Dark tentacles wrapped around his body. The key took over his mind. The guy screamed at the top of his lungs that he wanted to kill everyone around him. The general rushed down to where Casper was. Bart put his hand forward, creating a cube of dark energy with green edges in front of him. But the enemy's strength exceeded even Casper's, so the punch shattered the cube into many particles. Adam didn't give up. He stepped on one of the fragments with the toe of his boot. Quickly getting his bearings, he generated the crystal again and launched it at the general. The warrior's hands moved in the air with incredible force under the influence of the key. He screamed and chopped with them right and left. One particularly hard blow landed squarely in Casper's chest, causing him to cough. The warriors who watched the battle from the ground were surprised that just a couple of minutes ago, the general could hardly compare with Mr. Casper Bart. But now he defeated him in 3 seconds. Meanwhile, Bart, spitting blood, fell straight into the dark waters. This piercing attack can be scary as hell, and what's even more terrifying is that it combines both offense and defense. Casper slowly sank into the water until something glowed in the darkness just behind him. Charlie the rabbit swam up to him. The guy barely audibly asked if she was his sister, and the girl asked not to scare her. Trisha was especially worried about the huge wound in her brother's stomach. She stretched out her hands to heal Adam. He reassured her that his heart was still beating. He would have saved himself without Trisha's help, but of course the fact that she came was for the best. Meanwhile, the maddened general had already attacked the head of the guild, dreaming of killing him. The man put his hands forward, shielding the warrior from himself with a stream of energy, shouting that he was not an enemy. But the Iron Blood Army general punched through the stream, hitting the red-haired man right in the face. He grimaced and leaned back in the air, but suddenly it simply dissolved, leaving behind a transparent outline. Jack exclaimed that this was not his real body, but Pig thought that there must be a resemblance between this entity and the real Supreme Judge, because when another clone disappeared, he managed to get information about its location. It was underwater. Casper, being in the dark depths, reacted sharply to an extraneous sound. Now it became clear to him why he constantly felt someone's presence. Adam thought that the reason for this was a creature from the depths, but it turned out that it was the true body of the Supreme Judge. He assured Trisha that everything was fine and the girl could leave, and besides, her brother needed to meet an old acquaintance. Above, Peter joined the battle and attacked the maddened Ironblood general. He tried to dodge the streams of energy that were flying at him from all sides. Finally, the warrior raised his head and, seeing Peter and Chris, growled terribly. Chris winced, exclaiming that it was not worth provoking the general, let Peter sort it out himself now that he had attracted his attention. But the guy didn't manage to fly far. He was outwitted again. Chris lowered his head. The general of the Iron Blood Army pierced his body with his fist. Peter smiled, saying that this monster uses smell to detect enemies. He left Chris with so many cuts, he would not be able to pass by their smell. The blonde swallowing blood called Peter a crazy bastard. Chris's body slowly dissipated into the air, turning into tiny particles. Meanwhile, the real guild leader was on the seabed, meditating on a huge shell. He was thinking about how the situation had taken a new turn, and Chris and the general, both of them couldn't deal with the stupid enemies without him. Suddenly, the man was surrounded by a multitude of black crystals, with their sharp ends pointed at him. The crystals rushed straight at him. The leader managed to jump aside, loudly asking who dared to disturb him, and the attack fell on the shell. Casper stood right in front of him, arms folded across his chest. He addressed the chief, saying that he was a pathetic coward and had hidden well, but that today he would have to die. The red-haired man launched an attack with a powerful stream of water. This stranger in front of him must have been that very expert who controlled metal, and the skill of the leader, the dragon, was the best weapon against such desperate fools. The man froze for a moment, screaming piercingly that water was his element, and it was time for Bart to die. A bright light lit up on Bart's finger. and with this victory awaits him. Meanwhile, the guild leader shouted that the scum never changed. The difference in abilities was too great. He released a water dragon at the stranger, confident that its power was stronger than the metal force. At this, Casper extended his hand, pointing his finger at the man. A single movement stopped the terrifying power of the water dragon. The master screamed in horror, asking the guy who he was and what tricks he used, while Casper poked his index finger into the man's forehead. He immediately changed his tone, waving his hands. His minions do not treat the strong like that. They are the friendliest of all the 4 armies of the continent. The frightened leader folded his hands in a respectful gesture in front of Casper, who promised not to touch him, but in return to tell him about the method of printing used. But the red-haired man began to lament that this was the secret of his people, and if he said even a word, they would rip out his spine on his home continent. Casper shrugged. Well, if it was that difficult, he wouldn't insist. The guy threw the man aside with a light movement of his hand, saying goodbye to him. The head of the guild squeaked in flight, waving his hands comically. Why didn't Casper Bart ask again? The guy shook his head, surprised by this answer. After all, the master himself had just said that. The man was breathing heavily, clutching his chest and asking why there was such a hurry. How did Casper even get to the 4th rank? He also asked to call the rabbit Charlie, who would teach him everything. Bart laughed at this request, saying that he would do everything his own way. The guild leader replied that they were both 4th rank, and his knowledge could not be stolen so easily. Adam approached the protective sphere that the red-haired man was trapped in and dangerously whispered that he could turn him into an ordinary person using the steal skill. Feeling his strength slowly draining away, the guild leader screamed shrilly, asking Casper how he could steal other people's abilities with only metal manipulation skills. Casper grabbed the man's face, angrily asking how such a barbarian could know about the abilities of the 1st generation of experts, especially since he had become ordinary, which meant there was no need to waste time on him. It turned out that the seal's shape was similar to a jellyfish, and it compressed spiritual power, hiding in the expert's spiritual body. The seal of the master and the servant, the secretary, the comrade. It doesn't matter, they all have different forms, without exception. Bart cursed with regret in his voice. He understood everything. The leader didn't even know how to cultivate the seal. Completely useless. The red-haired man's body slowly sank into the dark waters. He didn't even try to swim to the surface. It was all useless. Adam thought distantly that the man was much better than Anvari, but not even a few moments passed before a new clone appeared next to Casper, which did not surprise him at all. Both of them flew to the surface. The guild leader said that he underestimated Casper's search skills. The guy replied that he had figured out his scheme, and today would be the day of his death. The warriors chatted among themselves in admiration, discussing the fact that Casper Bart was looking for a real judge, because then the counterattack would not have worked. As Bart's crystal pierced the guildmaster's hand, he screamed in pain, acknowledging the judge's power and his defeat. The man called out to the leader of the Iron Blood Army, calling for a joint effort to change the situation and lead the people of Osid to victory. The people on the ship began to urge the general to wake up and free himself from the influence of the key. But the guy could no longer be helped. The redness completely flooded his eyes. The general saw only death and destruction before him. The head of the guild waved his hand at him and shouted that the people of Osid had lost their pace. It was time to retreat, and he himself would answer for the consequences. Warriors and demons all looked up at their leader, repeating after him that it was time to retreat. Peter laughed at the fleeing enemies. Only one opponent remained, Casper thought. He barely understood the principle of the blows of the general of the Iron Blood Army. Casper suggested that Peter and Pig support him during the main attack, to which Peter laughed. However, the long-haired guy agreed he supports Casper Bart attacks. Meanwhile, the general did not calm down. The darkness completely captured him. The man screamed that he would kill everyone around him. Jack wondered why Pig didn't even move, considering his earth spirit was so fierce. Mary guessed that, given the flexibility of the Void Realm's secrets, it would be easy for the pig to escape. The girl watched in amazement as the pig lured the Iron Blood general into a trap. He, having approached the judge, immediately fell into his portal. Everyone watched as the portal completely swallowed the man, leaving no trace behind. Of course, a moment later he managed to break free, but on the way out the general was already met by many of Peter's swords. The man tried to break the multiple attacks with his iron fist, but the steel clashed tightly together. Behind the focused Peter, Casper was already generating a bright yellow glowing sphere in his hand. Mary Jane stared at the guy, fascinated, asking Jack what skill he was using. The man replied that he didn't know either. Judging by the density of the elements, the skill wasn't very powerful. The general of the Iron Blood Army ground his fist to blood on his swords, shouting that he would kill everyone around him. Bart gave the signal, and Peter jumped to the side, causing the swords to disappear. The general fell right towards the finger of the leader of the judges. The man's eyes widened as the warm beam of destruction touched his forehead, and a loud "die" came from Casper's lips. Adam and Peter froze in midair. Peter couldn't believe that they had managed to deal with such a strong opponent. The general, like a rag doll, fell from the sky straight into the water. The warriors watching the battle from the allied ships began to shout loudly and clap. They had won! Peter smiled at Casper, breathing heavily, and called him a real good boy. Adam thought for a moment. He realized that he had fallen into a trance. It had not been long since he had watched his sister lying helplessly in the hospital. It was as if he had seen his terrible dream in reality and was about to indulge in bitter memories. But Jack did not allow him to do this. Unceremoniously approaching from behind and hitting him on the shoulder with his palm, the man loudly thanked the organization for saving him. Otherwise, he himself would have become the culprit of the death of the human race. Bart objected to Jack because Waxenberg was not to blame, and together with Mary Jane, their auras, the girl smiled and shrugged weakly. Yes, they had now dropped below the 4th degree, but there was a distant hope that Mary would someday be able to comprehend the secrets. Jack smiled. They lost their understanding of the laws but retained their physical bodies, like 4th-rank power structures. But in strength, they are higher than the 3rd level. Approaching Casper, Waxenberg suggested discussing something, since now he was below the 4th level, and the Chamber of Commerce Union could be called leaderless. Maybe Bart would be interested in this. The guy turned around and without further ado asked Jack not to delay the search for a candidate for the position, because the Chamber of Commerce would soon have a new leader. When asked in surprise who it could be, Casper replied, Jack Waxenberg's son, Max. Max Waxenberg sat on a rock, the sky gray behind him, and lightning flashed, making the night bright. He stood up, stretched his sword to the sky, deciding to try his understanding of the secret of army destruction. Because the guy had already reached the 4th level, the ship with the victorious people sailed towards the shore. A small television camera followed it. The people around rejoiced, wishing long life to the human race, greeting Casper, Bart, Jack Waxenberg, and Mary Jane with an ovation. Jack spoke to the crowd, introducing himself into the microphone and saying that the army had played a courageous and fearless role in this counterattack. Mary Jane whispered that the time had come for the main announcement. Jack repeated her words, clutching the piece of paper with the decision in his hands. The man looked forward with a serious expression and was silent for a few seconds, but then took a deep breath and exhaled, stating that he had an announcement to make. His rank had been damaged in the battle with the Iron Blood Army commander, and he had dropped from level 4 to level 3. The listeners could not contain their emotions, talking among themselves. They could not believe that the leader had lost his level. Casper intervened in the speech, saying that in this battle the human race lost 2 guardians. Residents watching the broadcast on large screens worriedly talked among themselves. What will happen now if there are no defenders of the 4th stage with them? And in general, these words do not raise people's morale at all. Human civilization has developed over centuries, but the enemy has a longer and more complex system of abilities. People cannot compete with the Ossidians either in the field of alchemy or in extrasensory heritage. Casper was silent for a few seconds, then added that people also have confidence in victory. Because besides the belief that they are protecting their race, it is because of ordinary people that this happens. The human race is a race of miracle workers. Although they lost 2 strong 4th stage men in the battle, just a few days ago, Commander Jack's son, Max Waxenberg, also broke through to the 4th stage. The strongest representatives of the human race are becoming more and more numerous. That's why the guy firmly believed that the human race could defeat the colonists of Ossid. The judges' team listened to this speech with pride. People shouted loudly that humanity would win. Casper Bart soared into the sky to loud cries of victory for humanity. Enemies must fear the human race, the race of victors. Adam Sinclair looked at what was happening in virtual space with displeasure. The monsters he defeated did not want to decompose. This was because the accumulated dark energy is enormous, and the important point is the degree of meaningfulness of the axioms. Adam called his sister for help, who immediately flew to him. The girl excitedly asked her brother if he wanted her to use the new armor. Sinclair threw up his hands and replied with a smile that nothing could be done. She was not good enough to play Charlie Rabbit. Trisha burst out laughing, of course. She couldn't compare to her brother's acting skills. Adam flew closer and began to tug at his sister's cheeks. The girl desperately fought back. At this time, on a high cliff, which was miraculously not struck by lightning, the monkey, fully armed, was pondering the understanding of the power of the Upanishads. His armor was from the soul weapon system, almost the same as that of the strongest man. The law of the Upanishads is like the truth of heaven and earth, and supernatural powers are like a book. A person with different abilities understands different axioms. The monkey closed his eyes, trying to feel the power with his whole soul. The next moment his eyes widened. Did it really work? The monkey moved somewhere far away into the wilderness, to the raging sea. In an attempt to develop the skill, he began to practice. The impact of his fist caused a whirlpool in the water. Then there was an explosion that sent huge waves and spray flying over a great distance. The monkey wondered what to call this movement. It seemed as if the sky itself was falling. So let it be heavenly fall. Trisha jumped joyfully. Now her brother was invincible. But Adam objected, because on the southern continent there was a strong man who had advanced his internal axioms to 9.9%. His name was the Bone Emperor. There were 5 units of law fragments left, which was clearly not enough to raise the level of understanding of the Upanishad mastery to 9.9%. The girl chuckled. She didn't like the Emperor's nickname. She asked how to collect more fragments of the law. Monkey replied that there were no major battles at the moment, so it would be difficult to collect a large number of fragments like it was in the counterattack. The only way out is to go fight on the southern continent, in the Empire of Bernadotte in the Emperor's Palace. Red Emperor Curtis turned to his brother. He didn't expect that the general wouldn't be able to complete the task, even after using the Berserker key. Blue Emperor Finn Wade offered to take the essence of the soul of these losers from the 100 City Federation, because here they are far from the island laws. Bone Emperor Nathan Bellamy, who sat majestically on the throne, frowned. These guys can be killed, but not their soul essence. The mercenary union will continue to watch. If something goes wrong, even if the Emperor breaks through to the 5th stage, he will no longer be able to get the approval of the family. Curtis approached Nathan. He had an idea that would keep them from being harmed. You will just have to use those people for your own purposes. In another space, a spear driven by purple lightning pierced the ground. Damon, pretty battered, fell on his back, clutching his side. A young man in long green robes loomed over him, and he clicked his tongue when he realized that his opponent didn't even know his name, but dared to cause disorder in a world of chaos. This place was under the control of the Lord of the Sea of Chaos, and he, the Spring Messenger, came to tell Damon this, and now the man must die. Phoenix turned off the screen that was broadcasting these events. Adam heard what Damon experienced before his death. The girl said that the Spring Messenger is the man of the Lord of the Sea of Chaos. He just killed 3 members of the organization judges. The spirits of the murdered are now waiting outside the temple, on the one hand, waiting for resurrection, on the other. I would like to hope that the organization will cope with them. Adam folded his arms across his chest. He was unhappy. The guy was going to wait a while to deal with the Sea of Chaos, but it looked like he would have to start a little earlier. Phoenix told Adam that the Spring Messenger had a 3rd level of power. Sinclair smiled to himself. Well, he had a suitable candidate. Meanwhile, the tired envoy was getting ready to rest. He had had a difficult day. He actually took out 3 judges and didn't know if he could stand up to them when they came back again. The man threw one of the judges' masks over his shoulder. That's enough killing for today. A strange voice was heard laughing at the man, asking if he could leave after killing so many. The Spring Messenger, angered by such treatment, turned around sharply. Who is tired of living? The monkey pulled his sword out of its sheath, saying that he was very sorry. But according to the scenario the organization gave him, his opponent must die on this island. The man was sad that he was unable to rest, but he answered the monkey, asking if he really didn't know who he was talking to. The judge member moved quickly towards the man, folding his arms across his chest, assuring him that he was well aware. The Spring Envoy to the Lord of the Sea of Chaos asked defiantly if the monkey was afraid that by killing him, he would anger the 4th most powerful state. The judge scratched his ear and replied that he was not afraid at all. Throwing up his throw, the Spring Messenger tried to calmly talk to the stranger, offering to simply leave him alive, but he did not give in to persuasion. Finally, this made the man quite angry, and he began to curse at the stubborn monkey. Does he really think that the messenger is afraid of him? The judge loomed over the man, mockingly telling him that he would beat him until he was truly afraid. Thunder rumbled and purple lightning flashed across the sky. The second bestial form of the Spring Messenger appeared before the monkey. Now the man was several times bigger and stronger than him. The beast tried to attack with its whole body but ran into an energy barrier. A huge clawed paw almost crushed the judge, but he deftly intercepted it with his hand. The monkey grabbed the paw and began to circle the animal in the air like a soft toy. Finally, he released the messenger, who flew into the building with all his might, ending up in clouds of dust from the shrapnel. The spring messenger in human form realized that the monkey was of the fourth stage, and if he lingered a little longer, the man would definitely die. The messenger asked how many people would die in the Sea of Chaos if the judges entered the war, but the monkey objected to this. The spring envoy smiled. With the threat from the Ossids looming, they must be united in the fight against the enemy. But the monkey grimly replied that the war between the judges and the Lord of the Sea of Chaos would only be a one-sided massacre. Meanwhile, on one of the islands in the Sea of Chaos, a man stood in a lonely boat looking at something in the depths of the sea. But a blue ray of heaven that hit him right in the head interrupted the man's calm plans. He immediately went overboard and fell into the water. The man laughed joyfully. Finally, he was back again.